I am Liwei Croy. 2 months ago, the world changed forever on what we now call the Day of Revelation. Back then, I was just one of nearly 9 billion people excited for the launch of the massive virtual reality game, Divine Revelation. The trailers promised a world of magic, dragons, and endless adventure. I remember the hype, the leaked stats, and the global countdown. When the servers finally opened, the immersion was perfect. I felt the wind and smelled the air. But the joy turned to terror within an hour. The logout button turned gray and stopped working. Then, a voice echoed in all our minds. The game world had merged with our reality. We were trapped. If we die here, we die for real. I am a priest, but I made some big mistakes during character creation. I was drunk and accidentally picked Odin as my god. In this world, Odin is considered one of the most useless gods for a priest because he doesn't provide standard healing spells. Instead, he focuses on combat and strength. Because of this wrong choice, I ended up exiled to the frozen border of the Northern Kingdom. Now, I live in a small town called Coldwood. My chapel is just 2 stone rooms. One is a tiny prayer hall for my one-eyed god, and the other is a blacksmith shop. I spend my days humming tunes by the fire and forging metal scraps to survive. While other players are out forming guilds and fighting wars in the south, I am a bald man with no big ambitions, just trying to stay warm in the snow and keep my belly full by fixing tools for the local miners. My life as a blacksmith priest is quiet, lonely, and far from the heroic adventure I once imagined, but it is my new reality. When the world of divine revelation merged with reality, I was just like everyone else, terrified. We went from playing a game to fighting for our lives. Death is now permanent, and the logout button is gone. Most people panicked or cried, but I had to focus on surviving. My name is Liwei Croy. I am a level 7 priest, but I am not your typical healer. When I first started, I was celebrating a job loss and got way too drunk. My shaky hands accidentally picked the priest class and the faith of Odin. According to the internet, Odin is one of the most useless gods for a priest because he doesn't give you healing spells. He gives you strength to crush enemies. People online even post ads saying they won't hire followers of Odin. Because of my wrong choices, I ended up in Coldwood, a frozen town at the edge of the Northern Kingdom. The locals here don't even care about Odin. They worship the god of winter. To pay my bills, I use a skill I learned for a few months in the real world, blacksmithing. My chapel is half prayer hall and half forge. Today, the town mayor, Bran, came to me with a broken pickaxe. He couldn't buy a new one because war in the south has made iron prices skyrocket. I felt bad for the guy, so I made him a new one in exchange for 2 bottles of strong dwarven liquor called Heart of the Forge. As I worked the bellows and hammered the metal, I felt the heat on my bald head. It's hard work, but my high strength and constitution stats make me a decent smith. After Bran left, I checked the World Channel. Everyone is obsessed with the war between the Holy Covenant and the Free Dawn. Seeing the No Odin followers messages made me angry. They think a priest has to sing and pray to be helpful. I disagree. My philosophy is simple. If I kill the monster before it hits my team, I've healed them perfectly. I sat by my fire, drank my fiery, and looked at my stats. I'm a blacksmith priest with a bare head and a work hammer. I might be broke and lonely in this frozen wasteland, but I have my strength and my craft. In this new world, muscle and steel are the only things I can truly trust. I looked at my status panel and rubbed my bald head. I am Liwei Croy, a level 7 blacksmith priest of Coldwood Town. My health is suffering from mild frostbite, my mind is irritated, and my faith in Odin is grounded more in the heat of my furnace than in prayer. As I watched the world chat, I saw the 2 great alliances in the south going to war. This brutal update has turned the game into a fight for survival where death is permanent, but I realize this war is actually a massive business opportunity for me. With iron prices skyrocketing, I decided to stock up on ore from the local mountains and forge weapons for the front lines. To do this, I needed an apprentice. I posted a low-paying ad for 50 copper coins a month, not expecting any players to answer. To my surprise, a user named 0601 messaged me. Realizing this must be an NPC who can somehow access the system, I told them to find me at my chapel. The next day, a starving, frozen beggar appeared at my door. The boy called himself Ian. After I gave him warm water and bread, I demanded to see his status panel to ensure he could work. Ian was terrified but eventually agreed. When his panel appeared, I was absolutely stunned. The beggar was actually a girl named Ian Viscera Eldrin. Her stats were insane. She had 16 intelligence and 18 spirit, far higher than my own 8 spirit. Even more shocking was her mythic level talent, Arcane Battery. She is essentially a legendary magic prodigy disguised as a frail wanderer. While I am just a bald man swinging a hammer, I have somehow just recruited a potential main character with nearly limitless magical power. I couldn't believe my luck. A girl with talent that would make the top guilds jealous was standing in my kitchen, dripping dirty snow on my floor. I looked at the girl, no, the legendary magic prodigy, and quickly decided to keep my cool. Even though her stats are high enough to be a world-shaking villain, right now she is just a hungry kid who needs bread. I gave her food and a simple job, splitting firewood. I'm a blacksmith, not a magic teacher, so for now, I'll treat her like a normal apprentice. If she ever becomes a great mage, maybe she'll remember my kindness and make me some expensive enchanted gear. That evening, I was impressed. Despite being weak, she used her strong will to stack a massive pile of perfectly cut wood. I gave her some hot water to wash up and found her some clean, oversized clothes. Once she was cleaned up, she looked like a heroine from a storybook. I set her up in the stone storage room with a blanket. As I sat by my own fire, I prayed to my one-eyed god, Odin, asking for a bit of luck with my new business plan. The next morning, I admired my handsome bald head in the mirror and got to work. I took the girl, whom I now call 0601, to see Bran, the town mayor. Inside his warm house, we shared some rabbit soup with the local miners. I made Bran a deal. Because of the war in the south, iron is worth a fortune. I told him to sell his or directly to me for 10% more than the traveling traders pay. In return, I'll pay him with food and tools. Bran agreed, and we shook on it. I've officially secured a source for my raw materials. As we walked home through the snow, I watched 0601. She is smart and focused, exactly what I need for a business partner. I told her to stop chopping wood. From now on, she's learning the forge. In blacksmithing, brains are more important than muscle, and she has plenty of brains. My plan to get rich is finally moving, but I know that making this much money might eventually bring dangerous people to my door. The next morning, the sky was still gray and heavy. In the simple workshop behind the church, the forge burned again. The bellows, pulled by Li Wei's strong arms, made a steady, low whooshing sound. Ian wore an old leather apron Li Wei had found. It was too big, so she had to wrap the straps around herself twice to tie it properly. Standing a little away from the furnace, her pale gray eyes stayed fixed on the flames, changing from dark red to orange, then to a bright white, and on the piece of iron slowly taking shape inside. Watch the heat, not just the fire, Li Wei said beside her. His voice was rough from smoke, but calm and patient. Different kinds of iron need different temperatures. Too low, and it won't shape. Too high, and it burns or loses too much carbon, making it brittle. He released the bellows, used long tongs to pull out the glowing iron, and placed it on the anvil. This one's from thee or Bran, and the others dug up. It's full of impurities, so we have to hammer it again and again to clean it. That's how we make wrought iron. Before he finished speaking, the heavy hammer came down with a sharp whistle. Clang. The sound exploded through the workshop, scattering sparks. Ian flinched slightly, but didn't look away. Under the hammer, the iron changed shape, and the dark red scale flaked off. Li Wei's movements had a steady rhythm. Raise, strike, turn, raise again. It looked simple, but every landed with perfect timing and strength. The iron softened and flattened quickly, becoming smooth and even. Your turn, he said. Li Wei stepped aside and handed over a slightly smaller hammer, which still felt heavy in Ian's hands. Don't try to copy my strength, he said. Focus on where you hit and feel how the metal responds. He added with a grin. Think of it like a partner. If it's tough, be gentle and patient. If it's soft, be firm and decisive. Ian took a deep breath, the cold air filling her lungs and calming her nerves. She gripped the hammer with both hands. The handle felt rough and solid. Stepping up to the anvil, she saw the piece of metal Li Wei had already worked on glowing a dark red. The heat radiated toward her, warming her face. She recalled Li Wei's movements, adjusted her stance, and tried to channel her strength from her legs through her arms into the hammer. Clang! The hammer struck the edge of the anvil with a dull thud, and the metal barely moved. A jolt ran up her arms, leaving them numb, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Li Wei chuckled softly, not mocking, but as if he had expected it. Relax your wrists. Don't fight the metal. You're shaping it, not battling it. Try again. Ian bit her lip, steadied her breathing, and a focused light appeared in her pale gray eyes. She raised the hammer again, this time loosening her shoulders and wrists, aiming carefully at the glowing center of the metal. Clang! The sound was clearer, and the metal sank slightly under the. Li Wei nodded. Good. Keep going until it turns black and too hard to strike. Then we'll reheat it. Ian said nothing more. She pressed her lips together and kept hammering, one strike after another. At first, her blows were still clumsy, uneven and off-target. But she improved quickly. With her sharp mind and strong focus, she seemed to see through the rising steam and flying sparks, catching every tiny change in the metal. Her movements gradually took shape. Though not as powerful or rhythmic as Li Wei's, they carried a careful precision that didn't match her age or size. Li Wei crossed his arms, watching her, quietly amazed by her incredible learning speed. It wasn't just fast, it was like a sponge soaking up water. A few glances, a few tries, and she already grasped the essence of it. Just as Ian focused on hammering the iron for the third time until it cooled, ready to return it to the furnace for reheating, hurried and panicked footsteps suddenly sounded outside the workshop, mixed with heavy breathing. Father, Pastor Levi, something's wrong. A miner with soot on his face and fear in his eyes stumbled into the workshop. Ian recognized him as one of the men he had seen at the Bran house yesterday. His name seemed to be Cam. What happened? Speak slowly. Levi frowned and stepped forward. Cam gasped for breath, pointing toward the eastern mines. His words came out brokenly. The mine. A group of people just arrived. They're all wearing the same gray-white coats and carrying weapons. They look dangerous. The mayor told us not to act rashly. He's talking to them now and sent me to warn you. Uniformed and armed? Levi's heart sank. Did they say who they are? They did. Cam swallowed hard, his fear deepening. They call themselves the Frostwolf Guild. They said this whole mining area and the nearby veins are under their control from now on. All or must be sold to them at their set price. No private digging, no secret trading. Frostwolf Guild? Levi quickly searched his memory. It was a mid-sized guild, somewhat well-known in the region, with a reputation for being aggressive, often taking over resource points, especially from NPCs. How many of them are there? How strong are they? What did Bran say? Levi pressed. 7 or 8. All armed, swords, bows, everything. Their leader's tall, with a scar on his face and a terrifying look in his eyes. Cam's voice trembled. The mayor's trying to talk them down, but it doesn't look good. Pastor, you have to do something. The mine is our town's lifeline. The miners relied on the ore to trade for food through the winter, and Levi needed it for his own plans to build up resources. The Frostwolf Guild's move was a direct strike at Frostwood Town's survival, and at Levi's fragile dream of making a profit. Levi muttered under his breath, rubbing his bald head. He knew it. Making an honest living in this world was harder than climbing to the sky. Boss. Ian had stopped working at some point and stood nearby, her light gray eyes fixed on him with a questioning look and a hint of nervousness. She understood what was happening. Trouble was coming, serious trouble. Levi glanced at her, then at Cam's anxious, frightened face, then at the fire still burning in the furnace and the half-finished piece of iron on the anvil. A surge of anger rose inside him. Hide. How could he hide? The ore was gone. How was he supposed to forge anything now? How would he trade for food or drink? Go back to chewing hard black bread and staring at Odin's picture in silence. If Bran's miners were pushed to desperation, could Cold Forest Town still have peace? And his church that doubled as a smithy, could it really stay untouched? 0601 here. Put out the fire and pack up the hammer. Levi's tone didn't change, but the usual laziness and carelessness in his eyes were gone. He turned and walked into the inner part of the church. Besides the altar, several finished axes and a few rough short swords leaned against the wall. He chose the heaviest, sturdiest one-handed axe and tested its weight. The blade gleamed coldly. It might have been a simple weapon, but it was sharp enough. Item: well-forged one-handed axe, level 3, quality. Common, strength 2, a heavy and reliable axe, good for chopping wood, or anything else that needs chopping. He tossed a short sword to Ian, who had followed him. Take it for protection. Stay in the church and lock the door. Don't open it unless I come back. Ian took the sword. It was a bit long for her, but she held it firmly and nodded hard. Cam, lead the way. Levi grabbed the axe and strode out of the workshop. The icy wind blew snow against his face, and his bald head stood out clearly under the gray sky. Odin, my lord. It's not that I don't want to stay out of trouble, he thought, but someone insists on walking right into my hammer. Well then, let's see who's causing this mess. Levi spat, then walked into the cold wind toward the eastern mines. At the entrance to the eastern mines of Cold Forest Town, once just a trampled patch of snow and a few rough huts, the air was now thick with tension. A dozen miners gathered together, gripping their pickaxes or wooden sticks tightly. Their faces showed a mix of anger and fear as they stared at the small group across from them. Bran stood at the front, forcing a smile, though beads of sweat formed on his forehead and quickly cooled in the cold wind. Opposite them stood the members of the Frostwolf Guild that Cam had mentioned. There were 8 of them, all wearing gray-white fur-lined coats with a snarling wolf emblem stitched on the left side of their chests. Their gear was far better than that of the miners from Cold Forest Town. Their swords were drawn, bows half-tensed, and their eyes were filled with open arrogance and disdain, as if they were looking at a flock of helpless sheep. The leader was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a deep scar running diagonally from his brow to the corner of his mouth, giving his fierce face an even harsher look. His name matched his appearance: Scar, Warrior, LV-19. He crossed his arms, listening impatiently to Bran's stammering explanation. Enough talk, old man, Scar interrupted roughly. I don't care about your family mine or your town's livelihood. This land, and the 2 mines to the south, now belong to the Frostwolf Guild. From today on, we're in charge here. Any ore you dig up must be handed over to us. If anyone dares to keep or sell it secretly. He gave a cold snort, his eyes sweeping over the miners' crude weapons, making his meaning clear without another word. Sir, that's not right. Bran rubbed his hands anxiously. We've been mining here for years. No one ever said rules, sneered a tall, thin ranger standing beside Scar, a longbow slung over his shoulder. Did an NPC just try to argue with us? Or do you want to teach us about rules? He tapped the arrows at his waist, the metal tips clinking together with a sharp, threatening sound. The miners stirred uneasily. One of them, face flushed with anger, tried to step forward but was quickly pulled back by his companions. They were just ordinary miners, stronger than most townsfolk, perhaps, but against these organized adventurers, all at least level 10 or higher, they stood no chance. Bran's face turned pale. He knew the man was right. Before absolute power, reason meant nothing. Just then, a voice came from behind the miners, raised a little too high, trying to sound relaxed and even a bit slick. Hey, brothers, heroes, don't get upset, take it easy. Everyone turned around and saw Li Wei carrying a heavy battle axe, his face full of a shrewd smile. He jogged over quickly, giving Bran and the miners a look, signaling them to stay calm. His shiny bald head and worn fur coat looked funny together, especially with that solid-looking axe in his hand. Still, the Frostwolf Guild members immediately focused their eyes on him. A player, and one holding a weapon. Scar raised an eyebrow, looking Li Wei up and down. When he noticed the finely forged axe and the player mark on Li Wei's head, the contempt in his eyes faded a little, though he still looked cautious. And who are you? Scar asked. Just me, Li Wei, a small-town priest from Cold Forest, part-time blacksmith, just trying to make a living. Li Wei bowed slightly, keeping a humble posture, though his axe rested on the ground with a heavy thud, showing its weight. I heard you're from the Frostwolf Guild. I've long admired your name. Priest? Blacksmith? The ranger beside Scar looked at Li Wei's bald head and axe with doubt. What kind of priest swings an axe? Life's tough, Li Wei said, rubbing his hands with a simple smile. The great Odin doesn't care much about healing, so I had to learn a bit of self-defense. Mostly I forge iron to get by. Then he turned to Scar, speaking more sincerely. Brother Scar, I heard what you said just now. The guild taking over the mine and setting rules, that's a good thing. It means the guild values our poor little place. With order and leadership, everyone can live and work in peace. Bran and the miners stared at him, confused, not understanding why he suddenly seemed to take the other side. But Li Wei knew exactly what he was doing. Players these days were quick to fight, and if things got violent, he'd be in real trouble. Scar was a bit surprised too. He hadn't even started to pressure him, and this bald guy was already giving in. Still, Li Wei's identity as a fellow player and his sensible attitude did ease the tension a little. Scar's expression softened. Oh, you're a smart one. So, tell me, how can we make a steady living from this? Big brother. Look, Li Wei leaned closer and lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret way to make money. The ore from Hanlon Town isn't that great. If we just dig it up and sell it raw, it's worth almost nothing. Sending it south costs time and risk. But what if we process it right here? Scarface's eyes flickered. Process it. Exactly. Li Wei slapped his forehead. I may not be much, but I'm decent at blacksmithing. Our miner brothers dig up the ore, and I can set up a forge to make rough blanks, or even weapon and tool bases. That's worth much more than raw ore, right? He watched Scarface's expression and added, the South is at war now, and the price of iron goods changes every day. If we can send semi-finished or finished products there, the profit would be huge. Scarface exchanged glances with the players behind him. They were clearly tempted. They had come to seize the mine for profit anyway. If what this bald man said was true, adding value could indeed bring more gain. But then Scarface thought, why should he cooperate with a bunch of NPCs? He could just take it all. You make sense, he said coldly, but why should I agree? He smiled sharply, and the 7 guild members behind him drew their weapons, clearly done talking. Hey, big brother, that's not fair, Li Wei said angrily. He picked up his axe and pointed at Bran and the others behind him. I, Li Wei, have some reputation in Hanlon Town. They might not believe me if I preach about Odin, but if I tell them to fight, do you think they won't? Bran and the others raised their pickaxes in support. Though the other side was stronger, their numbers gave them confidence. Besides, Li Wei continued, if I post in the channel that the Frostwolf Guild bullies players from the same faction, your guild's reputation will suffer. You might even get marked as criminals by the NPCs. That's not worth it, is it? Scarface looked uneasy. He knew that killing ordinary NPCs without reason would get them marked, and attacking players from the same faction so early in the game would ruin the guild's name. Seeing his hesitation, Li Wei quickly offered a way out. Big brother, why not let us handle the processing work? You can relax, and we can still earn a living. Sounds fair, doesn't it? The bald man gave way, and the scarred man also took the opportunity to step back. How much can you fight alone? He asked, the same question as Bran, but his tone was no longer purely questioning. I'm alone now, but if I have support from the guild and a steady supply of ore, I can recruit apprentices and expand, Li Wei quickly responded. There aren't many people in Hanlon Town who are willing to work hard. The wages don't need to be high, just provide meals. Of course, this all depends on the guild's reputation and order. Otherwise, no one will work honestly, right? Li Wei thought for a moment and then offered the most important condition with an increasingly sincere smile. My idea is, we work together. The ore will be collected according to the guild's rules. As for the price, we can leave some profit for the brothers so they have the strength to mine, right? Then, I will handle processing the ore. Whether rough or finished products, they will be sold through the guild's channels. The money from sales will be split 3-7, 7 for the guild, 3 for us. How does that sound? Everyone benefits. 37%. The scarred man squinted, seemingly weighing the ratio. Behind him, a warrior player who looked like his assistant whispered, Brother Wolf, is it okay for him to take 3% alone? Li Wei, with sharp ears, immediately protested. Big brother, everyone. That 3% sounds small, but I have to be responsible for smelting, forging, managing apprentices' meals and needs, tool wear, and fuel. Those are all costs. Besides, without my skills, the ore is just stone. The guild takes 70%, saving the trouble of organizing production and managing craftsmen. So they make a big profit. It's a win-win situation. His words were partly true and partly false, exaggerating his role while also highlighting the guild's convenience. The scarred man pondered. Li Wei's proposal was indeed attractive. Directly exploiting and squeezing miners would lead to unstable income and likely cause resistance. But a cooperative model, if it runs smoothly, could be a steady source of income, especially with the momentum of the Southern War. This bald player seemed slick, but as a fellow player, communicating with him was much easier than with stubborn NPC miners. A 30-70 split, with the guild taking 70%, matched their expectations. How good is your forging skill? The scarred man asked, as that was his last concern. Li Wei patted his chest and said, "Big brother, don't worry. With my level 4 forging skill, I can make good swords or tools easily." Scar looked at Li Wei's confident expression and also glanced at the finely crafted battle axe that Li Wei obviously used himself. He nodded. "All right," Scar finally agreed. "We'll try your way. The purchase price for the or will be 20% lower than the market price. You get started quickly. I want the first batch in a month. You should estimate the quality and quantity yourself. As for the profit split, for now, it's 70% for you and 30% for us. If the goods are good and sales are smooth, we can discuss it again later." His tone carried authority. "But let me be clear. No tricks. If the quality or quantity drops, or if I find out you're cheating us," he patted the hilt of his sword, but didn't finish his sentence, though his threat was clear. "Of course not, big brother," Li Wei quickly assured. "Don't worry, I understand the rules. I will ensure quality and quantity." Scar nodded, then looked at the miners who were trembling with fear. He said to Bran, "Old man, did you hear that? Follow the new rules from now on. Mine well, and you'll get your share." Bran moved his lips, but, seeing Li Wei's signal, lowered his head and responded. Scar seemed quite satisfied with Li Wei's quick understanding. He nodded again, then looked at Li Wei's shiny bald head, which clearly marked him as a player, and suddenly asked, "Your ID is just Li Wei? Just one person here in the south? Are you interested in joining our Frostwolf guild?" A few players behind him also looked over. Some eyes showed suspicion, others were indifferent. One priest wielding an axe, even with some forging skills, had limited value in the northern regions where combat and survival skills mattered more. Li Wei's mind raced quickly. Joining a guild? Sounds good. Having an organization backing you means more resources, information, and safety. Especially in this world where the strong prey on the weak and order is breaking down, sticking together is a top choice for many players. But the Frostwolf Guild has a bad reputation and axe domineering. Today they occupy the mining area and set exploitative rules. If one day they lose their value or need to sacrifice a member who's not very important, the outcome is predictable. More importantly, once you join, you will be bound by the guild's rules. His 3/7 profit-sharing partnership model is likely to turn him into just a worker, and even the formulas and channels he created might be taken over by the union. By then, he might not only lose his 30% profit, but also the freedom to forge on his own. Right now, he just wants to send these troublemakers away, not really to serve as a. In a flash, Li Wei's face showed a more ashamed and regretful smile. He touched his shiny bald head and spoke with just the right tone of regret. "Big brother's kindness is greatly appreciated. Being part of a strong guild like Frostwolf is an opportunity many people dream of." He then changed the subject and sighed. "But, big brother, you see, my beliefs are a bit awkward. Lord Odin, he doesn't always follow the usual rules. Guild operations require strict discipline and coordination. I worry that my somewhat rough fighting style and my occasional need to pray to the boss to show my presence might slow down Brother Dao and break the rules." He pointed to himself and the miners, speaking sincerely. "Besides, the mining area just sets some rules, and the forge is only just starting. It's a time when someone needs to oversee and organize things. Staying here can help the guild by ensuring steady production and keeping an eye on the miners, so they don't cause trouble that could hurt the guild's profits. I've always been a bit lazy, so staying behind to contribute might be better than rushing into battles with the team." His words were smooth and well thought out, praising the guild, explaining how his beliefs and fighting style might cause some inconvenience, and cleverly positioning himself as a support role, someone who stays behind to create stable income for the guild, while also hinting at his role in maintaining order in the mining area. Scarface looked at him for a few seconds, as if trying to tell how much of his words were sincere and how much were just excuses. Finally, He snorted and accepted this explanation. A non-mainstream priest, with forging skills that might be useful, but not much in fighting. Forcing him into the guild might cause trouble. Letting him stay in Cold Forest Town as a production leader to focus on making money for the guild seems simpler. All right, everyone has their own path. Scarface waved his hand, no longer bothering. Just do your job well here. Remember what you said. Give you a month. For the first batch of goods, estimate the quality and quantity yourself. I will send people regularly to check progress and receive the goods. Definitely, definitely. Rest assured, big brother, Li Wei kept promising. Wolf brother, the rules are set here. Should we go check the 2 mineral veins in the south? The tall, thin ranger reminded. Scar nodded and looked around at the miners and Li Wei. He left a final word. Be honest. Then he and his 7 men turned and headed toward the snowy south, their gray-white figures quickly disappearing into the snowy mountain path. Until they were out of sight, the miners seemed to relax, many collapsing onto the snow, gasping for air, feeling scared. Bran walked over to Li Wei, his face still pale. He whispered, "Priest, thank you so much just now. If you hadn't intervened, there might have been bloodshed today. It's just, will we have to be exploited by them from now on? They buy at 20% lower price, but we only get 30%. Li Wei's charming smile disappeared instantly, returning to his usual expressionless look. 30%, but it depends on their face, he said, weighing his battle axe. At least now, we have a reason to cooperate and a chance to breathe. He looked at Bran and the gathered miners, speaking softly but clearly. Listen, we need to keep mining the ore and live our lives. But from now on, stay alert. You can slow down a bit, dig a little deeper for good or be less consistent with production. Understand? The miners looked at each other. Some suddenly understood, others still looked confused. Bran seemed to understand, a faint light flickering in his cloudy eyes. He nodded firmly. Let's do as they say, Li Wei finally said, glancing toward the departing Frostwolf guild. Then he looked at his cold axe blade in his hand. 1 month. I'll think of a way. Guys, stop standing around. Li Wei broke the silence, slinging his battle axe over his shoulder. Old Bran, as we discussed, first organize the usable ore from the first batch and send it to me. Pick the best quality. For the first inspection, we need to make it look good. Call a few people, bring the carts, and follow me to move the stuff. Li Wei turned around and said to the nearby miners, everyone else, do your own thing. Just make sure you look busy. No need to overexert. Disperse. The miners whispered among themselves and scattered. Bran quickly picked a few trustworthy, quick-handed men, loaded the only 2 old sledges in town, and started packing the selected ore onto them. Li Wei was picking up ore and cursing Scarface. The game, Divine Awakening, had only been out for 2 months, and he was already exploiting players, just like a beach. If he got the chance, he would make Scarface understand why the roses are so red. The miners only heard vague words, and knew Li Wei was scolding the adventurers. When they returned to the church, Ian was still standing behind the door, clutching a short sword tightly. When she saw it was Li Wei, she relaxed and unlocked the door. "Boss, are you okay?" she asked softly, her light gray eyes quickly scanning Li Wei for any injuries. "Nothing serious for now," Li Wei replied briefly. He stepped into the church, leaning his battle axe against the wall. The Frostwolf Guild has left, and we agreed on a 70 to 30 profit split. We need to deliver the first batch of ore within a month. He looked at Ian. Go to the backyard, stoke the fire, and check the bellows. Also, tidy up the backyard to make space for the ore. Bran and the others will bring it over soon. Yes. Ian didn't ask more and immediately turned to prepare. Soon, Bran arrived with 4 miners, pushing 2 carts full of ore, huffing and puffing to the back of the church. "Pastor, as you ordered, these are the high iron, low impurity ores." Bran wiped his sweat and pointed at the ore. "This batch should last us a while." Li Wei stepped forward, casually picked up a few pieces, examined them, and knocked on them. He nodded. "Good. Unload them into the yard. Be gentle, don't damage the stone slabs." The miners began unloading. Li Wei pulled Bran aside and whispered, "Starting tomorrow, a few smart, slightly older kids from the mine will come over. About 14 or 15, healthy hands and feet. I'll provide lunch and teach them some basic blacksmithing. No pay, but they'll learn a skill, something to keep them from starving later." Bran's eyes lit up. This was clearly a way out for the children of the miners' families and also part of Li Wei's plan to increase production. He quickly agreed. All right. Yes, Lord Pastor. I will ask around when I go back. There will definitely be people willing to come. They need to be willing to work hard and follow instructions. Naughty ones are not wanted, Li Wei added. Understood. After unloading the ore, Bran and the others left. In the backyard shed, the fire was already burning fiercely, with orange flames licking the furnace, warming the cold northern air. Ian stood by the bellows, his face turning red from the heat. Li Wei looked at the pile of ore in the corner and the prepared tools. He took a deep breath. Let's get started. This is the first batch in a month. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. But deep inside, his tough spirit, shaped by past hardships, mixed with the roughness from his life under Odin's faith. Yeah, let's go. He rolled up his sleeves, showing strong arms. First step, processing the ore. The ore from Cold Forest Town is of low quality, full of impurities. It needs to be broken, screened, and roasted before smelting. This is hard work and requires skill. Li Wei directed Ian to use a hammer to break large chunks of ore into fist-sized pieces, picking out obvious waste stones and dirt. Then, he put the screened ore into a simple roasting kiln made of fireproof clay, lit charcoal, and roasted it to remove some sulfur, phosphorus, and water. Smoke rose with a strong, pungent smell. Ian paid close attention, coughing from the smoke but continuing to work, adding wood, and watching the fire carefully, as Li Wei instructed. After roasting, the ore cooled and became more brittle. Next is smelting. Li Wei layered the roasted ore and charcoal in a small blast furnace he had built himself. It was crude but functional. He operated the bellows to air in, raising the temperature. This process takes time and patience, maintaining high heat steadily. Li Wei kept an eye on the fire, adjusting the airflow and fuel. Sweat ran down his shiny head and cheeks, dripping onto the furnace and evaporating instantly. Ian's face was also flushed, her hair damp with sweat, but she kept her lips pressed tight and focused, as if trying to memorize every step. After several hours, hot molten iron gathered at the bottom of the furnace. Li Wei carefully scooped out the iron with a long-handled spoon and poured it into a prepared sand mold. Molten iron slowly cooled and solidified in the mold, forming rough pig iron ingots. The first batch was successfully produced. Although the output was small and the quality was only average, it marked the completion of the process. Li sighed in relief and wiped his sweat. See? This is how you turn stone into iron, he said to Ian. Remember the steps. Controlling the fire is key. Starting tomorrow, you will mainly focus on this part. Ian nodded firmly, his light gray eyes reflecting the glow of the furnace, shining brightly. The next day, Bran brought 3 teenage boys. They were children of miners, often undernourished and thin, but their eyes showed the stubbornness typical of northerners and a hint of curiosity about the outside world. They stood nervously outside the shed, watching the smoke and flames inside, feeling both scared and excited. His name is Tom, his name is Gale, and this is Luke, Bran introduced. They are honest and willing to work. Lee glanced at them. The 3 boys were about 14 or 15 years old, not much taller than Ian. Their skin was rough, and they had calluses from manual labor. Come in, Lee beckoned. From today, you will work here. The rules are simple. Follow orders, don't slack off, and don't ask too many questions. You'll get your lunch and learn the craft. If you do well, there's a future. If you mess up or cause trouble, you're out. The children nodded nervously. You, Lee pointed at the strongest-looking Tom. Go over there and learn to break rocks and sort them with 0601. You, he pointed at Gale. Pull the bellows and listen to 0601. When she says add wood, add wood. When she says stop, stop. You. He finally looked at Luke, the shortest but most alert. Organize the molds, clean the area, and sort the finished products. After dividing the tasks, the shed quickly became busy. The sound of stones being struck, the whirring of the bellows, and Lee's occasional instructions or scolding blended together. Ian quickly took on the role of a little supervisor. She didn't speak much, but her commands were clear and her observations sharp. If Tom struck the rocks unevenly, she pointed it out. If Gale's rhythm on the bellows was off, she demonstrated. If Luke's mold placement was messy, she asked him to redo it. At first, the children were a bit resistant, thinking she was too young and a girl. But soon, Ian's calmness and familiarity with the process, far beyond her age, made them shut up and obediently follow her lead. Li Wei focused on the most important part, forging. He reheated the cooled cast iron ingots until they turned white hot, then clamped them onto the anvil and began the dull, repetitive hammering. Bang, 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 each heavy strike of the hammer sparks flying, causing the iron to stretch and deform. Impurities inside are squeezed out, carbon content decreases, and the structure becomes denser. He was making one of the most common weapons in the Northern Kingdom, a standard northern half-sword. The craftsmanship wasn't extremely demanding, but it required enough strength, toughness, and simple cutting ability. Li Wei's forging skill was at level 4, rough forging. For this basic weapon, combined with some natural skill from his past experiences, it was enough. While hammering, he explained to Ian and the 3 boys watching nearby, "Watch the color of the fire. It's best to strike when it's white hot, but don't overheat it. Keep the hammer steady and apply even force. Don't just hit the surface. Make sure the force goes inside. Fold, forge, then fold again." This is called fold forging. Our material isn't the best, but folding several times can improve toughness and remove impurities. The blade should be flat and evenly thick, with a slight curve from the guard to the tip, but don't bend it intentionally. His teaching was blunt and direct, mixed with northern slang and occasional curses, but the main points were clear. Ian listened very carefully, almost memorizing every word, his eyes following Li Wei's hammer, as if mentally simulating the process. Tom, Gale, and Ruck felt a bit overwhelmed but were drawn in by the powerful scene, trying to understand. That first day ended amid chaos, noise, and heavy physical effort. Li Wei had roughly shaped 2 swords, but they still needed further refining, sharpening, quenching, and fitting with handles. Ian, along with the 3 boys, managed to process the first batch of ore and smelt 2 batches of pig iron, producing 5 or 6 uneven iron ingots. Everyone was exhausted, blisters on their hands, faces covered in cold dust. But seeing the shaped rough blanks and ingots, a faint sense of achievement filled the workshop. Li Wei took out a prepared black bread soup with dried meat and potatoes, sharing it with everyone. The children wolfed it down, and Ian ate quickly and in small bites. "Today is just the beginning," Li Wei muttered as he chewed on the hard bread, his voice muffled but clear. "Tomorrow, we need to pick up the pace. 0601, you are responsible for the smelting. The output must stay steady. Tom, and you too, move faster. We need to produce at least 20 rough swords in 10 days for finishing." "Yes, boss," Ian replied softly. The 3 young boys also responded vaguely. At night, in the apprentice dormitory next to the church, Ian and the 3 boys lay on the ground covered with hay and old animal skins. Torm and the others quickly fell asleep, snoring loudly. Ian kept his eyes open, staring at the rough ceiling in the dark. He kept replaying every move Li Wei made during the day, how he struck the metal, the changing flames, the rhythm of the bellows. He quietly reached out his hand, mimicking the motions of holding and swinging the hammer in the dark. Outside, the northern wind howled still. Time passed quickly amid the flickering fire and the pounding of the hammer. In just over 10 days, the workshop behind the town's church had changed. The fire burned day and night, with thick smoke and steam mixing with the cold wind, forming a grayish streak on the roof. The sound of hammering, the clattering of the bellows, and occasional rough commands or responses from the boys became the constant background noise. Li Wei's sweat dripped almost non-stop from his bald head, and his leather apron was scorched with tiny black holes from sparks. He was like a machine wound up tight, almost living beside the anvil. The swords he forged, initially crooked and uneven in thickness, gradually looked more proper. The blades were straight, with clear edges. Though they were far from top quality, they at least looked like swords capable of cutting. Item: Northern Half-Hand Sword, Level 3, Quality. White, Strength 2, made in Hamlin Town, a good village sword. Although it's still 10,000 Odin away from excellent, it won't break on the first hit, and it can scare people. Li Wei touched the sword's blade, thinking about how to deal with Scar's group's first batch of weapons. Enough for now. Those guys cared about quantity and quick sales, not high quality. As long as the sword didn't break immediately and could intimidate, that was enough. Ian's progress was terrifying. She was born with very high intelligence and mental strength, with learning ability and focus far beyond normal people. Under Li Wei's simple but effective teaching, she quickly learned the key steps of ore processing, pig iron smelting, auxiliary forging, and even basic quenching observation. She was like a dry sponge, eagerly absorbing all knowledge related to forging. More impressively, she showed a calmness and leadership ability that didn't match her age. Tom, Gale, and Luke, 3 young boys, were arranged very well under her guidance. They worked on breaking or operating bellows, organizing molds, transporting materials, and cleaning waste. Although busy, their work became more organized, and efficiency steadily improved. The boys' initial suspicion of this quiet but sharp-eyed little master turned into complete obedience. They saw with their own eyes that Ian could accurately judge the furnace temperature and even handle simple rough forging of iron tools on his own when Li Wei was busy. Production, under Li Wei's intense pressure and Ian's efficient management, was slowly but steadily increasing. On the evening of the 15th day, Li Wei inserted the last quenched sword blank, which still lacked a handle, into a wooden bucket in the corner. There were already more than 20 inserted there. He straightened his sore back and took a long breath, exhaling a cloudy, metallic smell. Almost there, he muttered, rubbing his aching temples. Tomorrow, we'll attach handles, polish, and do the final checks. 20 swords, no more, no less. In his past life, he had been like a beast of burden. After entering this world, he was still a beast of burden, just now the leader of the pack. Ian was directing Tom and the others to seal the furnace and clean the area. When she heard Li Wei's words, she also glanced at the bucket of sword blanks. A faint flicker of relief crossed her light gray eyes. But more than that, there was a calmness after completing a task. Boss, the molds need some repairs. I can start on that first thing tomorrow morning, she said softly. Okay, you handle it, Li Wei waved his hand. Just as he was about to suggest everyone get some extra sleep the next day, a sudden rush of heavy footsteps and the familiar loud voice of Bran interrupted outside the workshop, carrying an unprecedented excitement. Priest, Li Wei, come quickly and see. Li Wei and Ian exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Bran, this old guy, is usually very calm. Even if there's something at the mine, he usually sends a young miner to deliver the message. He rarely rushes over like this. Li Wei pushed open the creaky wooden door of the work shed. He saw Bran wrapped in a muddy, snowy, and dusty leather coat. His hat was crooked. Bran was leaning on his knees, gasping for breath in the yard. His face was red from excitement and running, and his eyes were wide open. Behind him, 2 young miners, also panting and looking excited, followed closely. Old Bran, Li Wei frowned. What's so urgent? Did the mine collapse? Did Scarface come to cause trouble again? You could just send someone to tell me. Why did you come rushing here yourself? No, it's not that. It's good news. Very good news. Bran caught his breath, straightened up, and his face was full of smiling wrinkles. He looked around and lowered his voice, but his excitement couldn't be hidden. Pastor, the mine. The mine has found something valuable. Something valuable? Li Wei's heart moved. If Bran, who's seen a lot of ore, is this excited, it definitely isn't ordinary iron ore. Look at this. Look at this. Bran trembled as he carefully took a small, dirty cloth-wrapped object from his inner pocket. He walked over to Li Wei, took a deep breath as if performing a sacred ritual, and slowly unfolded the cloth. In his rough palm lay a crystal about the size of a chicken egg, irregular in shape. It was a deep, clear ice blue color, with tiny, starry-like specks inside that seemed to flow slowly. Even in the dim evening light, this crystal emitted a faint, cold glow, contrasting sharply with the rough rocks and snow around it. Li Wei's pupils suddenly contracted. He leaned in quickly, almost pressing his bald head to Bran's hand, staring fixedly at the blue crystal. His heart skipped a beat for a moment and then started racing wildly. He had seen this thing before. No, more precisely, he had seen descriptions and pictures of something similar in the game Divine Awakening, on forums, or in the requirements list for some high-end equipment. In the game, it was a rare enchantment resource, used for powerful magic items, or even as a core material for building special structures. It was a magical resource, one of the most valuable commodities. Oh my, Li Wei muttered instinctively, his voice slightly trembling. Odin's underwear. He suddenly looked up at Bran, his eyes burning with excitement, almost as if he could set the old miner on fire. Is this a magic crystal? Where did you find it? In the mine? How many are there? Bran was startled by his reaction, but quickly became more excited, nodding repeatedly. Yes, that's the thing. An old merchant from the south mentioned it once, called it a magic stone, worth a lot of money. We found it in a new tunnel we just opened. We broke open a big, ordinary rock, and inside was a small piece like this. There are more inside. He swallowed nervously, his voice trembling. Sir, are we going to get rich? Get rich? More than that. If it really is a small or poor magic crystal vein, its value far exceeds what everyone in Cold Forest Town could earn in several generations. Li Wei felt his heart pounding in his chest. He forced himself to stay calm, but his fingers still trembled slightly from excitement. He reached out carefully and gently pinched the icy blue magic crystal from Bran's palm. The touch was cold, the texture hard and fragile, and the glowing points inside seemed to speed up slightly as he touched it. Item: Level 3 Magic Crystal, Level 30, Quality Blue. Where did you get this? No matter what, you're lucky. Who else knows where this stone was dug out? Li Wei opened his eyes sharply, his gaze as sharp as a knife, looking at Bran and the two miners behind him. Bran immediately responded, his expression serious. Just us three, plus two old friends nearby at the time. We trust them completely. After discovering it, I immediately told them to stop working, and we temporarily blocked the tunnel entrance with scrap stones and wooden planks, saying the ceiling was unstable and needed reinforcement. Then we hurried to find you. Good job. Li Wei patted Bran heavily on the shoulder, with enough force to make the old miner stumble. Listen, Bran, this matter ends here. Besides us, no one else, no miners, no your wives or children, are allowed to say a word about this. Understand? His tone was more serious than ever. Bran and the two young miners were so overwhelmed by his presence that they quickly nodded in agreement, like pounding garlic. Understood. Understood. Reverend, we know what's important. This piece of stone, I'll keep it first. Li Wei tightly clenched the magic crystal in his hand. The cold touch helped calm his boiling blood a little. Go back quietly and completely seal off that side passage. Make it look natural. Then, just carry on with your work as if nothing happened. I'll wait for your news. Yes. Yes, Bran replied repeatedly. He and the two miners hurriedly, but discreetly, left the backyard. At the entrance of the shed, Ian had already been standing there for some time. She had clearly heard everything just now. Her light gray eyes looked at Li Wei's clenched fist, then lifted to meet his gaze. Deep inside her usually calm eyes, there seemed to be a faint, indescribable ripple caused by the appearance of the icy blue crystal. Li Wei stood still. The cold wind from the north blew over his bald head, but couldn't cool the fiery passion in his heart. He looked down, opened his palm, and the magic crystal lay quietly in the dusk. Inside, nebulae swirled, faint light shimmering. Magic crystal. This thing is a treasure for mages. It's essential for powering magic circles, energizing staffs, and even some advanced enchantments. The Frostwolf Guild with the scarred face only wanted ordinary iron tools. But if they knew that the mine in Cold Forest Town had produced magic crystals, those greedy, what would they do? Just thinking about it made Li Wei shiver. Odin, it seems your underwear occasionally can hold some good stuff? He tightly clenched the magic crystal back into his hand. Li Wei almost floated back to the church. His steps no longer fell on cold stone slabs, but on soft piles of gold coins. He turned the latch with one hand, then moved a broken table to block the door, feeling his heartbeat slow down a little, though it still pounded like a drum. The church was dimly lit, with only faint embers left in the fireplace, glowing dark red. He walked to the rough-painted portrait of Odin, stared at the stern, one-eyed gaze for a few seconds, then muttered softly, "Boss, if you trick me this time, I'll hang your portrait on the outhouse door." After speaking, he reached out and felt along the stone wall beside the portrait. He found a slightly loose stone and pulled it out with force. The stone was removed, revealing a small, black, wall cavity about the size of a palm. This was the safe he had secretly dug out when Li Wei took over the church, driven by paranoia. Carefully, he placed the icy blue magic crystal into the deep part of the wall cavity, wrapped it with a few pieces of cloth, then carefully pressed the stone back into place, fitting it tightly and patting it to hide any signs. After finishing, he finally relaxed and sat heavily on the cold stone floor, leaning against the wall. He felt his back soaked with cold sweat. It wasn't fear, but excitement. A level 3 magic crystal. Blue quality. Level requirement, 30. This item is a must-have in the early game. Guild leaders and players following the mage path would go crazy for it. In this remote place, Cold Forest Town, there's actually such a treasure? Wait, Brand said there are more in the mine. Li Wei's breathing grew heavier. He suddenly stood up, spun around twice, rubbed his hands, and touched his bald head. A wave of wildfire mixed with joy surged inside him, making it impossible to sleep tonight without releasing it. 0601. He shouted toward the workshop, "Call all those kids from Tom's group, and bring out the rest of our good stuff." Moments later, a few dim oil lamps flickered on inside the church and workshop. The yellowish light flickered, but it was enough to illuminate the faces sitting around the simple wooden table. Tom, Gale, and Luke, 3 young boys, looked sleepy and covered in soot, staring blankly at Li Wei, who had suddenly pulled them from their beds. Especially Tom and the others, looking at Li Wei's almost crazy smile and the strange object he pulled out from the old altar, they were even more confused. Li Wei clanged 2 ceramic bottles onto the table. "Heart of the furnace," he said, with 1.5 bottles left. He then threw out a large, black, dried sausage wrapped in oiled paper, looking heavy. "What are you all waiting for? Get up and celebrate." Li Wei grinned, his bald head shining with excitement under the oil lamp. "Tonight's feast. Let's celebrate." Tom, feeling brave, rubbed his eyes and asked, "Have we finished our work for this month?" "Much better than before." Li Wei waved his hand and tore off a large piece of sausage. He also used his teeth to open a mud-sealed wine bottle, and the strong smell of alcohol quickly filled the air. He poured himself a full bowl and also poured a small amount of Heart of the Furnace into each child's broken ceramic bowl. "Come on. 4. Well, for that thing. Oh right, Big Odin. Cheers." Li Wei raised his bowl and drank half of it quickly. The spicy liquid made him grimace, but his smile grew wider. Tom, Gale, and Rook looked at each other, not understanding why the priest suddenly seemed so happy. But the salty sausage aroma and the intense smell of the fiery liquor, which they had never tasted before, made them forget their questions instantly. They had food. They had drink. Who cared what they were celebrating? The 3 boys cheered and hurried to grab the sausage, carefully sipping the precious fiery liquor in their bowls. Their faces quickly turned red from the spice, but they all kept grinning foolishly. Ian didn't move. She sat across from Li Wei, her light gray eyes appearing especially calm under the dim yellow light. She watched Li Wei's face, which was slightly flushed from excitement, and saw the almost greedy joy in his eyes. Then she looked at the simple feast on the table. Gently, she picked up her bowl of wine, but didn't drink. Instead, she leaned in to smell it, her brow slightly furrowed, seeming to dislike the overly strong scent. Then she took a small piece of sausage that Li Wei had given her and ate it carefully and cherishingly. Li Wei was completely in his state now. After drinking a bowl of wine and feeling the intense stimulation from the magic crystal, he started to feel a bit dizzy. He stood up, tapped his broken ceramic bowl with a sharpened wooden stick, and began to hum loudly, his tune running wildly and the words a jumble. Drunken butterfly, flying and flying, into the pile of gold coins. Elf girl's legs, long and white. Wizard's tower, it can't stay. Hey, yo, Odin, kick might wake me up. Wake up and realize it's not a dream. It's really happening. As he sang, he twisted his stiff body, trying to make some seductive moves. But because he was sturdy and clumsy, it looked more like a drunk bear trying to do ballet. Tom and the other 2 watched in amazement, then burst out laughing loudly, mixing coughs and silly giggles. They clapped their hands randomly and cheered. The church was filled with a happy atmosphere. Li Wei was completely lost in his own world, unaware of everything around him. Magic crystal veins. What did that mean? It meant countless gold coins, endless wealth, endless celebrations, shiny magic equipment, luxurious houses, delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women. His eyes started to sparkle as he muttered, "When I get rich, I'll buy 10 or 8 elf girl ass. Long ears, silver hair, eyes like gems. They'll massage my legs and shoulders, sing little songs every day. And those proud female players, don't they love showing off their gear and looks in the chat? When I become the richest person in the north, no, the richest on the Odin continent, I'll make them line up to be my guides, secretaries, serving me tea and water." Hee hee. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He couldn't help but giggle strangely, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. "Then, I'll tear down this broken church, build a golden palace, upgrade the blacksmith shop into a big forge. I want to forge divine weapons. One divine weapon for one city. Scarface? Frostwolf Guild? Bah. I'll crush them with gold. Hire 100 top assassins and take them out. Odin? I'll make a pure gold statue of him. And one for his wife, too." He kept talking more wildly, gesturing excitedly, as if he already saw himself surrounded by loved ones, throwing money around, ruling over everyone. Tom and the others listened in confusion. The ideas of elf-s, beautiful players, and golden palaces seemed so far away. They preferred the sausage in their hands, feeling that tonight's priest was especially funny. Only Ian watched quietly. She looked at Lu Wei, lost in his joyful fantasies, his face flushed with excitement and alcohol, his eyes lively. Her expression was complicated, curious, helpless, and maybe a little sympathetic. When Li Wei mentioned elf girl and beautiful player following behind, her eyebrows subtly furrowed for a moment, then relaxed, returning to her calm expression. She lowered her head and continued nibbling on the sausage, as if Li Wei's wild fantasies were less real than the salty taste in her mouth. The celebration, or rather Li Wei's one-sided madness, lasted for about half an hour. 1.5 bottles of Heart of the Furnace were nearly finished, and most of the sausage was eaten. Tom and the others had already become unsteady, their drunkenness combined with daytime fatigue, causing them to slump on the table or slide onto the floor, snoring happily with satisfied smiles on their faces. Li Wei also drank until he was dizzy. "These 3 little kids are just no good." He staggered to his feet, kicked Tom, who was sleeping like a pig, and said, "Get up, go back to your beds and sleep. Don't catch a cold here." The 3 boys, still groggy, were pushed and pulled by Ian and Li Wei back to the neighboring apprentice dormitory. In the end, only Li Wei and Ian remained in the church. The charcoal in the fireplace was about to burn out, and cold air seeped in from the cracks in the stone walls. Li Wei plopped back into his chair. The redness on his face gradually faded, but the excitement in his eyes still sparkled. He looked at Ian, who was quietly tidying up the mess on the table, and suddenly spoke. His voice was a little hoarse from the alcohol, but his tone was much clearer. 0601. "Yes." Ian stopped what he was doing and turned around. "You saw what Bran brought today?" Li Wei looked at her sharply, as if trying to read something from her expressionless face. "Yes," Ian nodded. "That thing is called a magic crystal. It's very valuable, worth a lot of money," Li Wei said slowly. "But it's also very troublesome. 10 times, 100 times more troublesome than Scarface." Ian listened quietly, his pale gray eyes reflecting the faint glow of the fire. He looked at Ian and asked, "Do you understand what I mean?" Ian was silent for a few seconds, then spoke very softly but clearly. "Understood. No one can be told. Not even our own people. We can't fully trust anyone, at least until we are strong enough." Li Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. This girl was truly frighteningly clever. When he said, "our own people," he clearly meant Bran and the few miners who knew the secret. In the face of great profit, people's true intentions are hard to predict. "Yes," Li Wei nodded. "So forget about tonight's celebration and that piece of stone. On the surface, we know nothing. We're just honestly paying back the Frostwolf Guild." "Understood, boss," Ian replied calmly. "Go to sleep." Li Wei waved his hand, feeling a wave of exhaustion after the excitement. Deep down, he felt empty and pressured. Ian nodded, tidied up the last bits of trash, and reached the door, but then stopped. She didn't turn back. Her voice was soft, like talking to herself or confirming. "Boss, You just mentioned. The elf girl and the beautiful player. Was that a joke? Li Wei was momentarily stunned. A blush appeared on his face, and with his shiny bald head, he looked a bit. But he quickly snapped out of it. Nonsense, he spat. I was just joking around. In this place, having a hot meal is good enough. Who cares about those things? He touched his bald head and sighed. Hurry up and go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow to work on the forge. No matter how beautiful the dream of getting rich is, if we don't deliver enough goods by the end of the month, the first one to kill us will be that Scarface guy. Ian's shoulders seemed to relax slightly, almost imperceptibly. She didn't say anything else. She gently opened the church door, and her thin figure disappeared into the darkness and cold behind it. Li Wei sat alone in the gradually cooling church, listening to the howling wind outside. The fire in the stove finally went out completely. The last red glow vanished, and darkness fully covered everything. The smile on his face had long disappeared, leaving only exhaustion and seriousness. The joy brought by the magic crystal gradually cooled down, replaced by the pressure of reality, like the cold wind outside, everywhere and relentless. He touched the cold crystal hidden in the wall. Opportunity? Or a death omen? He didn't know. He needed to think carefully about what to do next. In the following days, the pace in the workshop noticeably slowed down. The first batch of 30 half-sword knives had all been finished with final polishing, handles attached, and checked. They were wrapped in rough cloth and neatly stacked in the corner of the church. 30 knives a month was definitely enough. The tension in Li Wei's mind finally eased a little. The delivery date at the end of the month hasn't arrived yet. He rarely gives the 4 little rascals a break, and this is at least a relatively easy rest. Heavy physical work has stopped, but the furnace in the workshop still burns steadily, maintaining a basic temperature and making it easy to handle small tasks at any time. Tom, Gale, and Luke, the 3 young boys, are happily relaxing. Besides the daily cleaning and maintenance work, most of their time is spent sitting in the workshop or dormitory, warming their hands, bragging about how they will become great blacksmiths, or secretly talking about which girl in town is the prettiest. Li Wei, on the other hand, shifted his teaching focus from the anvil to a small stone building that barely qualifies as a chapel. The fireplace is burning brightly, dispelling the cold that seeps into the bones of the northern land. Li Wei sits confidently on the only decent wooden chair, crossing his legs, with a few dirty old furs spread on the ground in front of him. The 4 children, Ian, Tom, Gale, and Luke, sit or squat around him. According to Li Wei, this is called a thought education class, or more precisely, giving Odin's loyal followers a corporate culture lesson. Listen carefully. Li Wei clears his throat, trying to act like a seasoned expert, even though he's bald, broad-shouldered, and carries an unmistakable smell of iron, which has nothing to do with holiness. Our Black Forest Town blacksmith shop, our Odin church branch in Black Forest Town, owes its success today, its ability to eat well, and its meat to what? He looks at the 4 children. Tom scratches his head and tentatively says, to your blacksmithing skills, Gale adds, and Uncle Brand's miners in there or? Luke mumbles softly, and us working early and late. Baloney. Li Wei slaps his hand on the armrest with a loud bang, startling the 3 boys. It's because of Odin the Great. Li Wei's voice is loud, and he points to a rough, one-eyed divine image on the wall. See that? One eye, spear raven, god of war and wisdom, the boss of Asgard. Without Odin's divine protection, could we dig out good or could I forge decent swords? Do you have the strength to listen to me ramble here? He pauses, looking at the children who seem to understand but also look like they want to laugh but are afraid to. He decides to change his approach to something they can understand better. In simple words, following Lord Odin has many great benefits. Li Wei leans forward, lowers his voice, and acts like he's sharing a secret. First, there is meat to eat. He points to his stomach. Think about it. Over the past 2 weeks, how many times have we eaten meat? Sausages, smoked meat, snow rabbit soup. At home, how often do you see real meat in a year? Tom and the others nod eagerly. It's true. Since working with Li Wei, their food has definitely improved a lot. Second, there is drink to enjoy. Li Wei points to an empty bottle in the corner, the heart of the fire bottle. Not much, but a sip now and then keeps us warm and happy. When we get rich, Dwarves' strong spirits will be ours. Elves' fruit wine will be like water. The kids' eyes light up. They can't wait to have fun. Third, Liwei raises a third finger, and his smile turns a bit mischievous. Girls to flirt with. The three boys stare wide-eyed, holding their breath. Ian slightly frowns and lowers his head. Look at me. Liwei pats his bald head and shows off his strong arm muscles. Lord Odin is the god of war. He values strength and bravery. Follow him. Get strong, learn skills, punch hard, and make money. Who wouldn't like girls then? He starts talking excitedly, making up stories. When our Odin branch in Cold Forest Town becomes famous in the Northern Kingdom, no, all across Odinland, many beautiful girls will cry and beg to join us. Elves think you're not elegant enough? Use gold to impress them. Human princesses think you're too lowly? Earn military achievements to get a noble title. Dwarf girls? Well, you decide that one. In short, remember this. Trust Odin, and you'll live forever. No, trust Odin, and you'll have meat to eat, drink, and girls to flirt with. Strength is justice. Gold is truth. Defeat all enemies, and the rest will be ours. Even if we get killed, we can go to Asgard, where there are lots of beautiful women, plenty of food and drink. Understand? His set of twisted ideas, mixed with raw material temptations and violent aesthetics, made Tom and the others feel excited and flushed. They seemed to imagine a future where they would be surrounded by loved ones, eating hearty food, and drinking large bowls of wine. Even the picture of the one-eyed figure on the wall looked more impressive and commanding to them. Only Ian kept her head down, her light gray eyes fixed on her shoes, showing no reaction. Lu Wei noticed this and gently kicked the fur in front of her. 0601, what's wrong? Do you lack confidence in the boss? Or are you not interested in meat, wine, and girls? Ian looked up at Lu Wei and gave him a calm, steady look that made Lu Wei feel unexpectedly guilty. She softly spoke, her voice clear but quiet. Leader, Odin is the god of war and wisdom. What you said seems mainly about war and the spoils of battle. Lu Wei hesitated, rubbing his bald head. Wisdom. Wisdom is important too. Without wisdom, how can we win wars? How can we earn gold coins? Do I look like someone without wisdom? He tried to puff out his chest, but with his bald head and mischievous smile, it didn't seem very convincing. Though his intelligence was only 8, which was quite low. Ian didn't argue further, just lowered her head again. Lu Wei felt a bit bored and waved his hand. All right, that's enough for today. Just remember the main ideas. Later, I'll quiz you on the 3 main benefits of our divine cult. If you can't answer, stand straight by the wall. Tom and the others, still eager, dispersed and whispered excitedly about topics like how white the elf girl really is and how strong the dwarf's liquor is. Ian stood up silently and headed toward the workshop to tend the fire. Lu Wei watched her small figure and suddenly called out, 0601. Ian stopped, but didn't look back. The things I just said, Lu Wei's voice lowered, less boastful than before, were just to fool those 3 fools. Don't take it seriously. Ian's shoulders moved slightly. In this world, surviving and living better isn't easy, Lu Wei said, walking behind her and looking out at the gray sky outside. Odin can't give us meat and wine, or girls. I don't know what he can give. But we need something to hold on to, something to look forward to, right? Even if that hope is a bit simple. He paused. You have your own path. I know you are different from those boys. But here in Cold Forest Town, in this church, you must first survive and act like a real person. The rest can wait for later. Ian stood quietly for a few seconds, then nodded very slightly. She didn't speak and continued walking toward the workshop. Lu Wei watched her figure disappear behind the door, sighed, and touched his smooth back of the head. Being a preacher isn't easy, he muttered, walking to Odin's portrait and looking at the stern one-eyed god. Boss, are you satisfied with that speech just now? If not, I can't help it. That's my level. If you really can show a sign, please help us deliver safely at the end of this month, and don't let anything go wrong. By the way, also watch over that magic crystal stone. Odin's portrait remained completely unresponsive. In the divine realm of the gods, Asgard, deep inside the magnificent golden palace, Odin leaned casually in a high-backed chair that looked quite comfortable, with a knitted blanket draped over the armrest. His remaining eye, as blue as a stormy sea, was now gazing through the endless space-time barrier, with a look of curiosity mixed with helplessness, at a small northern border town below. There, a bald man with shiny hair was passionately preaching to a group of semi-grown children, spitting and gesturing wildly. In his ear, a deep, stern voice with a barely perceptible smile sounded, as if talking to himself or explaining to someone nearby. Although he talks nonsense, simplifying war, wisdom, poetry, and death into meat, wine, and girls. The one-eyed god slightly squinted, glancing at the rough painting that even the divine himself found a bit embarrassing, and at the faint icy blue glow coming from a hidden wall hole beside the portrait. But he is genuinely spreading his faith in his own way, even trying to protect that special little guy. The shrine here is a bit broken, but the fire hasn't gone out, and people's hearts haven't fully cooled. Humph. A clear, displeased snort came from behind Odin's side and back. A goddess dressed beautifully, with an elegant but sharp look in her eyes, approached. It was Freya, the Queen of Heaven. She carried a steaming cup of fine wine, her gaze also fixed on the scene below. When hearing Livy once again firmly repeat the core teaching of having food to eat, wine to drink, and girls to flirt with, especially seeing the sudden brightening in the eyes of those teenage boys, Freya's well-maintained forehead twitched slightly, and her elegant eyes rolled almost to the grand dome of Valhalla, decorated with stars and weapons. Serious preaching, Freya's voice sounded like ice crystals colliding, sharp and cold. My lord, is your standard for seriousness becoming too lenient because you've had too much apple cider in the courtyard? That shrine of his? If your portrait weren't hanging there, I would think it's just a pile of clutter. The cobwebs are almost longer than your beard. She stepped closer, gently placing her cup on the small table next to Odin with a soft thud. And listen to what he's teaching. Raw greed, crude violent fantasies. He even encourages children to imagine fairy maidens. Is this what you call protection? What about wisdom? Poetry? Even if he told stories about your collection of knowledge and eye gouging for wisdom, that would be better than this. Odin stroked his thick white beard, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his single eye. He picked up the cup Freya had set down and took a sip. It was a hot drink made with honey and some celestial berries, very much to her taste. Dear Freya, his voice was deep and gentle, soothing. You must understand, this is the North. Survival comes first. My little follower. He's not very learned, probably can't even recite my full priestly rites. Freya shot Odin a glance. Did you memorize all of them yourself? Odin's face remained calm and unflustered. He continued, he's trying to give those children hope in a way they can understand, a future with me. Though it might sound, well, not very elegant. He looked at Freya seriously. He protected that girl. Even if he didn't fully realize how special she was, he gave her shelter and food. When faced with external threats, he didn't back down but chose to negotiate and gather strength. He even discovered that Odin's gaze swept over the icy blue glow again. And, for now, he's keeping a secret. It takes courage and a little cleverness. Freya's expression softened slightly, but she still looked stern. Even so, his way must not be encouraged. It will tarnish your divine name. How will other gods see you? Especially those who always talk about elegance, art, and love. Let them laugh. Odin interrupted her with a hint of self-mockery. My followers, how many are there across the entire Odin land? We're almost forgotten, especially in that frozen northern land. At least someone like him still remembers to light a lamp for me. Although it was just to see clearly. Sometimes muttering a few words, even if they were just complaints. And instinctively praying to me in times of trouble, even if the prayer is just for safety or wealth. Such followers are already rare. He put down his cup and looked down again, watching Levi whisper to Ian and observing the girl's calm reaction. See, he doesn't completely lack understanding. He knows those words are just tricks for naive kids. The words he says to that girl are his true thoughts. Survive, live like a real person. It's simple but honest. In this era, perhaps it's more powerful than many fancy prayers. Freya was silent. She followed Odin's gaze and saw the fleeting exhaustion and seriousness on Levi's face, and the quiet but resilient figure of Ian. Finally, she sighed and gracefully smoothed the non-existent wrinkles on her skirt. I hope you're right, Your Majesty. I just wish that next time he preaches Odin's blessings to his followers, he could use different examples. At least not mention the girl. And remind him to clean the shrine. At least get rid of the spider webs. Odin's lips finally curved into a faint, wrinkled, helpless smile. I'll consider it. Maybe through dreams. Or have a crow accidentally drop a rag when passing by. He joked, but his eyes remained deep. As for now, it's the end of the month. His test is coming. Let's see how this talkative follower keeps his promises, and how he deals with the greed that follows. His gaze turned toward the snowy, wind-blown mine outside the cold forest town. Time slowly moved to the end of the month. The sky in the northern border always seems to be a heavy, dull gray. Occasionally, a faint bit of sunlight appears, but is quickly swallowed by thicker clouds. Cold forest town feels forgotten in the corner of the world. Only the occasional sound of hammering from the workshop behind the church, keeping the fire going, shows that there is still life here. Finally, the day of delivery has arrived. The snow stopped in the early morning, but the wind grew stronger, cutting like a knife across people's faces. Li Wei got up early and, as usual, washed his face with cold snow water, waking up his somewhat heavy mind. Looking at his handsome face, the bald man sighed as usual. Man, there's no need to be so perfect. He put on an old, somewhat intact leather coat, and carefully checked the bundle of 30 half-swords wrapped tightly in coarse cloth in the corner. The handles of the swords were all tied with thick rope. Though simple, they looked neat. Tom, Gale, Rook, Li Wei called out. The three boys immediately ran over from the next room, their faces showing nervousness and a bit of excitement. You three, come with me to the mine. 0601. Stay here and watch the shop. Ian nodded. Li Wei paused, then walked in front of her and lowered his voice. If I don't come back tonight, or if I come back acting strange. He didn't finish, but Ian understood. She looked at the short sword hanging on the wall. I'll handle it. Li Wei patted her thin shoulder and said nothing more. He turned around and waved to the three boys. Load up the goods. Let's go. The four of them carried the heavy bundle of swords, loaded them onto a cart, and, braving the cold wind, walked step by step toward the eastern mine area of the town. Bran was already waiting at the entrance with a few core miners. Seeing Li Wei and the others, Bran hurried over, worry on his face. Master Pastor, they arrived half an hour ago. About a dozen of them. Scarface is here too. They're waiting over at the old mine. Li Wei nodded calmly. Follow the plan. Do what you need to do, and don't get too close. Just the kids and me. Bran hesitated, but finally sighed heavily, patting Li Wei's arm. Be careful, Li Wei grinned, showing a row of white teeth, which looked a bit dazzling under the gloomy sky. Don't worry, Odin's got my back. He led three young men, carrying supplies, toward the abandoned old mine deep in the mining area. This place looked even more deserted than the mining zone, with collapsed tunnels, scattered waste rocks, and snow partially covering everything. About a dozen figures, some standing, some squatting, gathered in a relatively sheltered flat area of the mine. They all wore similar gray-white jackets and carried various weapons. Most had unfriendly eyes, showing suspicion and indifference. The leader was Scarface. He stood with his arms crossed, like a snow wolf waiting for prey. His single eye swept over Li Wei and the others approaching, especially pausing for a moment on Li Wei's bald head and the bundle of supplies. Li Wei stopped about 10 steps away, signaling Tom and the others to put down the goods. Brother Scar, sorry to keep you waiting, Li Wei said with a smile and a respectful bow. This is a small town in Hanlon, with limited resources. We hurried here as fast as we could, so we didn't miss the time. Scarface's level had increased again, now reaching level 21. The sword at his waist was replaced with a blue one. He nodded toward a thin, quick-eyed subordinate nearby. That subordinate immediately stepped forward, opened the burlap bag with a dagger, and casually pulled out a sword, handing it to Scarface. Scarface weighed the sword, tapped the blade with his finger, listening to the dull sound, then swung it a few times, performing simple slashes and S. Finally, he grabbed a handful of swords and suddenly swung at a protruding piece of scrap stone nearby. Clang! Sparks flew. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a humming sound, but the blade was not broken, only leaving a white scratch. White gear, still usable. How many? 30 in total. Li Wei pointed to the bundle of swords. Selling to NPCs in the south will make a big profit. I originally thought 20 would be enough, but thinking of the brothers' hard work, I stayed up all night making 10 more. No one believed that last part. Scarface's single eye narrowed, as if evaluating Li Wei's sincerity. After a moment, he slowly nodded. All right, you know the rules. This batch, as agreed, is a 70-30 split. How do you want to divide your share? Li Wei was prepared. He took out a crumpled piece of leather paper with simple writing in charcoal. This is the list. Food, salt, warm pelts, some basic tools, and iron materials. All urgently needed here. Based on the current market prices at the southern border market, it won't exceed 30%. Scar took the leather paper, glanced at it, and handed it to a knowledgeable accomplice nearby. The accomplice looked at it for a moment, then nodded, indicating the price was roughly fair and there was no obvious overcharging. Scar casually stuffed the paper into his pocket. The goods, we will send them to the places you mentioned. When is the next delivery? How many? Li Wei cursed the vampire silently, but showed a hesitant expression. Brother Scar, this time, to meet the deadline. The miners worked almost day and night. Our stock of good materials is almost gone. The next batch will be in about a month and a half. The quantity, probably around 20 swords. You know, our people and materials are limited here. He deliberately stretched out the time and kept the quantity small, making it seem reasonable and leaving room for possible changes. Scar stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to read something from his face. But Li Wei's face, roughened by the northern wind and snow, and often covered in cold dust from blacksmithing, showed only respect and a hint of just right exhaustion, revealing little else. 1.5 months, 20 swords, Scar repeated, his tone emotionless. Remember what you said. Next time, if the delivery isn't enough or the quality is still the same. He didn't finish, but the cold threat was already clear. Understood, understood, Li Wei quickly nodded. Brother Scar, don't worry. The people of Hanlon Town will do their best. Scar didn't look at him anymore and waved his hand. A few members of the Frostwolf Guild stepped forward, beginning to count and move the bundle of half a sword. They moved quickly, clearly experienced in this kind of work. Li Wei led 3 young men to the side, silently watching. The deal was done quickly and quietly. There was no unnecessary talk or politeness. The members of the Frostwolf Guild, with their goods, disappeared swiftly into the snowfield on the other side of the mine, just as they had arrived, leaving only a trail of deep footprints. The cold wind swept up snowflakes, quickly covering the footprints, until the gray-white figures were completely out of sight. Tom and the others finally let out a long breath, their legs feeling weak. Being watched by those unfriendly eyes just now was too stressful. These adventurers always seemed to look down on them. Li Wei also slowly exhaled, feeling a chill down his back. First, we managed to get through. Although we lost 30% of our profits, we gained temporary safety and some urgently needed supplies. Most importantly, we avoided attracting too much attention from the other side to the mine area. Boss, should we go back? Tom asked softly, his voice trembling a little. Li Wei told Tom and the others to stay near the mine entrance and quickly walked toward where Bran and the others were gathered. An old miner was nervously pacing, rubbing his hands. When he saw Li Wei, he hurried over. How did it go? Sir, did they cause you trouble? It's fine. The deal went through, Li Wei replied briefly, glancing at the miners behind Bran. He lowered his voice. As I said, they will deliver the items on the list in batches. When they do, you receive and distribute them to everyone. Remember, this is hard-earned. Don't waste it, and don't make a fuss. Bran nodded repeatedly, his eyes a little red. With these supplies, the elderly and children in town can at least have a slightly better life. Now, Li Wei's voice became even quieter, his eyes sharp. Take me to see that place. Just you and me. Bran's expression grew serious, and he understood immediately. He turned to the miners nearby, gave some instructions for them to keep watch at the entrance and be alert for anything unusual, then nodded to Li Wei. The two of them silently slipped into the depths of the mine. The tunnel was pitch dark, with only an old mining lamp in Bran's hand casting a faint, flickering yellow light, barely illuminating the uneven path filled with stones and water. The air smelled of earth, minerals, and a faint mustiness. The deeper they went, the more branches there were, and the temperature dropped. Bran clearly knew this place well. Even in the dim light, he could choose the right path, avoiding sections that looked like they might collapse or were too narrow. They walked in silence for about 15 minutes until Bran stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary stone wall. The wall was covered with damp moss and lichens, blending into the surroundings. Bran moved closer, felt around at the bottom of the wall, and pushed aside a stone that looked natural but was actually cleverly disguised. It revealed a narrow opening just wide enough for a person to bend through. "This is the place, sir," Bran said. Bran's voice echoed in the narrow passage as he led the way inside. Livy took a deep breath, bent down, and followed him. Behind the opening was a lower, natural just wide enough to crawl through. Cold underground water dripped steadily onto their heads and necks, sending a chilling sensation through them. After crawling another 7 or 8 meters, they suddenly saw a bright opening ahead. Bran was the first to emerge, reaching out to pull Livy out as well. Livy stood up straight, brushed off the mud on his clothes, and was about to complain about how hidden and creepy this place was when his eyes caught the sight before him. All his complaints caught in his throat. It was a small natural cave, about the size of a church chapel. Hanging from the ceiling were strange, irregular stalactites, and scattered on the ground were stalagmites. But at this moment, these normally dull gray stones were bathed in a strange, glowing light. On the cave walls, countless ice-blue crystals sparkled like stars. Some were as big as fists, others as small as fingernail clippings, unevenly spread across the rock layers. Most of these crystals weren't fully exposed. They were mostly hidden inside the gray rocks, only revealing a small, transparent tip. Under the glow of Bran's miner's lamp, these ice-blue facets reflected a faint, flowing light, making the entire cave look like a starry sky submerged in the ocean or a dragon's treasure hoard. The air was cool and carried a strange, pure feeling, as if even breathing had become easier. Livy's mouth slightly opened, and his eyes widened in amazement. He instinctively took a few steps forward, approaching the nearest rock wall, and reached out trembling fingers to touch a half-exposed, egg-sized ice-blue crystal. It was icy cold and hard, with a rhythmic shimmer inside that seemed to resonate with his heartbeat. Item: Level 3 Magic Crystal, Native Vein. Level 30, Quality: Blue. A mineral containing pure magical energy, usually formed in places where magic gathers or remnants of ancient magical events. Can be used for high-level enchantments, magic circle energy sources, magical item crafting, or wizard meditation. Quite valuable and usually strictly controlled. More than one. Just from a quick glance at this wall, there were at least 20 or 30 crystals of various sizes exposed. And this was only what was visible to the eye. Just like Gulu saw the magic ring, Levi felt his heart pounding wildly, blood rushing to his head, making his bald forehead feel hot. He suddenly turned around and looked at Bran, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this whole wall? All of it? Bran also looked excited, face flushed, nodding vigorously, pointing around the cave. Not just this side. Look over there, and over there. Up top. Maybe even underneath. After we found that big piece, we carefully chipped away some of the surrounding stones, digging more and more. We didn't dare to go further. Levi followed Bran's finger with his eyes. Sure enough, on several other walls, even some stalactites and stalagmites, faintly glowed with that familiar icy blue shine. He even saw faint light seeping from in the ground at a corner of the cave. This is a big find. This time, it's really a treasure coming right to us. No, it's more than just treasure. It's a magic crystal vein. Even if it's small and only a level 3 blue quality, in the early game, it would drive any player guild or even local forces crazy. He could almost imagine what chaos would erupt if the news got out. The Frostwolf Guild? They're not even worth mentioning. Probably even the noble NPCs of the Northern Kingdom or the people at the Southern Mage Tower would start to move. I can't believe it, Levi muttered, hand on the cold, wet stone wall, legs feeling weak. He swallowed hard, trying to stay calm, but his breathing was still heavy. He looked around this dreamlike cave and at Bran, who was trembling with excitement. Greed and fear clashed fiercely in his heart. Old Bran, Levi's voice was hoarse. Besides you guys, has anyone else ever dug here? I mean, this branch path. Did anyone walk through it before? Bran tried to remember and shook his head. No, absolutely not. This is a dead end, abandoned long ago. We only came in to see if there was a new iron or layer. And after we found this, we sealed the entrance immediately and haven't let anyone get close since." Levi relaxed a little, but his caution remained sharp. He looked at the glowing magic crystals quietly emitting light in the darkness. It was as if he saw countless gold coins waving at him and many sharp swords hanging overhead. "Listen, old Beau." Li Wei turned around, placing both hands on Bran's shoulders. His grip was firm enough to make the old miner grimace, but his eyes were very serious. "From now on, this place is top secret. More important than all our lives combined. You and those few trusted workers swear the most serious oath. This matter must stay hidden forever. Not a word to your wife, children, father, mother, or Lord Odin." Bran was frightened by Li Wei's stern look and quickly swore, "Rest assured, Pastor. If I tell anyone, I hope the winter god, Lord Odin, punishes me. Let me be struck by rocks or buried in snow." "Good." Li Wei loosened his grip and looked back at the magic crystals with a complex expression. "These things are treasures, but also disasters. We can't move them now. Any attempt would be suicide." He paced back and forth, making soft thudding sounds on the damp ground. "Here's what you do. Use the most secretive method to completely block the outside entrance, making it look like a natural collapse. Then, do some tricks on the side tunnels leading here, so people think they are completely blocked. From now on, the mining area can operate normally. Do what you need to do. This place, let it sleep for now." Although Bran felt sad that these treasures couldn't be turned into money immediately, he understood that Li Wei was right. He nodded repeatedly. "I understand. I'll go back and arrange everything perfectly. Nothing will be missed." Li Wei took one last deep look at the sparkling cave, as if trying to memorize the scene. The icy blue glow reflected in his eyes, revealing a deep resolve and a hint of ambition. "Let's go. Let's get out first." He patted Bran on the shoulder. "Remember, forget this place. At least until we have enough strength, forget it." The two of them crawled out through the narrow natural. Bran carefully pushed the disguised stones back into place and sprinkled some dust and debris over them. From outside, it looked like an ordinary moss-covered stone wall, nothing special. Li Wei cast one last glance at the stone wall, then turned around. He and Bran silently walked back along the mine tunnel they came from. The glow of the miner's lamp flickered in the darkness, casting long and short shadows of the two people. At first, I was nervous and curious. Now, I feel heavy pressure and a strange excitement. Near the mine entrance, I could hear the wind howling outside and Tom and others talking faintly. I stopped and told Blan, "The supplies on the list have arrived. Focus on helping the miners' families and the most struggling people in town. Let everyone get through this winter better. As for the rest, wait for my news." "Hey." Blan nodded seriously, looked at me, hesitant to speak, then softly said, "Pastor, please take care of yourself too. Cold Forest Town depends on you." I smiled faintly, said nothing, just patted Blan's shoulder firmly, then strode out of the mine. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit my face, making my heated mind a little clearer. Tom and the others quickly gathered around. "Boss, you're finally out. Are you okay?" I looked at the three boys' red, worried faces and smiled. "I'm fine. Just discussing some things with Blan. Let's go home." The four of us carried the empty cart, braving the cold wind, walking back to the town. I led the way, my bald head looking a bit quiet under the dark sky. My mind still replayed the dreamlike blue glow inside the cave. The magic crystal vein. "Odin, old man. This time, what you've caught isn't just some small prize. It's a Pandora's box that could change many lives." Back at the church, the familiar smell made my tense nerves relax a little. The fire in the fireplace was almost out. Ian sat quietly by the fire, carefully poking the embers with tongs, adding a few dry split logs. Sparks crackled, and the orange flames flared up again, pushing back the cold seeping through the stone walls. Seeing me return, Ian looked up. His light gray eyes paused on my face, as if checking something, then lowered his gaze and continued tending the fire. Tom and the others slumped on a bench in the corner, sighing deeply, showing relief from finishing their task and lingering fear from the recent mining incident. Tom muttered, "The way people look at things is like an ice pick. Enough talk." Li Wei waved his hand. He walked to the fireplace and stretched out his nearly frozen hand to warm himself. Everyone's tired. Rest early. Starting tomorrow, work will continue as usual, but there's no need to rush. The three young men, feeling like they had been given a reprieve, helped each other and went back to the next dormitory. Only Li Wei and Ian remained in the church. The fire grew stronger, filling the small space with warm light, casting their shadows on the mottled stone walls, flickering and swaying. Li Wei sat heavily on an old wooden chair by the fire. The chair creaked under his weight. He leaned back and looked up at the blackened ceiling, but his mind was like boiling water, bubbling and steaming. All he could see was that icy blue glow. The magic crystal vein. A mountain of gold was buried beneath cold forest town, right under Li Wei's nose. But now, that mountain of gold was off limits. The Frostwolf Guild looked like a pack of hounds smelling blood, just driven away. If they found out there were magic crystals in the mine, Li Wei shivered at the thought. He didn't dare imagine what might happen. Taking the mine by force would be easy, but to silence everyone, the whole town might suffer. Should he anonymously find a cellar in the southern channel? The moment this idea appeared, Li Wei immediately dismissed it. He touched his bald head. His intelligence stat was only 8, but the vigilance from his past life's hardships still lingered. Anonymous? In this place called Divine Awakening, which had become a real-world nightmare. Could anyone truly be completely anonymous? Would the big guilds or mage organizations have special ways to trace the source of magical items? Even if he found a buyer, how would they trade? How would they transport it? Would the other party be a trustworthy merchant or a ruthless black market dealer? And if the trade succeeded and he received gold coins, then what? Would the sudden influx of mysterious wealth in Cold Forest Town attract suspicion and scrutiny? A common man is innocent, but possessing treasure can be a crime. Li Wei understood this principle. But understanding it didn't stop the itch in his heart, like hundreds of ants crawling inside his bones. Watching a mountain of gold he couldn't dig or touch, only to stare at it helplessly. This feeling was worse than being poor and broke. That thing, Li Wei muttered softly, irritably scratching his scalp. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the rough-painted image of Odin on the wall. The one-eyed god, holding a spear, with a raven perched on his shoulder, looking solemn and majestic. "Boss, oh boss," Li Wei said to the picture, as if talking to himself or complaining. "You see, you handled this. Gave me a huge opportunity, but it's all fake. I can't bite it. Can you give me a hint? What should I do with this? Keep quiet and make money, or cut ties quickly?" He paused, voice lowering further, with a hint of self-mockery. "My intelligence probably isn't good enough for you to notice. But in Cold Forest Town, with our little resources and the old guys at the mine, everyone's counting on this. Can you show me the way? Even just a hint." The Odin in the picture remained completely unresponsive. Li Wei sighed, feeling a bit foolish. Why bother with a broken picture? He stood up, planning to get some food or just sleep to clear his mind. Just as he turned around, buzz. A very faint tremor, as if resonating deep within the soul, spread through the quiet church. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling. Li Wei suddenly turned back. He saw that on the Odin picture, the once dull blue eye of the one-eyed god suddenly shimmered with a faint, almost imperceptible, but real golden glow. The glow flashed and disappeared so quickly that it seemed like an illusion. But right after, at the shrine below the picture, in the center of the old stone platform, which also served as a storage cabinet covered in dust and cluttered with odds and ends, a gentle, warm golden light suddenly burst out. The light wasn't dazzling, but it was filled with an indescribable majesty and some hard-to-explain meaning. Li Wei's breath froze instantly, his eyes wide like bells. Could it be the artifact that destroys the world? Ian also suddenly looked up, a rare clear shock in his light gray eyes, and the tongs in his hand clattered to the ground. The golden glow lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before receding like a tide, as if nothing had happened. Except, in the center of the shrine, where it was empty before, there was now something. A piece of cloth. A piece of cloth that looks very ordinary, even a bit worn out. It has a dull gray color, with frayed edges, like an old linen cloth that has been used for a long time. It lies quietly on the dusty altar table, out of place among the scattered smoked meat, coarse grain bags, and empty wine bottles. Li Wei and Ian both froze, unable to react for a long time. The church was silent except for the crackling of the fire. After about 10 seconds, Li Wei swallowed hard, his throat dry. He slowly and carefully approached the altar, staring fixedly at the suddenly appeared cloth. He reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, and touched it. The texture was soft, like silk, but it looked just like an ordinary old cloth. He picked it up and examined it from all sides. Item: cloth woven by Frigga, level 100, quality, legendary, effect, unknown. Maybe just for dusting. A seemingly ordinary cloth, but not at all ordinary. Odin often uses it to dust. Now it's your turn. Li Wei pinched the dusty old cloth, turning it over and over, his brow furrowing into a knot. The feel was okay, soft, but this thing, isn't it just a cloth? No, wait. Cloth. Legendary quality. Level 100? Woven by Frigga? Li Wei looked up at the stern, one-eyed god's portrait, then down at this plain-looking piece of cloth in his hand, feeling like his mind was a bit overwhelmed. Big Odin, what's the meaning of this? Does he want me to clean the altar because it's too dirty? Or is this actually some disguised divine tool, maybe a weapon that summons heroic spirits when rubbed? Or maybe it can make weapons glow when wiped. He tried to inject a little of his poor, almost non-existent faith power, but the cloth didn't react at all. He then used it to wipe a nearby oil-stained wine bottle. It worked well. Oil stains came off easily, and the cloth didn't get dirty. But this is probably just a good quality cloth, right? And has nothing to do with legendary at all. Li Wei couldn't help but mutter softly, "Boss, if you're not going to give me a divine weapon, at least give me some gold coins. What does it mean to give a rag? Is it a hint for me to open my eyes? Or should I clean every corner of Hamlin Town? This place is so messy, I might never finish cleaning it even by next year." The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was strange. He even started to wonder if he was just seeing things, or if he was so tired lately that he was having hallucinations. Maybe the rag was originally just left in a corner of the shrine, and the shining light made him see it in the wrong place. He brought the rag close to his nose and sniffed. There was a faint fragrance, and, a little bit of dust. 0601. Li Wei turned to look at Ian, who was still in shock and staring intently at the rag in his hand. Did you see it too? The light? And this thing? Suddenly appearing? Ian seemed to be awakened by his voice. Her body trembled slightly, and her light gray eyes moved away from the rag to Li Wei. Her expression was filled with a rare, almost respectful mix of emotions. She nodded hard, her voice trembling slightly because of excitement and some hard-to-explain feelings. Yes, I saw it. The golden light. From the statue's eyes. Then, the shrine. It appeared. She paused, seeming to struggle to find her words, and then looked back at the rag, speaking very softly, with disbelief. Boss. Your god. Responded to you. Responded? Li Wei curled his lips and waved the rag in his hand. Is that all? Just a rag? What kind of response is that? I thought maybe I'd get some divine message, like, go south 300 miles, there's a golden mountain, or maybe my little brother. Or I'd give you a bunch of heroic spirits to rule over Odin. But Ian shook her head slowly. Her breathing was a little rapid, and her light gray eyes shone brightly, not out of curiosity about the rag itself, but from shock at the event itself. No, boss, you don't understand. She licked her dry, tense lips and tried to find the right words. I've heard many legends about gods, in the ballads of the northern lands, in the stories of southern merchants. Gods are distant and mighty. Their will is unpredictable. Their blessings or punishments come with grand sights, miracles, or through long prayers and complex rituals. Her gaze returned to the portrait of Odin, then quickly shifted back to Li Wei, as if confirming what was so special about this bald, rough, talkative man who always stood in front of everyone at critical moments. But like this, directly, clearly, because of the believers. Complaints and questions, a miracle is performed, and objects are given. I have never heard of or seen this before, Ian said confidently. Even those high priests who serve the winter god for many years, or shamans favored by ancestral spirits, need specific places, times, offerings, and long meditation to communicate with the gods. And what they receive are often just vague hints or feelings, She pointed to the cloth in Li Wei's hand. But this? It is real. It appeared right before our eyes. Because you just spoke to the statue. Li Wei was a bit stunned by Ian's words. He scratched his head and carefully thought about what he had just muttered to the portrait. It seemed he was complaining that the magic crystal veins were like hard-to-bite iron pies, asking Odin for some hints or guidance. And he also complained about his own intelligence? Is that considered prayer? Can it really bring about a miracle? Is Lord Odin so down to earth? Or does he just find my stupidity unbearable? So, you mean, Li Wei hesitated, this cloth is a sign or guidance from Lord Odin? He looked down at the rag again, trying to find some hidden runes, a map, or at least a line of small words. Wipe 3 times, summon the dragon. Unfortunately, there was nothing. I don't know, boss. Ian honestly shook his head. She was also trying to think. But gods don't do meaningless things, especially not in such a direct way. This thing, it definitely isn't as simple as it looks. She stepped closer, carefully examining the cloth, but didn't reach out to touch it. Her eyes were focused, as if she was using her high intelligence and mental strength to sense something. After meditating for a while, she still had no clues. In the divine realm, Asgard, deep inside the Golden Palace, Odin, leaning in a comfortable high-backed chair, with only one remaining eye, was gazing through endless space and time at everything happening in the town of Hamlin. When he saw his meaningful golden divine light descend, bestowing the legendary creation that contained both his and S divine power, power enough to change the situation at a critical moment, he stroked his beard. His single eye even showed a hint of the calm pride and hope of a king god. All right, the hint has been given. Now, let's see if this young man can understand it. Then, he watched as Livy held the S cloth, turning it over and over, looking at it from different angles, even bringing it close to his nose to smell. He muttered to himself, full of doubt and disappointment. Is this it? A cloth? For dusting? Odin's hand-stroking motion froze. When he heard Livy's disdainful voice say, Boss, even if you don't give a divine weapon, some gold coins would be nice. What's the meaning of giving a cloth? Odin's temple veins twitched slightly, barely noticeable. Next to him was originally trimming a branch of a celestial plant gracefully. Now, she stopped her action, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised, giving Odin a look that seemed to say, I told you so. And when Ian began analyzing with her sharp intelligence, concluding that a miracle has occurred, a direct response, and this object is definitely extraordinary, Livy still looked confused, as if thinking, isn't this just a rag? Sigh? A long, heavy sigh echoed softly through the Golden Palace, as if coming from eternity, filled with exhaustion and helplessness that couldn't be carried. Odin raised his hand and pressed his temple hard with his knuckles. Indeed, he couldn't have unrealistic expectations about this young disciple's understanding. Perhaps, in forging and survival, he was a little clever. But when it came to understanding divine will, perceiving symbols, or interpreting metaphors, things that require a bit of spiritual insight, the wrinkles in his mind might really be as smooth as his bald head. Gently put down her silver scissors, picked up a cup of celestial dew, took a sip, and said calmly, but with a piercing tone, I warned you, Your Majesty. For a stone that requires thinking beyond flesh, wine, and women, perhaps a direct approach would be better. Odin did not argue. His single eye turned downward again, watching Livy still studying the cloth, trying to find some hidden function, watching Ian, who realized it was extraordinary but had no idea where to start. Enough. Odin lowered his hand from his forehead, a look of determination flashing in his single eye. Rather than letting this young man continue to fumble around or actually use that cloth containing precious divine power to clean the floor, it would be better to be more direct, although this might seem a bit disrespectful and damage the dignity of the God King. But, for that mineral vein, for the gifted girl, and for this loyal follower who is a bit foolish but at least sincere, he must not die prematurely because of reckless actions. Odin slowly sat upright. In his remaining eye, golden divine light began to gather, like a storm approaching, lightning gathering over the sea. Cold Forest Town Church. Li Wei was still struggling with the cloth, while Ian frowned, trying to recall and sense clues about the divine gift. The fire in the fireplace burned quietly, shadows flickering. Suddenly, Buzz. A pressure stronger and clearer than before, almost tangible, descended without warning. The air inside the church instantly froze. The flames in the fireplace suddenly pressed downward, nearly extinguishing, then stubbornly and faintly reigniting as if struggling against an invisible force. Lu Wei and Ian both felt their breath catch. Their hearts seemed to be clenched by an invisible hand, blood almost stopping. A vast, ancient, and overwhelmingly majestic aura filled the space. It was not hostility, but pure dominance, like ants looking up at the sky. Both looked up in shock. On the wall, the rough-painted portrait of Odin was now radiating a blinding golden glow. The painting seemed to come alive, lines flowing, colors vibrant, and the sternness of the single eye magnified to the extreme. In the portrait, Odin's blue eye, which was just painted, now appeared real, holding endless storms and wisdom, with golden lightning swirling and exploding within. The gaze pierced through the canvas, through time and space, directly landing on Lu Wei and Ian. In that moment, under that gaze, Lu Wei felt all his secrets, thoughts, and even the faintest tremors of his soul laid bare. His legs went weak, almost kneeling, only holding onto the edge of the altar to stay upright, but his teeth started to chatter uncontrollably. Ian was overwhelmed. She let out a muffled groan and knelt heavily on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. Her small body trembled violently, and her light gray eyes were filled with unprecedented fear and a nearly instinctive sense of awe. The mighty divine power struck her, especially intense against her high level of 18 in mental strength. Then, a grand, deep voice, as if echoing directly from the depths of the soul, with every syllable carrying the sound of thunder and ancient age, suddenly exploded in the church. Fool. The voice was not loud, but it made Li Wei's eardrums hum and his head ache. On the portrait, Odin's lips, if those rough lines could be called lips, seemed to move slightly. The one-eyed figure stared fixedly at Li Wei, or more precisely, at the ragged cloth he was holding. In that gaze, there was helplessness, anger, and deep exhaustion. Like, why did I end up with a follower like you? I told you. The divine voice paused, as if struggling to contain its anger. Every word sounded like it was squeezed from between clenched teeth, with a texture like the grinding of metal and stone, to clean the dust from the shrine. The last few words were almost shouted out, causing dust to fall from the church's ceiling. The divine power receded like a tide, and the golden glow on the portrait quickly dimmed, returning to the rough, stiff painting it was before. The fire in the furnace returned to normal flickering, and warm air began to circulate again. It was as if the suffocating scene just now was only a very vivid nightmare. Li Wei froze in place, still clutching the rag in his hand, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg, and his eyes bulging. Ian was lying on the ground, gasping heavily, with cold sweat on her forehead. Her light gray pupils were still trembling slightly. There was dead silence. More than half a minute passed. Clean the dust? Li Wei finally found his voice, dry as if rubbed with sandpaper. He looked down at the rag in his hand, which had been singled out by the divine king, woven by the Queen of Heaven, level 100, with legendary quality. Then he looked up at the dusty, cluttered shrine in front of him, as if it hadn't been cleaned for hundreds of years. Thinking of Odin's furious, teeth-gritted, disappointed roar just now, an absurd yet incredibly clear thought suddenly flashed through his mind, like lightning. I can't believe it. Li Wei's face suddenly fell, looking very upset and almost wrinkling his features. So, this thing really is just for cleaning? He remembered his earlier complaints about the portrait, about sharpening his eyes, and cleaning the entire town of Hanlon inside and out. Could Odin really mean it literally? That the shrine was too dirty? Because the shrine was dirty, a divine miracle was sent down, a cloth was thrown down, and Odin himself appeared to urge him to clean? This was so frustrating. Li Wei felt his faith, if he still had any, being shaken like never before. This was so different from what he imagined gods to be like. Next to him, Ian slowly stood up. Her face was still pale, but her eyes looked strange. She looked at the legendary cloth in Li Wei's hand, then at the dirty shrine, and remembered the mighty divine power just now. Filled with a strange feeling of frustration and helplessness she couldn't quite explain. Even with her sharp mind, she was a bit confused now. Divine will really is unpredictable. Why are you just standing there? Li Wei suddenly shivered, recalling Odin's final roar, and felt a cold chill down his neck. He definitely didn't want to be noticed again because of the mess. That feeling of being completely seen through was enough once. Quick, 0601. Get water. Find a bucket. And you, Tom. Gale. Ruck. Get moving. Big cleanup. Now. Immediately. Clean the church inside and out, especially this shrine, until it shines like a mirror. Li Wei hurriedly started giving orders, clutching the legendary cloth as if holding a hot potato or a treasured sword. Oh, use this to clean. He carefully handed the cloth to Ian, then thought for a moment and took it back. No, this is too precious. Put it away first. Find a normal cloth instead. The church instantly became chaotic. The three boys who had just gone to lie down were shouted at and hurriedly started fetching water and moving things. Ian silently found some relatively clean old cloths. Li Wei personally took charge, feeling a mix of awe, frustration, and a bit of wanting to complain as he began cleaning the dusty, cluttered shrine. Odin, sir, your warning was really quite direct. He wiped while silently muttering in his mind. Clear it, clear it. It's cleared now. Please don't be upset, and don't keep showing up unexpectedly. It's quite frightening. 2 days later, the church remained cleaner than ever. Li Wei even insisted that Tom and the others sweep it twice a day, morning and evening, especially the altar, which had to be spotless. He didn't want to be cared for again by the Divine King because of hygiene issues. The legendary cloth was still respectfully placed in the center of the altar. Every day, Li Wei would mumble a few words to it and to Odin's portrait. His words ranged from work reports, "Today, how many pieces of iron did I forge?" to complaints, "The wind in the northern lands is really cold," and to cautious probing, "Boss, what should we do about that mineral deposit?" But he received no response. The poor quality beer in the bowl on the altar was replaced daily. Although the beer was bad, he made sure to act respectful. That morning, as usual, Li Wei woke early, gave a perfunctory bow to Odin's portrait, then prepared to replace the nearly evaporated overnight beer in the bowl. The bleak winter sunlight shone through the narrow window high in the church, falling perfectly on the spotless altar surface. Li Wei bent down and reached for the broken ceramic bowl. Just as his fingers were about to touch the rim, he suddenly caught sight of a flash of white in his peripheral vision, hidden in the shadow of the bowl. He froze, puzzled, leaned closer, and carefully moved the bowl aside. Underneath, he saw a folded, strangely textured paper. It looked neither cloth nor leather but emitted a gentle, ivory-white glow, with neat edges and no roughness. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. This thing definitely wasn't there when he cleaned yesterday. He held his breath, carefully pinched the paper with, and slowly lifted it. He straightened up and moved to a brighter spot by the window, trembling slightly as he unfolded it. The paper was small, about the size of his palm. It had no fancy decorations, only a few simple, ancient-looking characters written in a script Li Wei had never seen before but somehow understood. The strokes were sharp and powerful, as if carrying the echo of thunder. The content of the note is simple. The goddess's weaving, soaked in the dawn and dusk of Asgard, carries the power of protection and concealment, covering objects can temporarily hide their uniqueness and aura, making them appear ordinary. Duration, 7 days. Cooling, 15 days, once cleaned, use it well. Li Wei's eyes were fixed on those lines, especially on the part, hide their uniqueness and aura, make them appear ordinary. His mind suddenly went blank, as if struck by lightning, then erupted like a boiling volcano. Hide their uniqueness and aura, make them appear ordinary. 7 days of effect, 15 days of cooldown. This is unbelievable. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the dull, unremarkable, legendary cloth in the center of the shrine. So that's it. Odin, Freya, what you gave isn't a cleaning tool at all. It's a magic artifact. An artifact that can hide treasures and block perceptions. Using it to cover magic crystals makes the magical items look like ordinary stones. It allows safe transport. It can avoid the Frostwolf Guild and all greedy eyes from spying. Li Wei opened his mouth, making strange sounds, eyes wide with shock. All his worries, fears, and helplessness before, gone. He was afraid the magic crystal's aura might leak, afraid of being tracked during transport, afraid of black market deals. But this rag, looking so worn out, can actually solve all that. Though it only lasts 7 days and needs a half-month cooldown, that's enough. Enough for him to carefully and gradually smuggle treasures out of the mine, holding some firmly in his hands first. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. He laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face, his bald head shining with excitement in the sunlight. Odin, you're like my real father. No, even more than a real father. Freya, you're like my real mother. Li Wei shouted incoherently at the portrait, gesturing wildly. I was wrong. I'm such a fool. I had no eyes. I thought you just gave me a cloth to wipe dust. I should hit myself. I should die. He was so excited he couldn't hold back. He suddenly knelt in front of the shrine, not out of devotion, but because he was so thrilled his legs went weak. You planned this long ago. Gave me the mine, the way to hide it. Everything was arranged perfectly, just waiting for me to clean up here so I can use this magic tool. I understand now. I really understand. Thank you. Thank you so much. He knocked his head 3 times on the cold stone floor, feeling the pain, but he didn't care. His face was filled with joy and gratitude. His strong emotions and noise had already alerted the others in the church. Ian was the first to run into the workshop. Seeing Li Wei kneeling crazily in front of the shrine, crying, laughing, and bowing, he was startled. His light gray eyes immediately filled with worry and caution. Boss? Are you okay? Tom, Gale, and Luke also rushed in, rubbing their eyes. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Boss, are you all right? Tom asked nervously. Li Wei heard the voices and suddenly turned around. His face still had tears of joy, his forehead was red, but his eyes shone brightly. I'm fine. I've never felt better. Li Wei quickly got up, waving a white, ivory-like paper in his hands. See, Odin is showing his power again. No, he's been showing it all along. He gave us a huge treasure, an incredible opportunity. He ran to Ian and shoved the paper into her hand, pointing at the writing on it. His voice trembled with excitement. Look, read what's written. That cloth. The legendary cloth. Its true purpose. Ian quickly looked over the paper. Her pupils shrank suddenly when she read the words. Her high intelligence, 16 points, allowed her to instantly understand the meaning and the incredible potential behind it. Hiding special abilities and aura. Magic crystals. Safe transportation. Her breathing grew rapid. Her light gray eyes burst with disbelief as she looked at the dull gray cloth on the shrine, as if seeing it for the first time. This is simply. Ian's voice trembled. She thought even deeper and farther than Li Wei. This not only meant they could safely handle magic crystals, but also that they had a strategic level artifact, one that could protect secrets at critical moments or even be used for strategic deception. What is it? What's the treasure? Tom and the other 2 boys were so anxious they scratched their heads. They couldn't read the paper, so they didn't understand what was written. Li Wei quickly snatched the paper back, carefully folded it, and tucked it safely into his pocket, as if it was more valuable than a magic crystal. Then he took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his excited feelings, but his face still showed uncontrollable joy. He walked over to the 3 boys, bent down, lowered his voice, but spoke with great seriousness and excitement. Listen, guys. Big Odin gave us a real magic tool. With that piece of cloth, cover the special thing, and it will become ordinary. No one can see what it is. His eyes shone as he looked at them. What does this mean? It means we're about to take off. Really take off. Things we never dared to think about before, now we can. Things we never dared to do before, now we can. Although Tom and the others were still a bit confused, Li Wei's excitement and the words, magic tool, and take off, made them happy too. Their faces turned red with excitement. Remember, Li Wei stood up straight, his expression suddenly very serious, his eyes sharp as knives. This is a secret, just like the mining stuff before. No one, not even your closest family, can know a word about it. Otherwise, he pointed at the picture of Odin. The boss can give us treasures, but he can also punish us. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The 3 boys nodded quickly, frightened by his strong presence. Li Wei then looked at Ian. Ian had calmed down again, but his eyes still sparkled. He nodded slightly at Li Wei, and everything was understood without words. Good. Li Wei rubbed his hands, feeling full of energy. The anxiety and pressure from the magic crystal were gone, replaced by a clear, hopeful plan. 0601. Today you take them and finish handling the last bit of iron in the shed and make some spare tools. In the afternoon, continue studying what I told you yesterday. Yes, boss, Ian replied. As for me, Li Wei touched the smooth paper in his pocket and looked at the legendary cloth on the shrine. A confident, ambitious smile appeared on his face. I need to find old Bu and have a good talk. This time, his confidence was stronger than ever. Odin has already pushed things this far. If he messes up again, he really should find a soft place to fall. In the following days, the workshop behind the church in Hamlin Town still buzzed with activity, keeping up appearances of normal work. Ian and Tom handled the last bits of leftover materials, making tools and daily items. Although they were all NPCs, Li Wei didn't see them as mere tools. Instead, he shared his skills with them freely. These 4 young men would become his trusted helpers in the future. Li Wei himself was mysterious, leaving early and returning late every day. He claimed he was exploring the mountains to find better iron or deposits, preparing to craft stronger weapons later. Bran understood his real goal and kept quiet. They met again at the disguised entrance deep inside the mine. Bran looked at Li Wei, who was alone, carrying a simple pickaxe, a basket, and a few thick cloths. He spoke softly with concern. Master Priest, are you really planning to go alone? That's too risky. Mining is hard work, and those crystals are fragile. If you're not careful, they could break. Maybe I should find a trusted old friend to help? Just one. Li Wei shook his head and patted Bran's shoulder. Old Bran, I appreciate your kindness. But the fewer people who know about this, the better. It's not that I don't trust your friend, but more people mean more chances of leaks. Don't worry, I have a plan. I won't take too much, just a little at a time. He paused, showing a clever and confident smile that Bran had never seen before. He lowered his voice, adding a hint of mystery. As for transporting them, I have my ways. I'll make sure they look just like ordinary stones on the roadside. Bran was doubtful but saw Li Wei's confidence and couldn't argue further. He only warned him to stay safe, especially regarding ventilation and support inside the tunnels. Li Wei entered the narrow natural crevice alone. He returned to the sparkling cave, still amazed by its beauty. But this time, he didn't have time to admire it. He steadied himself and began working. He carefully selected medium-sized, relatively regular magic crystals that were partly exposed. Using a pickaxe and small chisel, he gently chipped away the surrounding rocks, trying to keep the crystals intact. This was delicate work, requiring patience and skill. The magic crystal is very hard, but also somewhat fragile. Applying too much force can cause it to break, greatly reducing its value. Although Levi is a rough man, his skill with metalwork now helps him control his hands carefully. He focuses completely, moving gently and steadily. Sweat beads form on his forehead. After working for half a day, he finally manages to extract 5 pieces of magic crystal. They vary in size. The largest is the size of a fist, and the smallest is about the size of a walnut. All of them are clear ice blue, with internal light points flowing inside. He carefully wraps each of these precious crystals in thick cloth, placing them at the bottom of his basket. Then he covers them with a layer of ordinary broken stones and discarded or to hide them. But he doesn't leave right away. Instead, he takes out a piece of cloth called Freya's cloth from his pocket, holding it carefully. It looks dull and unremarkable. Levi takes a deep breath, recalling the instructions on the note. Follow faith. Faith. Levi feels a bit uncertain. His belief in Odin is not very sincere. It's more like a reliance for survival and occasional complaints. But now, he concentrates hard, trying to remember Odin's stern one-eyed face, the mighty divine power that descended that night, the golden glow when the cloth appeared, and his boss's last gritted remark, calling him a fool. Boss, please help me, give me some strength. He silently prays, then gently covers the top of the basket with the cloth, placing it over the wrapped crystals. There's no sudden flash of light, no special feeling. The cloth just lies quietly, as if it's just an ordinary old piece of fabric. Levi waits a few seconds, then carefully lifts a corner of the cloth to look underneath. The cloth is still the same, but the faint blue glow and strange cool sensation that once emanated from it have disappeared. He feels a bit relieved and then gently wipes the other packages with the cloth. Each time he does, the magical aura seems to be blocked or hidden by an invisible barrier. Finally, he finishes handling all 5 packages. Levi shoulders his basket, feeling its weight. It's heavy, just like it should be or. He picks up a dull, ordinary stone that fell during mining, feels it in his hand, then weighs the basket again. Even the weight changed. It looked just like ordinary ore. The plain gray cloth seemed to make everything extraordinary look normal. It's done. Li Wei was very happy and felt even more grateful to Odin and Queen Frigga. He didn't wait any longer. He packed his tools, carefully covered the dug area with broken stones, and then slipped out of the carrying his basket. Bran was outside, waiting anxiously. When he saw Li Wei come out safe, he relaxed. How did it go? Was it smooth? Li Wei patted his basket and smiled. Yes, it went well. I collected some samples. Old Bran, help me clean up the outside traces and make it look normal. I'll take these stones back first. Bran looked at the ordinary basket and then at Li Wei's confident smile. Though he was confused, he nodded. Li Wei didn't take the usual path that miners used to go to the town. He chose a more remote, winding mountain trail. Only hunters and herbal gatherers usually walk this way, and it's rarely used in winter. He planned to go back to the church first and hide the magic crystals in a small underground cellar that he had secretly prepared, which was originally used for storing miscellaneous items. The snow was thick, and the mountain trail was hard to walk. Li Wei stepped carefully, the weight of the basket slowing him down. His breath turned into frost in the cold air. Soon, he would see the outline of Cold Forest Town after crossing a small hill. Just then, at the bend of the mountain ahead, he heard footsteps crunching snow and faint talking. Li Wei's heart tightened. He stopped immediately and listened carefully. This terrible weather, patrolling? What a joke, I'm freezing to death. Stop complaining. Boss told us to watch this area, so we do. I heard a few guilds are eyeing the mines here. Huh. With Cold Forest Town's poor look, even bandits would cry if they came here. It was the Frostwolf Guild, and from the sound of it, there were at least 3 or 4 people. Li Wei's heart jumped into his throat. He instinctively clenched the strap of his basket, his palms sweating. Hide. Too late. The others were clearly coming this way, and the open terrain on the offered no good cover. Run? Carrying such a heavy basket, I couldn't run fast in the snow, which made me look suspicious. Breaking in boldly? The other side had many people, all armed players. As a level 7 priest, I was just asking for trouble. In a split second, I forced myself to stay calm. I took a deep breath of cold air, calmed my racing heart, and quickly put on a tired, honest-looking miner's face. Instead of hiding, I sped up and headed toward the sound, even deliberately making louder, creaking noises with my steps. Just around the bend, I came face to face with 4 members of the Frostwolf Guild, dressed in gray-white fur coats, nervously cursing and huddling. They clearly saw me too, immediately stopping their conversation and turning suspicious eyes toward me. The leader was a tall, thin man with frostbite on his face, sharp eyes, level 18, a ranger. He looked me over from head to toe, especially pausing on my bald head and the heavy basket on my back. Stop. What are you doing? The tall man asked, hand on his sword hilt. I immediately stopped, offering a submissive, slightly scared smile, and slightly bowed. Big brothers. I'm from Hanlon Town, near the eastern mine. I was just looking in the nearby mountains for loose or veins, picking up stones to help with family expenses. I pointed to the basket behind me, speaking humbly. It's cold and hard to dig, so this is all I got. Another sturdy level 15 fighter waved impatiently. Hanlon Town? Do you know Bran? Of course. Mayor Bran is my older brother. I quickly nodded. Are you guys members of the Frostwolf Guild? Bran told me that the guild is taking care of our mine now. Hearing about Bran and the guild, their expressions softened a little, but they were still cautious. A broken NPC, and you call him older brother? The tall man stepped forward, signaling me to put down the basket. Open it and take a look. My heart sank suddenly, but I kept my face calm. I obediently set down the basket, untied the straps, and lifted the torn cloth covering the top. Inside, there were several chunks of or wrapped in thick cloth, along with some scattered, dull-colored, shiny stones. The tall, thin man kicked the basket with his foot, then crouched down and casually picked up a cloth-wrapped bundle. He weighed it in his hand and then unwrapped it without hesitation. Inside was a dull, gray piece of low-quality iron ore, even with some fresh dirt still on it. He frowned, checked 2 more bundles, and found they were similar poor-quality minerals. Just these scraps? The short, stocky soldier leaned over to look and sneered. Is this all the quality of the mines in Hamlin Town? The guild still planned to come and steal. Li Wei rubbed his hands and smiled politely. Yes, yes, forgive us, honorable ones. Good or has already been sent to the guilds for sword making. We only gather some leftovers to make rough tools and get by. The ranger threw the ore back into the basket, then carefully examined the scattered stones. He even picked up one and squeezed it to feel its weight and texture. Everything seemed normal. In his view, the contents of the basket were just ordinary stones with some iron content. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and his suspicion eased mostly. Only the usual cautious scrutiny and a hint of disdain remained. All right, go away, the ranger waved his hand. Stop wandering around here. Things are unstable now, understand? Yes, yes. We understand. Thank you, big brothers. Li Wei was overjoyed, quickly retied the basket, carried it on his back, and bowed politely to let them pass. Then he continued walking toward the town. He could feel their gazes lingering on his back for a moment, but they didn't follow. Only after walking far away, turning another mountain bend, and completely losing sight of the grayish figures, did Li Wei finally breathe a sigh of relief. His back was soaked with cold sweat, sticking tightly to his skin. The cold wind blew, making it icy and sharp. But inside, his heart was pounding with a mix of fear and joy. He had succeeded. The effect of the legendary cloth was beyond his expectations. Even the players who examined the ore closely and even weighed it with their own hands didn't notice anything unusual. In their eyes, magic crystal stones were just ordinary, broken minerals. Li Wei quickened his pace, almost jogging back to the church. He locked the door and hurried into the secret cellar. Carefully, he took out the broken ore from the basket and unwrapped the cloth with care. The 5 magic crystal stones, marked with tiny symbols, were safe and sound, lying quietly, indistinguishable from ordinary minerals. Li Wei carefully hid the items deep inside a broken wooden box filled with hay in the cellar, covering it with more clutter. Then he sat on the ground, leaning against the cold wall, breathing heavily. His heart was still pounding, but now it was not from fear, rather from relief and a new sense of confidence after surviving the danger. The path given by Lord Odin really can be followed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked toward the church above, as if he could see through the wooden boards of the cellar and glimpse the rough painting. Thanks, boss, he whispered sincerely this time. Although the process was dangerous, the outcome was perfect. With this cloth, the magic crystal vein was no longer a hot potato but a real treasure. In the days that followed, Li Wei's life began to change subtly. The blacksmith work in the workshop continued, but mostly to keep up appearances and to train Ian and the 3 young men. He cleaned the shrine every day without fail, replaced the poor-quality wine, and spent more and more time mumbling in front of Odin's portrait. His words shifted from simple complaints and reports to more specific and puzzling problems. Boss, about that treasure. I really dug out some of it and hid it very carefully. Li Wei sat cross-legged in front of the shrine, playing with a small piece of broken magic crystal in his hand, frowning. But this thing can't just be looked at. It needs to be exchanged for real stuff, grain, weapons, money, manpower. Who doesn't need money? He sighed, the firelight flickering on his bald head. I thought about secretly shouting in the channel to find players to buy it, but I just don't feel at ease. The players are all sharp as ghosts. Who knows what kind of gods are behind them? If I get targeted and tracked through the network. No, I mean through the channels, I could be in serious trouble. Ian suggested a different idea, selling directly to a big figure in the Northern Kingdom, like the Lord of Frost City. That place is the biggest city in the south, and they're at war in the south, so they must need magic materials. The price would be fair, and it has official backing. Sounds pretty reliable. Li Wei's voice lowered, and his face showed clear worry and hesitation. But those are NPCs. The lords and nobles in the game are a whole different story. Boss, you probably don't know what they're really like, but I do too well. He is ruthless and cruel, eating people without leaving bones behind. Doing business with them is like trying to negotiate with a tiger, dangerous. If they see that our town, Hanlon, is easy to bully, they might just seize everything by force, even resort to violence to silence us. Who can we turn to for justice? He looked up, gazing eagerly at Odin's stern, one-eyed portrait, with a clear plea in his voice. So, boss, this matter. I can't handle it alone, especially not with just that rag. Could you? Maybe give us some advice. Or at least stand behind us. You don't have to come yourself. Just give a little hint so those troublemakers know that Hanlon isn't completely powerless, that we have some backing. Li Wei rubbed his hands nervously, his eyes showing hope, anxiety, and a dependence on this boss, despite his flaws, who at critical moments still seems reliable. I know I'm not smart. My mind isn't quick. I almost used that rag to wipe dust instead of doing something useful. But this time, it's a big deal. It concerns the lives of over 100 people in Hanlon, and the future of that girl, 0601. He paused, speaking more softly, almost to himself. That girl, she's different. I can't let her stay here, stuck in this broken place, forging iron all her life, with no hope. I have to give her, and these poor folks, a chance at a better future. After speaking, he waited quietly for a moment. Inside the church, only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Odin's portrait remained silent as always, the single eye deep and calm, showing no emotion. Li Wei chuckled self-deprecatingly, then patted his knee and stood up. All right, I won't bother you anymore. You're busy, I'll think it over myself. He turned and walked toward the workshop, his figure stretching long in the firelight, showing a stubbornness of someone who bears everything alone. In the divine realm, Asgard, inside the golden palace, Odin leaned back in his chair, his one eye gazing through endless space, watching everything in Hanlon's church. He listened to Li Wei's rambling worries. Next to him, Freya held a plate of sparkling celestial berries, elegant and poised. She raised an brow lightly and said, Stand behind? He's got quite the imagination. Wants the All-Father of Asgard to be a shield for a small-town blacksmith priest, to scare the mortal nobles in the middle court? Her tone was calm, showing no particular emotion. Odin did not respond immediately. He gently stroked the feathers of the energetic raven, thought, on his shoulder. The golden light in his single eye slowly spun, like a deep pool filled with storm and wisdom. He's grown, Odin said softly after a long pause, with a hint of quiet approval. He no longer only focuses on immediate pleasures like food, drink, and women. He begins to think about the future, about protecting others, and facing bigger dangers. Though his methods are still straightforward, he understands his own limits and knows that a simple cloth to hide his scent is not enough when facing true nobles. So he asked me for help, not for power, but for intimidation. A background that makes greedy people afraid. Odin looked at Freya, a complex emotion flickering in his eye. Maybe this is what faith should be. Not blind worship, but the choice to keep going after seeing reality and our smallness, and knowing who to turn to for guidance and support. Freya was silent for a moment and gently put down her fruit plate. She looked at the bald man walking toward the workshop in the distance, then at the girl with gray hair in the corner of the church, who was quietly studying and comparing the crooked writing she had copied from Livy, trying to recognize different minerals. That girl, Freya's voice softened. She is truly remarkable. Her fate is dark yet brilliant, full of great danger and potential. Staying in Cold Forest Town might be safe for now, but it could also hide her talents. Odin nodded. Livy doesn't say much, but he feels it. He wants to help that girl, at least clear some basic obstacles. His intentions are rough, but sincere. He paused, narrowing his single eye slightly. As for the platform, directly showing a miracle to prove Cold Forest Town is under my protection would be too flashy and go against our rule of not interfering directly in the town's affairs. Plus, it might not be good for the girl's future. But, Odin continued, tapping his finger lightly on the armrest of his chair, making a rhythmic knocking sound. A subtle hint or contact might be possible. It can give Livy some confidence, make him more assertive in negotiations, without attracting too much attention. Freya looked thoughtful. What do you plan to do? Give another item? Still, Odin's gaze fell on the dusty cloth on the shrine, and a faint, almost mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since he likes that cloth so much, why not make its effect a bit more special? And, at the same time, send a signal that the buyer from Coldwind City can't ignore but can't quite understand. In his single eye, golden divine light slowly gathered, like dawn breaking through the night. Thought. Odin whispered to the crow on his shoulder, "Go to Cold Forest Town and tell Livy." Cold Forest Town Church. Livy was in the workshop, absent-mindedly guiding Gale on how to observe the water vapor during the quenching process, while his mind kept weighing the pros and cons of selling magic crystals. Suddenly, he felt a strange heartbeat, as if something very old was rushing toward him at high speed. He suddenly looked up and gazed toward the church's chapel. Almost at the same time, croak, a sound like a soul-piercing crow call suddenly echoed inside the church. It didn't come from outside but resonated directly within the stone chamber. Everyone in the workshop was startled. Tom's hammer nearly dropped to his feet. Libby's heart trembled fiercely. He put down what he was holding and hurried toward the church. Pushing open the door, the scene before him made him hold his breath instantly. Inside the chapel, the glow of the fire seemed dimmer than before. A huge crow with glossy black feathers and sharp eyes like blades was standing steadily on the shrine, right in front of Odin's portrait. It tilted its head and, with eyes that seemed to see through everything, quietly watched Livy rush in. Thought? Livy's mind jumped at the name, his heartbeat pounding. One of Odin's divine crows, rumored to fly across the 9 worlds gathering information. Thought. The crow ignored his shock, opened its beak, and with a deep, slightly hoarse voice that sounded like metal scraping, it spoke directly into his mind, not through his ears. "The God King has listened to your request, Livy of Cold Forest Town." Livy's legs went weak, almost kneeling again. He forced himself to stand, his throat dry. "It's me. Thank you, Lord." The crow's thoughts continued to send messages, slow but firm in tone. "Be cautious with the magic crystal. Lord of Frost City or a trusted representative can be your trading partner." Li Wei's heart tightened. So, selling directly to high-level NPCs is possible? But what about the risks? As if reading his mind, the crow's thoughts came again. The item woven by Ephraga, within 7 days, cannot be verified as genuine through divine insight or specific legendary detection spells. When trading, you can reveal a small, ordinary part of it to serve as a token of trust. Li Wei's eyes lit up. Yes, the cloth's effect is concealment, but if I deliberately reveal a corner, letting the other person just sense a hint of the crystal's true aura, that would be like telling them, 1. I have the real thing. 2. I can hide it. 3. I can control how much I show. It proves value, adds mystery, and shows I can protect myself. This is much smarter than just offering a raw stone for negotiation. But that's not enough. Having the item and some hiding skills isn't enough for true big shots. The crow's next thought almost made Li Wei's heart jump out. At the time of trade, you may say, this item comes from beneath the northern frost, watched over by the one-eyed. The one-eyed watcher. Odin. This means he's giving his approval, though in a subtle, rumor-like way. What would the other side think when they hear this? Is Cold Forest Town connected to the legend of Odin? That bald priest might not just be lucky or have some background. Could provoking him bring about unknown, mysterious forces? It's enough to intimidate, without revealing too much. Perfect. Li Wei trembled with excitement, about to thank him, when the crow's thoughts came one last time, with a barely noticeable warning. This is a kind reminder and a test. The success or failure of the trade, and your safety, depend on your wisdom and choices. Divine power can be used, but not relied upon. After speaking, the huge crow spread its shiny black wings. Without flapping, it seemed to melt into the air like ink, quietly fading away. The special atmosphere in the church gradually disappeared, leaving only the normal crackling of the fireplace and Li Wei's heavy breathing. He stood still for a moment, digesting the vast amount of information he had just received in that brief moment. Hints, tests, leveraging, reliance. Odin's leader had done everything he could, provided intelligence, methods, and even a background. Now, it all depended on him. Li Wei slowly clenched his fists, his initial excitement settling into a calm, firm resolve. He walked to the shrine, looked at Odin's portrait, and took a deep breath. Leader, thank you. This time, I won't mess up. He turned and strode confidently toward the workshop, his voice loud. 0601. Tom, Gale, Luke, come over. We have work to do. We need to prepare a generous gift and meet the big figures of Frost City. 2 days later, in the early morning, the cold mist had not fully lifted. Inside the simple church in Cold Forest Town, it was packed with people. The stone building was small, and now it was filled with men, women, and children. The fire burned brighter than usual, warming the cold and clearing out the faint, murky smell brought by the crowd. People whispered quietly, filled with curiosity, anticipation, and a little unease. Li Wei stood in front of the shrine. To avoid dust affecting his appearance, he rarely wore a clean cloth on his bald head. His old leather coat was replaced with a white priest's robe. Behind him, Ian, Tom, Gale, and Luke stood straight, trying to look serious, but their excitement and slight nervousness were hard to hide. Brand stood at the front of the crowd, nodding slightly to Li Wei, indicating most people had arrived. Li Wei cleared his throat. His rough voice sounded especially clear in the quiet church. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, he greeted with a bow. Today, we're gathered here for a simple reason. First, our Odin church branch in Cold Forest Town. Cough, cough. Our own people need to get together and listen to Leader Odin's new instructions. He pointed to the portrait of Odin on the wall, which had been clean spotless, free of even spider webs. Leader said, no matter how hard times are, our spirits must not waver. Unity is strength. Yeah, everyone helps each other to get through the winter, so that in spring there is hope. This speech sounded a bit vague, but combined with Li Wei's serious expression as if he was giving a sermon, and the fact that recently the mine had gained some grain tools through cooperation with the Frostwolf Guild, which were then given to the most needy families. Many people nodded in agreement, quietly praying, Odin bless us, or Winter God have mercy. Now, there's something I want to share with everyone, Li Wei said, raising his voice a little. I want to let you all know if anyone needs anything. He paused, looking over the rough, hopeful faces that life had worn down. In a few days, I plan to take these young men, he pointed behind with his thumb at Ian and the others, on a trip south, to Rinfeng City. Rinfeng City? The crowd gasped and whispered. Rinfeng City, the first major town in the southern part of the Northern Kingdom. For the people of Hamlin Town, who had hardly left the area around the town in their whole lives, it was a legendary, distant place full of prosperity. Go. Go there for what? Reverend, I heard it's chaotic there, and there's still fighting in the south, an old woman asked worriedly. Don't worry, ma'am. We're not going to fight, Li Wei waved his hand. We're going to sell some goods, and maybe buy a few things. Selling goods? What could Hamlin Town sell to Rinfeng City? Besides, everyone wondered. Li Wei had already prepared his explanation. Recently, we've been making some iron tools for the Adventurers Guild, saving some scraps and skills, making some decent little items, sturdy daggers, durable axes, and some arrowheads for hunters in the mountains. They're not worth much here, but maybe in Rinfeng City, we can get a good price. There are more people and more trading caravans there, more opportunities. This explanation sounded reasonable. The iron tools from Hamlin Town were decent, at least better than some nearby villages. Going to a big city to try their luck made sense. Also, Li Wei continued, this is the main point. Our town needs many things, salt, good cloth, medicine, seeds, even some high-quality tools we've never seen before. Rinfeng City is a big place, with everything. If we go, maybe we can use the money from selling goods to buy what we need. This immediately caused a bigger reaction. Salt. Yes, Your Reverence. Could you bring back more salt? The household salt is almost gone, and there's not enough for curing meat, a man hurriedly called out. Cloth. Sturdy rough cloth will do. The children's clothes are so patched up there's nowhere left to sew. Medicines. Pastor Li Wei, if you find cheap and good medicines, please bring some back. Accidents happen often at the mine and in the woods. Seeds. I heard there's good cold-resistant wheat seed in the south. Maybe you can bring some back to try. Refined charcoal for the blacksmith shop. The kind that burns well and lasts long. People chattered about their needs, and the church suddenly became lively. In their eyes, Linfeng City seemed like a place that could solve all their problems. Li Wei listened patiently. He asked Ian to find some charcoal and quickly jot down the most common and urgent items on a broken piece of wood. Tom and the others kept order, making sure no one pushed too close. When the noise eased a little, Li Wei loudly said, "Got it all down. Salt, cloth, medicine, seeds, good charcoal. Anything else? Now's the time to speak." A small, timid old man raised his hand. "Pastor, could you help me find out about someone? My nephew went south with a trading caravan 2 years ago, said he was heading near Linfeng City to find work. I haven't heard from him since." When he finished, a few women with red eyes also spoke up. They had family members who left early and disappeared southward. Li Wei sighed inside. Living in the northern border is tough. Many go out to find work, but few return. "All right. Name, rough appearance, last known destination. Tell my disciple," he pointed at Ian. "When we reach Linfeng City, we'll try to find out. But I have to warn you, it's a big place, crowded, and there's no guarantee we'll find anything. Be prepared." "Thank you, Pastor. Just your words are enough." The old man and the women kept thanking him, a faint hope flickering in their eyes. After waiting a little longer and seeing no new requests, Li Wei summarized, "All right, those who need to bring things or find someone, register with Ian. Just to be clear, we're venturing into unknown territory. We don't know how much we can bring or how much information we can gather. But one thing's for sure, we'll do our best." His expression grew serious. "And during our absence, Old Bu will take care of the town's affairs. The mine is still running as usual. The goods for the union should be delivered on time and in full. Don't cause trouble. Everyone should do their work and look out for each other. Pay special attention to strangers. If anything seems wrong, tell old Bruce immediately." "Got it, Pastor," everyone replied together. "All right, you can go now. Do what you need to do." Li Wei waved his hand. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the church became empty again, leaving only Li Wei, a few others, and Bran. Bran approached Li Wei and lowered his voice. "Pastor, are you really going to Windy City? That place is very dangerous. Just bring these kids. Is that enough?" Li Wei patted his shoulder and looked out the window at the gray sky. His eyes showed a complicated emotion Bran couldn't understand. "Old Bruce, some roads must be taken. Some things must be tried. Guarding Cold Forest Town keeps us fed, but it will always be just Cold Forest Town." He withdrew his gaze, looked at Bran, and smiled. His usual carefree smile was now heavy with something else. "The home is in your hands. Keep the mine safe, the town safe, and our secret safe. When we return," Bran nodded firmly and shook Li Wei's hand tightly. "You can count on us. Be careful on your way." Li Wei turned around and looked at the 4 children behind him, each with a different expression. Ian was quietly organizing the list he had just written down. His light gray eyes reflected thoughts about the unknown future. Tom, Gale, and Luke looked excited, their faces flushed. They whispered about how big Windy City might be, whether it had the legendary temple and tall towers. "Did everyone hear that?" Li Wei spoke softly, but the children immediately quieted down and looked at him. "This trip isn't for sightseeing. It's for work, for adventure, and maybe for trouble," Li Wei said, scanning them. "Follow instructions on the road. Be smart, talk less, watch more. Especially you 3, he pointed at Tom and the others. "Watch how 0601 does things and learn from him." "Yes, boss," the 3 boys said proudly. 0601. Li Wei looked at Ian. "Finish organizing the list and estimate how much money we'll need. Also, prepare the goods we plan to take." Ian understood what he meant and nodded gently. "Got it, boss." Li Wei took a deep breath and looked south. Windy City. The southern town of the Northern Kingdom is also a key point in his plan, where he secretly plans to sell magic crystals and make a future for Cold Forest Town. Old Odin gave a hint, and the Raven delivered the message. Now it's up to them. Get ready. We leave in 3 days. 3 days flew by quickly amid busy preparations. Li Wei almost lived next to the anvil. The fire burned all night, and the heavy hammering echoed far into the quiet night. He needed to make 20 half-swords strong enough to meet the Frostwolf Guild's next delivery, with some extra in case of delays or accidents. His eyes were bloodshot, his bald head shone from the fire, and new calluses layered over old ones on his palms. But he said nothing, just kept hammering away. Clang. Sparks flew brightly in the night. Ian and Tom and the others handled other tasks calmly. They carefully checked and sorted the list, estimating how much silver they would need. This was just a hopeful plan. The real confidence was in the small bag wrapped in thick cloth and legendary rag, hidden in Lu Wei's pocket. They packed enough black bread, dried smoked meat, and a small bag of coarse salt for the journey. Lu Wei got 2 old crossbows and dozens of rough arrows from Bran, which were still in decent shape. He also had Tom and the others make sturdy short wooden spears, with tips sharpened from scrap iron. A small mountain of goods was piled in the church corner. Rough but sturdy knives, axes, and arrowheads, all tied with rope and covered with old furs to keep out the snow. These were the visible supplies. The real treasure was hidden where only Lu Wei knew. At dawn on the 3rd day, the sky was still dark. Cold Forest Town was still asleep, with only a few chimneys smoking. In the church backyard, Bran was guiding a squeaky, flat cart pulled by a thin, gentle-eyed old ox. The cart had been reinforced and lined with dry grass. "That's all I could borrow," Bran said, rubbing his hands with some regret. "The town's pack horses recently died of illness, and the rest are busy hauling ore. This ox is slow, but steady and knows the way. I've packed 2 bundles of dry fodder and a water skin on the cart. That's enough, old Bob." "Thank you." Lu Wei patted the old ox's neck. The ox snorted loudly and blew out a puff of white breath. The luggage of 5 people and the pile of goods were carefully loaded onto the cart and secured with ropes. Lu Wei deliberately placed a plain-looking basket covered with a worn fur blanket within easy reach. Ian and the other 3 also changed into their warmest clothes, wrapping themselves tightly in fur, with a mix of excitement and nervousness on their faces as they left their homeland. "All right, get on the cart." Lu Wei led the way, climbing onto the ox cart and sitting beside the yoke, placing a crossbow and his most handy hammer nearby. Ian silently climbed aboard, sat next to him, holding a small bundle containing a list, some dried food, and her short sword. Tom, Gale, and Luke, the 3 young boys, crowded near the cargo, curious and a little nervous, looking around. Bran stood beside the cart, watching these figures about to set out. His lips trembled slightly, but in the end, he just waved his hand firmly. "Safe travels. Come back soon. Let's go." Lu Wei gently shook the reins. The old ox reluctantly started walking, the cart creaking painfully, slowly leaving the churchyard, crossing the snow-covered cobblestone street of the town, heading south along the dirt road partly covered with snow, toward the distant horizon. The cold wind hit their faces, carrying the sharpness and vast emptiness of the snowy plains. Looking back, the low wooden and stone houses of Cold Forest Town gradually blurred in the morning fog, leaving only the simple pointed steeple of the church rising above the rooftops and a few stubborn wisps of gray-white smoke. At first, Tom and the others excitedly discussed and guessed what the city of Frostwind might look like. But soon, the monotonous sound of wheels, the heavy breathing of the old ox, and the seemingly endless cold wind made them quiet. They tightened their clothes and leaned against the cargo to rest. Ian remained very quiet, occasionally looking up at the sky, then down at her rough route sketch drawn with charcoal on torn paper. This was a rough map she pieced together based on Bran and other old miners' descriptions, combined with snippets of information from the World Channel. Lu Wei squinted, seeming to doze, but actually staying alert. One hand rested lightly on a small bag in his chest, feeling the almost imperceptible coolness of 5 magic crystals inside, through the cloth. His other hand was ready to grab the crossbow or hammer at any moment. This road he had traveled several times before, going to some small villages further south to trade goods. But carrying such important cargo was a first for him. He knew the journey wouldn't be safe. The northern border was vast and empty, with only small settlements like Cold Forest Town that relied on resource points. Most of the land was snow-covered plains, frozen hills, and dangerous forests. There were threats like roaming snow thieves, frost goblins, hungry wild animals, and even some malicious players or NPCs. The ox cart moved slowly, leaving deep tracks in the thick snow. As the sun rose higher, it warmed the air slightly, but the sunlight reflected off the snow, creating a blinding white glare. At noon, they stopped by a small, sheltered creek so the old ox could drink and rest. They ate some hard black bread and dried meat. "Boss, how long until we reach Windy City?" Tom asked vaguely, chewing on dried meat. "With this old ox, maybe 7 or 8 days if all goes well," Levi replied, drinking cold creek water from his water bag. "That's if we don't get blocked by heavy snow or run into other trouble." 7 or 8 days, Gail said with a sigh. "Does that mean sleeping outdoors? What else?" "You want to stay in an inn?" Luke teased. "With our money, we can't even afford the cheapest inn in Windy City." Levi ignored the boy's chatter. He went to the creek, splashed cold snow water on his face, and forced himself to wake up. He looked at Ian, sitting on a nearby stone, nibbling on something but alert, scanning the woods around. That girl was very cautious. After resting for about half an hour, they set out again. The afternoon route was even harder, entering a denser pine forest. The snow was deeper, and the trees blocked most of the sunlight, making it seem even colder. The forest was eerily silent, only the creaking of the ox cart and the occasional snap of snow-laden branches. Levi tightened his grip on his crossbow, signaling Tom and the others to hold their short spears. Ian had already taken out her short sword from her pack and placed it on her lap. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, the old ox pulling the cart let out a worried low moo and stopped, its ears twitching alertly. Levi's heart tightened. He immediately shouted, "Stay alert!" Almost at the same time, in the shadows of the trees ahead, there were soft footsteps in the snow and a few rough, greedy laughs and curses. "Hee lucky us. In this poor place, we even meet a fat sheep on the way." 5 or 6 figures emerged from behind the trees, blocking the road. They wore ragged, dirty fur coats, holding rusty knives, swords, axes, and even simple bows and arrows. Each looked pale and thin, but their eyes were fierce and hungry, fixed on the cart and the people on it. They were snow bandits, one of the most common dangers in the northern snow plains. The leader was level 8, identified as a bandit. The others behind him were only level 5. The bandit leader licked his cracked lips, his eyes first falling on the goods on the cart and the old ox, then sweeping over Li Wei and the others, especially pausing on Ian and the 3 boys, a wicked and cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "What's on the cart?" "Hand over the valuables." "And this ox, this cart?" "People too," the one-eyed strong man grinned, showing yellowed, blackened teeth. "The men get killed. The women stay to entertain the brothers." A few snow bandits behind him let out lecherous laughs and slowly moved closer, weapons aimed at the cart. Tom and the others turned pale, their hands trembling as they held their short spears. Ian pressed his lips tightly, a cold glint flashing in his light gray eyes, gripping his short sword tightly. Li Wei's heart sank. The worst fears had come true so quickly. He slowly stood up, stepping in front of Ian and the 3 boys, his gaze calm as he looked at the one-eyed bandit, his mind racing. He was only level 7, facing a leader at level 8 and 4 henchmen at level 5. Trying to fight might only get him killed here. His intelligence stat surged to 8. Li Wei quickly thought of a plan. "Good sirs, brothers, let's talk nicely. There's no need for violence." Li Wei's face suddenly wore a pleading, anxious smile, bowing repeatedly and leaning slightly forward, appearing humble and timid. While speaking, he subtly shifted a little to the side, perfectly blocking Ian from view, and lightly nudged Ian's calf with his heel in a very discreet way. Ian's body suddenly stiffened slightly. His light gray eyes quickly glanced at Levi's back, then quickly looked away. His left hand made a subtle downward gesture, signaling Tom and the others to be quiet and lower their bodies. "We are just poor folks from Hanlon Town, going to visit relatives in the south to deliver some mountain goods and make a living." Levi's voice trembled just right. He fumbled from his chest and took out a small, crumpled money pouch sewn from ragged cloth, showing a pained and helpless expression. "Look, this is all we have, just some savings pooled from the village. Big brothers, please, have mercy, show some kindness, and let us go." He tremblingly untied the pouch, poured out the few worn silver coins and some copper pieces, and held them out in his palm. The silver coins glinted faintly in the dim forest light. They were few, but enough to make these starving snow bandits' eyes gleam green with greed. The bandit leader saw the coins and greed grew in his eyes. But he didn't fully relax his guard. He tilted his chin toward holding a rusty machete. Go. Take a look. The swallowed and quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab Levi's coins. Just as his fingers were about to touch the coins, Levi's humble, timid expression instantly vanished. Instead, a cold, fierce light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly flipped his open right hand, and his 5 fingers clenched like iron tongs around the wrist, squeezing so hard that they let out a cry of pain. At the same time, Levi's left hand, which had been hanging by his side, shot out a short, cold flash like lightning. A sharp dagger, with a blood groove, appeared suddenly. "Don't move," Levi growled. The icy, sharp blade pressed firmly against the bandit's neck, right on the carotid artery. Everything happened in an instant. From Levi offering the money to his sudden attack, only a breath or two passed. The bandit leader's fierce smile hadn't even turned to shock when he felt a cold sensation on his neck, a stabbing pain, and the icy grip of death seized his heart. The other snow bandits behind him were stunned by the sudden turn of events, frozen in place. "Everyone back off. Drop your weapons." Li Wei's voice was cold and urgent. He pressed the dagger a little closer, and a thin line of red blood immediately seeped from the rough skin of the bandit leader. "You? How dare you?" The snow bandit leader was shocked and angry. He struggled, but his neck was restrained, and the deadly intent from the dagger made him dare not move. "Do you think I dare not?" Li Wei leaned close to his ear, speaking very softly but with a coldness like the winter wind in the north. "I've worked as a blacksmith in Cold Forest Town. I've shattered more ore than you've eaten meals. My hand is steady. Move again, and I swear you'll die instantly." He applied a little more force, and the snow bandit leader immediately felt his breath becoming difficult, overwhelmed by the fear of death. "Retreat! Retreat! Drop your weapons!" he shouted hoarsely, his voice distorted by fear. A few snow bandits looked at each other hesitantly, then slowly lowered their weapons and took a few steps back. 0601. "Take them to the car. Let's go," Li Wei ordered sharply without looking back. Ian didn't hesitate at all. She quickly pulled the 3 still-stunned Tom and others onto the cart. She jumped onto the driver's seat, grabbed the crossbow Li Wei had left behind, quickly loaded it, and aimed the cold arrow at the snow bandits who had lowered their weapons. "Gale, drive the cart. Luke, Tom, hold your spears and watch both sides." Ian's voice was clear and calm, completely unlike a child of 13 or 14. Gale reacted quickly, hurriedly grabbing the reins and giving a sharp tug. "Giddy up. Old ox, move faster." The old ox seemed to sense danger too, letting out a low bellow, stepping forward, pulling the cart, crushing the snow as it rushed ahead. You let go of our boss." One snow bandit looked at the cart starting up, anxious and trying to move forward. "Stop right there," Li Wei shouted fiercely. The dagger pressed a little closer again, and the bandit leader made strange choking sounds. "Anyone who chases, I'll send them on their way first." Step back to the edge of the woods. Out of caution, the snow bandits could only watch helplessly as the cart sped up and disappeared around the bend in the forest path. Thinking the cart had already gone a good distance, Li Wei finally relaxed slightly, but his mind remained tense. He held the bandit leader and slowly moved toward the roadside, eyes fixed on the reluctant snow bandits. "Good man. No, big brother. Grandpa, the cart has gone. Please, show mercy and let me go." The leader of the snow thieves felt the pressure on his neck loosen slightly. He quickly begged, "I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I apologize. I won't dare again." "The silver coins. All yours." "No, I have some hidden valuables too. I'll tell you everything." Li Wei ignored his pleas and moved back to stand beside a thick spruce tree. "Listen," Li Wei lowered his voice and quickly whispered in the thief's ear, "I know your line of work isn't easy. But today this ends here. Your people are not allowed to chase after anyone, and you are not allowed to bother the carriages passing through Hamlin Town. Otherwise, I will use your skull as a bowl. Yes, you're the boss. I won't chase anyone. From now on, I'll go around when I see a carriage in Hamlin Town." The snow thief felt the dagger on his neck loosen a little more. Desperate to survive, he swore loudly, but secretly clenched his teeth and vowed, "Once this bald guy lets me go, I'll gather people and catch up to tear you all apart." A few other snow thieves saw their boss surrendering and relaxed their tense bodies a little. They lowered their weapons, waiting for Li Wei to release him so they could immediately rush forward with their weapons. Just at this moment, everyone thought Li Wei was really going to let him go. But in Li Wei's eyes, a murderous intent suddenly appeared. No matter how high your level is, if I tear your neck open, you won't survive. He suddenly twisted the thief's wrist with his right hand. Then, with no mercy, drove the dagger on his left hand deep into the thief's throat. Ugh! The thief could only let out a short, incredulous gasp as hot blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing Li Wei's face and chest. He widened his eyes, his pupils quickly dilated, and his body twitched violently before collapsing. Until his death, he couldn't understand why this seemingly cowardly bald man was so decisive and ruthless. Li Wei didn't even look at the corpse. At the moment the blood sprayed from the thief's throat, he used the recoil to leap sideways like a hunting leopard. "Boss, kill him!" A few snow thieves were stunned by the sudden bloody scene for just a fraction of a second, then roared in anger. The tallest, holding a rusty machete, reacted fastest. He shouted and swung his blade toward Li Wei, who had fallen to the ground. But Li Wei was waiting for this moment. He was falling in the direction of the tall, thin man, who was standing behind and slightly to the side. In the eyes of the snow bandits, Li Wei seemed to be desperately avoiding them. But to the tall, thin man, the figure of the bald man strangely disappeared beyond the path of his sword strike, instead coming closer to his unguarded side. As screams of pain sounded, blood splattered everywhere. Li Wei had just killed 2 people without stopping. Huh! A deep, hoarse battle cry burst from Li Wei's mouth, as if squeezed from deep within his chest. Level 2 battle roar. The air seemed to tremble slightly. An invisible force, mixing fierce blood energy and wild instinct, like an exploding ice spike, fiercely struck the minds of the 3 snow bandits nearby. Fear, an instinctive, inexplicable fear instantly seized their hearts. It was as if the bald man, covered in blood and with a fierce look in his eyes, was no longer a helpless prey to be bullied, but a fierce beast crawling out of a mountain of corpses and blood, ready to attack. The 3 snow bandits froze in unison, their chopping movements distorted, their charging steps faltered, and the ferocity in their eyes was replaced by terror. Now was the moment. While Li Wei rolled, his hand instinctively grabbed the rusty but heavy one-handed battle axe dropped by the bandit leader on the ground. The axe felt heavy and rough to the touch, with the bandit leader's body heat and sweat still on the handle. He hesitated not at all. Even before fully standing up, he half-kneeled, suddenly exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, swung his arm in a circle, and with a dull whooshing sound, the battle axe swung upward fiercely toward the nearest snow bandit. Thud! The blunt weapon tore through flesh and bone with a muffled sound, especially clear in the quiet forest. The opponent didn't even have time to scream. Almost his entire upper body was split apart by this axe. Broken organs mixed with hot blood, pouring like a heavy rain onto the white snow, emitting a strong, pungent stench. Crimson blood splattered all over Li Wei's head and face, warm and sticky. But he didn't blink once. Using the recoil from the axe hitting the body, he spun his body naturally, and the bloodied axe drew a terrifying arc of blood, sweeping toward another snow bandit who had just recovered from the shock of the battle cry and was raising a short spear to attack. That snow bandit only saw a flood of blood rushing toward him, terrifying him into a panic. He hurriedly tried to block with his short spear, but Li Wei's furious axe strike was so powerful that he couldn't stop it in his hurried state. Snap! The wooden spear broke with a loud. The axe blade still had strength and slashed fiercely into the connection between his shoulder and neck, almost taking off half of his shoulder. Ah! The sharp scream lasted only half a second before turning into a wheezing sound. The 3rd snow thief collapsed to the ground like a torn sack, twitched twice, and then fell silent. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. The strong smell of blood filled the cold air, spreading everywhere. The white snow turned into a slaughter scene. The only remaining snow thief was a young man with frostbite on his face. He looked about 17 or 18 years old. The loud shout he just made had the biggest impact on him. Now he held a simple hunting bow, staring at the hellish scene before him. He saw the bald man, like a bloodthirsty demon, holding a dripping battle axe, walking toward him step by step. His pants suddenly felt warm, and he was so scared he wet himself. Don't kill me. Spare me. Please, spare me," the young snow thief cried, and tears streamed down his face. He threw down his bow, knelt in the blood, and desperately kowtowed. "I was forced. They made me do it. I won't do it again. Please, let me go." Li Wei stopped in front of him, the axe still dripping thick blood. He looked down at the terrified young thief, with no expression on his face. Only the blood splattered on him was slowly cooling and hardening. "Get up," Li Wei said in a hoarse voice, panting from the fight. The young thief thought he was saved. He hurriedly struggled to his feet, his legs trembling so much he could barely stand. "Run, don't look back," Li Wei ordered. "I am a priest. I won't kill you. Be a good person from now on." The young thief, feeling like he had been given a second chance, quickly turned around and staggered into the woods. Every step he took was in the blood pool, making a splashing sound. His only thought was, run. Get as far away from this monster as possible. After about 10 steps, he heard a loud thud behind him, like something heavy falling. Did the demon throw his axe? He dared not look back or stop. He quickened his pace. But then, in the next moment, thud. A crude crossbow arrow suddenly pierced into his back, stabbing through his thin coat and chest. The arrow tip protruded from his front chest. The young snow thief's body suddenly stiffened. In disbelief, he looked down at the blood-stained arrow protruding from his chest. He made strange sounds in his throat, slowly collapsed forward, falling onto the cold snow. He twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "No, you really ran away?" Li Wei put down the rough crossbow he had picked up from beside the one-eyed strongman's body. He wiped the blood from his face and walked over to the bodies, quickly searching through them. Li Wei found a few blood-stained silver coins, some hard, unknown animal jerky, 2 barely usable short knives, and the young snow thief's fallen hunting bow with a few arrows. There wasn't much valuable, but it was better than nothing. Li Wei hurriedly stuffed the loot into his pocket. Then he went to the snow thief's body, picked up his sturdy battle axe, weighed it in his hand, and found it easier to handle than his own hammer. Item: Bandit's battle axe, level 5, quality, common, strength 3, max HP 20, a bloody weapon, seemingly haunted by the original owner's lingering resentment and anger. He sheathed his hammer, carried the newly acquired battle axe, and finally looked at the crimson-stained snow. 5 bodies lay twisted in various positions. Blood had turned the white snow into a vivid reddish-brown, slowly seeping and spreading. The cold wind swept through, bringing a strong smell of rust and death's chill. Li Wei turned around expressionlessly and strode quickly toward the departing cart. His footsteps crunched rhythmically on the snow. He needed to catch up with the cart quickly. Although the killing was swift, it caused quite a commotion. The bloodstains might attract keen-sensed beasts or other malicious beings. As he walked, he tore off a relatively clean piece of inner cloth and roughly wiped the blood from his face and hands. The cold fabric rubbed against his skin, causing a slight sting, but it also helped cool his heated mind. The recent fight seemed dangerous, but in truth, he had already mentally rehearsed several strategies the moment he decided to act. Feign weakness to lure the enemy, strike suddenly, take the leader hostage, shout to intimidate, chop with the axe in a chain. Each step was timed to exploit the opponent's moment of distraction or weakness. This wasn't a game where monsters could be revived after death. This was a real fight, and life was only one. He had to win, be ruthless, and leave no future problems. Odin's gift of proving the way through strength seemed to have played a role in the life-and-death battle just now, making his power burst out more fully. The axe's damage also seemed to be a little stronger. "Thanks, boss," Li Wei silently thought, tightening his grip on the battle axe. At the bend ahead on the forest path, he could see the outline of a slow-moving ox cart and the small figure of Ian, looking back cautiously from the cart's yoke. Li Wei quickened his steps and caught up. Hearing the familiar footsteps behind, Ian's tense shoulders slightly relaxed. She turned her head, her light gray eyes quickly scanning Li Wei's blood-stained face and clothes, as well as the new blood-dripping battle axe in his hand. Her pupils slightly contracted, but she asked nothing. Instead, she silently moved aside the drawn crossbow and made room for the cart's yoke. Tom and the others huddled behind the cargo, their faces still pale. Their eyes showed fear, but also a new, complex mix of awe and dependence. They had seen with their own eyes how their leader transformed from a coward into a killing god. "It's over." Li Wei jumped onto the cart's yoke, speaking briefly. He placed the blood-stained axe at his feet. "Keep moving, go faster. Find a shelter before dark to camp." "Yes, boss," Gale quickly responded, shaking the reins. The ox cart squeaked and sped up again, crushing the snow as it headed south, toward the unknown city of Coldwood, and toward an even more unpredictable future. Inside the wagon, a faint smell of blood and silence filled the air. Li Wei leaned against the yoke, closed his eyes, and checked his status panel. Level 8 HP, 405, 385-20, Strength 18, 15-3, Agility 9, Constitution 13, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Spirit 8. Ugh, Li Wei sighed. Even with Odin's faith, the priest's health was too low. In comparison, a level 7 human warrior's HP could reach around 800. He couldn't even match half of that. However, after killing the bandits just now, he leveled up and gained 6 attribute points. Li Wei didn't hesitate and put all 6 attribute points into strength. His stats looked better now. His health was 427, and his strength reached 24. The squeaking sound of the wheels rolling over the snow became the only background noise for the next part of the journey. The inside of the carriage was very quiet, almost oppressive. Tom, Gale, and Luke, 3 young boys, curled up behind a pile of cargo, tightly close to each other, occasionally glancing secretly at the silent figure at the front of the carriage. Li Wei's blood-stained head had dried into a dark red crust, and large patches of dark red also covered half his face and chest, giving off a strong iron smell. The new bandit axe he had just taken from the fight was resting at his feet, with blood still on the blade, swaying slightly as the carriage moved. The bloody, swift, and ruthless fight just now seemed like a mark carved into the minds of the 3 boys. They had seen hunters kill snow deer, miners injured and bleeding, and even adventurers draw swords over disputes. But this scene was different. A bald man who usually taught them blacksmithing, joked with them, sometimes scolded them for being stupid, and shared meat with them, had in a few moments, like a furious northern beast, brutally killed 3 fierce snow thieves with primitive violence, and calmly shot the one who tried to escape with a crossbow. This kind of shock was completely different. It wasn't like fighting monsters in a game. It was real people dying right in front of them, hot blood splattering on the white snow. They felt fear, dread, and their stomachs churned. But strangely, looking at Li Wei's blood-stained but upright back, and at the silent battle axe in his hand, a deep, indescribable feeling grew, something mixed with awe and dependence. The leader, he killed to protect them. The leader was so powerful. The leader, when he kills, his eyes are terrifying, but he also seems very reliable. Ian sat beside Li Wei. She had no expression on her face, using a clean cloth to wipe the blood off the bald man's body. Compared to others her age, she was much calmer. "I don't know how long it has been. Maybe the tense atmosphere made it hard to breathe, or perhaps curiosity finally overcame fear." Tom, the bravest of the 3, cautiously and with a trembling voice asked, "Boss, have you ever killed anyone before?" When he asked, Gale and Luke held their breath, and even Ian paused slightly while wiping the blood. Livy didn't turn around. He kept his eyes on the snowy road ahead, which seemed endless. After a few seconds, he spoke with a smile and a sharp tone. "Before? I make a living by blacksmithing. Who would I kill? I only killed a few wild dogs when I was wandering at the start." He paused, then added, "But today, if we don't kill them, we will die. It's that simple." He slightly turned his head, glancing at the 3 pale and respectful boys. "Remember, boys, in this world, to survive, sometimes you have to be ruthless. Be tough on enemies, and be tough on yourself too. Today, you saw it. Begging for mercy or pretending to surrender won't help. Those scoundrels will take advantage of anyone they see as weak." His tone was calm, as if he was explaining a common truth. "Old Odin is the god of war. What is he like? He likes warriors. Warriors who can cut off their enemies' heads," Livy said, patting his battle axe beside his foot. If the boss knew what happened today, he might praise me a little, say I look like one of his followers. Just knowing how to forge metal is useless. You need to be able to fight and steal. His strange words, combined with his blood-stained clothes and the weapon in his hand, made the three boys nod involuntarily. Their fear was partly replaced by admiration and longing. The boss is right. Those bandits are so bad. The boss protected us. Old Odin also likes followers who can fight. But Gale hesitated and asked, "Boss, why did you pretend to be afraid at first and give them money?" Livy's mouth curled into a grim smile, showing a scarred face that looked a little fierce. "This is a trick, boys. It's also part of being smart," he said, turning to look at the boys with serious eyes. "Fighting isn't just about strength. You also need brains." Though he only had 8 points of intelligence. Those snow thieves, they have more people and weapons. I'm not afraid to fight them. But you guys, you're definitely out of luck. First, we need to show weakness to make them relax and think we are easy prey. When they get close enough and reveal their flaws, we strike suddenly to catch them off guard. He pointed to his head. Odin is not only the god of war, but also the god of wisdom. Although my mind might not be the sharpest, I still have to use it when needed. Remember, if you can outsmart your enemies, don't just rush in blindly. Surviving is the best way to honor our leader. This practical way of thinking refreshed the boys' understanding. So, fighting can be like this. Deception is also a kind of wisdom. Odin not only likes fighters, but also clever strategists. Ian looked up, his light gray eyes fixed on Li Wei, a faint, almost thoughtful glow in his gaze. Although the words were rough, they seemed effective. At least today, they helped them survive. She remembered Li Wei once complaining to Odin's portrait about wisdom, though he often got sidetracked by practical concerns like how to earn more money or how to stay alive. Now it seemed he wasn't entirely clueless. He was just understanding and using it in his own way. "All right, everyone stay alert." Li Wei clapped his hands. "We camp tonight, and I'll explain more then. Now, Gale, watch the road. Luke, pay attention to the left forest. Tom, watch the right. 0601. I'll handle the cleaning myself. You keep an eye on the back." "Yes." The three boys responded quickly, trying to straighten up and stay alert as instructed. Though their movements were still a bit awkward and their fear hadn't completely faded, they had at least started to act. Ian also softly nodded and handed the cloth to Li Wei, his gaze drifting toward the winding wagon tracks and the forest trail behind the ox cart. The sun was setting in the west, and dusk arrived early in the northern lands, turning the sky a dull iron gray. The cold wind grew sharper, whipping up snowflakes that stung their faces. Li Wei signaled Gale to steer the ox cart away from the main road, turning into a sheltered hollow near the mountain rocks. The terrain here was relatively flat, with rocky walls blocking the wind, making it a good temporary camp. Everyone got off the cart, stretching their stiff, frozen limbs. Li Wei directed Tom and Luke to gather some dry branches nearby. This was not easy. Most of the wood was soaked with snow. Gale was responsible for taking care of the old ox, feeding it some hay and water. Ian silently took down the simple tent made of thick canvas and wooden poles from the cart and started looking for a good spot to set it up. Liev carried a battle axe and carefully walked around the camp, checking for animal tracks or other suspicious signs. After confirming it was safe, he returned to the center of the camp and built a simple fire pit with stones he found. The dry branches were wet and hard to light. Liev tried several times, but the sparks from the dry moss quickly went out. "TSK," he muttered impatiently, glancing at the dark, cold sky. Suddenly, he had an idea. He took out a small fragment of a magic crystal hidden in his pocket, only the size of a fingernail. He remembered that this crystal contained pure magic energy, but he wasn't sure if it could be used to start a fire. Carefully, he brought the crystal close to the dry moss and twigs, focused his mind, and tried to use the faint, faith power inside him, something Odin might not even notice, to activate it. There was no reaction. Frowning, Liev was about to give up. Then, he felt a tiny, cold twinge at his fingertips holding the crystal fragment, so faint it was almost invisible. It didn't seem to come from his own power, but rather a passive response from the crystal itself. Perhaps a reaction to the energy, or maybe his weak, faith sensing. In the next moment, the star-like points inside the crystal shimmered very faintly. Whoosh! A nearly invisible, icy blue spark jumped from the edge of the crystal and landed on the moss. The dry moss instantly caught fire, sparking a small orange flame. Yes, Liev thought happily, quickly adding more small twigs and gently blowing on the flames. The fire grew larger, licking the wet branches, making crackling sounds. Smoke rose, but the warm light and heat finally began to chase away the cold and darkness. Ian had already set up the tent and was laying out a fur blanket inside. Seeing Liev start the fire with the crystal, her light gray eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she said nothing. Instead, she moved faster. Tom and the other two boys carried back more gathered, half-dry, rough tree branches. When they saw the campfire lit, they cheered and gathered around, stretching out their red, cold hands to warm them. The orange flames flickered, lighting up everyone's face and driving away the dark, spooky forest evening. Liev carefully put the broken magic crystal back in his bag, sat on a flat stone by the fire, and placed his bandit battle axe across his lap. "Come here, sit down," he said. The four children sat around the fire. The warm glow made their faces look better and helped them forget some of the fear from earlier. Liev picked up a hard black bread and cut a few pieces with his knife. He ate slowly, drinking cold water from his water pouch. Ian quietly ate her share. Tom and the others ate quickly, as if trying to hide their worries with food. After a simple dinner, Liev wiped his mouth and looked at the four young faces in the firelight. "Remember what happened today?" he asked. The three boys nodded hard. Tom couldn't help but ask, "Boss, was your shout a kind of magic from Odin? It was so powerful. It scared those bad guys." Liev smiled, showing some blood scabs on his face in the firelight, which looked a little strange. "Sort of. It's called a battle shout. It can scare enemies, and sometimes it makes our own people braver. When you're a bit older, you can learn it from a warrior trainer in the city." He spoke casually, as if it was nothing special, but the three boys' eyes lit up with excitement. Could they learn to shout like that too? "But shouting alone isn't enough," Liev said, changing the subject. He picked up his battle axe from his lap and ran his rough fingers over the cold blade. "Your tools need to be handy, your strength enough, and your strikes fierce. Like chopping wood. Look at the grain, then chop cleanly and quickly." He made a chopping motion, and the axe blade flashed in the firelight. "Odin likes quick and clean," he added, hesitating or looking around. "That's for women. The boss doesn't like that. How can we get stronger, like you, boss?" Luke asked eagerly. "By forging iron," Liev said naturally. "Swinging a big hammer every day makes your arms strong. When we go back, practice 100 swings every day. And eat more meat. Meat makes you strong. Once we make some money, we will buy hundreds of pounds of meat so you can eat your fill." Hundreds of pounds of meat. The three boys imagined the scene, saliva almost dripping from their mouths, their desire to earn money stronger than ever. Ian listened quietly, sipping water slowly. The firelight flickered in her light gray eyes. She knew Li Wei was using the most direct and touching way to teach these boys his survival philosophy and a twisted version of Odin's faith. Though crude, it was effective. Besides strength and determination, the trick, wisdom, is also very important, Li Wei continued. "For example, when we go to Rinfeng City this time, we're in a new place. How can we sell our mountain goods for a good price? How can we buy cheap and good things? How can we avoid being tricked by city folks? All these things require thinking." He pointed at Ian. "You guys should learn more from 0601. She's smarter than you." The three boys looked at Ian, showing more trust. They remembered how calm she was during the ride today. Ian lowered her eyes slightly and said nothing. "Anyway," Li Wei summarized, "when you follow Odin, remember 3 things. 1. Be tough with your fists and sharp with your axe. 2. Don't be stupid when you need to think. 3. Don't forget to show respect to the boss. Bring wine and meat. Don't be stingy. When the boss is happy, he might take care of us more." He paused, looking at the fire, his voice a little deeper. "In this world, you can't rely on others as much as you rely on yourself, your weapons, and your clever plans. But if you have a strong backing like Odin, it makes you feel more secure, right? At least when you're fighting, you know why you're fighting." The 3 boys looked as if they understood but weren't quite sure. Still, they nodded hard, remembering, be tough, think smart, and show respect, firmly in their hearts. Night deepened, and the cold wind howled past the cliffs, making strange noises. The campfire crackled and burned, keeping this small camp warm. Li Wei arranged the watch order. He would guard the first half of the night, Ian the second half. The three boys didn't need to stay awake tonight and could rest well. He gave the tent to the four children, wrapped himself in a thick fur, and leaned behind a relatively sheltered rock near the fire. His battle axe was within reach. Tom and the others huddled inside the tent, tired from the day and still a bit scared, soon falling into light snoring. Ian was not asleep yet. She sat at the entrance of the tent, hugging her knees, watching the flickering campfire, and then looked at the figure leaning against a stone beside the fire. The figure was a bald man covered in blood, seemingly already asleep. Everything that happened today kept replaying in her mind. The bloody scenes, Levi's fierce eyes, his quick decisions to fight, and later, those rough but direct lessons about survival. Her original world was full of legends, wandering, and survival. What Levi brought was a different kind of survival, more raw, more intense, and full of strength. Although violent and rough, it seemed better for living, maybe even more confident. She remembered the magic crystal in Levi's arms, the cloth and crow that appeared in front of Odin's portrait, and Levi mumbling to himself in front of the picture. This bald man, his faith might not be very devout or elegant, but his God responded, and he was truly trying to follow his beliefs and protect those around him. His light gray eyes reflected complex, hard-to-understand feelings in the firelight. She exhaled softly, hugged her short sword tighter, then quietly slipped back into the tent and laid down in her clothes. By the campfire, Levi was not really asleep. He kept his eyes closed but listened carefully to the wind, the snow, and any unusual sounds. Usually, they built simple towers and walls from logs and stones, with flags of the Northern Kingdom flying above. The flag had a blue background with a roaring giant bear embroidered on it. The soldiers stationed there wore thick, spiked leather armor or chainmail, covered with fur cloaks bearing the kingdom's emblem. Their equipment was much better than that of the militia in Cold Forest Town, and their eyes were sharp. Livy knew the rules well. Before approaching the checkpoint, he would slow down the cart and have Gale taken the reins. He would get out of the cart willingly, with a friendly and respectful smile, and salute the soldiers from afar. "Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. We come from Cold Forest Town in the north, heading to Windy City to sell some mountain goods and buy supplies for winter." Before the soldiers could question him, he would take out some simple, salted snow rabbits or a few grouse he had caught on the way. These were wild game he picked up along the road, and they looked quite good. "It's a small gift for you, soldiers. It's cold out here, and standing guard isn't easy." This thoughtful but not overly flattering attitude, combined with genuine respect, often softened the soldiers' expressions. Usually, they just checked the vehicle briefly, asked about their destination, and verified the rough travel permit stamped with Cold Forest Town seal that Livy had prepared from Bran. Then they would wave them through. "Cold Forest Town? That's quite far. The road isn't safe. Be careful. Thanks for the reminder, sir. We know what to do." Livy always thanked them politely before telling Gale to drive on. Tom and the others were initially nervous, but seeing how smoothly Livy handled everything, they gradually relaxed and admired his skill even more. Besides the checkpoint, they also occasionally met other travelers on the road. Some were common folk heading south with pack mules or ox carts, carrying their families and seeking better opportunities. They looked weathered and wary, with dull or alert eyes. There were also scattered groups of adventurers rushing along. These travelers wore different gear. Some had tattered leather armor. Others wore enchanted equipment that shimmered faintly, and their weapons varied widely. Most moved quickly, scanning the roads and wilderness with sharp eyes. They often glanced at Livy's humble ox cart only briefly and then ignored it. Livy noticed that some of these adventurers had symbols floating above or near their heads, markers visible only to him, indicating their player status. There are some players with unique names and others with guild prefixes. For example, Proud Lord, LV12, Holy Light Trickster, LV15, Only Pick Mount Tai, LV18. Most of these players are higher level than Li Wei, generally between levels 10 and 20. Since it is early in the game, everyone starts with 8 basic professions. So far, Li Wei hasn't seen any top-tier experts. Li Wei always stays low-key. When he encounters players, he deliberately lowers his head or turns away, pretending to organize his goods, avoiding eye contact. Fortunately, his shabby blacksmith outfit makes him unremarkable, and his low level means players rarely notice him. However, Ian, despite his deliberately dirted appearance, still has a faintly handsome face and is a young teenager. Sometimes, he catches a few curious glances. Whenever that happens, Li Wei subtly steps in front of Ian or loudly orders Tom to work, distracting the other players. Ian immediately lowers his head and hides his face in the shadow of his torn hat. All is safe for now. Heading south, the population gradually increases. On both sides of the road, small farms surrounded by low stone walls begin to appear. Although the fields are barren in winter, signs of human settlement are visible. In the air, besides the scent of snow and earth, there's occasionally a faint smell of smoke from human homes. Finally, on the afternoon of the 8th day after leaving Cold Forest Town, when the ox cart struggles up a long gentle, the scene ahead makes everyone hold their breath and stop walking instinctively. Even Ian, usually calm, has a clear look of shock in his light gray eyes. The three teenagers, Tom, Gale, and Rook, gasped in amazement, their mouths wide open, eyes bulging as if they might pop out. At the end of the view, across the vast snowfield, stands a magnificent city. It looks like a steel beast lying on the ground, quietly standing beneath the gray sky. The city wall. It is a truly tall wall, built from huge blue-gray stones. It's at least 20 meters high. It stretches along the horizon, winding endlessly out of sight. On the city wall, tall watchtowers and arrow towers stand at regular intervals, their tips pointing straight at the gloomy sky. Huge flags flutter loudly in the cold wind. The most eye-catching is the flag above the main city gate. It has a deep blue background with a silver-embroidered image of a howling Arctic wolf, its eyes marked with two bright red gemstones. Even from afar, one can feel the authority and coldness radiating from the flag. This is the coat of arms of the Velfu family, the Duke of the southern part of the Northern Kingdom and ruler of Frost City. What is even more shocking are the guards on the city wall. They stand like statues, wearing heavy armor and helmets that hide their faces, only revealing cold eyes. They seem to be part of the wall itself, unmoving. But when Li Wei looks at them, a piece of information automatically appears in his mind, making his scalp tingle. Elite Guards of Frost City, LV 50, Captain of Frost City Guards, LV 60 level 50, level 60, the highest levels in the game, fully maxed out, and in groups. Li Wei feels his calves tighten. He is just an 8th level priest. In front of these guards, he probably can't even catch their glance. Is this the scene of a big city? The so-called wall of Cold Forest Town is like a child's pile of dirt compared to this. Outside the city wall, there are large fields covered with snow, with faint traces of roads and paths. Along the roads, there are low, dense shanty towns with smoke rising from chimneys and faint sounds of voices, home to the poor and outsiders living near the city. Farther away, behind the city, beyond the towering city walls, at the edge of the horizon, there is a huge, majestic shadow stretching across the land like a dragon's back, dark gray and faintly visible. That is the Hadrian Wall, a massive defense structure between the Northern Kingdom and the disputed southern lands. In the setting of Divine Awakening, the Northern Kingdom was originally part of the Aurelia Empire within the Holy Covenant, but it became independent due to poverty and cultural reasons. The first king, Hadrian, ordered the construction of the wall to ensure the neutrality and safety of the Northern Kingdom. Although it was very far away, they could only see a blurry, towering wall that seemed to stretch from the sky to the ground. Yet, the grand, ancient, and unbreakable feeling of strength from that wall still reached them from dozens of miles away, making them feel awe and respect. Are we there? Tom's voice trembled with excitement and shock. Yes, we are. Levi took a deep breath. The cold air cooled his heated blood a little. Linhun City. His eyes swept over the tall city walls, the brave guards, the flying wolf banners, and finally looked at the many buildings inside the city, with their chimneys and pointed rooftops. Let's go. Levi patted Gale's shoulder calmly. Enter the city. The ox cart started to creak again, moving up the and joining the growing crowd and traffic heading toward the big city, like a small stream flowing into a vast, unknown ocean. Linhun City's south gate is one of the main land entrances to this mighty city. Right now, the open space in front of the gate had become a noisy, crowded whirlpool. Various vehicles, from simple ox carts and mule carts to fancy carriages decorated with family emblems pulled by strong horses, formed a crooked line. Under the rough shouts of the guards, they slowly moved forward. The crowd was even denser. The thickly dressed northern villagers hurried by, merchants with dusty travel clothes, porters carrying big bundles, and those, especially noticeable, adventurers. Levi's ox cart, like a leaf caught in a rushing stream, struggled to squeeze into the end of the line. Tom, Gale, and Luke, 3 young boys, had never seen such a scene. Their eyes were not enough. They kept turning their heads, their mouths wide open, looking at everything around them, feeling their heads buzzing. There were too many people, too noisy, too different. The air was mixed with the smell of animals, cheap tobacco, sweat, leather, and faint scents of food, and the smoke from blacksmith shops in the distance. All kinds of sounds blended into a noisy roar. Guards shouting, drivers yelling, merchants calling out, animals neighing, and various adventurers talking, arguing, and even laughing in different accents. What caught their attention most was those adventurers who looked quite different from what they knew as people. Because the Northern Kingdom is neutral, players can come and go freely. Here, you can see players from both the Holy Covenant and the Dawn of Freedom factions, like a small, chaotic exhibition of races from the continent of Odin. "Look, over there," Tom whispered excitedly, tugging Gale's sleeve and quietly pointing ahead. There were several tall, fair-skinned, pointed-eared creatures standing there. Most of them wore light, fancy leather armor or cloth robes, decorated with leaves, vines, or star patterns. Their weapons included slender spears, long bows, or gem-encrusted staffs. They had names like Whisper of the Breeze, LV-14, and Moonshadow Murmurs, LV-16. They were elves, a race known for their grace, long life, and deep forest homes. Under Levi's educational lessons, the 3 teenagers couldn't help but focus on the female elf players. In Divine Awakening, character customization was very free, so everyone usually made their characters look beautiful. Few players, like Levi, made characters that looked older or rough. Elves have elegant figures. Even wrapped in warm cloaks, their slender curves were visible. Their side profiles were delicate, with skin so smooth it seemed poreless. Their long, light gold or silver hair was tied back or left flowing, swaying with their movements. One elf female ranger, in particular, seemed to have her armor skirt lifted for easier movement, revealing a long, straight leg clad in tight leather pants and a finely crafted boot, standing out sharply against the dull background. Wow. Luke's eyes widened, almost drooling. So white. Her legs are so long, Gale muttered softly. Even Levi couldn't help but glance a little longer. His throat moved, secretly admiring. Odin is true to his word. The elf girl's hardware. Really top-notch. But he quickly snapped back to reality when he noticed the elves seemed to sense their gaze. The female ranger looked slightly annoyed, her cold eyes sweeping over. Levi immediately looked down, pretending to cough. He elbowed Tom hard and muttered angrily, "What are you looking at? Pathetic. Your eyes are about to fall out. Be careful or she might shoot you in the eye with an arrow and use it as a marble." 3 teenagers shrank back in fear, quickly withdrawing their gaze, but they couldn't help glancing sideways at that spot. Compared to their curiosity about the elves, another group of players made them feel more surprised and a little instinctively afraid. They were large, muscular men with green or brown skin, showing sharp teeth, wearing simple but heavy leather or chainmail armor, and wielding huge axes or hammers. War Pigeon Clan, Grom the Roar, LV-17. War Pigeon Clan, Big Manalros, LV-15. Orcs, a rough, fierce race that values strength. They stood there like walls of muscle, breathing heavily, their fierce eyes scanning the surroundings with obvious aggression. A farmer passing by, pushing a vegetable cart, accidentally bumped into the roar's leg. Whether intentionally or not, the orc player immediately let out a deep growl, showing his fangs. The farmer, frightened, kept apologizing and almost collapsed to the ground. The 3 teenagers watched nervously, instinctively shrinking behind the ox cart. But what made Ian most curious and momentarily forget her nervousness and disguise, was a different, more unusual presence. It was a skeleton, a complete humanoid skeleton, with a ghostly blue flame flickering in its eye sockets. It wore tattered, rusty chainmail and held a broken sword, standing quietly by the roadside as if waiting for someone. Naxxramas, soul wandering in the night. LV-13, a skeleton? A undead creature? Shouldn't such things appear in tombs, ancient battlegrounds, or evil mages' labs? Why is it standing openly at the gates of Windy City? And it seems everyone around isn't surprised? Even the guards don't care? Ian's intelligence was 16, so she quickly realized that these adventurers were probably a special kind of race, like the elves and orcs, accepted by this world and having the same status as humans, dwarves, and elves. This completely overturned her understanding of the world built from northern ballads and scattered rumors. She felt a strong desire to learn and a curious sense of exploration. Her eyes closely followed the skeleton warrior, trying to read something from its hollow eye sockets and silent stance. Lu Wei noticed Ian acting strangely. Following her gaze, he also saw the skeleton player and understood what was happening. In the game, skeletons, winged people, and even some elemental races are all selectable options, so nothing unusual there. But in this real-world setting, for a native girl, the impact must be quite shocking. He gently patted Ian's shoulder and whispered, "Don't keep staring. That's an undead, like elves and orcs they are. Well, quite special races. There are probably many in the city, so get used to it. But try not to provoke them. Some of them have very bad tempers." Ian withdrew her gaze and nodded softly, but her curiosity still lingered. The group moved forward slowly. Besides the various players, most people were ordinary natives. There were tired and confused northern immigrants with families, merchants shouting and directing workers to carry goods, religious officials dressed in thick robes with serious expressions, and poor children carrying baskets, selling hot drinks and simple food, weaving through the crowd. Hot tea, 2 copper coins a bowl, freshly baked hard bread, filling and satisfying. The shouts of vendors kept coming. Lu Wei touched the silver coins in his pocket, resisting the urge to buy something. There would be more opportunities to spend money inside the city. Finally, after nearly an hour of waiting, the cart reached the city gate. For well-armed guards blocked the way. Unlike the elite guards on the distant city wall, who were level 50, these gate guards were around level 30 to 40. Their equipment was still excellent, their eyes sharp, and they looked businesslike and cold. "Where are you from? What is your purpose for entering the city?" The captain of the guards looked at Lu Wei and the others like a blade, especially lingering on Lu Wei's bald head and the old bloodstains on his rough coat for a moment. Lu Wei quickly jumped down from the cart, wearing a respectful smile, just like at the previous checkpoint, and slightly bowed. "Sir, we come from the cold forest town in the north. It's a small place, maybe you haven't heard of it. We're here to sell some local products from the mountains, like ironware, and to buy salt and cloth for the winter." As he spoke, he quickly took out a simple map stamped with the Cold Forest Town seal from the car and handed it over with both hands. The guard captain took it, glanced at it, then looked at the bulging goods covered with rough cloth on the cart. "Cold Forest Town? That's pretty remote. What's on the cart? Open it and see." "Sure thing." Li Wei signaled Gale and Tom to help. They lifted the top few layers of thick cloth, revealing bundles of roughly made but sturdy axes, pickaxes, and some arrowheads and short knives tied with grass ropes. All are basic equipment, with no special attributes besides being durable. In a place like Coldwind City, they are truly just local products. The captain picked up an axe to weigh it, then looked at the arrowheads and sneered. "Is that all?" Yes. Small town, not much good stuff. Just some labor for sale," Li Wei replied with a smile. "Entry tax, 5 copper coins per person, 10 copper coins for the cart and horses. Goods valued over 10 silver coins are taxed at 2%. Valuable or magical items must be declared separately," the captain said professionally. Li Wei quickly calculated in his mind. 5 people plus a cart, the entry fee is 35 copper coins. The value of the goods. He reported a very low amount, indicating it's far below 10 silver coins, so no tax needed. "Sir, this is the entry fee. Please pay," he said, counting out 35 copper coins and carefully handing them over. The captain took it, casually tossed it into a locked wooden box nearby, and waved his hand. All right, go ahead. Remember, no private fights inside the city, no urinating or defecating in public, and no blocking main streets. There is a curfew at night. You can't stay outside without permission. Violations may result in fines, imprisonment, or even expulsion. Since you're one of us, just a reminder, don't provoke the two major factions. They've been in a bad mood lately. Understood. Understood. Thank you, sir. Li Wei replied quickly, then hurriedly signaled Gale to drive. The cart creaked as it slowly passed through the heavy, tall iron gate, officially entering Coldwind City. Li Wei sat on the cart and opened the map to check the layout of Coldwind City. Immediately, a semi-transparent, simple but clear magical map appeared before him, showing the main areas and important buildings of the city. Rinfeng City rises gradually from south to north, like a giant staircase. The city is divided into 3 clear layers. First layer, Commoners Area and Basic Function Zone. This is the largest and lowest part of the city, where people have just entered. The map shows many winding streets, like busy veins. The main buildings are small stone or wooden houses, shops, workshops, taverns, inns, and several plazas of different sizes for people to gather and trade. Li Wei sees the area near the South Gate, marked as Southgate Market and Carriage and Horse Market. To the east is the dock area, connected by a canal that runs through the city, linking to southern lakes. This area has warehouses, labor markets, and less fancy places. To the west is the more organized artisans district, with blacksmith shops, carpentry, and leather stores. The land here is higher, and the buildings are taller, more orderly, and impressive. The map shows this area divided by several noticeable landmarks. The most prominent are various temples. The main, Winter God Temple, grand and solemn, built with light gray stones, decorated with ice crystals and snowflake patterns. A smaller, Ancestor Spirit Altar, with a more wild and shamanic style, and even a light God Chapel, which is not part of the main faith, but still has worshippers. Besides temples, there are also the Rinfeng City Mage Tower, Warrior Guild, Assassin Guild, and 6 other basic profession guilds, as well as the Adventurers Guild headquarters and auction house. This is the core of Rinfeng City's profession system, where quests are issued, job changes happen, and rare items are traded. Third layer, Nobles District and Administrative Center. This is the highest and smallest part of the city, protected by strict guards and drawbridges. The highest point in the area offers a view of the entire city. On the map, this area is marked simply, but each building is a key part of the scene. Velfu Family Castle, the home and power center of the city rulers. It is a large castle complex built on a rocky cliff, blending the rugged style of the north with the elegance of the south. The wolf flag flies at its highest point. City Hall, the place where daily city affairs are managed. City Guard Headquarters, the core command center for city defense. There are also scattered noble residences with titles or important status. This is the true center of power in Lingfeng City. In the middle of the map, at a large square where the Commoner District meets the second layer, there is a prominent symbol marked Independence Monument / Winter God Statue. This statue is a symbol of Lingfeng City and the entire Northern Kingdom, commemorating the great history of the North breaking free from the rule of the Southern Aurelia Empire. The exact appearance of the statue is not shown on the map, but its location and importance are clear. Closing the map, Li Wei rubbed his slightly swollen temples. There was a lot of information. Let's go. Find a place to stay first, Li Wei said, patting Gale on the shoulder. Head west, toward the Craftsman District. There should be some cheaper inns where we can also park the cart. The ox cart creaked again as it moved into the noisy, chaotic flow of the first layer Commoner District. What was once just a game on a screen has now become a real, fantastical city. Streets, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, paved with stones. Though muddy and snow-covered, the layout is still clear. On both sides are closely packed houses made mostly of stone and wood, usually 2 or 3 stories high, with roofs covered in thick snow or dark tiles. Shop signs flutter in the cold wind. A blacksmith shop with sword models hanging outside, a tavern with a sign showing a mug, a general store displaying various goods, and a tailor's window with finished clothes. Farther away, taller buildings can be seen, including a pointed church, a square city hall, and some grand homes with courtyards and walls, clearly belonging to wealthy families. People and carts move constantly through the streets, even more crowded than at the city gate. Dressed as respectable citizens, carrying tools as craftsmen, patrolling city guards, loud merchants calling out for business, and more colorful, uniquely dressed adventurers, all together create a busy, lively city scene. The air is filled with more complex smells. The aroma of baking bread, greasy stews, blacksmith's coal smoke, horse manure, and the constant scent of human life. Tom, Gale, and Ruck were completely stunned, sitting motionless in the carriage like three statues. Ian also took a gentle breath, his light gray eyes quickly scanning everything around him, trying to remember every detail of this huge city. This is a city. It's very different from Cold Forest Town, which is just a few muddy streets and low stone houses, completely a different world. Liev also took a deep breath of this city air, mixed with dreams, opportunities, and dangers. He patted the still-dazed Gale. Don't just stare, kid. Drive the cart. Find a cheap place to stay, like a hostel or a big wagon inn. Remember, stay alert and keep your money safe. The ox cart slowly moved through the noisy streets for about half an hour, following the rule of cheap, parking possible, and away from main roads to avoid trouble. Liev directed Gale. Finally, they reached the end of a narrower but fairly tidy side street, where he looked at the shops nearby. Some shop names clearly showed they were run by NPCs, like Bee and Hook Tavern, Byerna's Curio Shop, Elgrim's Potion Shop. Others looked like they were run by players, like Bulgarian Cottage, Dubai Hotel, Shasian Snacks. Shasian Snacks is still chasing me, Liev muttered, scratching his head, and found a seemingly reliable inn. The inn's name was simple, hanging on the door with a crooked wooden sign, stone hammer, and malt beer. The building was in typical northern style, with the ground floor made of heavy stones and the upper floor of dark wood. The windows were small, glowing with warm yellow light. Snow had been cleared from the entrance, and a half-height beer barrel was used as a sign outside. What caught Liev's attention most was that, at the inn's entrance, besides ordinary merchants and adventurers, he saw a few short, stocky figures with thick beards, only as tall as a person's waist but very sturdy. Dwarves. Liwei felt a little curious. Dwarf-run shops usually mean good drinks, maybe a bit expensive but fair, and generally safe. Although dwarves are quick-tempered, they value trust and keeping promises. Here, Liwei said as he jumped down from the carriage. Tom, Rook, watch the cart and the ox. Gale, 0601. Come with me to ask about rooms. When they pushed open the heavy wooden door, a warm wave of mixed smells hit them. Beer, roasted meat, tobacco, and a unique dwarf scent like a mix of minerals and sweat. The lively sounds of chatter, clinking glasses, and a slightly off-tuned lute played from a corner filled the air. The main hall was dim but cozy. A large fireplace burned thick logs, and several rough wooden tables were crowded with travelers, quiet adventurers, and a few dwarves sitting in corners, holding large wooden mugs and drinking heartily. Behind the counter, instead of a usual bartender or innkeeper, stood a dwarf player. He was about 1.3 meters tall but stocky, like a small barrel. His thick brown beard was braided into two large plaits hanging over his chest, decorated with metal rings. He wore practical leather armor, covered by a stained leather apron. Around his waist, he carried a small axe and a big bunch of keys. Most eye-catching was the floating sign above his head, GG Explosion, LV9. A level 9 dwarf ranger player running a tavern? Liwei found it quite interesting. He led Ian and Gale to the counter. The dwarf player was wiping a wooden mug with a dirty cloth, not looking up. Stay or drink. Rooms upstairs, 5 coppers for a bunk, 20 for a private room. Beer is 2 coppers a mug, roasted meat 10 coppers a serving. His voice was rough, with a dwarf accent, speaking quickly but smartly. Room for 5 people, 2 shared rooms, staying 3 nights. Also, we need a safe place to park our cart and goods, Liwei said, carefully observing the dwarf. He wasn't very high level, but managing a tavern in a place like Coldwind City showed he had some connections or resources. The dwarf player finally looked up, his sharp eyes hidden beneath thick eyebrows, sweeping over Li Wei and the others. His gaze lingered briefly on Li Wei's bald head and Ian's face, then shifted to the faint outline of the cart outside the door behind them. The cart can be parked in the backyard. You pay separately, 3 copper coins per night. I don't care if you lose things, but if the oxen mess around, you'll have to clean up yourself, the dwarf said, counting on his short fingers. 5 people, 2 shared rooms, 3 nights, 30 copper coins. The cart stays 3 nights, 9 coins. Pay first, then stay. Also, if you damage anything, you pay for repairs. Fighting or causing trouble, just report it. The price was quite fair, even a little lower than Li Wei expected. Li Wei didn't bargain. He counted out 39 copper coins and pushed them forward. The dwarf quickly took the coins from behind the counter and tossed over 2 numbered iron keys. Second floor, turn left, the innermost 2 rooms. The backyard gate is in the alley next door. Drive your cart in yourself. The gate locks at 10 p.m. If you're late, climb over the wall, decisive and straightforward, without any fuss. Li Wei took the keys, told Gale and Ian to settle Tom and the others, and to drive the cart into the backyard. But he didn't leave immediately. He leaned on the counter, watching the dwarf continue to wipe cups. Suddenly, he spoke in a teasing tone common among players. Brother, not bad. Your level isn't high, but your inn is pretty steady. Opened right at the start of the game version, especially for a dwarf. A ranger running an inn? That's a bit unusual. The dwarf paused his cup wiping, raised his eyes, and looked at Li Wei again, this time with a different meaning in his gaze. He saw the badge above Li Wei's head, Li Wei Chloe LV8. Oh, a fellow townsman, the dwarf said casually, but with a hint of caution. Just trying to make a living. Fighting and killing are tiring, and you worry about account deletion. Running a shop, staying safe, earning a little money, drinking some wine, that's pretty good too. He set down his cup, reached under the counter, and took out 2 smaller clay cups. He poured himself 2 cloudy mugs of beer, then pushed one toward Li Wei. Since I like you, I'll buy you a drink. What's your name? From the northern town? Bringing some NPC kids along, trading goods? Li Wei didn't refuse. He took the cup and took a big sip. The beer was strong, with a roasted malt aroma and a noticeable sourness. It wasn't very tasty, but it had enough kick to chase away some cold. Li Wei? Yes, from the cold forest town in the north. Taking his apprentice out to see the world and selling some mountain goods along the way, he said with a smirk, your shop. It must have cost a lot to set up, right? In this place, Coldwind City. Gigi burst into laughter, took a sip of wine, wiped the foam off his beard, and showed a mix of pride and helplessness. Well, it's mostly luck. When the game first started, who would have thought it would turn out like this? I was one of the earliest fans paying close attention. I thought about playing as a dwarf ranger, trying out a different profession, and, I even preloaded some money. He lowered his voice, sounding a bit proud, who knew that on the day of divine inspiration, all of us would come in. The tricky part was, we couldn't withdraw the money, but the gold in the game was real. I used that startup capital, and since everyone was broke and prices were crazy at the beginning, I traded some materials and saved up some funds. When I saw the situation, I realized I couldn't go back, so I used all my money to buy this nearly bankrupt inn, renovated it, and went back to my old job. He patted the sturdy oak counter. I used to work in the food business in real life. The materials and recipes are a bit different in the game, but I got the hang of it quickly. Plus, our dwarf race gets bonuses for drinks and food, so I started making them. Now, it's at least a place to stay, so I won't starve. Li Wei listened, feeling a mix of emotions. Preloading money. In the game world, that's a common way to show financial strength. But in this world, it's become a kind of natural advantage for some people. The dwarf in front of him used that money to survive the hardest times and now has a stable life. It's hard not to feel jealous. If Li Wei had some money to preload, even just to buy good gear at the start, his situation wouldn't be so bad. He also noticed that when Gigi mentioned Day of Divine Inspiration and couldn't go back, there was a fleeting look of sadness in his eyes. No matter how much gold he has, he can't return to the old world. Impressive. Li Wei raised his cup and sincerely clinked it with Gigi's. Brother, you have vision. Having your own place in this chaotic world is better than anything. Fighting and killing aren't a long-term plan. Maybe someday, the account will get deleted. This hit Gigi's heart. He chuckled and poured drinks for both of them. Exactly. I see those guys shouting about fighting, grabbing land, and doing faction quests all day. They're exhausted. In this version, we don't even have resurrection skills yet. Our lives are fragile, and once you're gone, there's no place to come back. Just like me, opening a small shop, listening to the stories of travelers coming from the north and south, earning steady money, and occasionally going out for a walk or doing some wandering work. Of course, safety comes first, feeling free and relaxed. He looked at Li Wei's priestly outfit and asked curiously, "What about you? A priest of Odin? That's not common. Why did you come to Rinfeng City to sell mountain goods? I heard the northern mining area was taken over by the Frostwolf Guild. Has your town, Hamlin, been affected?" Li Wei felt a chill, but kept his expression calm and sighed. "Of course we've been affected. How could we not be? They set the prices for our ores so low we can't make a profit. We're too small to fight back. So, we're thinking of finding other ways, making iron tools and seeing if there's a market in the south. Also, we want to buy some urgently needed supplies for our town." Gigi Bao showed understanding and some sympathy. The Frostwolf Guild isn't well liked. They tend to target remote areas. It's not easy for you either. In Rinfeng City, the iron trade is very competitive. Ordinary basic equipment doesn't sell well unless you have special skills or rare materials. He paused and lowered his voice. But if you want to sell quickly and don't mind lowering your prices a bit, you can go to the old, crippled general store in the west of the city. The old NPC there doesn't check much and pays quickly, but he's tough on prices. Or, you can set up a stall at the outdoor market in the gathering area. Try your luck, but you'll need to pay a stall fee. This was very useful information. Li Wei quickly thanked him. "Thanks, brother. This intel is a big help. Come, I toast you." The two clinked glasses, drank a few poor-quality beers, and started talking openly. Gigi Bao hadn't talked to a fellow from his hometown in a long time. With Li Wei's deliberate friendliness, they quickly became close friends. From him, Li Wei learned more about Rinfeng City. For example, the city's lord, Duke Wilfo, is a typical northern noble, tough, practical, and focused on profit. He's fair in governing, but doesn't tolerate threats to his rule. There are several main factions in the city. The Wilfo family controlling the city's defenses, the Northern Guild controlling most of the trade associations, the influential Winter God Temple, and some underground gangs based in the docks and slums. For example, among players, besides those like Gigi Bao who do business, most high-level players have joined the local major guilds in Frostwind City, such as the Northwind Knights or the Icefield Claw. Others work as mercenaries along the Southern Great Wall or secretly participate in the Southern faction wars. There is also news about magic crystals. Gigi Bao mentioned that recently, the magic item market in Frostwind City has been a bit unstable. Due to the ongoing battles in the south, the demand for enchanted weapons, healing potions, and magic scrolls has increased greatly, causing the prices of magical materials to rise. Especially the stable-producing magic crystals are always in short supply, but most sources are controlled by a few big merchant guilds and mage towers. Private trades are risky. So, little brother Li Wei, Gigi Bao patted Li Wei on the shoulder, a bit tipsy. If you really get something special and want to sell it for a high price, it's best to find a reliable middleman, or try to connect with the Velford family or some of the big mages. But that's even harder. As small players like us, they wouldn't even bother to look at us. Li Wei silently took note, gaining a clearer understanding of the difficulty and risks of trading magic crystals. Selling directly to small vendors or retail is not feasible. The target is too big and likely to attract attention. He must find a way to reach higher level, more reputable channels. "Thanks for the advice, Baoji." Li Wei poured him another drink. "In Frostwind City, I'll still need your help." "No problem, no problem. We're all from the same hometown. Gotta support each other." Gigi Bao cheered, face flushed. "Next time you come to my place for drinks, I'll give you a discount. If your mountain goods don't sell, you can trade some here to settle the bill, huh? Add me as a friend, Baoji." "Sure, brother." Li Wei's screen automatically sent a friend request. Gigi Bao, LV9, request to add you as a friend. Li Wei clicked accept, and his friend list now showed Gigi Bao's profile picture. At this moment, Ian finished setting up the cart and goods in the backyard and came in. She still had no expression on her face, But when she saw Li Wei and the dwarf boss joking around like close friends, the bald man always acted familiar. Gigi Bao saw Ian. His eyes lit up, and he said gruffly, "Hey, is this your disciple? Looks pretty good." Li Wei smiled and put his arm around Ian's shoulders. "Of course, she's my real disciple. Not only is he handsome, but he's also smart. He will definitely succeed in the future." After chatting for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Li Wei made an excuse to settle the luggage and took Ian upstairs. The shared room was simple, with a large bed made of a wooden platform, covered with hay and a few old furs. 4 or 5 people could squeeze into sleep. Although basic, it was clean and much better than sleeping outdoors. Li Wei arranged for Tom and the others to share one room, while he and Ian stayed in another. Officially, it was a master and apprentice arrangement, but in reality, it was to watch over the most important goods and ensure Ian's safety. He closed the door, blocking out the noise from downstairs. The drunkenness on Li Wei's face instantly faded, and his eyes became clear. He walked to the window, opened a small, and looked out at the growing night and scattered lights. 0601. He whispered, "Did you note everything?" "Yes," Ian replied softly from behind him. "The city lord, the merchant guild, the temple, and the underground gangs. Magic materials are getting more expensive. Magic crystals are in short supply, but risky to obtain. We need to find high-level contacts or reliable middlemen." "Exactly." Li Wei turned to look at Ian's face, which was half-lit and half-shadowed in the dim light. "That dwarf boss, GG Explosion, can be trusted for now, but not completely. The information he provides is useful, especially about the magic crystal market." He touched his bald head thoughtfully. "Tomorrow, we won't rush to act. You and Tom should explore the city, get familiar with the environment. Focus on the old, crippled general store in the west and the Adventurers Guild market. Learn about the prices for common ironware and general goods. Remember, watch more, listen more, speak less, and especially avoid mentioning magic crystals." "Yes," Ian nodded. Li Wei's gaze was deep. "I need to think of a way to contact higher-ups." He walked to his bag, carefully took out the bundle containing magic crystals and the legendary cloth, and gently stroked it. The first night in Linfeng City quietly arrived amid unfamiliar beds and tangled thoughts. Downstairs, faint sounds of Gigi's boisterous laughter and clinking glasses could still be heard. The next morning, Li Wei handed a bag of copper coins to Ian, telling her to take Tom and the others to the city's free market to see the world. The main goal was to learn about the prices of common ironware and general goods, and to gather information on the prices and sources of various supplies. Li Wei warned, "Come back to the inn for lunch and don't spend money recklessly." "Yes, boss." Ian took the money pouch carefully and tucked it into his coat. The 3 boys were very excited, rubbing their fists in anticipation, eager to rush into the noisy market. He watched the 4 teenagers leave the inn and merge into the growing crowd on the morning street. The bald man touched his head and strolled out the door. His goal today was clear: observe, scout, and find a way to contact high-level contacts. But he knew this couldn't be rushed. As an outsider with no connections, it was unrealistic to expect to directly reach the city lord's mansion or the archmage. So, he decided to wander the streets like a street kid, looking for opportunities. The morning sun was weak and didn't bring much warmth. Li Wei wrapped his coat tighter, hands in his pockets, walking slowly along the main road called Ice Plain Wolf Avenue. This street was named after the city lord's family crest and was one of the widest and busiest in the city. Shops lined both sides, with bright signs and banners competing for attention. A weapon shop displayed shiny swords and armor. An armor store hung thick leather and chainmail. An alchemy shop's window showed strange-colored potion bottles. A tailor displayed clothing styles from the north and south. And there was even a bookstore with a heavy wooden door slightly open, giving off the smell of ink and old paper. People bustled everywhere. Besides locals and merchants, players could be seen all around. Most hurried along, either alone or in small groups, discussing quests, gear, dungeon info, or complaining about the northern weather and dungeon difficulty. The bald man walked with his hands behind his back, looking casual, but secretly memorizing important places and gathering spots of players. As he strolled, he stopped at a fruit stand on a street corner. The stand was small, made of a few wooden planks. It displayed a pile of frost-patterned melons. Item: Northern Border Ice Melon. Level 1. Quality: excellent, green. A special melon that grows in the cold northern regions. Its flesh is cool and slightly sweet, with plenty of juice, effective for quenching thirst. A local specialty of the north. Ice melons. These can't be grown in the southern border. They're probably brought from Deep Winter City. The vendor was a chubby, middle-aged man wrapped in thick fur, chatting casually with a friend nearby. Li Wei stroked his chin, feeling a bit interested. He had been walking for a while and was getting hungry. He stepped forward, casually picked up a melon, and weighed it. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. "Buddy, how much for this melon?" Li Wei asked casually, patting the melon. The chubby shop owner raised his eyelids, glanced at Li Wei, and his eyes briefly lingered on his bald head and faded jacket. Then he looked away lazily, stretching out two chubby fingers to show, two silver coins per gene. "How much?" The bald man almost thought he heard wrong. "No, buddy, is this melon shell made of gold, or are the seeds made of gold?" Li Wei asked with a smile. The chubby shop owner seemed used to this kind of reaction. He slowly took out a small metal box from his pocket, pulled out a short pipe, took a deep puff, and exhaled a cloud of grayish smoke. He looked at Li Wei sideways, his voice slow and full of local pride and impatience. "Look around this place. Where are the melons? These are all brought from the northern winter city by fast horses. Shipping costs, losses, labor, none of it is cheap. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. Wanna buy or not?" He waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Li Wei was amused by his attitude. Wow, raising the price and acting so confident? Does he think he's never seen a scam before? What if this melon isn't ripe enough? The chubby shop owner glared at the bald man, impatient. "If it's not ripe, I'll eat it myself." Satisfied now? "All right." Li Wei grinned, showing his white teeth. "Pick one for me." He sat down on a small stool behind the stall. The chubby shop owner placed the melon on a tray, quickly hung a weight on the scale, and adjusted the balance by flicking the scale's rod. Soon, it was steady. 15 gene, 30 silver, 30 silver coins. Enough to stay in a big shared room at the GG Inn for half a month. Li Wei didn't rush to pay. A melon this big costing 30 silver coins? That's a ripoff. Your scale is off. This isn't 15 gene, he said, frowning. There's something wrong with your scale. The melon seller slowly stood up, glaring at the bald man. Are you trying to cause trouble? He suddenly placed the melon on the wooden table in front of Li Wei, threatening, "Wanna buy or not?" His friends nearby also crossed their arms, looking confident and dismissive. Old Li smiled. In his past life, he had dealt with many small vendors and was very familiar with their tricks. Before the fat boss could react, he stepped forward quickly and used his finger to flick at the bottom edge of the scale tray. Suddenly, a magnet was stuck underneath the scale. "A magnet," he said. The melon seller's face changed. "And as for what you said, if that melon is fresh, you can swallow it yourself." The bald man picked up a watermelon knife and chopped it down on the ice melon. The melon seller was furious. He had some background to sell ice melons, and Li Wei's disturbance drew the attention of nearby passers-by and vendors, who stopped to watch curiously. The fat boss's face turned pale, like pig liver. "Are you trying to cut my melon?" "Fight him." Li Wei raised his knife, ready to defend himself, but he had no intention of fighting. He just didn't want trouble. However, he quickly saw a group of impressive figures approaching. Leading them was a young man in his early 20s, tall and handsome, with a noble look. He wore a shiny silver-gray armor that covered his upper body, a dark blue fur cloak with gold embroidery, and a fancy knight's sword at his waist. What caught the eye most was the symbol on his head. It wasn't a transparent player mark, but a faint gold-edged text. Young Wolf Lord, Carol Velford, commander of the Wind City Guard, LV-60, Velford. A member of the City Lord's family. Old Li thought, someone who just wants to sleep gets a pillow. Suddenly, the melon vendor's friends rushed over with the scale, making a loud noise. Li Wei elbowed him quickly. Cool. Bang. He hit the other's stomach hard. The friend cried out in pain, his face turning pale, curling up like a shrimp. All his fierce attitude was gone. Li Wei kicked him into the pile of melons. Meanwhile, the melon seller was still stunned, and Li Wei raised his hand to stab him in the stomach. If I can't beat guild members, can I still lose to a level 5 NPC? Blood splashed out instantly. All this happened in a flash, and the people watching were still stunned. Someone's killing. Someone's killing. A crowd of onlookers gasped in shock and shouted loudly. Li Wei threw the watermelon knife onto a nearby stall with a loud clatter. He turned around. Carol Vilfo, flanked by a group of elite guards, had already stepped in front of the bald man. He stood tall and looked down at him with a stern expression, his icy blue eyes full of clear anger. How dare this bald man attack in broad daylight on Ice Wolf Avenue? This is too much. Doing harm in broad daylight on Ice Wolf Avenue is against the law. Carol's voice was firm and commanding. You have some nerve. Did the northern snow and wind freeze your brain? Or do you think the city's rules are just for show? Take him away. Behind him, fierce-looking guards formed a semicircle, their hands on their sword hilts. The crowd quickly moved back, creating an open space to watch. They pointed and whispered, some clearly enjoying the scene. Wait, sir. Please wait. Seeing the guards about to step forward, Li Wei suddenly raised both hands. It's a misunderstanding, sir. I'm innocent. It's that watermelon seller who cheated us with rotten fruit and a crooked scale. He shouted and pointed at the watermelon on the ground, showing the white flesh, and also at the magnet stuck to the scale, which proved his point. Li Wei looked very wronged, dressed in a torn jacket and bald head, just like a poor farmer being bullied by a dishonest merchant. The crowd around them started murmuring. Exactly. That fat guy, Xiao, relies on his brother being the captain of the Southgate Patrol. He's always up to no good. I was tricked by him last time, too. Serves him right. Someone should teach him a lesson. It seemed that Xiao, the watermelon seller, wasn't popular. Now, many people spoke up to defend Li Wei. Their voices were quiet but clear. Carol Vilfo's brow twitched slightly. His icy blue eyes looked at the watermelon and the magnet on the ground, then at Xiao, who was groaning in pain and bleeding. The situation was pretty clear now. A dishonest merchant with a little background had met a naive young man. Silence. Carol raised his voice, calming the surrounding noise. Take everything and conduct a careful interrogation. If you find him innocent, I will uphold justice. Since the matter involves members of the city defense team, Carol couldn't handle it on the spot. After all, family issues should not be made public. At this moment, Li Wei had the chance to approach him. The bald man lowered his voice, speaking quietly, so only a few nearby could hear. Captain Wilfo, I have important news to report. It concerns the safety of Linfeng City and the critical situation in the south. Please, sir, listen to me alone. If what I say is false, I am willing to accept any punishment. His words sounded vague and somewhat absurd. A young man from the countryside, just having dealt with a dishonest merchant. What important information could he have about the city's safety or the southern battlefield? The guards around showed sneers and disdain. But Carol Wilfo's steps stopped. He slowly turned around, his icy blue eyes once again fixed on Li Wei, sharp as if they could see through him. He stared at Li Wei for a full 5 seconds. The air seemed to freeze. Then, he suddenly smiled, a mysterious smile. Oh? Important information? Carol waved his hand. Let him go. The guards released Li Wei. Carol stepped forward, leaning close to Li Wei, speaking quietly, so only the two could hear. Baldy, you'd better truly have important information. If you're just stalling or playing tricks. His finger gently tapped the old blood-stained leather coat over Li Wei's chest, right at the inner pocket. I don't mind letting you try some of the little tricks in Linfeng City's prison. Trust me, you won't live to regret it. Li Wei's heart pounded like a drum, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. But he knew this was his only chance. He took a deep breath, met Carol's cold gaze, and nodded firmly. I understand, sir. The guard station was located on the edge of the noble district in Linfeng City, a 3-story building made of thick blue stone, with sharp lines that gave off a stern, intimidating aura. When the guards at the door saw Carol returning with a bald man wearing a tattered leather coat, their faces showed surprise, but no one dared to ask questions. Carol signaled 2 guards to stand at the door and led Li Wei through the dim, musty first-floor hall. They took a narrow staircase up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was much quieter than the first, with a few rooms on each side, each with a wooden sign. Carol pushed open the door to the innermost room. The room was small and simply furnished. There was a heavy oak desk, 2 chairs, a fireplace with a faint flame, and on the wall, a map of the Northern Kingdom, and a banner of the Ice Wolf. On the desk, there were scattered scrolls, books, and an empty silver cup. This room looked more like his private office and rest area than an official interrogation room. Carol pointed to a sturdy wooden chair in front of the desk. Sit. He then moved to the fireplace, picked up the tongs, and stoked the fire to make the room warmer. Afterward, he returned to his seat behind the desk, took off a fancy knight's sword, and casually leaned it against the table. He looked at Li Wei patiently. Speak, Carol said, with his hands crossed on the table and leaning slightly forward. The important information you mentioned. I hope it will keep you out of the dungeon. Li Wei sat stiffly in the hard chair, feeling as if nails were poking into his bottom. The warmth in the room chased away his cold, but his forehead sweat was more obvious. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and looked at Carol. Sir, before I share the information, may I ask, what is the current attitude of Rinfeng City towards the Southern War? Or their demand for magic materials, especially the stable supply of magic crystals? Li Wei's voice was steady, but his tense jaw showed his nervousness. Carol's eyebrows twitched slightly. He didn't answer Li Wei's question. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the smooth table, making a rhythmic tapping sound. Listen, he said slowly. I'm asking you. Understand your position. You're just a small person on the border. What right do you have to inquire about Rinfeng City's military and political affairs? And why do you think the so-called intelligence in your hands has anything to do with strategic resources like magic crystals? His tone wasn't harsh, even a bit playful, but his words carried weight that made Li Wei feel uneasy. I dare not inquire about military and political matters. Li Wei quickly lowered his head, bowing even more. It's just, I am from the northern lands, and by chance, I found some special things. These items might be useful to Frost City and the Velford family. I only want to use them to exchange for a little insignificant protection and a way for my hometown and its people to survive. Special things? Carol's sharp eyes seemed to cut through him, as if wanting to see inside his heart. Like what? Li Wei clenched his teeth. He knew that without showing some real evidence, this proud young noble would not pay him any attention, nor believe anything he said afterward. He reached into his inner pocket slowly and carefully, trying not to show his nervousness. Carol did not stop him. He just watched quietly, tapping his fingers on the table, but his rhythm seemed to slow down a bit. Li Wei took out not a whole magic crystal, but a small shard he used to light a fire, about the size of a fingernail, clear and icy blue. Under the fireplace's glow, tiny star-like lights inside the crystal moved slowly, giving off a faint but pure magical energy. He gently placed this small shard on the table in front of Carol. When the shard touched the oak surface, it made a very soft, tock sound. The room's air seemed to freeze at that moment. Carol's finger, which had been tapping the table, suddenly stopped. His gaze slowly shifted from Li Wei's face to the icy blue crystal on the table. Deep inside his icy blue eyes, a flicker of shock flashed, quickly replaced by deeper scrutiny and thought. He didn't reach out immediately, nor did he move closer. He just stared at the shard, as if trying to verify its authenticity or assess the huge trouble it might bring. After more than 10 seconds, Carol finally spoke, his voice much deeper and more serious than before. Level 3 magic crystal. Fragment from an original mine. His tone was very certain, showing he was very familiar with this kind of magical material. Good purity. Not many places in the north can produce this. Cold Forest Town. Nearby, he didn't ask a question but made a statement. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, none of these noble children are simple. Just a small piece almost confirmed the source area. Your lordship, please see clearly. Li Wei did not deny, nor could he. It was indeed found near Hanlon Town. By chance. Carol finally looked up at Li Wei, a faint smile on his face. Such a coincidence. An isolated town pastor who discovered a magic crystal vein by chance, then got caught for fighting, and just happens to have important information to report, along with a sample. His tone grew colder. Li Wei, right? Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Or do you think our Welford family is full of fools that can be easily fooled? Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Li Wei's back. Actually, it was because he couldn't help but admire beauty that he was caught. But he did intentionally bring the sample, no doubt about that. Now that Carol has exposed him, he feels a strange sense of relief, as if giving up. Your lordship, Li Wei looked up, his eyes no longer filled with fear, only honesty. I dare not deceive you. Things are not as coincidental as they seem. But the magic crystal is real, and the vein is real. I risked my life today to see you, not by chance, but because I had no other choice. He paused, speaking sincerely. Hamlin Town is too poor, too small, to guard such a thing. The Frostwolf Guild is like a pack of hyenas watching the mine, and the war in the south could flare up at any time. We just want to survive, using this discovery to find a way out, a bit of security. That's all. Carol looked at him quietly, fingers tapping on the table, faster than before. Desperate? Gambling. He repeated these words, his icy blue eyes deep and unfathomable. Do you know what will happen if I catch you, torture you severely, or send people to search Hamlin Town? You and your fellow villagers probably don't even know how to write the word survive. Even if you are not caught, those 4 kids wouldn't be able to write. Li Wei couldn't help but curse inwardly. Of course, your lordship can do that, he said directly to Carol. With the power of the Welford family in Linfeng City, crushing us is like crushing a few ants. But then, what would you gain? A possibly exposed, targeted, uncertain mind sight by the Frostwolf Guild or other forces. Are we, the lowly people, perhaps spreading rumors before our death about the Velfu family forcibly taking resources from the common folk? He took a deep breath and spoke faster. But if the Lord is willing to give us a little, even just nominal protection, allowing us to supply some magic crystals to Rinfeng City at a fair price and through safe channels, then what the Lord gains is a relatively stable, hidden source of magical materials under your control. The town of Hamlin gets hope and security to survive. This benefits Rinfeng City, the Velfa family, and the southern military readiness, without harm. Carol's finger, tapping on the table, paused again. He looked at Li Wei, and for the first time, his eyes showed clear surprise and a hint of admiration. You're quite bold, Carol said slowly. Not only do you dare to negotiate with me, but you also dare to threaten me. I dare not threaten, only state facts. Li Wei lowered his head, but his tone remained firm. I believe that with your wisdom, you can see which choice is better for Rinfeng City. We are also willing to accept any supervision and conditions you set. The room fell silent again. Only the crackling of the fire in the fireplace and their uneven breathing could be heard. After a long while, Carol suddenly leaned forward, hands on the table, his icy blue eyes locking onto Li Wei as he asked word by word. Li Wei, tell me, how dare you? How dare you say these things to me, Carol Velfu? To take out this stone and propose such a deal? Aren't you afraid? I might kill you right now, then send people to Hamlin Town, turn it upside down, and deal with all those who know the truth? His voice was not loud, but the murderous intent and the coldness of a ruler made the room seem to grow colder. He touched his smooth back of the head and revealed the truth. Sir, at this point, I won't hide it from you. Half of what I said about flattering you and the Velford family is true, and the other half is nonsense. Carol had already guessed this and signaled him to continue. Li Wei went on. As small people, we live day to day, with no right to trust the big figures. We only know that to stay alive and keep a tiny hope, sometimes we have to risk everything, show our cards, and find someone who seems most likely to listen to reason. He paused and looked directly at Carol. As for why I dare? Because we have no other way. The Frostwolf Guild will discover sooner or later that the fighting in the south might reach the northern lands. The small assets in Cold Forest Town can't withstand any storm. Instead of waiting to die, we might as well fight. And you, Li Wei lowered his voice, with a strange persuasive power. You are the young Wolf Lord, the heir of the Velford family, the future ruler of Wind City. You are young, ambitious, capable, and need achievements and resources to strengthen your position and face the changes in the south. A stable magic crystal source is very valuable for you personally and for Wind City. You know this better than I do. I'm betting on you, not because I trust the kindness of noble lords, but because I believe a smart ruler knows how to make the best choice. Killing us, stealing an uncertain mine, and getting into trouble, what good does that do you? Giving us a way to survive, a steady channel, and grateful border folk. This is a better deal, isn't it? Carol listened quietly, with no expression on his face, but deep inside his icy blue eyes, it seemed a storm was brewing. Li Wei's words were bold and daring. But he was partly right. Carol needed achievements, resources, to prove himself to his father and the elders, and to build capital for Wind City and possible future chaos. Even a poor magic crystal vein had great strategic importance. However, Carol was proud and used to controlling everything. Lu Wei's open, almost coercive way of negotiating made him very uncomfortable, even angry at being insulted. He suddenly let out a soft laugh, a sound that revealed no emotion, neither joy nor anger. Very clever words, Li Wei, turning begging and negotiation into what sounds like a good investment for me. Carol leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping on the table again. But you still haven't answered my first question. Why do you think I will follow your plan? Why do you believe I won't choose a simpler, more direct way? Just because of your silly guesses about how a smart ruler should act. His tone turned cold and commanding again. Give me a real, impossible to ignore reason. Otherwise, I won't mind showing you what a foolish ruler might do. The pressure pressed down like a mountain. Li Wei knew that just analyzing benefits wasn't enough. He needed to show something stronger, something that would truly make Carol afraid, or at least take seriously. He needed a background. He remembered Odin's backing and the messages from the ravens' thoughts. It was time. Li Wei took a deep breath again. This time, his eyes became very calm, almost sacred, solemn. He spoke slowly. My lord, if I may say, our cold forest town is not without roots. We are being watched by a certain presence. This deal was not entirely my idea, but it was quietly approved. Carol's fingers stopped tapping abruptly. His brow furrowed tightly. A presence? Approval? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me clearly. Li Wei didn't answer directly. Instead, he reached into his pocket again. This time, he didn't take out a magic crystal. Instead, he pulled out a dull, unremarkable cloth, Freya's rag. He gently placed the rag on the table, next to a shard of magic crystal. Please, my lord, examine this cloth and what's underneath it, Li Wei said softly. Carol looked suspiciously at the rag, then at Li Wei. Finally, he reached out and pinched a corner of the cloth. The touch was delicate and cool, as if carrying a strange rhythm. He gently lifted the cloth. Beneath it was a tiny shard of magic crystal, about the size of a fingernail. But just as the cloth was lifted, a faint tremor sounded, so subtle it seemed to resonate directly within the soul. The piece of magic crystal that had been lying quietly suddenly burst out with a soft yet pure icy blue light. The light was not dazzling, but filled with a mysterious magical glow. The tiny points of light inside it sped up instantly, as if given life. Even more surprising, as the light appeared, faint and real golden rune symbols seemed to form around the fragment, faintly visible in the space. These ancient and mysterious runes were outlined by tiny golden lights. The runes flashed and disappeared quickly, but their powerful aura left a clear impression in the air. Carol felt like he was burned, and he quickly let go of the cloth he was holding. He leaned back, his icy blue eyes narrowing sharply. For the first time, he showed an expression of shock and awe. He was the heir of the Vilford family, trained with the best noble education and magical enlightenment. He had a keen sense for magical items and divine energy. That moment of energy release was not just from the crystal itself. It was divine energy. Although very faint, the sense of majesty was unmistakable, especially that fleeting glimpse of the rune symbols. They were the ancient script used by Odin, the one-eyed god from the Asgardian pantheon. This is. Carol's voice trembled for the first time. He stared hard at the crystal fragment on the table, which was covered again by the cloth, and the light and strange phenomena vanished instantly. Then he looked up sharply at Levi, eyes full of disbelief. Odin, that nearly forgotten. One-eyed god. Levi grinned and said, You can't beat me, kid. He covered the crystal fragment again with the cloth and tucked it into his pocket. As you can see, sir, he said confidently, the old church in Cold Forest Town is dedicated to Odin. I am the only priest there. The cloth, the way I hide the divine energy of the crystal, and my decision to come to Wind City. None of it is accidental. He paused, looking at Carol's still shocked face, and slowly added, So, sir, this deal might not only involve the crystal, but also an ancient god, and perhaps a little favor from him for the humble people of Cold Forest Town. Carol opened his mouth to speak, but found himself speechless. He leaned back in his chair, his icy blue eyes filled with mixed emotions. Odin, that deity whose name had long faded in the northern kingdom, only lingering in remote corners and ancient legends. If Levi's words are true, no, the aura of divine power just now, along with the rune symbols, can't be faked. At least, that piece of cloth and the magic crystal are definitely connected to that one-eyed god. What does this mean? A mine watched over by an ancient deity? Killing Levi and taking the mine might bring unpredictable divine punishment or curses. Although Odin's worship is declining, the power of gods is mysterious, and no one can be sure. And if we cooperate, not only could we get a steady supply of magic crystals, but maybe we could also establish a very weak connection with an ancient being. Even if only nominally, sometimes it could become an unexpected advantage or a form of intimidation. The risks and opportunities suddenly rose to a whole new level. Carol was silent for a long time. The fire in the fireplace burned quietly, and only the uneven breathing of the two remained in the room. Finally, Carol slowly sat upright. The shock on his face had faded, replaced by the calm and seriousness of a noble air, but deep in his eyes, there was something new. He looked at Levi with a complex expression. Levi, Carol spoke slowly, his voice steady but more serious than ever. You win. At least for this round. You guessed right. He paused briefly. I can represent the Velford family and reach a preliminary cooperation agreement with Cold Forest Town. We need magic crystals, but they must come from a stable and safe source. The details, prices, transportation methods, and the protection and supplies you need, we can discuss slowly. But his tone suddenly turned sharp. You must guarantee that the news about the mine is absolutely not leaked to any third party, especially the Southern forces. Cold Forest Town must also fully obey my arrangements in all aspects of mining, transportation, and trading. If there is any deception or betrayal, Carol's eyes turned cold as a blade. I will show you what the wrath of the Velford family and the prison of Wind City look like. As for your god, I hope his favor is strong enough. The little guy finally spoke, and the big worry in Li Wei's heart was finally gone. He felt very weak, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. But he knew the most dangerous part was over for now. Don't worry, sir. Li Wei stood up and bowed deeply. This time, his respect was more genuine. The people of Hanlon Town will do their best to live up to your trust. Carol shook his hand, looking a bit tired. That's all for today. Go back and wait for my message. I will send someone to contact you. Remember to take care of yourself and your companions. Keep a low profile in Linfeng City. Li Wei didn't leave right away. Instead, he rubbed his hands and wore a familiar, flattering, and scheming smile. He hesitated and stayed where he was. Carol frowned, looking impatient. Is there anything else? Sir, Li Wei pointed at the broken magic crystal on the table, carefully asking, can I exchange this sample for some money first? Carol Velfo, the future master of Linfeng City and Little Wolf Lord, looked genuinely surprised, almost to the point of disbelief. His icy blue eyes widened as he stared at Li Wei's serious, yet scheming expression, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Exchange for money? Carol's voice rose involuntarily, full of disbelief. You went through so much trouble, risking your neck, to come sell me a cooperation on a magic crystal mine, and now, you want to trade the sample for money? He leaned forward, hands on the table, staring at Li Wei. Do you know that if the cooperation is successful, the benefits for Hanlon Town will be many times more than this fragment? Hundreds or thousands of times. And you're telling me you want to exchange it now? Li Wei shrank back, but his scheming look returned. He spread his hands and started to complain, sounding very aggrieved. Sir, you were born with a golden key in your mouth, but you don't know the hardships of us common folk. He wagged his fingers and started criticizing loudly, spitting out words. Look at me. I brought 4.5 children from the cold, barren Hanlon Town in the northern border, walking through snow and wind for 7 or 8 days to get here. We almost got robbed by snow bandits on the way. Do you know how much money it costs for food, drink, and everything else on this journey? Stay in the inn, feed the cattle, pay the tolls, set up checkpoints. Which of these costs are free? Our family savings are almost gone. He pointed to his bald head and his torn, blood-stained coat. Look at what I'm wearing. If I had any other choice, who would want to wear this in a town? It's embarrassing. Even Lord Odin would be ashamed, and Li Wei spoke more passionately, as if he had been wronged greatly. Before I left, the folks in the town, young and old, were all waiting eagerly. No salt left, cloths torn, medicine gone, seeds ready for planting. Everyone's counting on me to trade these mountain goods for money, so I can bring back some life-saving supplies. If I don't bring back a single coin, how can I explain to my neighbors? There are over 100 people in Hanlon Town. How will we get through this winter? He paused, lowering his voice a bit, with a hint of mystery and flattery. And, your lordship, Odin's side also needs respect, right? Look at my shrine. It's broken, the wine is poor quality, and the incense money is almost gone. Lord Odin isn't picky, but as his followers, we feel guilty. We need to offer proper gifts to show our sincerity. If Lord Odin is pleased, maybe he'll bless our dealings and make everything go smoothly. After this series of excuses, complaining about poverty, grievances, moral pressure, and even bringing Odin into the story, Carol was stunned, feeling both amused and annoyed. As the heir of the Wilford family, he was raised with proper noble manners, valuing dignity, broad vision, long-term plans, and mutual benefits. He was used to negotiating with other nobles, guild leaders, or serious adventurer union heads. Discussions about profit sharing, transportation security, strategic value, and political influence. He had never seen someone like Li Wei. Mixing strategic resources like magic crystal mines with petty, everyday reasons like roadside expenses, buying salt and cloth for neighbors, or adding incense to the shrine, and speaking so confidently and passionately about it. This was almost like bandits doing business. No, bandits wouldn't be so reckless. Carol looked at Li Wei's face, full of "I'm poor, but justified, and paying money brings good luck," and for a moment, he didn't know whether to scold him for lacking vision or to admire how he could make such serious matters sound so down to earth. You. Carol pointed at Levi, his finger trembling. After a long moment, he managed to squeeze out a sentence through clenched teeth, then laughed bitterly. Levi, you really are quite talented. He rubbed his forehead, feeling that dealing with this bald man was more exhausting than managing family affairs. All right. Carol waved his hand as if tired of arguing with this stubborn person. It's just money. Coldwind City isn't short of a few coins. He took a small but heavy leather pouch from his waist and, without looking, threw it onto the table with a clink. Here are 50 gold coins. Is that enough for your journey? To buy food and salt for your family, or to support your old leader Odin? 50 gold coins. Levi's eyes widened instantly. In Cold Forest Town, 1 silver coin could barely support a family of 3 for a month. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. 50 gold coins. Such a sum is almost unimaginable in Cold Forest Town. Enough. It's more than enough. Levi rushed forward, grabbing the pouch tightly in his hand. Feeling its heavy weight, he smiled happily. Carol was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, he thought that discussing strategic plans or long-term interests with such a person was like talking to a wall. Maybe using straightforward benefits as leverage was actually more effective. The money is yours. Carol sat up straight again, regaining his noble coldness and authority. Remember what I said. Take care of your people, and wait for my message. The detailed terms of cooperation will be discussed with a designated person. If I find out you've taken the money and acted recklessly, or leaked any information, I dare not. I absolutely dare not. Levi quickly stuffed the pouch into his most secure pocket and patted his chest to assure him. My lord, rest assured. I will be honest and wait for your instructions. Well, I'll take my leave now. Carol waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Levi, feeling relieved, bowed deeply and left the room quietly, gently closing the door behind him. It wasn't until he stepped outside the guard station, feeling the cold wind against him, that Levi realized his clothes were once again soaked with sweat. But the heavy feeling of the gold pouch in his arms made him feel incredibly secure. He patted his bald head, looked back at the imposing bluestone building, and a proud smile appeared on his face. The door closed softly behind him. Carol Velfo sat alone behind his desk, staring at the chair Levi had just used. His icy blue eyes flickered with uncertain light. After a long moment, he whispered to himself, his voice filled with a strange mix of emotion and excitement. Odin, Magic crystal veins. Interesting, very interesting. On the streets of Wind City, a bald man carried his hands confidently. He didn't go straight back to the Hammer and Mead Inn. Finally got some profit from the young wolf leader. I need to use it wisely, Levi thought, touching his chin as he looked toward the temple district. All the major guilds gathered there. Levi's target was the Mage Guild, or rather, the magic shop, enchanted materials store, and spellbook sales area operated by the guild. Levi considered himself a fool, but his younger brother, Ian, was different. With a high intelligence of 16 and mental strength of 18, he was practically born for magic. Levi didn't understand magic, but he understood investing. In a remote place like Cold Forest Town, no matter how talented someone was, they could only hold back. Now in Wind City, he had the chance to learn real magic knowledge, even the basics, and he couldn't miss it. Ian was his hope for the future. Even if he had to spend money, he would make Ian the first college student in Cold Forest Town. As for the journey, Levi carried his gold coins and walked the familiar streets, standing tall and confident, no longer shrinking back like before. He also took the chance to admire passing female players. That elf archer has nice legs, but her armor is too conservative. Thumbs down. That human female priest, her robe is loose, but the outline when she walks. Promising. Wow. That orc female warrior's abs. Her bust. Such wild beauty. Odin would definitely like this. Hiss. Is that a dark elf over there? Her leather armor is almost digging into her flesh. Is this some kind of test for officers? As he walked, he mentally held a tasting event, with a lecherous smile occasionally curling his lips. His shiny bald head and worn leather jacket drew frequent glances from passers-by, but he paid no mind and even enjoyed the attention. Soon, his auto-aim locked onto a female elf mage who had just come out of the alchemy shop. The sky-blue robe perfectly outlined the smooth curves of the figure. The person moved lightly, with silver hair flowing like a waterfall. Probably 86, 59, 82, he muttered, touching his chin. Wrong. Suddenly, a teasing yet understanding voice sounded beside him. Li Wei was startled. He quickly turned his head and saw a half-elf ranger who looked like a player approaching him. The other person crossed his arms and looked at the back of the female elf mage, with the ID, flower in a pot of wine, LV-15 above his head. Friend, are you also good at this? Li Wei blinked and quickly adopted an academic discussion expression, asking cautiously. Somewhat, replied the flower in a pot of wine, turning his head with a charming, carefree smile. But you need to improve your eye for detail. The correct measurements are bust 84, waist 56, hips 82. The slight error is mainly due to the special pleated design of the robe's waist, which makes the waist look thinner but slightly affects the visual judgment of the bust. Wow, Li Wei gasped, looking at him with admiration. You're really skilled. Truly an expert. The flower in a pot of wine chuckled mischievously, a hint of pride in his voice. Want to know how I get such accurate measurements? Li Wei shook his head eagerly, eager to learn. Because, the flower in a pot of wine leaned in a little, whispering with a mischievous tone, it's my teammate, Li Wei. Suddenly, before he could react, a light but firm slap landed on his bare head. The force wasn't strong, but it was enough to surprise him. He exclaimed, ouch, stumbled forward, almost falling flat in the street. Who's there? Watch where you're walking. He turned angrily, clutching his head. Just as he was about to curse, he was silenced, like a rooster choking on its own words. Behind him, four people had suddenly appeared in a neat line. One was a human paladin in shining plate armor, holding a kite-shaped shield, looking calm and steady. His ID was Lane, LV-18. Another was a lean, dark leather-clad assassin with a sharp look. His ID was Joshua, LV-16. Just now, as he was about to hit him, the person holding his arms was a brave-looking female human warrior, Aya, LV-16, with a tan face and a half-smile expression. Next to her stood the elf female, mage that Li Wei was admiring earlier. She turned around, her appearance more stunning than her side profile, but her bright green eyes were now cold and full of disgust. She was holding a staff with an ice crystal slowly forming at the tip. Her badge read, Frost Heart, LV-17. Have you looked enough, bald guy? The elf mage said coldly, her voice matching her name. From the corner to now, your disgusting stare, I could feel it even from 10 meters away. Li Wei's heart sank. Oh no, he was so focused on academic discussion that he didn't notice he was caught. He quickly forced a friendly smile, rubbing the back of his head. It's a misunderstanding. Heroes, it's definitely a misunderstanding. I just looked a bit longer because this mage lady has a remarkable aura and a unique robe style. No offense meant. Stop with that nonsense. Aya interrupted him, crossing her arms with a half-smile. Your look just now was almost glued to my sister. I could almost see your drool. Do you think we're blind? Or that you're so charming? I think you're just a pervert. Li Wei blushed and cleared his throat twice. Enough. Drop that act. Aya rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Then her sharp gaze suddenly shifted to the half-elf ranger next to her, who looked indifferent and like he was just watching the fun. And you, Huajian. Aya's voice suddenly rose, full of disappointment and anger. What were you giggling about just now? Huh? Bust 84, waist 56? You even dare to show off your teammates' measurements? And you're teaching this bald guy how to estimate? Are you so eager to leak secrets, or what? She pointed at Huajian's nose with a jug of wine and scolded loudly. I've tolerated you for a long time. You're supposed to scout ahead, but you sneak to peek at NPC village girls bathing. When collecting intel, your focus is on which tavern girl has bigger. When on watch, you sit in a tree and rate passing female players' figures. Are you here to play a game or to do a census? Huh? Between the flowers, a pot of wine was scolded so fiercely that it shrank back. The carefree, charming attitude of the romantic wanderer instantly disappeared. A nervous but polite smile appeared on his face as he rubbed his hands. Ah, sister, yeah, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just trying to promote harmony in the team, get closer to the people, and understand the aesthetic needs of different social classes. Look, Han Shuang isn't really angry. Shut up. You snapped sharply, frightening the flower pot of wine into trembling. Dare to drag Sister Han into this? If it weren't for my aunt asking me to take care of you, I swear I'd you right now and hang you at the city gate so you could see what the guards of Lingfeng City find attractive. The flower pot of wine immediately fell silent, making a gesture as if to zip his mouth, and stepped behind the human paladin, Rain, trying to hide from Ya's fierce gaze with his broad armor. After scolding her own team member, Yi turned her attention back to Li Wei, her tone slightly calmer, probably annoyed by the flower pot of wine. So her anger toward Li Wei, the instigator, was less intense. And you, Baldy, she said, crossing her arms and sizing him up. In Lingfeng City, everyone is different. Follow the rules, work honestly, and no one will bother you. She paused, warning. But if you can't control your eyes and hang out with shady characters like the flower pot of wine, you'll get into big trouble sooner or later. Today, since we're giving you a chance, consider it a mercy. You got lucky you didn't get physical. But next time, if you meet someone with a hot temper or if you really bother someone, do you think a simple apology will fix it? Do you think the guards of Lingfeng City are fools? Yes, Li Wei admitted his fault, knowing he was in the wrong. He carefully moved to the side, ready to slip away. Wait, you suddenly smiled mischievously. Li Wei stiffened, feeling bitter. Does this lady still hold a grudge? The elf female mage, Han Shuang, who had been watching silently, finally spoke coldly. Yeah, forget it. Talking to someone like this is pointless and a waste of time. We have more important things to do. She glanced at the flower pot of wine again. As for you, go back and settle the score later. After saying that, she turned and walked toward the other end of the street. Rain and the assassin Joshua silently followed. You glared at Li Wei and the flower pot of wine again, then waved her fist. Did you hear that? Next time, I'll deal with you with my fists. Flower pot of wine, follow me. No more delays tonight. You've got the night watch. The wine in the flower shop felt like a blessing. Li Wei shot a good luck, look at the others and quickly followed the group. Watching the 5-person team disappear around the corner, Li Wei touched the back of his bald head, feeling the warmth of Aya's slap still lingering. He rubbed his slightly sore head, looked at the curious passers-by pointing and whispering, and his timid expression instantly disappeared. He curled his lips. Bad luck again, he muttered softly. He composed himself, stopped hesitating, and hurried toward the Mage Guild. This time, he was more careful. He kept his eyes straight ahead, mind focused only on skill books and Ian. But sometimes, when his peripheral vision caught sight of particularly eye-catching scenery, he would instinctively think of a few numbers quickly, then force himself to forget. Sorry, Odin. It's not that I lack sincerity, but the world is full of temptations, he silently repented as he walked. The buildings in the second-floor temple district looked more grand and solemn than those in the common area, made of heavy gray-white stone with simple, strong lines. Li Wei moved through the clean, tidy streets of the temple district. He dared not be as bold as in the commercial street to admire everything openly, but his eyes kept flicking around. Here, the most common structures were various temples, shrines, and faith-related buildings. There was the largest one, the Temple of Winter God, Rion, with 2 huge ice bear statues at the entrance. The Fertility Goddess Temple with soft, wheat-like lines. The Forge God Temple marked by an anvil and hammer, and even an ancient-looking ancestral spirit altar with carvings of wild animal totems on its walls. Clergy members hurried past, wearing robes or ceremonial clothes with symbols of their gods, most looking serious. Occasionally, common folk came here to pray or seek help, and a few players with faith-related professions came to accept quests or do their work. In the world of divine awakening, there are 2 types of gods. One is the original pantheon of this world, such as the winter god Lune, the light god Rach-El, and the goddess of life Motella. These gods are worshipped by NPCs and are used to mark the months in the calendar, like January being the month of light and February the month of Motella. Players can also choose to believe in mythologies from the real world when creating their characters, such as Greek gods, Norse gods, or Celtic myths. Many of these gods are not yet included, but will be added in future updates as the game expands. These real-world gods are called foreign gods by NPCs. Whether they are native or foreign, all these gods truly exist in the world of divine awakening and can influence the world if they wish. Li Wei, a bald Odin priest, walks among them, standing out a bit and attracting curious or watchful looks. However, he is thick-skinned and pretends not to notice, focusing on his journey. His goal is the Mage Guild, which requires him to pass through part of the temple district. As he passes the central area of the temple district, at the most open space called the Grace Square, he slows down involuntarily. In the center of the square stands a magnificent statue. The statue is carved from a pure white jade-like stone and is about 50 feet tall, radiating a powerful presence even from afar. It depicts a majestic and beautiful female deity dressed in intricate armor. She holds a giant sword tightly in one hand, the tip embedded in the base. Her other hand gently rests on the head of a lying ice giant bear at her feet. This is the Winter God statue, a symbol of the independence of the Northern Kingdom. Long ago, the kingdom was part of the Aurelia Empire. Due to cultural and economic differences, it was marginalized by southern nobles. Later, with support from the Helm Empire, the city lord of Deep Winter, Hadrian, led a rebellion. He quickly gained the support of the other 4 noble families and declared himself leader, claiming to be guided by Lune. He said his actions were not rebellion but liberation, which gained support from the lower classes in the northern regions. After a series of wars, the Northern Kingdom gained independence, and Hadrian became the first king of the North. Now, the reformist new emperor of Aurelia is in power, and King Gaius, the successor of Hadrian, also wants to repair the relationship between the 2 countries. So, they signed a treaty in Coldwood City. The Emperor of Aurelia recognized King Gaius's position, and the Northern Kingdom agreed not to send troops south to raid anymore. Both sides made peace, ending a 5-year war. While Levi was looking at the scenery around him and thinking about the game settings, a dull voice suddenly sounded. "Oh, brother." Levi looked closely and couldn't help but grimace. A dull-looking Minotaur druid was staring at him. His eyes were big and round, and he had a patch of bright blue hair on top of his head. Fake Prophet, LV11, an 11th level Minotaur druid. The ID fits well. This big bull was using his cute, big eyes, full of hope, to look up and down at Levi, especially at his worn leather vest and dirty, rough cloth pants. "I see you are handsome and impressive, full of confidence. You must be a great hero." The fake prophet's voice was exaggerated, like a salesperson's, full of flair. "But your outfit, TSK doesn't match your outstanding aura. The bald man instinctively touched his bald head and looked at his clothes, muttering, "Does this make me handsome and impressive at all?" The fake prophet didn't notice Levi's strange expression. He turned to the side, showing a simple staff wrapped with vines on his back, then suddenly pulled out something from beside him. It was a metal breastplate with some fish scale patterns on it. It looked fairly complete, but a bit old. Silver scale breastplate. Blue quality. The fake prophet held the breastplate in front of Levi, almost spitting on his face. "Look at the craftsmanship. Feel the texture. It's great for defense. Only 5 gold coins. Yes, just 5 gold coins. You won't regret buying it." Levi looked at the so-called silver scale breastplate, then at the fake prophet's face, which was full of, "buy it now," expressions, and the bright blue hair on his head. He shook his head decisively. "No thanks. What a joke. 5 gold coins." His entire savings added up to just a few silver coins and some copper. Why isn't this minotaur robbing people instead? The con artist Decien clearly didn't expect such a straightforward rejection. His big eyes instantly filled with tears. "Brother, just take another look. It's really good stuff. I've been in Linfeng City for 2 days and haven't sold a single piece. Please, just buy one. Just one." He said this while trying to pull Li Wei's arm with his large, fan-like hand, looking quite pitiful. Li Wei was a bit annoyed by his persistence, but seeing those tearful cow eyes and that silly blue hair made him feel a little amused. This minotaur druid was having a pretty tough time. He suddenly had an idea. "Hey, brother, I got it." Li Wei pushed away Decien's hand, crossed his arms, and looked at him sideways. "You say you've been here 2 days and haven't sold anything?" "Yeah." Decien nodded hard, his blue hair trembling with the movement. "So, do you want to open up? Even just a name?" The bald man gently suggested. Decien blinked big eyes, confused. What do you mean?" "Simple." Li Wei pointed at the silver-scaled breastplate in his hand. "You give me this thing, free of charge." "Huh." Decien's eyes widened even more. "Wouldn't I be losing out then?" "Don't worry," Li Wei said slowly. "Then I sell this breastplate back to you." "The price?" "Well, just like you said, 5 gold coins." Decien was completely stunned. His cow brain was having trouble understanding. I give you the item, and then you sell it back to me? And I still have to give you 5 gold coins? So, I'd be losing 5 gold coins and giving you a breastplate. Wrong." Li Wei clapped his hands, as if giving a lesson. "Look, if you give me the breastplate, don't I own it now?" "Oh, seems like it." Decien hesitated. "Then I sell it back to you. And you get the breastplate again, at the price of 5 gold coins." "Oh, seems like it. That's it." Li Wei spread his hands, looking as if to say, "See how simple it is. So, on paper, you've made a 5 gold transaction. You've sold one item, opened your shop, and started earning revenue." He leaned in closer to Decien, lowering his voice to a secretive tone. "And think about it. You sell this breastplate, and you gain experience and confidence. Next time you try to sell something, will your confidence be even stronger? Will your words be more convincing? Maybe the next customer will be moved by you and decide to spend 5 gold coins to buy an item. Do you understand?" Listening to Li Wei's strange reasoning, the confusion in the con artist's eyes gradually turned into a look of sudden realization. He tilted his big head and carefully thought about Li Wei's words. "Oh, I see. Send the item out, then buy it back. Although the money is gone, the item is still in his hands, but it has been sold." "Oh." The con artist didn't hesitate and directly shoved the silver-scaled breastplate into Li Wei's arms, acting quickly and decisively. Li Wei held the suddenly acquired blue-quality breastplate and was momentarily stunned. Isn't he my buddy? He can even trick me with an 8-point intelligence? But this brother in front of me. Before he could react, the con artist had already stretched out his big hand, looking at him eagerly. "Money. 5 gold coins." Li Wei. He held the breastplate, looked at the excited expression on the con artist's face, and was speechless for a moment. Cough. Li Wei cleared his throat. Brother, can you lend me 5 gold coins? I forgot my money." "Oh, luckily, I have some." The con artist tapped his backside and took out 5 gold coins from somewhere, handing them to Li Wei. Li Wei looked at the 5 gold coins in his hand, then at the expectant big eyes of the con artist. He was silent for 3 seconds. Finally, the two completed the trade. Li Wei pocketed the 5 gold coins the con artist had tricked from him, feeling a faint pang of guilt. There are no guards at the entrance of the Mage Guild, but the flow of people coming and going is noticeably more upscale than elsewhere. Most are mage players dressed in various robes, holding staffs. From the lowest apprentice robes to high-quality robes with silver or gold trim, they can all be seen. As noble mages, looking down their noses is basic etiquette. On the game forum, mages are often called the children of the divine network. Li Wei couldn't help but feel envious. If he had chosen to be a mage back then, maybe he would already be a main force cultivated by some guild. He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and stepped into the guild. Inside, the space was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The high dome above is painted with star maps, and soft artificial magic lights illuminate the hall brightly. The hall is divided into several areas: the consultation and request reception desk, the material trading zone, the display area for finished magic items, the skills and knowledge service zone, and stairs leading upstairs to the research area and library. Many people are in the hall on the first floor, but it is not noisy like the street outside. The conversations are quiet, creating a calm, scholarly atmosphere. Li Wei's arrival is like a drop of oil in water, making him stand out awkwardly. His bald head, dirty, ragged leather coat, and low-level rank of only 8 make many players and NPC staff look at him with surprise, curiosity, or slight disdain. Why is an Odin priest here, from the Mage Guild? Did he come to the wrong place? Li Wei is thick-skinned and pretends not to notice their gazes. He walks straight to the skills and knowledge service zone. The counter here is longer, with several NPC staff dressed in matching dark blue robes, each wearing the guild emblem on their chest. Some are young apprentices, others are older mages. They sell and appraise skill books and spell scrolls, and provide basic magic knowledge consultations. On the light screen in front of the counter, a scrolling list shows skills and knowledge available for purchase, with prices and requirements listed, usually profession, level, prerequisite skills, or attributes. Li Wei leans close to a display showing general and elemental basic skills, eyes wide with amazement. It's dazzling. Although these are just the basic skills, they still make his eyes spin. Fireball, white, uses magic power to gather and shoot a basic fireball, causing fire damage. Requirements: Mage/Sorcerer profession, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10. Price: 5 gold. Ice arrow, white. Price: 5 gold. Arcane missiles, white. Price: 5 gold. Magic shield, white. Uses magic power to form a basic magical shield around the body, absorbing some damage. Requirements: Mage, Priest, Sorcerer profession, Intelligence 9, Spirit 12. Price: 8 gold. Light spell. Price: 1 gold. Intermediate healing spell. Price: 15 gold. Note: suitable for healing professions. Li Wei glanced at it and looked away. Odin's boss probably doesn't teach this. Reading magic. Learn the basics of interpreting magical texts and runes. Requirement: Intelligence 12. Price: 10 gold coins. Knowledge category: most skill books are of white quality, costing between 1 and 10 gold coins. Green quality books are more expensive. For example, Flame Impact, green, costs 20 gold, and Ice Armor, green, costs 25 gold. Mage players usually do not use the system's 7 color level labels, but refer to the number of rings. For example, a white level ice arrow is a 1-ring spell, and so on. Higher level spells, such as 3-ring, blue, and 4-ring, purple, are not shown here and probably require access to higher floors. Li Wei looked at the prices and felt a bit distressed. So expensive. He had 50 gold coins in his pocket, which seemed like a lot, but here, it could only buy a few basic 1-ring skill books. No wonder mages are called gold-burning furnaces. The initial investment is huge. But for Ian, he had to spend this money. He calmed himself and started carefully selecting. Ian is only level 1 now, with a none profession, so buying advanced books she can't use yet. Plus, she has never studied magic before, so she needs proper guidance and basic knowledge. The priority is to build a foundation, spark her interest, and guide her into learning. Li Wei thought that since Ian has high intelligence and a strong mental nature, she must learn quickly. Maybe start with the most classic and practical elemental spells? He pointed at the glowing screen and asked a friendly-looking young male NPC apprentice, Excuse me, Could you tell me how these skill books work? Once I learn them, can I cast the spells? The apprentice looked up at Li Wei, frowning slightly. He didn't seem to like Li Wei's tone or casual language, but his professional training made him answer. Skill books contain the models for specific spells, the magic guidance paths, and the mental focus points. After purchasing, the user needs to study and practice to understand and master the content before they can successfully cast the spells. The success rate depends on the user's intelligence, mental strength, related talents, and practice level. It's not just buy and use. Li Wei realized that learning isn't instant like in games. You have to practice yourself. But this shouldn't be a problem for Ian. So, I want all these books: Fireball, Ice Arrow, Magic Shield, and this. Reading magic. Li Wei clenched his teeth and pointed to 4 skill books. Fireball, 5 gold. Ice Arrow, 5 gold. Magic Shield, 8 gold. Reading magic, 10 gold. Equals 28 gold coins. Almost half of his money was gone at once. The apprentice looked at Li Wei with some surprise, as if he didn't expect this seemingly poor, bald man to have so much money. He confirmed, "Are you sure? That's a total of 28 gold coins." "Yes, I'm sure." Li Wei took out his money pouch, counted out 28 shiny gold coins, and placed them on the counter with a clink, feeling heartbroken. The apprentice carefully counted the coins, confirmed they were correct, then turned around and took 4 thin books with different thicknesses from a large bookshelf behind him. The covers had magic symbols printed on them. The books felt a bit heavy and had a special texture, with a faint magical energy fluctuation. Item: Skill Book, Fireball, Quality, White, Requirements. Mage/Sorcerer, Intelligence 10, Spirit 10, contains basic Fireball spell instructions. Reading and mastering it allows you to learn this skill. Item: Skill Book, Ice Arrow. Item: Skill Book, Magic Shield. Item: Knowledge Scroll, Reading Magic, Basic. Li Wei carefully packed the 4 books into a clean cloth bag he had prepared in advance. Thinking for a moment, he pointed to a green quality skill on the glowing screen and asked, "What does elemental perception do?" "Is it 15 gold?" The apprentice answered, "This is a passive support skill. After learning it, you can slightly improve sensitivity to basic elemental energies like fire, ice, and arcane in the environment. It helps with learning and casting elemental magic. It requires intelligence 12 and spirit 14. Perceiving elements? This should also be useful for Ian. She already has the magic sensitivity trait. Learning this would be like adding wings to her. Buy it." Li Wei gritted his teeth again and counted out 15 gold coins. His money pouch instantly shrank, leaving only 7 gold coins. The apprentice quickly took out a thicker, green-covered skill book. Item: Skill Book, Elemental Perception, Quality, Green, Requirements, Mage, Sorcerer/Related Professions, Intelligence 12, Spirit 14, Passive Skill. Slightly enhances perception and affinity for basic elemental energies. 5 books nearly used up the money he had just received as a windfall. Li Wei felt his heart tighten, but as he looked at the heavy cloth bag filled with knowledge, he thought the money was well spent. Investing always has risks, especially when it involves a potential stock like Ian, who is considered a legendary talent. "Thanks, little brother," Li Wei said, lifting the bag and turning to leave. He had only taken a few steps when his gaze accidentally fell on the nearby, finished magic items display area. There, some low-level magic items were shown. Faintly glowing crystals, self-cleaning cloths, food containers that kept food fresh for a day, and a few simple-looking rings or necklaces embedded with tiny magic crystal fragments. Faint Light Ring provides faint illumination for 1 hour, with a 1-hour cooldown. Price: 2 gold. Cool Necklace slightly lowers the temperature around the wearer, suitable for summer. Price: 5 gold. Endurance Amulet slightly increases the wearer's stamina recovery speed. Price: 5 gold. These are basic, almost useless in combat magic items, but to ordinary people, they are interesting and practical. Li Wei's eyes fell on the Endurance Amulet. A slight boost to stamina recovery. That girl Ian has a weak body, often malnourished. She's tough-willed, but her stamina must be lacking. In the future, studying magic and doing research will be tiring and demanding. This thing, maybe it could be useful? At that moment, he overheard a few players talking nearby. Their voices were soft, but Li Wei could hear clearly. Look at the latest listing on the trading hall. Someone is anonymously selling 3 magic crystals. Only 3, but very pure. Asking price, 120 gold each. Wow, that expensive? Isn't the market price around 100 gold now? Don't know much. Anonymous sale, source unknown, risk premium, you get it? Plus, the southern front is fierce. Magic materials fluctuate daily. Listing at this price, it'll probably be bought quickly. Yeah, if I had known earlier, I'd have stocked up more. Now it's painful to buy enchantment materials. Li Wei's mind moved. Anonymous sale? Unknown source? Risk premium? He touched the fragment of the magic crystal in his pocket and looked at his shrinking money pouch. An idea suddenly popped into his mind. What if I could secretly sell 1 or 2 magic crystals? No, that's too risky. Little Wolf Lord just started working with us. I can't cause trouble now. In the end, he still went to the counter with the endurance amulet. I want this, Li Wei said, pushing 5 gold coins forward and picking up the amulet. Item, endurance amulet, quality, white, effect, slightly increases the wearer's stamina recovery speed. A basic amulet made by a low-level mage. Its effect is minimal. He carefully put the amulet into his cloth bag, then patted his nearly empty money pouch and sighed. Making money is hard, spending it is easy. Odin, please protect me. I hope Ian doesn't waste my tears and effort on her. Holding his bag full of hope and bankruptcy, Li Wei walked out of the mage's guild with a proud posture, though inside he was heartbroken as he received curious or disdainful looks from nearby players. Ian took out a small coin purse from his pocket and placed it on the table, making a clear jingling sound. I sold 4 silver coins and 76 copper pieces. I also noted the prices on the list: salt, coarse cloth, healing herbs, wheat seeds, and good charcoal. All cost more than in Hamlin Town, but their quality is better. I also found out about 3 reliable wholesale merchants for general goods, and here are their addresses and approximate buying prices. She handed over a rough piece of paper written densely with charcoal, with clear and neat handwriting. Li Wei took the coin purse and the paper, weighed the purse, and looked at the organized notes. His discomfort from spending money freely eased a little. These young people are quite dependable, especially Ian, who is careful and methodical. Good job, Li Wei said, rarely praising. He stored the coin purse and carefully folded the paper into his pocket. Then he patted the cloth bag beside him, showing a proud smile. 0601, come here. Ian stepped forward. Li Wei untied the cloth bag, took out 5 leather-bound books and a pendant with a silver chain, placing each on the table. The books were titled Fireball, Beginner, Ice Arrow, Beginner, Magic Shield, Beginner, Reading Magic, Basic, Elemental Perception, Beginner, along with a simple endurance charm. Tom, Gale, and Rook curiously leaned over, looking at the strange symbols on the books and the unfamiliar necklace, confused. Ian's light gray eyes suddenly froze when she saw the 5 books. Her breath paused slightly, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze fixed on the books as if she saw something she longed for. Magic, skill books, and 5 of them. Boss, this is... Seeing Ian's rare, dazed expression, Li Wei's pride surged again. He patted Ian's thin shoulder. 0601. Li Wei said seriously, these are for you. He pointed to the books. Fireball, Ice Arrow, Magic Shield. They are basic attack and defense spells. This one teaches you how to recognize magic words and runes. And this elemental perception is said to help you better sense those invisible magical energies. Finally, he picked up the endurance amulet and gently placed it in Ian's slightly cold hand. Wear this. Your body is weak, and learning these things will be hard for you. Wearing it will help you recover faster. He paused, looking into Ian's wide, light gray eyes filled with shock. His bald head reflected the firelight, and his tone was sincere. I'm just a rough guy, good at forging metal, but I don't understand magic at all. You're different. You're smart and talented, perfect for learning magic. The small town of Hanlon has overlooked your potential. He patted Ian's shoulder firmly, his voice softer but clear. These books and opportunities are the path I, as your boss, have prepared for you. How far you go and how high you fly depends on your own ability. But no matter where you end up, whether you succeed or become famous, Li Wei grinned with a slightly roguish smile. Just remember to take care of your boss. As he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. Tom, Gale, and Luke all stared wide-eyed at the precious books and necklaces on the table, then looked at Li Wei, then at Ian, their faces full of envy and admiration. Boss, he actually spent so much money to buy Ian magic books? Magic, that's a power only legendary mages are said to master. The boss is so kind to Ian. Ian lowered her head, gazing at the endurance amulet still warm from Li Wei's touch. She slowly lifted her eyes, sweeping over the 5 books filled with knowledge and power on the table. Deep inside her light gray eyes, it was as if something long frozen was quietly melting and breaking apart. She could feel the magic waves emanating from the books, making her soul tremble slightly. That instinctive craving for knowledge, the longing for the mysteries of magic, like a parched land meeting rain, was rapidly growing in her heart. But what she felt even more was the warmth from the rough hand on her shoulder and the unhidden hope and trust in the bald man's eyes. He didn't ask about her background or secrets. Because she was clever, he invested almost all his money in her, a wandering girl of unknown origins. All just to pave her way, all just to prevent her from being overlooked. For the first time, Ian felt that the figure of the rough, bald man seemed incredibly tall. She tightly clenched the endurance amulet in her hand. The sharp edges of the metal pressed into her palm, making it sting, but also helping her stay alert. Then she lifted her head and looked directly at Levi with her light gray eyes. There was no longer the usual calm or caution. Only a clear and firm light remained. She nodded strongly, her voice quiet but firm. I won't forget. After a moment, she added softly, as if using all her strength. Thank you, boss. Levi chuckled and ruffled her hair. What are you thanking me for? When you get better in the future, give the boss some enchanted weapons to sell for a good price. That's your thanks. He turned to the 3 boys watching eagerly, their faces full of envy. Don't be jealous, you 3. Everyone has their own path. When you return to Hamlin Town, learn your blacksmith skills well. That's a skill too. I'll make you the best axes, and you'll marry the most. Well, life won't be bad. The 3 boys nodded eagerly. Although they still envied Ian, they believed Levi's words completely. If the boss said blacksmithing had a future, then it definitely did. All right, put your books away and find time to read them. If there's anything you don't understand, no one's asking now, so figure it out yourself. Levi waved his hand. Free time this afternoon. Don't go too far, stay safe. We'll talk about tonight later. Ian carefully wrapped the 5 books and the amulet again, holding them close as if clutching the most precious treasure in the world. She glanced at Levi with complicated eyes, then silently turned to go upstairs, probably eager to study. Here, you 3, take this and spend it. No spending at all, or you can't come back. Levi handed each of the 3 boys a gold coin and warned, just don't go anywhere dangerous, understand? He winked. Tom and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement, ignoring what he said, nodding eagerly. The 3 took the coins and ran out quickly. In the hall, only Levi remained, along with the dwarf boss Gigi Bao behind the counter, who was watching this scene with interest. Gigi Bao wiped his cup and asked in a rough voice, Hey, Levi, my brother, that little apprentice of yours really costs a lot, huh? Those books probably cost at least dozens of gold coins, right? Weren't you crying poor yesterday? Li Wei walked to the counter, sat down heavily, and let out a long sigh. The pride and warmth on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by exhaustion and a sense of pain. Brother Bao, don't mention it, he said weakly, leaning on the counter and tapping his fingers on the table. Today, I really went on a roller coaster ride. He looked up with dazed eyes and a tearful voice. You know what? I found a mountain of gold today. Gigi Bao raised an eyebrow. A mountain of gold? Yes, a mountain of gold. Li Wei gestured excitedly. So big, sparkling. It almost blinded me. His expression suddenly changed, looking sad and distressed. But, just as I got it, before I could enjoy it, bam, it was gone. All gone. Now I only have these broken books and a small necklace. He pointed toward Ian's room upstairs, looking heartbroken. It all got smashed on that girl. Dozens of gold coins. The money I saved from eating dry bread and drinking cold water. And I worked so hard. Anyway, it's all gone. I went broke in an instant. Gigi Bao watched Li Wei's devastated, pounding the chest expression. He also remembered how generously Li Wei had just given his apprentices some gold coins, and now seeing him so poor, he made a judgment. He chuckled and poured Li Wei a big glass of beer. All right, brother, I understand. Training apprentices, especially talented ones, costs a lot at first. That's normal. Look at your apprentices. They're clever. Even if they're just NPCs, maybe they'll really make something of themselves someday. Your investment will be worth it. Come on, have a drink and forget your worries. Li Wei picked up his cup and drank most of it in one gulp. The sour taste of the cheap beer slightly eased his sadness. Brother Bao, you don't know how much I'm suffering inside. He continued to complain. That mountain of gold. I really couldn't bear to lose it. But what can I do? I promised someone, so I have to keep my word. A man is like that. One word, one nail. He rambled on, half true, half fake, telling the story of finding and losing the gold mountain vividly. To Gigi Bao, this was just a story of a lucky, somewhat loyal, but a bit silly bald man complaining. It fit the image Li Wei had built of himself. Understand. Gigi Bao patted his shoulder and refilled his glass. Men don't have to be perfect. Come on, tonight's on me. Let's drink until we can't stand. Money is just material things. Spend it and earn it back. With your skills, little brother, aren't you confident you can make more? Brother Bao is right. Li Wei seemed inspired. He raised his glass, eyes a little red, whether from alcohol or acting. Spend it to earn it. For my apprentice. For the future. Cheers. He then helped himself to another free drink. Cheers. The two glasses clinked loudly. One drink after another. Li Wei half-heartedly used alcohol to drown his worries, talking about the illusion of Jin Shan and the pain of losing it, mixed with confusion about the future and hopes for his apprentice. Brother Bao played the role of a caring older brother, listening to complaints, drinking with him, and occasionally offering encouragement or practical advice. The alcohol started to affect him. Li Wei's words became more unclear, his eyes more distant. Finally, he couldn't hold on anymore, tilting his head and resting it on the counter, mumbling, Jin Shan. My Jin Shan. Odin boss. You have to pay me. His snores grew louder. Brother Bao looked at the drunken Li Wei, shook his head, poured himself another glass, and sipped slowly. Lost Jin Shan again. He whispered to himself, smiling. This bald guy's stories are pretty convincing. But he really cares about his apprentices. Players don't treat NPCs as real people. But you, bald guy, are the first I've seen with such a kind heart. He glanced upstairs at the quiet room. Maybe this seemingly reckless bald priest isn't as simple as he looks. But in this Coldwind city, who doesn't have secrets? As long as he doesn't cause trouble for himself, he's a good guest, a good drinking buddy. Brother Bao put down his glass, picked up a cloth, and continued cleaning the counter. Outside, the afternoon in Coldwind City slowly passed amid snow and cold wind. Li Wei's snores echoed through the empty hall, blending with the crackling fire. It seemed like just an ordinary, somewhat loyal bald traveler, drunk over losing his Jin Shan. In the following days, the weather in Coldwind City surprisingly improved. Li Wei, along with Tom, Gale, and Rook, three lively young men, wandered through the streets and alleys, following a list organized by Ian and information they gathered, starting a big shopping trip. Salt was their top priority. They found a reputable salt merchant and bought enough coarse salt blocks at a fair price to get through the winter in Cold Forest Town, with a little extra left over. The heavy bags were filled with several bundles. The list of items, cloth, medicine, charcoal for the blacksmith, some cold-resistant wheat and vegetable seeds, was gradually crossed out and replaced with more goods piled high on the cart. At first, the three boys were excited to be shopping in such a big city. But as they saw copper coins and silver bills flow out of Li Wei's shrinking purse and turn into solid goods, they began to understand the weight of life and the pressure on their leader. Li Wei was very careful with money, almost to the point of being stingy. He compared prices at 3 shops before buying anything, checked every coin carefully, and tried to save whenever he could. He bargained loudly with vendors, sometimes pretending to be sad or tired, sometimes acting confident, and sometimes promising to come back and buy more later. His clever bargaining amazed the others. They couldn't believe they could negotiate with NPCs like this. Tom and the other 2 boys followed behind, learning a lot of bargaining tricks. Besides shopping, Li Wei also remembered the townspeople who asked him to find their relatives. He took the three boys, following the vague clues and names Ian had recorded, and searched the docks, labor market, and main guild halls, asking everyone he met. Most searches turned up nothing. Coldwind City was too big, with countless people coming and going every day. Finding a few outsiders was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But they also had some luck. They found a carpenter apprentice outside a woodwork guild who had left Cold Forest Town. Though thinner, he was still lively. When he heard that a priest had sent a message for him, he was so excited his eyes turned red. He quickly wrote a short letter for Li Wei to deliver home. They also found a woman's long-lost brother, who was said to be a small squad leader in the city guard. Thanks to Carol Velford's Tiger Red badge, Li Wei managed to track him down outside a military camp and confirmed the news. When Li Wei carefully stored the few letters and messages, he felt that this burden was just as heavy as the goods they had bought. Meanwhile, in the simple shared room on the second floor of the inn, Ian stayed almost entirely indoors. She treasured the 5 books and the endurance amulet that Li Wei gave her. She carefully wore the amulet around her neck, and the books became her entire world. Her progress was surprisingly fast. In just 3 days, she had a basic understanding of reading magic and element perception, and she gained a clearer knowledge of fire and ice elements. She also understood the models for fireball and ice arrow, only needing to practice the final step. Even the more complex, magic shield was about 70 to 80% clear to her. Li Wei occasionally came upstairs to check on her. Seeing her deep in thought with a furrowed brow, he would not disturb her. Instead, he quietly left a bowl of hot soup or a piece of black bread and then tiptoed away. On the afternoon of the 4th day, her shopping was mostly done, and she had gathered the information she needed. The cart was packed tightly and secured with rough ropes and oilcloth. The old ox seemed to sense they were about to leave and became a bit restless. Li Wei settled the hotel bill and gave Gigi a small bag of salt as a thank you gift for his help and information over the past few days. "Brother Bao, next time I come to Linfeng City, I'll stay at your place," Li Wei said confidently. "It's a deal. Be careful on the road." Gigi Bao waved his strong arm goodbye. Watching Li Wei and his group drive away in the loaded ox cart, they clattered out of the backyard and merged into the street traffic. The tall south gate of Linfeng City appeared again before their eyes. Leaving the city was much easier than entering. The guards simply checked the cart and goods for contraband and then waved them through. Li Wei let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they were leaving this exciting yet exhausting, dangerous yet opportunity-filled big city. However, just as the ox cart left the city gate and stepped onto the wide, snow-packed official road outside, a synchronized sound of hooves, like drums, came from the side front. Li Wei's heart tightened, and he looked ahead. He saw a group of about 20 cavalry standing quietly in the cold wind on the open space to the right of the city gate, which was reserved for military and noble carriages. All of them rode tall northern horses, clad in thick horse blankets with metal plates embedded in them. The riders on horseback were heavily armed. Their shining silver full-body armor was connected at the joints with fine chain mail, and their breastplates bore a clear, cold emblem of a wolf's head from the icy plains. The helmet covered her face, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes like those of an eagle. She carried a heavy lance nearly as tall as a person on her back. A sharp knight's sword hung at her waist, and a shield shaped like a fan was attached near her saddle. Libby's pupils suddenly contracted. This is a direct knight of the Velfu family, and one of the best among the elite. The symbols on these knights' armor are all a light gold border. Velfu Ice Wolf Knight, LV50, Velfu Ice Wolf Knight, LV50. All are level 50 max level experts, and they are organized as a team. At the front of the group, on a particularly strong white horse that looks like snow, sat a knight. Unlike the other knight's full armor, this knight's armor was more streamlined and fitted, seemingly adjusted to fit a woman's body. Next to the wolf emblem on her chest plate, there was a small gold thorn pattern wrapped around. She didn't wear a full-face helmet, but a beautiful military helmet with a nose guard and cheek guards, revealing a cold yet beautiful face. Her skin was the fair complexion typical of people from the northern lands, her nose high, lips thin and pressed tightly. Her icy blue eyes looked calmly and critically, like a frozen lake. Ice Thorns, Elena Velfu, captain of the Ice Wolf Night Guard, LV-60, another level 60 expert, and a member of the Velfu family. The captain of the guard. Livy's heart immediately jumped to his throat. Carol's people? Already here? And they've sent such a top team? What are they trying to do? Tom, Gale, and Luke, the three young boys, had never seen such a display. They turned pale with fear, hiding behind the ox cart, too scared to breathe. Even Ian, usually calm, quietly clenched the hilt of his hidden short sword, his light gray eyes fixed tightly on the terrifying knights, his body tense. Under the surprised and curious gazes of many pedestrians, merchants, and adventurers entering and leaving the city, the Ice Wolf Knights moved. The leading female knight, Elena, gently pressed her horse's belly. The snow-white warhorse moved gracefully and powerfully, walking steadily toward Livy's cart. Behind her, 19 knights moved in perfect unison, maintaining a neat formation, silently following. Heavy hooves struck the frozen ground, making dull thunder sounds that seemed to echo in everyone's hearts. Liwei quickly jumped down from the cart and signaled Gale to stop the ox cart. He quickly put on a respectful, slightly worried, and curious smile, bowed slightly, and waited for the other person to approach. Elena stopped her warhorse about 10 steps in front of the ox cart. She looked down at Li Wei from above, her icy blue eyes like scanners, sweeping over his bald head, his worn but still cold-looking coat, the cart and goods behind him, and the nervous teenagers on the cart. Her gaze finally settled on Li Wei's face. Li Wei, her voice was cold, like ice cracking, without any emotion. Yes, I am just a humble person. I don't know what this hero wishes to say, Li Wei hurriedly replied, bowing even lower. By order of Sir Carol Velford, Elena's voice was quiet but clear, spreading to everyone nearby with undeniable authority. Ice Wolf Knight Order, Personal Guard, is tasked with escorting you back to Cold Forest Town. Until the initial cooperation matters are settled. Li Wei was shocked, then a complex, hard-to-express feeling rose in his heart. This move by Carol was both protection and surveillance, and also a show of power. Sending the most elite knights of the family to a poor priest back was like declaring to all hidden observers, Cold Forest Town and this bald priest are now under the attention or control of the Velford family. It was a double-edged sword. On one hand, it could intimidate small groups like the Frostwolf Guild, ensuring their safety along the way, and even help keep things under control after they returned. But on the other hand, it also tied Cold Forest Town and Li Wei himself tightly to the Velford family's chariot, leaving no way out, and every move could be watched by this. Ice Thorns, Captain. Thank you, Lord Sir. Thank you, Lady Elena. Li Wei showed a look of being overwhelmed and grateful, bowing repeatedly. With all of you knights escorting us, we are truly lucky. We will be safe all the way. Elena paid no attention to Li Wei's flattery, only nodding faintly. Follow behind. Keep formation. Do not leave the group without permission. After speaking, she turned her horse around and returned to the front of the knight formation. 2 knights stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, as if escorting or guarding, sandwiching Li Wei's ox cart in the middle. The remaining knights were divided into front and back groups, protecting the cart at the center. 20 top-level elite knights surrounded a humble ox cart. This scene looked strange and eerie, yet it carried a strange sense of intimidation. The crowd around them gasped quietly and whispered, their eyes full of curiosity, suspicion, and awe. Who were these people, able to be escorted by the Velford family's Ice Wolf Knights, the Royal Guards? What is their background? Aya and the 5 members of the Frost Heart stood among the crowd, staring in shock at the bald man who had previously been in trouble, now being protected by the Velford family's elite guards. It was almost unbelievable, like a fairy tale. Aya rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Sister Frost. I think the system made a mistake. Frostheart remained calm on the outside, but inside she was equally shaken. Hua Jian gave Li Wei a thumbs up. A real man should act this confident. Li Wei climbed back onto the driver's seat. Seeing his 5 old friends staring at him intently, he felt a surge of pride, like a dragon king returning. Hey, little sisters, ready to get in? Big brother will take you to enjoy good food and fun. But what he got in response was Aya flipping him the. Amid the sneers of many players, Li Wei awkwardly smiled and shouted at Gale, who was still stunned. What are you staring at? Get moving. Oh, okay. Gale snapped out of it and quickly pulled the reins. The ox cart creaked as it started moving again. Under the elite knights, it slowly left the tall city gates of Windy City, heading north toward Cold Forest Town, beginning their journey home. On the snowy official road, horse hooves and wheels left deep marks as they passed. Li Wei sat on the driver's seat, watching the tall figure of the female knight Elena standing straight like a pine tree, then glanced at the silent ice wolf knights on both sides. He touched his bald head, his flattering smile gradually fading, his eyes turning serious. Odin, boss, your publicity effect. Is it a bit too strong? Now, it's hard to stay low-key. He looked back into the cart. Ian had loosened his sword grip, but his light gray eyes still carefully observed the surrounding knights. Tom and the other two huddled together, feeling both scared and excited as they secretly watched the proud knights and their fine armor. Is this good or bad? Li Wei didn't know. He only knew that once they stepped onto this path, they could never turn back. With 20 top-level knights surrounding them, the journey back was completely different. The careful, nervous feeling from a few days ago was gone. In its place was a strange sense of safety, or maybe a feeling of showing off power. Tom, Gale, and Luke, the three young boys, quickly got used to being surrounded by these super bodyguards after their initial fear. They even started to feel proud of it. They sat on top of the piled-up goods, sitting straight with excited red faces. They kept glancing at the shiny armor of the Ice Wolf Knights, looking at their impressive gear with envy and admiration. Look at that knight's sword. So long, so shiny. When I grow up, I want to be a knight. My grandparents will be so happy. Look at their strong horses. They're way more impressive than our cows. Our leader is so cool. Even the Velford family's knights are here to protect us, the three boys whispered proudly. They didn't fully understand what it all meant, but instinctively felt that following the leader made them seem very important. Ian was much quieter. She still sat beside Li Wei at the front of the carriage, her light gray eyes constantly watching the knights, especially the leading female knight, Elena. Her observations were more detailed, with a sense of caution and thought. She noticed that these knights were very disciplined, moving with almost no unnecessary actions or talking. Their sharp eyes scanned the road on both sides. Even a snow rabbit passing by would catch their attention for a moment. They looked ready to fight at any time. She also noticed Li Wei's change. He was no longer cautious and calculating like he was in Linfeng City. Now he looked completely different. He sat confidently on the carriage, crossing his legs, one hand casually resting on his knee. The other hand was holding a piece of cheap dried meat he had somehow found, chewing on it absent-mindedly, occasionally humming a strange tune. The most exaggerated part is his mouth. Since he confirmed that these knights are his people, Liv has not stopped talking. His words changed from complaints and bargaining to colorful insults against the Frostwolf Guild and dreams of the future. Frostwolf Guild. A bunch of turtles and cowards. Liv bit into some dried meat, muttering unclearly. His voice echoed across the snowy plain. They're stealing my mines, lowering my prices, and they want to sleep with me? No, they're just collecting protection fees. I spit on them. He spat toward the roadside, as if Scarface was standing there. Now look, who's behind me? The Ice Wolf Knights of the Velfu family. Level 60 bodyguards. Fully leveled elite knights. And you bunch of level 20 trash. Do you think you're enough to see? Huh. Enough to see, he got more excited, waving the dried meat as if it were a scepter commanding armies. When we get back to Cold Forest Town, I'll see if those turtles dare to come again. One at a time, I'll have my knights cut them down. Two at a time, I'll cut them both. We'll tear down their guild banners and burn them as firewood. He turned to Ian and the boys behind him. See that? That's called riding the wave. Odin is our power, and the Velfa family is our strength. With power, we stand tall. We speak loudly. Those scumbags who used to bully us? Now they have to kneel to me. Ian listened quietly, his lips twitching slightly. His leader's talk about power was crude, but maybe it actually worked. Tom and the others listened excitedly, nodding repeatedly. They thought their leader was right. With so many strong knights protecting them, who would dare to bully Cold Forest Town in the future? When we finish negotiations with the Velfa family and sell the magic crystals, the money will come pouring in. Liv continued dreaming, his eyes shining. Then we'll build proper roads in Cold Forest Town, renovate the church, make Odin's statue. Well, even a bronze one is fine. And then, everyone will get warm, thick coats, and we'll have meat every meal. He patted his bald head. I need a new outfit too. Enchanted leather armor. And a big two-handed sword with special powers. When someone looks at us funny, I'll swing my sword. Fire and lightning. Looking cool, huh? Cool. Tom and the others answered together, their eyes bright. And you guys too. Li Wei pointed at the three young boys. Learn to forge well. In the future, our ironworks in Hanlon Town will become a famous supplier of enchanted weapons in the north. You are the pioneers. When that time comes, gold coins, beautiful women. Good days. You'll have everything you want. Yes. Boss. The three boys blushed with excitement. Li Wei's speech was loud and energetic, not bothering to lower his voice. His excitement made him speak even more loudly. The Ice Wolf Knights walking behind him could hear everything clearly. Most of the knights kept a serious face, as if they hadn't heard anything. Only their eyes, hidden behind helmets, showed some frustration or disdain. The leading female knight, Elena, didn't even turn her head. She ignored the noisy bald man behind her. Only two knights walking near the wagon seemed to twitch their mouths slightly under their helmets. They weren't used to seeing common people suddenly become powerful, but this bald priest was really hard to describe. He was bragging loudly on the snowy plain, insulting the local tyrant who had oppressed him before, dreaming about an unrealistic future. He looked like a petty troublemaker who got lucky and became arrogant. But he was also the person Lord Carroll personally ordered to, and initially cooperate with. The knights stayed silent and disciplined, hiding all their feelings and judgments under their cold armor. With the knights' protection, the journey was very safe and much faster. Any bandits or wild animals that might have been dangerous kept far away when they saw the intimidating aura of the 20 elite knights. At the checkpoints along the way, seeing the banner and emblem of the Ice Wolf Knights, the guards didn't even bother to check. They simply saluted respectfully, and some squad leaders even came out to bow. Every time Li Wei passed a checkpoint, he straightened his back, coughed loudly, patted his dirty cotton pants, and acted like an important person. He enjoyed the soldiers' respectful gazes, feeling very proud. See that? That's how you show strength, he whispered to Ian and the boys. My backbone is this strong. Ian, Dot, Tom, and the others. Omega. In this safe and proud atmosphere, the return trip took nearly half the time of the journey there. On the afternoon of the fourth day, on the distant horizon, you could see the low, old outline of Hanlon Town, along with the familiar snow-covered hills and conifer forests farther away. Almost there, Tom excitedly pointed ahead. As they got closer, Li Wei gradually became quieter. He looked at the small, shabby town in the fading light, at the familiar yet strange rooftops and chimneys. The pride he felt from returning home in fine clothes slowly faded, replaced by a more complicated emotion. Nervousness? Excitement? Or responsibility? He knew that this time, everything would be different. At the town entrance, it seemed like someone was watching, probably because of the unusual sound of hooves. Li Wei took a deep breath and patted Gale on the shoulder. Slow down. Be careful. The ox cart and the nightly group slowly approached the wooden fence that served as the gate of Hanlon Town. When 20 fully armored, brightly bannered Ice Wolf Knights appeared like a wave of steel in the villagers' view, the entire town seemed to freeze instantly. A few children and elders at the gate, frightened, screamed and scrambled back into their houses, slamming the doors shut. A few scattered pedestrians on the street, startled like frightened rabbits, hurriedly hid inside nearby houses or alleys, only daring to peek through door cracks or windows with fear and curiosity at the suddenly appearing powerful army. Are they bandits? No, that doesn't seem right. Are they soldiers from the city? What are they here for? Quick, go get the town mayor. Panic and confusion spread in the air. Li Wei's ox cart was surrounded by the knights and stopped in a small open space in the center of the town, which was the town square, usually used for drying things or holding meetings. The hoofbeat stopped, leaving only the whistling of the cold wind over the rooftops. Li Wei jumped down from the cart. He first looked at the leader, Elena. The female knight sat upright on a white warhorse, her icy blue eyes calmly sweeping over the dilapidated, poor, and fearful town, with no expression on her face. For a small, remote village like Cold Town, the Velfa family had no intention of interfering. She was simply following orders. Li Wei steadied himself, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly, "Old Boo, Bran, where did you go? Come out and greet our guests." Come out to welcome them." His voice sounded very loud and strange in the quiet small town. Soon, a wooden door was suddenly pushed open. Bran, along with a few core miners, rushed out hurriedly. The old miner's face was covered in cold dust. Seeing the scene before him, he was so scared his legs went weak. But when his eyes fell on Li Wei, especially when he saw that Li Wei, despite wearing ragged clothes, looked calm and even winked at him, Bran forced himself to hide his shock. He trembled as he spoke. "Pastor. Sir. You're back? And these soldiers are friends." Li Wei waved his hand loudly, making sure everyone nearby could hear. "The Ice Wolf Knights of the Verfo family from Windy City. They were sent by Lord Carl Verfo, the young wolf lord, to us back. From now on, our Hanlon town will have a strong backing." His words were partly true, partly false, but they worked very well. Verfo family. Young wolf lord? Ice Wolf Knights? These words sounded like fairy tales to the residents of Hanlon town. But the brave knights, cold armor, and the flag of the icy wolf, which fluttered in the wind, were real and undeniable. The frightened looks gradually turned into shock, confusion, and a hint of unbelievable hope. Li Wei walked up to Bran, lowered his voice, and quickly said, "Don't panic, it's good news. I'll explain more later. First, arrange for the knights to rest, and clear out the best place for our dogs. The only place that can be called livable. Feed the horses well. I will go to the church and take a look." Bran, being experienced, although feeling overwhelmed inside, still nodded calmly and hurriedly told the frightened miners to get things ready. Li Wei then turned around, bowed slightly to Elena on horseback, and spoke humbly. "Lady Elena, Hanlon town is simple and humble. Sorry for the inconvenience, knights. I will arrange a place for you to rest immediately." Elena finally looked away from the distant mine and focused on Li Wei. She spoke coldly, "No need to trouble yourself. We have our own arrangements. Lord Carl told us we will stay here for 3 days to handle initial matters. After 3 days, I will speak with you in detail." She paused briefly and added, "During this time, keep your townspeople restrained. Do not let them approach our camp or speak to outsiders." "Yes." "Understood." Li Wei straightened up and stood tall. Elena no longer spoke, simply waving her hand gently. The 19 Ice Wolf Knights, as if receiving a command, moved in perfect unison, dismounting from their horses, and began choosing campsites, removing their tack, and setting up simple tents. The whole process was quick and quiet. They chose a relatively flat area of snow near the town's edge, close to the mine, keeping a distance from the villagers. This made it easier to watch for danger and avoided unnecessary contact. Li Wei watched the knights, who moved like precise machines, and once again admired the strength of their noble family. He called Ian and the 3 young boys to bring the ox cart to the church's backyard. After closing the backyard gate to block the curious or respectful gazes outside, Li Wei let out a long breath, feeling sweat on his back again. "Finally, we are back." He looked at the dusty church and felt a surge of anger. He had cleaned it before leaving. Looking at the pile of iron materials and tools in the corner, the bald man felt like he was in a different world. When he left, he was a poor pastor fighting for a little and a simple life. Now, he returned with a full cart of supplies, followed by 20 top-level knights. This change felt almost unreal, even to him. "Boss," Ian's voice sounded behind him. She was holding a cloth bag with a magic book inside, and her light gray eyes looked at Li Wei. "What should we do next?" Li Wei turned around, looked at Ian's calm face, then at the 3 tired but bright-eyed boys. He grinned, patted his bald head, and said, "What do we do? First, we divide the good things we brought back so the villagers can have a good winter." And then, his gaze shifted to the edge of the town, where the knights' camp had been set up with tents and bonfires. "Wait to have a good talk with the captain about our cooperation." Nightfall fully covered cold forest town. The wind and snow seemed to quiet down a bit, with only sporadic snowflakes drifting from the dark sky. But the atmosphere in the town was completely different from any other winter night. At the edge of the town, a new group of tents flickered with several campfires. The firelight reflected the silent patrols of the knights, like iron nails hammered into the barren snowfield, symbolizing order. Meanwhile, in the only fairly spacious public building in Hanlon Town, Li Wei's church and blacksmith shop, a few oil lamps were lit. The yellowish light was dim but enough to illuminate the dozens of faces crowded inside. Bran had called almost everyone who could walk in the town. Men, women, children, all crowded into the small chapel. The fire burned brightly, crackling and hissing, warming everyone and easing their worries. The air smelled of cheap oil and sweat from the crowd. Everyone stretched their necks, eagerly watching Li Wei standing before the shrine, with several bulging sacks and boxes behind him. Today, Li Wei wore his cherished priest's white robe, even wetting his bald head slightly to wipe it, though it dried quickly. He tried to look proud and dignified, as if returning in glory, but his natural demeanor made him seem more like a successful foreman about to pay his workers. "Everyone quiet down. Quiet now," Li Wei shouted with a rough voice, and the noisy chatter gradually settled. He cleared his throat and looked over the familiar yet rough and numb faces hardened by life. Men and women, elders and young ones. "I, Li Wei, have returned with a few boys from Hanlon Town," he said straightforwardly. "It wasn't easy going to Windy City. We ate bread, sang songs, and almost got robbed by snow thieves on the way. Luckily, Odin the Great protected us. He showed his power, gave us strength to defeat those scoundrels." He waved his arms, spitting as he animatedly told of their brave deeds, emphasizing Odin's protection and his own quick thinking and bravery at critical moments. Obviously, the bald man omitted details about being reported by female players and being threatened by the winter god Loon. So, believe in Odin, and you'll live forever. No, I mean, believe in Odin, and you'll have food and stay alive, Li Wei concluded, pointing to the one-eyed god painting on the wall. "See? The boss is watching us. As long as we're sincere and brave, he won't abandon us." This speech by the preacher, combined with the confirmation from the 4 children and the fact that they returned alive, made many villagers who were unsure about Odin's faith feel more respectful and trusting. At least, this bald preacher was brave enough to go out for everyone, and it seems he was lucky too. "Enough talk," Li Wei said, turning his tone. He patted the burlap sack behind him. "This trip was not wasted. I brought back good things for everyone." He bent down, opened a sack, and revealed coarse salt that was bright white. Salt. High-quality coarse salt from Linfeng City. Enough for the whole town to eat through spring and still have some left. He opened another box, which contained neatly stacked rough cloth. Cloth. Strong, good cloth. To make new clothes for the elderly and children, to patch up the workers' torn pants. Enough for everyone. Next, he pulled out medicine, charcoal for the blacksmith shop, cold-resistant wheat seeds, and vegetable seeds. These items were laid out on the ground in front of the shrine. Under the dim yellow light, they shone with a comforting glow. The crowd made suppressed gasps and swallowed nervously. Their eyes widened. Salt, cloth, medicine, seeds. These essentials, more precious than gold in cold forest town. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Li Wei's lingering pain from spending all his gold finally disappeared. Instead, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. These were exchanged for the iron tools we made ourselves, mountain goods, and a bit of luck given by Odin himself, Li Wei said loudly. "Old cloth, gather a few people, follow my instructions, and record everything. Distribute these items based on each family's size and needs. Make sure every family can survive this winter." "Yes. Yes," Bran said excitedly, trembling with emotion. He quickly called over some trustworthy men to start working. The distribution began in an excited yet orderly way. Every time a name was called, someone with red eyes stepped forward carefully to receive the life-saving supplies, thanking Li Wei profusely. Li Wei stood to the side. Whenever someone came to get something, he took the chance to give a little more advice. "Aunt Anna, take this cloth. Make a warm shirt for Luke. Remember, Odin's blessing is what brought this to us. Old John, use the salt sparingly. but don't be too stingy. Your health is important. Odin doesn't like his followers to be treated unfairly. The blacksmith's charcoal is mainly reserved for repairing tools at the mine. We can't afford to waste it. This is the rule set by our leader. He linked the distribution of supplies directly to Odin's blessing and will, which was simple and rough but effective. Especially when real benefits are involved, this kind of faith becomes very convincing. People receiving supplies looked at Odin's portrait with more genuine gratitude. After distributing most of the supplies, Li Wei took out a few crumpled family letters and some secret messages he had heard about. "There's one more thing," he said quietly. "This time, we also tried to find out about our fellow villagers who left long ago and haven't been heard from." He read out a few names, handed family letters to relatives trembling with excitement, or relayed short but precious messages. Little Ma is an apprentice at the Timber Guild on the east side of Renfeng City. He's a good kid. Don't worry about the family. He might send some money back in spring. Uncle Hank. He's guarding the southern Great Wall as a squad leader. He asked me to pass on a message. The young men from the north don't shame their hometown. These few words made some families burst into tears, their suppressed crying echoing in the church. More remained silent, like stones sinking into the sea, but at least there was some hope and effort to find out news. Li Wei watched this scene and felt a bit upset. Even these NPCs have their own lives and hardships. He waved his hand. That's enough, no more crying. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Maybe in the future, we can reunite. Remember, it was Odin's guidance that gave us the chance to go out and bring back news. Even families who couldn't find their loved ones now felt more complex emotions toward Li Wei and Odin. When the supplies were all handed out and emotions settled a bit, Li Wei knew it was time to say the most important thing. He walked to the church door and pointed outside to the faint campfire flickering in the night. "See those soldiers outside?" Li Wei lowered his voice, but made sure everyone could hear. The crowd instantly quieted down. The relaxed mood from receiving supplies was replaced by tension again. "Don't be afraid," Li Wei patted his chest. "That's Renfeng City, the Ice Wolf Knights of the Velfu family. One of the best units in our kingdom. The leading female knight is named Elena, a proper and serious figure from the Wind City. These titles and ranks are like a mystery to the residents of Hanlon Town, but words like Wind City, Velfo family, and the most elite, along with the impressive presence of the knights, help them understand how important they are. They came not to trouble us." Li Wei paused, glancing at everyone. "They came to work with us." "Work together?" someone asked, confused. "What right does Hanlon Town have to cooperate with the Velfo family?" "Yes, cooperate." Li Wei nodded, making up a story that was partly true. This trip to Wine City was not just luck. Odin, our leader, protected us and gave us an opportunity. Our town's mines produce good quality ore, and the iron tools we make are solid. Sir Carol from the Velfo family saw this. He deliberately left out the magic crystals, only mentioning iron ore and iron tools. Sir Carol is the son of Duke Velfo, the future ruler of Wind City. He has good judgment, saw that we are honest and skilled, and wants to build a long-term partnership with us. We provide ore and rough iron tools, and they offer protection, steady sales, and fair prices. He waved his arms, speaking enticingly. "What does this mean?" "It means we no longer have to sell our ore cheaply to the Frostwolf Guild. Our iron tools can fetch better prices. From now on, Hanlon Town will be Velfo families. Well, all-weather strategic partner. These knights are sent by Sir Carol to protect us and ensure the cooperation goes smoothly. With them here, the Frostwolf Guild dares not show their teeth. They'd be crazy to try." He brought Odin into the story again. "All of this is arranged by Odin, our leader. It's a gift and protection from him for Hanlon Town. So, we must be more sincere to Odin. Care more about our minds and skills. Respect the knights of the Velfo family, but don't be afraid. We are now partners, not S." His words, part reassurance and part warning, turned a complex and dangerous truth into a seemingly lucky opportunity. The villagers listened in confusion but understood the main point. Those intimidating knights outside are actually on their side, here to help fight the Frostwolf Guild and make life better. Everything is connected to Odin. Their only task was to keep mining and forging, sincerely believing in Odin. Fear gradually faded, replaced by a mix of surprise and nervous anticipation. What What if the bald priest is telling the truth? All right, I've said everything I need to. Li Wei finally waved his hand. You've received your supplies and understood what was said. Go back and live your lives well. Remember to watch your words and not talk too much. Stay away from the knights. Don't bother them. Everything stays the same. Mine when you should, forge when you should. Disperse now, under Brand's organization, the crowd, carrying their supplies and feeling complicated emotions, whispered among themselves and gradually left the church. In the end, only Li Wei, Ian, Tom, and Bran remained. Bran closed the church door, approached Li Wei with a serious and fearful face, and asked, Master Priest, the cooperation you mentioned, is it really just about iron ore? Li Wei's relaxed expression instantly disappeared. He signaled Bran to sit down and looked at Ian. Ian understood and took 3 young boys to the back workshop. Old Bran, no outsiders here, so I'll be honest. Li Wei lowered his voice, looking serious. The cooperation is real, but it's not just about iron ore. It's for those things in the mine. You know what I mean. Bran gasped and turned pale. So, the knights outside are both protectors and guards. Li Wei pointed outside. From now on, everything at the mine stays the same, but that place must not be touched or mentioned again. All who know must keep quiet. Wait until I finish talking with Captain Elena before doing anything. Bran nodded heavily, his hands trembling. I understand. I'll go warn the others right away, and, Li Wei added, the town's reassurance work is up to you. Keep everyone calm, don't panic, and don't get too proud. Things will get better slowly, but step by step. Got it, Bran replied and hurried away. The church became quiet again. Li Wei walked to the Odin portrait, looking at the stern eye of the one-eyed god, and muttered softly, Boss, I've held the scene for you, and I've hyped it up. Now, it all depends on you to keep watching over us. At least, until you settle things with that ice thorn. Don't cause any trouble before then. The Odin in the portrait remained silent. Only the crackling fire burned, illuminating Li Weiguang's bald head and his determined face. 3 days passed slowly in a tense atmosphere. The Ice Wolf Knights' camp on the edge of the town was like a cold, solid rock, silent and steady. The knights mostly kept to themselves, only patrolling and rarely interacting with the townspeople. They brought their own dry food, and even their water was taken from nearby frozen streams. So Li Wei had no chance to sell local specialties at a high price. Elena mostly stayed in her tent. Sometimes she would come out and stand at the camp's edge, gazing toward the eastern mine area of the town, her icy blue eyes deep and unreadable. Li Wei was busy all the time. He had to comfort the townspeople, handle the distribution of supplies, and supervise the mine's normal operation. At the same time, he was preparing for a formal meeting with Elena. He kept thinking about the situation of the magic crystal vein, the current state of Hanlon Town, potential risks, and initial ideas for cooperation. He tried to find a plan that would benefit the Velford family and also protect Hanlon Town's safety and independence as much as possible. This was not easy. Faced with a huge power gap and the other side holding the initiative, there was little room for negotiation. He could only try to show the town's value and sincerity, hoping for a little breathing space. Ian was completely immersed in the world of magic. She rarely left her simple, apprentice dorm, next to the church, eager to study the few skill books she had. With basic, reading magic, and element perception as support, her understanding of fire and ice element theories was improving rapidly. Although she hadn't yet tried casting spells, she had already built a clear mental model. Tom and the others were drafted by Li Wei to help Bran with the town and mine affairs, and they also began more systematic forging training. Li Wei knew that no matter what the future held, skills and productivity were fundamental. As for combat ability, who dared to provoke the level 60 expert behind him? On the third morning, the sky was still gloomy. Li Wei got up early and called Bran. The two of them went to the outside of the Ice Wolf Knights camp. After the report, Elena quickly stepped out of the tent. She was still wearing sleek silver-gray armor with a dark blue cloak. She wasn't wearing a helmet, and her stern face showed no emotion. She glanced at Li Wei and the slightly nervous Bran, then simply said, "Lead the way." No unnecessary politeness, just getting to the point. "Yes, Commander." "This way." Li Wei nodded and bowed, smoothly leading the way. He walked in front with a surprised Bran. while Elena followed silently with 4 fully armed Ice Wolf Knights. The group of 5 headed toward the eastern mining area. The cold wind carried snowflakes that stung their faces. At the mine entrance, some miners saw Li Wei and Bran, then saw the 4 steel-like knights behind them and the cold-blooded female leader. They quickly lowered their heads and moved aside. Inside the mine, the lights suddenly dimmed. Bran lit a miner's lamp, and the faint yellow glow barely lit the rugged path. Li Wei led the way, deliberately avoiding the main working tunnels of the miners. He twisted and turned, heading toward a hidden, disguised side tunnel. Elena remained silent, her icy blue eyes quietly observing the tunnel structure. The 4 knights, clearly her trusted subordinates, didn't speak at all. They only occasionally turned their helmets, showing they were on alert. Finally, they reached a moss-covered stone wall. Li Wei signaled Bran to go forward. The old miner took a deep breath, skillfully moved aside the disguised stones, revealing a narrow opening. "Report, sir, it's inside," Li Wei said, gesturing politely for Bran to go first, but he bent down and entered ahead. This was a sign of sincerity and also to prevent suspicion. Elena made no hesitation. She signaled the 4 knights outside to stay on guard, then bent down and skillfully followed into the tunnel. Bran was the last to enter, then closed the opening again. They crawled through a low, damp natural and arrived at that dreamlike cave again. When Bran's miner's lamp illuminated the cave walls, revealing countless icy blue crystals embedded like stars in the seabed, even Elena, usually cold as ice, couldn't help but show a faint, clear tremor in her eyes. She stopped and did not move closer. Instead, she stood in the middle of the cave, her gaze slowly sweeping around. On the cave walls, the ground, and even some roots of the stalactites, a faint blue glow flickered softly. Pure magical energy flowed silently like a cool stream through the air. Although it was only a level 3 magic crystal, the scene of such a concentrated native mineral vein had obvious potential value and strategic importance. She could even feel her own ice magic faintly resonating with the environment here. "How large is the scale?" Elena's voice echoed in the quiet cave. It was still cold, but less distant than before, more cautious. Livy quickly replied, "Reporting, ma'am. So far, the exploration mainly covers this natural cave and the surrounding rock layers. The exact amount needs further investigation, but initial estimates suggest that if mined properly, it could support a stable, small-scale supply line for a long time. Also, it seems the quality improves the deeper you go." The shrewd bald man deliberately spoke more conservatively. Elena did not respond immediately. She walked to the nearest cave wall, extended her metal-gloved finger, and gently touched a partially exposed magic crystal. The cold, hard feeling from her fingertips, along with the pure, lively magical fluctuations inside the crystal, was clear. She was silent for a moment, then withdrew her hand and turned to look at Livy and Bran. "Concealed location, decent quality, but the reserves need confirmation." She made a preliminary judgment. "Sir Carol will need a more detailed report." After speaking, she took a small leather pouch from her waist and pulled out a diamond-shaped crystal chip about the size of her palm. She pressed the crystal chip to her forehead, closed her eyes, and moved her lips slightly, as if silently communicating something. A few seconds later, the silver light on the crystal chip intensified. The runes seemed to come alive, spinning rapidly. Then the light converged, and the crystal chip returned to calm. Livy recognized it as a high-level magic communication device used by NPCs, safer and faster than ordinary magic messengers, typically for urgent information transfer. It seemed Elena had already reported the situation here directly to the small wolf Lord Far in Rinwind City. After finishing, Elena stored the crystal chip back into her pouch and said to Livy, "The knight will give further instructions. During this time, the area must be strictly sealed off. No one is allowed to approach, including yourselves." "Yes, sir, rest assured." Li Wei's gaze was firm, as if he was about to join the Night Order. "Besides us 3, no one else will know about this place. We will send someone." "No, we will personally strengthen the perimeter guards." "Us" refers to old Budo. "No need. I will keep someone here to watch," Elena said, glancing deeply at the sparkling cave. Then she turned around. "Let's go." The group returned along the same path, emerged from and re-entered the outside mine tunnel. Bran carefully restored the disguise at the entrance. Just as they were about to leave the mine area and head back to town, a sudden commotion and frantic shouts from the miners came from the direction of the tunnel entrance, mixed with some rude curses. Li Wei's face changed. Bran also grew tense. It's the Frostwolf Guild. They come to check the mine every month at this time, and also to rush the supplies. Hearing it was someone from the Frostwolf Guild, Li Wei couldn't help but smile. They came at the worst time, right when it was most inconvenient. The bald man thought about how he would look and couldn't help but laugh. Stay calm, stay low-key. He glanced at Elena beside him. The female knight showed no change in expression, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with her. But her icy blue eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a sharp glint. He couldn't hold it anymore and slapped himself. Smack! The crisp sound made Bran and Elena turn to look. Seeing Li Wei's strange expression, the female knight asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I just remembered, old Budo's wife is about to give birth." Hee, I want to laugh. Bran was nervous, and hearing the bald man say his wife was about to give birth, he couldn't hold back. His wife had been dead for many years. What birth? He was about to ask Li Wei what was going on when he saw the bald man making exaggerated faces. He wiped his sweat and awkwardly smiled at Elena. Yes, she's about to give birth. Seeing Bran's wrinkled old face, smiling like a daisy, Elena couldn't hold back anymore. She snorted coldly and led her people out of the mine first. Outside the mine entrance, on the relatively flat open space, the atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. A group of more than 10 Frostwolf Guild members, dressed in gray-white leather armor and carrying various weapons, were standing confidently. The leader was a tall man with a fierce scar on his face. Opposite them were dozens of miners from Hanlon Town, huddled together, too afraid to speak out. The scar-faced man seemed in a good mood, pointing at some miners and talking loudly, probably about this month's production and upcoming deliveries. However, when Li Wei and his team came out from deep inside the mine, especially when 4 fully armored Ice Wolf Knights appeared like bosses in front of everyone, all sounds suddenly stopped. The scar-faced man's smile froze instantly. His fierce one-eyed glare widened as he stared at Elena and the knights behind her, pupils shrinking rapidly. The Frostwolf Guild members behind him looked like ducks being choked, their arrogance vanishing instantly, replaced by shock and fear. Level 50. Full purple armor. Ice Wolf emblem. The most elite Ice Wolf Knights of the Velford family in Frostwind City. These symbols and the overwhelming pressure hit them like a bucket of cold water, pouring from head to toe. The scar-faced man was only level 23, wearing the best quality gear, a blue-level longsword in his hand. His subordinates were mostly level 18 or 19. They usually acted tough in Hanlon Town, but facing a well-organized NPC army, their strength was simply not enough. What shocked him even more was how these knights appeared in Hanlon Town. Seems like they came out of the mine, and they were with that bald priest. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through the scar-faced man's mind. That bald guy played him. Li Wei saw everything the scar-faced man and his group did. The long-held anger in his chest burst out like a volcano. He stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Elena. He stood straight, no longer showing the timid, flattering smile he had when facing the Frostwolf Guild. Instead, he wore a sneaky, loyal look. "Oh, who do I think it is? Isn't this the famous brother Scarface himself?" Li Wei's voice dragged on mockingly. "What's this? Not enough respect this month, so you're here to rush us? Or maybe you're just eager to visit our poor town. For a look around?" Scar-faced man's face turned pale, and his lips moved as if to speak. However, when his gaze fell on the 4 Ice Wolf Knights behind Li Wei, he swallowed his words hard. He looked around with his single eye at Elena, and then at Li Wei, his expression full of suspicion and doubt. "Li Wei, priest," Scarface's voice was dry and strained, trying to stay calm. "Who are these knights?" "Oh, you mean these knights, sir?" Li Wei pretended to be surprised, stepped aside, and smiled. This time, he directed his smile at Elena. "This is Captain Elena of the Ice Wolf Knights from the Verfo family in Frostwind City, my dear grandma. And these 4 are brave heroes of the Night Order." They were sent by Sir Carol Verfo to our cold forest town for an inspection and potential cooperation. He emphasized the word cooperation heavily. Inspection. Cooperation? Scarface's heart sank to the bottom. The Verfo family. That huge power. Why would they be interested in this broken town of Cold Forest? And send their personal guard captain? Could it be? A terrifying guess formed in his mind. Yes, Li Wei puffed out his chest, speaking loudly so everyone could hear. Sir Carol Verfo has good eyes. He sees that our Cold Forest town's mines have good potential, and our people are skilled. He's willing to establish a long-term, fair partnership with us. From now on, our town's minerals and ironware will have more stable and profitable markets. He paused, then looked at Scarface, his smile vanishing instantly. His eyes turned cold and sharp. As for those unreasonable, forceful agreements from before, Brother Scar, I think it's time to reconsider. What do you say? A ruthless slap in the face. In front of all the miners and Frostwolf guild members, Li Wei used the Verfo family's influence to fiercely turn the previous humiliation and oppression back on them. Are you kidding me? You still care about those minerals and ironware? I don't think so. Scarface's cheek muscles twitched violently, his single eye flashing with fierce light, and a vein bulged on his forehead. When had he ever been so humiliated? Especially by a bald priest who had previously nodded and bowed before him. But he dared not move. Not to mention that the level 60 female knight captain in full purple armor, even her sword in gold armor, or any random level 50 knight behind her, could easily wipe out their dozen or so people. A ranger player saw the guild leader almost explode with anger and quickly whispered, "Brother Wolf, be patient. Don't go overboard." Li Wei, bald guy, you're very brave. Scarface took a deep breath and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. You've clung to the big boss, right? You think with the support of the Velfo family, you can do whatever you want without worry? His cold gaze swept over Li Wei, then over the silent ice wolf knights, finally resting on Elena's face. His tone was full of suspicion and threat. Captain Elena, is this the Velfo family's intention? To interfere with our Frostwolf guild and Cold Forest towns? Normal business dealings. Elena finally looked away from the distant snow scenery and calmly fixed her gaze on Scarface. Her eyes showed no emotion, as if she were looking at a stone. In Rinfrost City, all trade must be legal and fair, she said coldly. The Velfo family cares about potential partners. As for others, the Lord has his own considerations. Her words were precise, clearly stating her stance without directly admitting or denying anything, leaving room for flexibility and carrying a detached, superior attitude. Scarface's face darkened even more. They clearly didn't matter to her or the Frostwolf Guild. He knew he wouldn't get any advantage today. Staying here would only bring shame. Good. Very good. Scarface gritted his teeth and glared at Li Wei fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Bald guy, we'll see about this. In the future, after saying that, he suddenly waved his hand. Let's go. The members of the Frostwolf Guild, as if granted mercy, hurriedly followed Scarface and left the mining area in a dejected manner, quickly disappearing at the edge of the snowfield. Their backs looked awkward and panicked. Watching their retreating figures, Li Wei exhaled a long, relieved breath, feeling completely at ease. It was like a hero returning after 300 years of hiding, or sheepy sheep being mocked by gray wolf without true fans, or mouse being forced onto a bridge with bird beast and bringing along PSG without any support, or his fiancée's powerful rival showing up to break off their engagement, or the hero surnamed Shao kneeling on the ground after his wife's family slapped him with 5 million, finally realizing he was the Dragon King and shouting in triumph as he broke the floor. Such a feeling of pure joy. It was so exhilarating. The feeling of showing off power by pretending to be strong was just so exciting. The surrounding miners were first stunned, then burst into suppressed cheers. They had been oppressed by the Frostwolf Guild for too long, and today they finally saw those suffer a setback. Their gazes toward Li Wei and the knights were filled with gratitude and awe. Bran also relaxed and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Only Elena remained expressionless. She seemed indifferent to the miners' cheers and Li Wei's pride, simply saying softly to Li Wei, "It's not safe to stay here long. Let's return to the town." After leaving 4 knights as guards, she turned and headed toward the town. Li Wei quickly suppressed his smile, signaled Brand to calm the miners, and then hurried to catch up. On the way back to the town, Li Wei's initial pride gradually cooled, replaced by a slight worry. Scarface's last words, "We'll see about that," and his hateful look were not empty threats. The Frostwolf Guild had suffered a big loss and lost face today. They wouldn't just accept it quietly. They couldn't defeat the Velford family directly, but they had many sneaky ways to trouble Cold Forest Town. Moreover, Elena's attitude was very clear. The Velford family provided deterrence and a cooperation framework, not hired s. Unless the Frostwolf Guild attacked first, these knights wouldn't easily step in to help solve their problems. When they returned to the town, Elena went straight back to the camp. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, but still followed to the edge of the camp, keeping some distance. Facing Elena's back, he tentatively asked in a voice only they could hear, "Lady Elena, about those people from the Frostwolf Guild, I'm not joking. They are indeed very vengeful. Today they lost face, and they definitely won't give up. You see, our cooperation has just begun. To ensure the safety and stability of the mine area, could I ask the knights to be a little more proactive and, well, eliminate them? To prevent future trouble?" His words were vague, but the meaning was clear. Use others to do the dirty work and eliminate future threats. Elena stopped without turning around and replied coldly, "The Wind City Guard and its affiliated knights shall not attack adventurers or their members without cause, unless they are the ones initiating aggression, threatening city safety, or violating the kingdom's laws." Today, the Frostwolf Guild did not act, nor did they threaten explicitly. The knights' orders are to ensure smooth cooperation, not to eliminate potential obstacles. She paused and added, "How they respond to retaliation is your own matter. If they dare to attack the mine or the town, we will act accordingly. Until then, be careful." After saying this, she turned and walked into her tent without looking back. Li Wei stood there, staring at the cold tent, and his last bit of hope disappeared. Sure enough, relying on others is not always safe. Eventually, you must depend on yourself. Expecting the Velfo family knights to be free fighters is unrealistic. They will only ensure that the cooperation itself is not directly harmed. As for the feud between Cold Forest Town and the Frostwolves Guild, as long as it doesn't affect the magic crystal mine, they probably don't mind and might even use it to control Cold Forest Town better. "Meow, little chef," Li Wei muttered softly, touching his bald head. It seems he needs to prepare a backup plan. The Frostwolves Guild is like a lurking snake, waiting to strike unexpectedly. He must have enough strength to fight back before or during their actions, or lure them elsewhere. As he thought, he slowly walked back to the church. His mind raced with ideas. Strengthen the town's defenses? Train the miners to defend themselves? Set an ambush using the terrain? Or divert the trouble elsewhere? Forget it. Those NPC guys digging the mine are not worth much. Li Wei is afraid they might trip over stones just walking around. Maybe he could use the magic crystal veins somehow, but that's too risky. It could backfire. Or use Odin's miracle? But it seems Odin has been busy lately. Actually, he's just too lazy to bother with him. The cold evening wind of early spring carried leftover snowflakes, brushing his face with a biting chill, but it couldn't extinguish the fiery anger in his heart caused by the Frostwolves Guild's threats. No one can be trusted, Li Wei muttered softly, turning around and walking slowly back to the lonely church in the dusk. The more he thought about it, the more headache he had. His supposed 8 IQ felt like a tangled mess in this complicated situation. He pushed open the heavy wooden door of the church, and the creak echoed in the empty stone building. The fire was almost out, leaving only a faint red glow and some residual warmth. Ian was not there. She was probably studying her magic book next door. Tom and the others were likely exhausted from the day and had gone to bed early. Li Wei walked to Odin's portrait and sat heavily on the cold floor, leaning against the equally cold stone wall. He looked at Odin's stern eye in the portrait, trying to find some hint or guidance. "Boss, give me a tip," he muttered to the portrait, as if talking to himself. "That bunch of Frostwolf Guild guys will definitely come to cause trouble. Fighting them now, we can't win. Hiding, there's nowhere to hide. We can't just keep hoping you'll show a sign or wait for the Velf family's knights to be kind." Odin in the portrait remained silent. Li Wei sighed, annoyed and scratched his head. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Hey, give the scar-faced guy a bowl of beef noodles. If fighting is impossible and hiding doesn't work, then why not? Let others do the fighting? Who? Players. In this world of divine awakening, what is most abundant? It's not just about gold, gear, or experience points. Even the mighty Frostwolf Guild is just a player guild, made up of players. What are players afraid of? Death? Losing gear? In front of W. None of that matters. As long as there's enough money and temptation, many reckless adventurers are willing to take risks. Li Wei's eyes slowly lit up. He remembered the small, empty money pouch in his pocket, once filled with 50 gold coins. Money. He needs money most now, but does he also have money? Once the cooperation with the Velo family is settled, the magic crystal mines will be a steady source of gold. Although he hasn't received it yet, he can pre-collect or use future earnings as collateral. No, that's too risky and could expose his plans. But didn't he just today pretend to be powerful and give the Frostwolf Guild a hard slap in the face? That news will probably spread quickly around Coldwood City. The Frostwolf Guild has lost face and become a joke. If at this moment someone is willing to pay to teach them a lesson, those guilds or players who dislike the Frostwolf Guild or want to make some quick money might be tempted. The more Li Wei thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He pounded his thigh hard. Let's do it. Reward. Use gold coins to eliminate those troublemakers. He immediately opened his personal profile and focused on his only friend's name, GG Explosion, LV9, a dwarf who runs a inn, well-informed, well-connected, and seems to have good channels. He can stand firm in Coldwood City, so he must have his own ways. More importantly, GG Explosion has drunk and talked with Li Wei before, so they have some kind of friendship, and he looks like a smart businessman. As long as the profit is enough, such people are usually trustworthy. Li Wei quickly opened the private chat with his friend, organized his words, and started sending a message. Bro, are you there? I've got trouble, urgent. The reply came almost instantly. GG Explosion. What's up, Li Wei? Back in Coldwood Town. I heard about it. Quite a stir. The Ice Wolf Knights went there too, wow. It seems the news spreads quickly. Li Wei continued typing. Bro, to keep it short, the Frostwolf Guild guys embarrassed me today and threatened revenge. I just made contact with the Velfa family. Can't let anything happen. But NPCs have rules. They can't attack first. GG Explosion. Got it. You want to use others to do your dirty work? Hire some mercenaries? Talking to smart people makes things easier. Exactly. Li Wei quickly typed. Bro, you have many contacts. Help me spread a message. Offer a bounty for the Frostwolf Guild members. 1 coin for ordinary members. No, 10 coins each. 4 core members, 20 coins. Vice President, 30 coins. The leader, Scarface, 100 coins. He announced a huge bounty. In the early game, 10 coins are definitely not a small amount for regular players, enough to buy some good green gear or learn several skills. 100 coins would make many players go crazy. GG Explosion paused for a few seconds, probably surprised by the amount. Bro, are you serious? 100 coins for Scarface's head? He's only level 23 now, but he has many followers, and this is like declaring war on the entire Frostwolf Guild. Your bounty will make Coldwood Town and nearby areas very lively. Very serious. Li Wei replied, money's not a problem. As long as someone brings me the head, I'll pay immediately. No delays. For every deal made, I'll give you 1 gold coin as a bonus. Think of it as a commission and a little extra for keeping things quiet. He understood the importance of sharing profits. Only by letting GG Bao earn something could the matter be handled smoothly and secretly. GG Bao stayed silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Soon, a reply came. Deal? You're a good man. I'll take the job. 1 gold coin per target. That's a fair cut. Don't worry, I have special anonymous channels. No one will trace it back to you. The news will spread through the main adventurers' guilds and underground networks by tomorrow. But GG Bao's tone changed. With such a high reward, it'll cause a stir. Some less disciplined people might get involved. And the Frostwolf Guild isn't easy to mess with. They'll fight back hard and start investigating. Be careful in Cold Forest Town. Got it. Thanks for the warning, Bao. Li Wei let out a breath of relief, then added, let's set the bounty for 1 month. Also, if anyone wants to take on long-term tasks to disrupt or sabotage the Frostwolf Guild's daily operations and resource points, they can contact me privately. Payment will be separate. He didn't just want to take down a few people. He wanted to make the Frostwolf Guild so busy and troubled that they wouldn't have time to bother Cold Forest Town. You're really going all out, GG Bao replied with a laughing dwarf emoji. All right, I'll spread the word. Let's see how this plays out. Thanks, Bao. When I get to Windfrost City, I'll buy you the best drink. It's a promise. The private chat ended. Li Wei closed the panel, feeling as if a heavy weight had finally lifted from his heart. He leaned against the cold stone wall, watching the last embers in the furnace fade as darkness slowly filled the room. The bounty was out. Now, it was up to the power of gold to see what kind of storm it could stir across the snowy northern plains. 100 gold coins for Scarface's life. Li Wei touched his smooth chin, a cold, satisfied smile forming on his lips. Scarface, you like to bully the weak and take advantage of the poor, don't you? Well then, I'll use the very money you look down on to play your game. Let's see which is tougher, your guild's pride or my gold. In the dark church, only his low laughter echoed. Since the bounty, considered extremely high, was secretly and efficiently spread through GG's channels in Linfeng City and nearby areas, the atmosphere in the southern part of the Northern Kingdom became tense and restless. At first, the news circulated quietly among small adventurer guilds, in tavern corners, or private communication channels among players. Did you hear? The Frostwolf Guild has a bounty on them. Really? That guild known for extorting in remote places? Exactly. Anonymous reward. 10 gold for each regular member. 20 for the leader. 30 for the vice leader. The boss, Scarface. 100 gold. Wow. 100 gold? Who's so reckless? Do they have a deep grudge against the Frostwolf Guild? Not sure. It was posted anonymously. But the bounty is real, guaranteed by an intermediary, paid immediately upon proof. No delays. Wow. 10 gold for each regular member. That could buy a basic blue weapon. Scarface is only level 23, but he has many people around him. Still, 100 gold. Worth a shot. The news spread quickly like drops of water in hot oil, exploding and boiling over. Soon, the regional channel for the southern border of the Northern Kingdom was filled with bright, suggestive, and excited discussions. The northern scenery is beautiful, snowy, and pleasant, and there are wild wolves to hunt. Anyone interested in forming a team to hunt wolf pelts? Level 15, high damage output, reliable healing. North of Linfeng City, near coordinates, suspicious traces of gray skin activity. Looking for strong teammates to explore together. Loot divided by contribution, extra rewards. You know what I mean. High prices offered for recent intel on Frostwolf Guild members. The more detailed, the better. Price negotiable. Does anyone know where Scarface usually hangs out? Provide accurate clues. Big reward. Brothers and sisters, it's time to fight crime and maintain peace in the north. Form a righteous team and take down those frost wolves. The Diobos Guild is recruiting members, but no Holy Knights. Holy Knights, please don't bother me. The Silver Scale Breastplate. The channel is filled with various secret codes and slang, but everyone with a sharp eye knows the main topic is the Frostwolf Guild and their valuable heads. Gold has endless power, especially in the early game when resources are scarce and everyone is poor. 10 gold coins are enough for an average player to upgrade most of their armor or learn useful new skills. 100 gold coins. That's a huge amount, enough to tempt many to take risks, even to temporarily set aside their faction rivalries and guild loyalties, working together just to get rich. Within just a few days after the bounty was posted, more and more players appeared on the main roads north of Windy City, heading toward Cold Forest Town and nearby mines. Some traveled alone, looking hurried and cautious. Others in small groups, whispering and showing signs of hostility. Even larger, organized teams with banners clearly heading toward known Frostwolf Guild strongholds. As the source of the bounty and the potential front line of the storm, Cold Forest Town, a small border town often forgotten, has suddenly become lively. At first, only a few ordinary adventurers or merchants passing through stopped briefly, curious about this poor but peaceful town, especially the camp of the Ice Wolf Knights on the outskirts and the occasional patrols near the mines. But soon, more and more people arrived, staying longer. Some players gathered in the town's only shabby tavern, which sells cheap beer and black bread, joking and sharing information. They talked about which Frostwolf Guild team was ambushed at which mine and how many were lost, about how Scarface's recent movements are mysterious and his guards seem stronger, about the reliability of the bounty and the mysterious anonymous poster. Liev and Bran naturally kept their nerves tight. Liwei walks around the town several times each day. On the surface, it looks like patrolling, but he is actually watching the movements of these outsiders. He also sternly warns the townspeople not to interact too much with these outsiders, especially not to discuss anything about the mining area, the Velfa family, or the Frostwolf Guild. He also exchanges many gold coins with Elena using magic crystals, transferring the money through player remittance channels to GG Explosive account. Tom and the other two are assigned the task of spies. They blend in with the town children, watching for suspicious people asking about sensitive information. Ian almost stops going outside and stays in his room, focusing on studying magic. She has already mastered the light spell, a level 0 illusion, able to steadily conjure a small, soft light ball at her fingertips. Her models 4, Fireball, and Ice Arrow are also improving, but she lacks a safe place to practice and dares not try them easily. In this tense atmosphere of hidden dangers and subtle threats, some of Li Wei's old acquaintances appear in Hamlin Town. That afternoon, Li Wei was in the church's backyard, absent-mindedly guiding Tom on forging techniques, while listening carefully to the sounds coming from the front yard. Suddenly, he heard a somewhat noisy sound of footsteps and talking from the front yard, with two clear female voices that sounded somewhat familiar. He frowned, put down his pliers, signaled Tom to watch the fire, and brushed the ash off his hands before walking toward the front yard. As he pushed open the church's back door, he saw several people standing inside the chapel. Leading the group were two people he had met briefly in the commercial street of Renfeng City. Human female warrior, Aya, who had also slapped him once, and the elf female mage, Frostheart. Aya still looked heroic, wearing light chain mail, her ponytail neat, with a lively smile on her face, curiously observing the simple decorations inside the church and the portrait of Odin on the wall. Frostheart stood quietly beside her, her emerald eyes calm and steady. She casually leaned her staff on the ground, but Li Wei could sense that her attention was more focused outside the church, on the faint figures of the Ice Wolf Knights patrolling. Behind them, there were three more players. A sturdy, honest-looking human paladin named Ryan, carrying a large shield. Wearing leather armor, with throwing knives and daggers hanging at his waist, the human assassin Joshua looked like he was just waiting to stab someone in the middle of the night. There was also the bald elder, holding a lute, dressed in colorful robes, with two squinty eyes darting between a female NPC's thighs and chest. An elf ranger named Hua Jian, drinking wine. This was a typical adventurer team. Lu Wei's heart sank. Why had these powerful people come to his small temple? Did they recognize him? Were they here to cause trouble? He quickly put on a familiar, slightly humble and nervous smile, rubbing his hands as he stepped forward. Honorable adventurers, welcome to Hamlin Town. What brings you here? Are you just passing through, or? Oh wow, isn't that the bald brother from the prison? Saxi, don't ignore him, Hua Jian said teasingly. Aya turned around and saw Lu Wei. She was surprised at first, then showed a strange expression that seemed to say, "It really is you." She crossed her arms and looked him up and down. Hey, isn't that the distinguished mage? She deliberately emphasized distinguished with a teasing tone. Didn't you have enough in Frostwind City? Coming back home to enjoy the scenery? Lu Wei's heart raced, and his smile froze even more. Heroine, you're joking. I was blind that day and accidentally offended a few people. It was unintentional. Enough. Stop pretending, Aya said impatiently, but her eyes sharpened. Bald guy, tell me, are there a lot of players like us in town recently? Lu Wei's heart tightened, but he kept a confused look. Players? Oh, a few more than usual. Maybe they heard about some work at our mine. Or, just passing by. Stop pretending. Suddenly spoke the cold voice of Heart of Frost, who had been silent. The bounty on the Frostwolf Guild. Does it have anything to do with you? Her icy gaze pierced Lu Wei directly. His heart pounded wildly, but he showed just the right amount of shock and confusion. Bounty? Frostwolf Guild? Sister, What are you talking about? I'm just a blacksmith. I don't know anything about bounties. The leaders of the Frostwolf Guild are our partners. He deliberately said, partners, with some reluctance, revealing a bit of helplessness. Aya and Heart of Frost exchanged a glance. They had heard about the cooperation between Hanlon Town and the Frostwolf Guild in Lingfeng City, and knew that the Ice Wolf Knights had recently stationed here. Considering the anonymous bounty and the seemingly honest yet cunning appearance of the bald priest in front of them. Partners in cooperation? Aya sneered. I think you're just being exploited as labor. So, you latch onto the Velfo family, and then try to bite back at your former partners? And you still play the game of anonymous bounties? Hua Jian stuck out his head, gave a thumbs up, and looked as if he was saying, good job. Aya glared at Hua Jian, leaned close to Li Wei, and lowered her voice with a hint of threat. Baldy, I don't care if it's you or not. We've taken on a long-term mission to clear pests in the Northern Territory, and the Frostwolf Guild is on our list. We want to earn the bounty gold. Don't cause trouble for us or leak any information, or else. She clenched her fist, and her knuckles made a faint cracking sound. Li Wei quickly took a step back, waving his hands repeatedly. No, I dare not cause trouble for you heroes. You're all brave heroes, heroes checking on heroes, good men checking on good men. I, Li Wei, will never speak out of turn, but inside, he was overjoyed. So, these were players taking on the clearing mission, and they looked like a capable, organized team. Wasn't this just a gift of help? As long as they shared the same goal of dealing with the Frostwolf Guild, they could be temporary allies. That's best, said the Heart of Cold Frost calmly. She no longer looked at Li Wei and turned to her teammates. Let's go to the tavern and find out the latest news. Hua Jian whistled at Li Wei, but Aya pulled him away from the church. Watching their backs disappear into the distance, Li Wei wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, a smile creeping on his face. The bounty's effect was even better than expected. It had attracted even this relatively honest and capable player team. Scar. Oh yeah, Moxian got a good one. But before Li Wei could fully relax, not half an hour after Aya's team left, at dusk, just before it got dark, at the end of the main road on the south side of the town, suddenly came a heavier, denser, thunderous hoofbeat sound, like rolling thunder across the land. It wasn't just a dozen or so riders, or 20. From the noise, there were at least 100 riders. Along with the steady sound of marching footsteps and the clinking of metal armor, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. The town of Hanlon, which had just been lively due to the influx of players, suddenly fell into complete silence. All the townspeople, whether locals or players, stopped their work in fear and ran to the streets or windows, looking toward the source of the sound. Even the camp of the Ice Wolf Knights at the edge of the town showed some signs of disturbance. The knights quickly gathered. Elena hurried out of her tent, her icy blue eyes looking south. Li Wei also rushed to the church entrance, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Who could this be? Under the watchful eyes of many, filled with fear, shock, or curiosity, a moving line of shining metal appeared on the southern horizon. It was a mixed group of cavalry and infantry. At the front were dozens of silver-armored riders, dressed similarly to the Ice Wolf Knights, but with a more powerful presence, holding the Ice Plain Wolf banner high. Behind them were over 100 soldiers in studded leather armor, carrying spears or swords and shields, marching in neat formation. In the middle of the group, beneath a larger and more ornate Ice Plain Wolf banner, was a striking blue warhorse. Sitting atop this rare and magnificent purple mount was a young noble dressed in elegant silver blue half-plate armor, covered with a deep purple velvet cloak with white fur trim. He had shining blonde hair, a handsome face that almost seemed proud, and icy blue eyes that gleamed with innate confidence and sharpness. Hanging from his waist was a ceremonial sword decorated with gemstones, and beside his saddle was a fierce-looking heavy sword. This was the Young Wolf Lord. Young Wolf Lord, Carol Velfo, commander of the Wind City Guard, LV-60. Behind him, there were many elite family guards, along with a few attendants dressed as mages, priests, or scholars, clearly responsible for evaluation, negotiation, and technical support. This team's arrival was much larger and more impressive than the small guard squad led by Elena before. If Elena's arrival was a form of deterrence and guarding, Then Carol's presence clearly announced to everyone that Hanlon Town, and whatever might be hidden there, had officially entered the highest level of the Velfo family's attention and was given top priority. Everyone in Hanlon Town, both locals and players, was stunned. Wow, is that Carol Velfo, the young lord of Linfeng City, a level 60 regional boss NPC? Why is he here in such a strange place? Could the rumors be true? Is there really something in Hanlon Town that can attract the Velfo family's interest? He's meeting with the Ice Wolf Knights. Looks like those knights were just the vanguard. This is getting exciting. No wonder the Frostwolf Guild issued a bounty. This is a deep water. The player chat channel instantly exploded with activity. Initially, players interested only in the bounty and hunting the Frostwolf Guild were now completely focused on this sudden appearance of a big shot. Carol Velfo, in the game, is one of the most important NPCs in the southern part of the Northern Kingdom at level 60. His father, the Wolf Lord, is even more powerful, commanding a strong army and controlling Linfeng City and its vast surrounding territory, leading the front lines of the two main factions. Since the game just launched, for most players, he was just a background character. His sudden departure from Linfeng City, leading a large group to the barren outskirts of Hanlon Town, carried enough information to spark wild guesses among any clever player. Hanlon Town, a small place that was only noticed because of the bounty order, was instantly shrouded in a mysterious and important aura. Many speculations, theories, and even conspiracy ideas spread wildly in player chats and small groups. Li Wei stood at the church door, watching the slowly approaching team radiating supreme authority, and the young noble on horseback shining like the sun. He felt his palms sweating. He knew that something big was about to happen. Carol personally came. This meant that the Velfo family's importance placed on the magic crystal or veins far exceeded Li Wei's expectations. This also means that his previous small schemes and tricks become very weak in front of absolute strength and power. The upcoming negotiation will decide the future of Hanlon Town and whether Li Wei will become a true partner or be crushed under the wheel of power. He takes a deep breath, forces himself to stay calm, puts on a smile again, adjusts his torn coat, and quickly walks toward the town entrance. What is meant to come will come. Whether it brings good or bad luck depends on whether Brother Wei's courage wavers. Led by Carol Velfo, the team moves like a steel flood, stopping sharply in the center of the only relatively flat square in Hanlon Town. Heavy horse hooves crush the snow, armor clinks, and flags flutter in the cold wind. Over 100 elite guards stand still, their cold eyes scanning the surrounding onlookers. An invisible pressure makes the air seem frozen. The majestic Frost warhorse snorts impatiently. Carol gracefully and swiftly dismounts, his shiny boots crunching on the dirty snow. He casually throws the jeweled whip to his servant behind him, standing tall like a pine tree, with a deep purple cloak slightly billowing behind. Elena steps forward quickly, placing her right hand over her chest, bowing slightly to salute, and quietly reports something. Carol listens calmly, but his gaze already crosses Elena, sweeping over the dilapidated, poor land that is so different from his world. He sees the low, crooked stone and wooden houses, the townfolk huddled in the distance with pale faces and thin bodies, and the adventurers among them, dressed in various strange gear and eyes full of different emotions. Ignoring all the noise around, Carol slightly lifts his chin. His voice is clear and firm, with undeniable authority, echoing across the silent square. Li Wei, from the crowd, the bald man, trying to hide himself and shrink into the ground, shivers all over. What is meant to come cannot be avoided. He takes a deep breath and parts the crowd. The villagers around automatically make way, looking at him as if he is a brave warrior heading to the execution ground. The bald man crawls and runs to Carol. "Yes, Lord Carol, why are you here?" Li Wei fidgets nervously. Carol's voice was calm and emotionless, with just a hint of impatience. "Show me the way, sir. Where are you headed? To the mine? Or the town guard station?" We don't have that here. Maybe to your doghouse." Carol interrupted him, speaking evenly. His tone made Li Wei swallow the rest of his words. Doghouse. Li Wei paused briefly, then realized he was talking about his church. "All right, sure. I'll go now. I'll go." Li Wei quickly turned to lead the way, secretly feeling relieved. Going to the church was good. At least it was his territory, with Odin sitting in command. Carol didn't look at him anymore. He took long strides and followed Liwei. Elena lagged behind slightly, and several core followers and guards also came along. The main guard team stayed in the square, keeping watch and blocking curious players and townsfolk from entering. The group crossed the muddy, barely passable street of Cold Forest Town and reached the stone-built church that was slightly taller than the surrounding houses. Looking at the crooked wooden door and the peeling, weathered walls, the followers behind Carol frowned. This place was even worse than the servants' quarters of the Vilford family. But Carol showed no reaction. He simply signaled Liwei to open the door. Liwei pushed open the creaking wooden door. A strong smell of cheap oil mixed with rust and a sharp alcohol scent hit him. The bald man looked at his nose and then his feet, feeling awkward as he picked at his toes. He drank too much with Old Bew last night, and the smell still hadn't gone. This little chef was in for good fortune. Inside the church was slightly better than outside. Liwei had cleaned the altar carefully before, and the fire was burning brightly with fresh wood, dispelling some of the cold. Carol's gaze immediately fell on the rough but spotless portrait of Odin on the front wall. The one-eyed god leaning on a spear, with a crow perched on his shoulder, looked as if his stern gaze could pierce through the canvas. Below the portrait, the shrine serving as a storage cabinet was even cleaner, spotless and free of dust, contrasting sharply with the somewhat messy surroundings. On it, a clean ceramic bowl and a few pieces of seemingly fresh black bread were neatly arranged. It was clearly well-maintained and worshipped with care. In Carol's icy blue eyes, a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of strange color flashed. Livacha carefully observed the situation and quickly stepped forward. Pointing at the portrait, he introduced with a mix of pride and mystery. "Sir, look, this is our leader, the one-eyed god Odin, god of war and wisdom. Our shrine is small, but our leader doesn't mind. He really shows his power." He lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. "Honestly, when I went to Rinfeng City, I ran into snow thieves. It looked like I was doomed, but suddenly, our leader appeared and gave me strength. I fought back and defeated those troublemakers. And that cloth, well, our leader is very powerful. Thanks to him, Cold Forest Town is today's place." He spoke as if everything was incredible, partly to boost his own reputation and partly to see how Carol would react to Odin's faith. Carol listened quietly, his eyes moving between the portrait of Odin and Livacha's face, which looked sincere. As the heir of the Vilfo family, he was raised to believe in the main faith of the North, the winter god Lune. She was a cold, serious goddess who ruled over winter and the frozen lands of the North. Thanks to Lune's help, the northern kingdom separated from the Aurelia Empire. The Vilfo family's emblem, a wolf on ice, also symbolized respect and reverence for winter's power. Carol knew little about Odin, the ancient god from overseas, but he wasn't completely unaware. He understood Odin was a powerful deity, with some followers in old stories and remote places. More importantly, he had personally felt the divine energy from that legendary cloth. The bald priest in front of him, rough and talkative, seemed to believe sincerely. His faith didn't seem entirely fake. The careful care of the statues and shrines in this humble church, and the fleeting glow in Livacha's eyes when he talked about divine signs, suggested it wasn't just for show. After a moment of silence, in front of everyone's surprised eyes, including Livacha, Carol Vilfo, future ruler of Rinfeng City and a believer in the winter god, slowly raised his right hand. His palm faced inward and gently pressed over his left chest. This was a respectful gesture, common among nobles, to show reverence for another deity and their sacred place. His movement was precise, graceful, and carried a natural modesty. He looked at Odin's portrait, nodded slightly, and spoke clearly and calmly. "Greetings to the ancient god of war and wisdom." He said no more, offered no further show of devotion. But this simple gesture and calm greeting carried more weight than any exaggerated boast or performance by Levi. It meant that Carol Velfo acknowledged Odin's divine status and indirectly recognized Levi as his legitimate priest. Levi opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a moment. He didn't expect Carol to do this. The Velfo family attendants and Elena nearby also looked surprised, but no one spoke. After the greeting, Carol lowered his hand as if it was just a normal act. His gaze returned to Levi, his icy blue eyes calm and sharp again. "All right," he said softly, as if the earlier moment never happened. "Let's get to the main matter." Levi shivered and quickly hid his surprise, bowing hurriedly. "Yes. My lord, please take your seat." This way, this way." He clumsily moved the only decent old wooden chair near the fire to in front of Carol and wiped it vigorously with his sleeve. Though it was pointless, he wanted to show good service. But Carol didn't sit down. He went to the shrine, turned his back to Odin's portrait, faced Levi, with his hands behind his back, standing tall like a spear. "The initial assessment of the mine has been reported by Elena," he said directly, without small talk. "Value confirmed. Now, let's discuss the specific terms of cooperation." His voice was quiet but firm, with undeniable decisiveness. "The Velfo family needs a steady supply of magic crystals. Cold Forest Town provides the mine and basic labor for extraction. All parts of this process are led by the Velfo family. Cold Forest Town will receive a fixed percentage of the profits and protection from the Velfo family." He paused, his icy blue eyes fixed on Levi. "The initial profit share is set at 1% of the total value of the mine's output. Settlements will be made twice a year. Additionally, the Velfo family will handle the town's basic defense and provide necessary supplies like food and tools. In return, Cold Forest Town must fully obey the mining schedule, not mine or trade privately, and cooperate with the Velfo family's personnel for stationing and supervision." Li Wei listened to a long, confusing speech, but only caught the part about 1%, which made the bald man angry. Of course, he was only briefly annoyed, mostly just inside his mind. Honestly, in the eyes of the big nobles, this was already very generous. In a small town like Hamlin, unless Odin was watching, Carol would even consider accepting a lower share. He seemed to notice Li Wei's hesitation and dissatisfaction. "Li Wei, face reality. Without the Velfa family, this mine is not a treasure for you, but a danger. The Frostwolf Guild is just the appetizer. If the news leaks, the Mage Tower in the city, other big nobles of the kingdom, and even the royal court will get involved. At that point, Hamlin might not even have a single bone left. 1% is the largest share you can safely get. It's also a sign of my respect for your discovery and for your leader." He stepped closer to Li Wei, creating a tense pressure that almost made it hard to breathe. "Accept this, and Hamlin can survive and even improve. Refuse or try to play tricks." Carol didn't finish, but the cold look in his icy blue eyes said everything. Li Wei's throat moved, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew Carol was telling the truth. In the face of such a big gap in strength, getting 1% was already lucky. But he didn't want to give up. "Lord Carol," Li Wei's voice was a little dry. "Can we have more than 1%? Even 3%, the amount of ore in the mine was still unknown, and no one knew how much was inside. The benefits from the verbal agreement could be very large." Carol looked at him and suddenly smiled, but there was no warmth in his smile. "Li Wei, you are smart, but sometimes being too smart isn't good." He said slowly, 1% is the bottom line. As for manpower, he glanced at Elena beside him. "Initial mining can mainly be handled by Hamlin, but you must accept our technical guidance and supervision. If there's expansion later, we will send professional miners. Don't worry, your wages won't be less." This was a small concession, but the core profit sharing remained unchanged. Li Wei fell silent. The conditions Carol offered, when viewed from his perspective, already seemed very harsh. Hanqing Town would lose complete control over the mineral veins and become a vassal at the mercy of the Velfo family. All future hardships, risks, and most of the rewards would go to that distant city of Linfeng. He was unwilling, not just for himself, but for the townspeople who looked up to him and placed their hopes on him. But what leverage did he have? Strength? As an level 8 priest, he was less than nothing before the Velfo family. Wisdom? His 8 points of intelligence made him seem like a joke compared to nobles like Carol, who had been educated as elites since childhood. His only hope seemed to be Odin's vague watching and occasional manifestations. Li Wei looked up, his gaze passing beyond Carol's cold stare to the rough portrait of Odin on the wall behind him. The one-eyed god's gaze remained stern but silent. "Boss," Li Wei silently shouted in his heart, "open your eyes and see what a poor follower I am." Just 1%. Are they trying to drain our blood? Haching Town's little bit of wealth and hope all depends on this. If you still consider me your obedient grandson and care about this little bit of support, then give me some strength. Even just 5% more, 3% is fine. Carol watched the changing expressions on Li Wei's face, saw his eyes involuntarily drift toward Odin's portrait, and saw the struggle and faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. The young noble's lips curled into a nearly mocking smile. Praying to the gods? In the game of interests? How ridiculous. Just as Carol was about to speak again, intending to crush Li Wei's last illusions with colder words and firmly establish this alliance of necessity, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, without light or shadow, and even without any magical ripples, the church's few tall, narrow stained glass windows suddenly shattered with a loud bang, bursting inward without any sign. A fierce north wind, carrying tiny snowflakes, instantly flooded into the church, extinguishing the fire in the stove suddenly and then fiercely reigniting it. Almost at the same time, beneath the not very tall dome of the church, the space seemed to slightly twist. The next moment, a huge crow suddenly appeared in midair inside the church. It floated silently, with wings spread wide, nearly 2 meters across. Its sharp eyes, like blades and full of ancient wisdom and experience, calmly looked down below. This was the other divine crow on Odin's shoulder, called Memory. Unlike the previous, Thought, Messenger, Memory appeared more suddenly and had a stronger visual and spiritual impact. It didn't emit any overwhelming divine power, but the aura of a divine messenger from Asgard spread out like a tangible presence, causing the temperature inside the church to drop sharply. Carol Velfo's icy blue eyes widened in shock. Elena behind him clenched her sword grip tightly, showing her surprise for the first time. Other followers and guards looked terrified, instinctively taking a half-step back, hands on their weapons, but daring not to make any unnecessary moves. Li Wei was also stunned, staring blankly at the giant mythical crow floating in the air, mouth open as if to fit an egg inside. Is this Odin's other bird? Thought his brother. Before anyone could react, the floating divine crow, Memory, slowly lowered its head. Its eyes, seeming able to see past and future, fixed on Carol Velfo. Then, it opened its beak. A deep, resonant voice echoed directly into everyone's soul. Each word carried the sound of time and ancient wisdom, slowly spreading through the silent church. It was not a roar, but carried undeniable sacredness and authority. God of war and wisdom, Odin, observes this place. As the voice sounded, Carol felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, blood almost freezing. This was a divine power more vivid and commanding than the lingering aura on a cloth. Though still restrained, the absolute dominance of rank made even this 60-level, Little Wolf Lord, feel a shiver at the soul level. The crow's beak moved again, the voice still calm but with a tone like a verdict. Believers of this place, this land, are under the watch of the gods. Matters of cooperation should be fair. The final sentence was spoken clearly and deliberately. 10%. 10%. This was 9 points higher than Carol's minimum offer. As the words finished, the divine crow remembered and looked deeply at Li Wei, who still seemed stunned, then swept over Carol and others with a huge pair of wings. There was no wind, no light or shadow. Its figure seemed to melt into the air like ink, fading from solid to invisible, slowly disappearing. It was as if it had never appeared. Only the colored glass windows, pushed open by unseen forces, still swayed slightly in the cold wind, making faint, creaking sounds, proving that what just happened was real, not a dream. Inside the church, everything was deathly silent. The fire in the hearth burned steadily again, crackling softly, but the air felt frozen. Carol Velfo stood in place, his handsome face losing all color, his icy blue eyes filled with unprecedented shock. He slowly turned his head and looked again at the portrait of Odin on the wall. The artist's work was still rough, the one-eyed gaze still dull. But now, in Carol's eyes, the painting seemed shrouded in an invisible, mysterious veil, with every line on it seeming to contain a powerful, unsettling force. A miracle. A true divine intervention into mortal affairs. An ancient god, for the sake of a tiny follower and a small amount of benefit, actually sent a divine messenger and personally set the price. This completely overturned Carol's understanding of gods and broke the balance of the negotiation. He originally held the advantage and control, easily keeping Hamlin Town and Li Wei in his grasp. But now, Odin's gaze became an uncontrollable and immeasurable factor. It meant more than just a 5% increase or decrease in profit. It signified that behind Hamlin Town and Li Wei, there was a god, at least willing to stand by them at critical moments. Even if this god's faith was waning, even if he only cast a tiny glance. But a god is a god. Could opposing a divine domain or overly harsh exploitation bring unpredictable consequences? For the ambitious Velfer family, who aimed to gain more power in the Northern Kingdom and possibly in future chaos, this is a serious decision that must be carefully considered. Elena and the other followers behind Carol looked around nervously, their eyes now filled with fear and respect for Li Wei. This crude, bald priest, can he really summon divine intervention? Li Wei finally snapped out of his daze. He touched his bald, cold head and felt his heart pounding so hard it seemed like it would jump out of his chest. Odin, you are truly powerful. He was silent at first, but then he realized the situation was serious. Did he just send a bird to set the tone? 10%. He secretly glanced at Carol, whose face was now a mix of shock and complex emotions. His feelings of frustration and fear from being pressured by the other person had mostly faded, replaced by confidence. What's the big deal about pretending to be powerful? Now I am pretending to be a god. He quickly tried to compose himself, pretending to be calm and confident, as if he had expected this. But the slight upward curl of his lips betrayed his true feelings. He cleared his throat, breaking the heavy silence in the church, and spoke cautiously but with a hint of pride. Lord, you see, our leader has spoken. 10%. Is that settled? Carol slowly turned his head, his icy blue eyes returning to Li Wei's face. His gaze was extremely complicated. He paused for over 10 seconds. Inside the church, only the crackling of the fire and the whistling wind outside could be heard. Finally, Carol spoke slowly, his voice much deeper than before, less commanding but more thoughtful. It seems. Your God is indeed watching over you. He paused, as if weighing the importance of his words. 10% is acceptable. Those two words felt heavy, like 1,000 pounds. Li Wei's heart immediately sank back into his stomach, and a wave of joy and relief swept over him. He almost wanted to kneel and shout, "Long live the Wolf Lord." But he held back, nodding vigorously with a big smile. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for your understanding. Throughout Hamlin Town, everyone is a loyal servant of the kingdom. They will do their best and never disappoint their Lord or our leader. Carol ignored Levi's flattery and looked again at Odin's portrait, his eyes deep and thoughtful. This time, the nature of their cooperation had quietly changed. It was no longer just the Velfa family controlling and exploiting a remote mine. Instead, it was a weakly favored servant of an ancient deity, involved in a kind of sacred fairness deal. Although this fairness still relied on unequal power, at least there was a background to consider. My advisor will discuss the details with you, Carol said, withdrawing his gaze and returning to his calm demeanor, but his tone softened a little. Elena will stay behind to oversee and coordinate the initial phase. I hope we will have a pleasant cooperation. He said the last 4 words with some meaning behind them. Pleasant. It will definitely be pleasant, Levi promised repeatedly. Anyone who isn't happy, my boss will make them happy. Carol said nothing more, turned around, and left the church with his still shocked followers. Elena looked at Levi. Her icy expression seemed to soften a little, with a different meaning. Then she also left. Inside the church, only Levi was left alone. He looked at the closed wooden door, then at the Odin portrait on the wall, which seemed unchanged. Suddenly, his legs went weak, and he plopped down on the ground. Oh my goodness, he muttered, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, whether from fear or excitement. Boss, next time you show up, could you give me a heads up? You almost gave me a heart attack. Although he was complaining, a wide smile stretched across his face that he couldn't hide. 10%. The future of Hamlin Town finally had a glimmer of hope that truly belonged to him. He lay on the cold floor, staring at the smoky blackened ceiling, giggling foolishly. In the divine realm, Asgard, deep inside the golden palace, the eternal flame in the fireplace burned quietly, illuminating the hall with warmth and brilliance. But it couldn't dispel Odin's faint expression of helplessness and confusion. He leaned on the throne, his remaining single eye gazing through endless time and space at the bald man in the church of Cold Forest Town, who was laughing foolishly and collapsed on the ground because of a miracle he then looked at, who was gracefully trimming a silver leaf orchid nearby. "Dear," Odin finally spoke, his voice deep and with a hint of confusion. "This time, why do you insist I intervene?" And in such a direct way, he paused, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the armrest of the throne. "We both know that meddling too much in the common disputes of the mortal realm, especially over interests, is not our usual way. That little stone means nothing to us. 1% or 10%. What's the difference for Asgard?" According to Odin's original plan, giving the S-cloth as a hint and tool for Levi to handle on his own was already the limit. The suffering and growth of believers are also part of faith. He would at most give a subtle hint or help when Levi truly faced despair, never directly send divine messengers to set a price on such small gains. That wouldn't suit a king of gods, and it would seem cheap. Put down her delicate silver scissors, took a silk handkerchief from a maid nearby, and gently wiped her hands. She turned around, her magnificent long dress trailing behind her. Her elegant face and sharp, wise eyes looked at her husband. Difference. S' voice was as clear as the purest spring water from a celestial palace, yet carried undeniable strength. "The difference is, those are our believers, Odin." She approached Odin's throne, her gaze also falling on the humble church below. Watching Levi, who had survived a disaster and was now acting proud, a faint, almost imperceptible protective instinct flickered in her eyes. "Our believers are few," said calmly, each word clear. "Especially in the northern land, occupied by the winter god and ancestral spirits, where there's still someone who remembers to light a lamp for you. A cheap item from the tavern dwarf Balin's stash. Refill the wine, still the poor quality wine from Balin. Say a few words about him now and then. Mostly complaints and idle chatter. He's already quite rare." She paused, her tone turning slightly colder. "That Velfa boy from the Velfa family, smart, ambitious, but also cold enough. He gave conditions that seemed to offer a way out, but in fact, he was completely holding the future of Hamlin Town in his hands. 1%. That was just a small mercy to prevent them from starving. Over time, Hamlin Town would lose all initiative and hope, becoming a mere follower, and their faith would gradually fade amid dull labor. More importantly, Flicka looked at Odin seriously and said, "Our followers can endure hardships, fail in competition, or even suffer from their own foolishness. Just like Levi was exploited by the Frostwolf Guild before, that was due to his lack of ability and vision." Her voice grew firmer, carrying the authority of a goddess. "But they should not be openly and blatantly oppressed through brute force. That is not a test, it is humiliation. Not only a humiliation for the followers, but also a disrespect to you, Odin, and Asgard. If even your own followers cannot find protection when faced with such injustice, where is the dignity of the gods? How can the flames of faith continue to burn in the cold winds of the north?" Flicka concluded, her tone firm and unarguable. "Therefore, intervention is necessary. Not for that 10% of gold, but to set rules and draw the bottom line. Odin's domain must not be bullied at will. Even if we are in decline, that cannot happen." Odin listened quietly, the golden light in his single eye slowly turning. He understood Flicka's meaning. This was not just about interests, but about attitude and principles. It was a message to the Velfa family and to all who might be watching Hamlin Town. This remote village is not a land without masters. Although this declaration was subtle and the approach was a bit undash, divine king style, sending only a bird to negotiate, it was effective. He thought of Levi's awkward but sincere offerings before, of his efforts to protect Ian and the townspeople, of his restraint and planning in the face of the secret mineral veins. This follower was indeed not bad. "You're right, Flicka." Odin finally nodded slowly, a hint of a smile flickering in his single eye. That was praise for his wife's wisdom, mixed with a touch of helplessness. But I'm afraid this little follower of ours will be walking on air after this. Flicka's lips also curled into a faint smile. Let him walk. Having some confidence isn't a bad thing. At least, he'll stand a bit taller when facing that little wolf lord. As for whether he might get carried away, I believe that after so many events, he should have learned some lessons. She picked up the silver scissors again and continued trimming the silver leaf orchid, as if the previous talk about divine authority and the fate of followers was just a casual chat during a quiet afternoon. Odin watched his wife's calm side profile, warmth shining in his single eye. He shook his head and looked down again. Forget it. The followers are motivated, and his wife supports him. Sometimes losing face is okay, just once in a while. Cold Forest Town, the church. Night deepened, and the wind and snow seemed to grow stronger, pounding against the windows with a howling sound. But inside the church, it was warm and cozy. The fire burned brightly, casting orange-red shadows of two people on the mottled walls, stretching long. The three children had gone home for the holiday. Li Wei, Bran, and Ian sat facing each other by the only good wooden table near the fire. On the table were two cracked ceramic bowls filled with good wine brought from Frostwind City, called Froststorm. Next to them was a simple salt-cured snow hare jerky and a few slices of black bread. This was the most luxurious celebration feast Cold Forest Town could offer right now. Bran's old face was flushed with excitement and alcohol, and his hands trembled slightly as he held the ceramic bowl. He drank a large gulp of the strong wine, grimaced from the spicy burn, but then happily exhaled warm air. Pastor, it's done. Really done. 10%. An official protection from the Verfo family. Bran's voice choked with excitement. Our Cold Forest Town. We're saved. There's hope. Our ancestors never dreamed this day would come. Li Wei also took a big sip of the cheap liquor, the fiery burn in his throat making him feel strangely happy. His bald head shone in the firelight, and his face showed clear pride and joy. Old Bran, that's just the beginning, Li Wei said loudly, his tongue a bit tangled from the alcohol, but full of enthusiasm. 10% is just the start. Once the mines are running normally, the money will flow in. First, we fix the roads. Make the town's main road wide and smooth. Then renovate the church. Make a a gilded statue of Odin. He counted on his fingers, eyes shining. And the school. Let the children in the village learn to read and write, learn skills. Blacksmiths, miners, farmers, and those aspiring to be military leaders all need to learn. From now on, our Cold Forest Town will produce craftsmen, great magic teachers, and great generals. Yes, yes, Bran nodded repeatedly, his old eyes shining. We also need to build a decent tavern. Let traders from north and south know that Cold Forest Town has good wine and delicious meat. Meat. Every meal should have meat. Li Wei pounded the table. When we have money, buy 100 snow pigs, enclose them and raise them, and buy 1,000 chickens to lay eggs nonstop. And warm coats. Thick coats. We won't be afraid of the cold in winter anymore. Houses. Stone houses. Strong and warm. Weapons. Equip the guards with good weapons. Let's see who dares to bother us. The two men drank one cup after another, eating salty dried meat, in front of the flickering fire, dreaming of a beautiful but distant future that felt almost unreal. Ian quietly ate his food, ignoring the loud talk and boasting of the two. Alcohol made their voices louder, their smiles dumber, and their stories more exaggerated. They went from talking about having meat every day to marrying elves, from renovating the church to turning Cold Forest Town into the strongest city in the north, from good weapons for the guards to forming their own Ice Wolf Knights. It was as if all hardships, fears, and humiliations were washed away by alcohol and wild dreams of the future. The church was filled with a happy, drunken atmosphere. Just as Li Wei waved his wine cup, bragging about forging a giant sword that could shoot fire and lightning and cut people automatically. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy but old wooden door of the church was knocked on from outside, not too hard or too soft. In the quiet night, and amidst the drunken chatter, the sound was very clear. Li Wei and Bran stopped talking suddenly. Ian looked up. The three of them looked at each other, seeing confusion and a hint of caution in each other's blurry drunken eyes. It was so late, and outside the wind and snow were heavy. Who would come to the church? Townspeople? Or, who is it? Li Wei asked loudly, swaying as he stood up. There was a moment of silence outside. Then a clear voice, tired and a little impatient, said, "Open the door." "It's us," that voice. "Sounds a bit familiar?" Li Wei frowned, walked to the door, and looked outside through the. Outside in the snowstorm, there were a few figures standing. The two at the front were Aya and Frostheart, whom he saw earlier this afternoon. Behind them, there were a holy knight, an assassin, and a bard named Huajian. All five of them were covered in snow, their faces pale from the cold. Aya was even stomping impatiently, clearly having searched for a long time in this icy weather and not finding a suitable place to rest. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, and his drunkenness suddenly became more clear. Why are these two ladies here again? And so late at night? He quickly unlocked the door and opened it just a little. The cold wind and snow rushed inside. Heroes? It's so late. What can I do for you?" Li Wei tried to keep his tongue from tying, forcing a smile on his face. Aya pushed past him without hesitation, stepping inside and brushing off the snow. She said impatiently, "What do you mean? We're here to stay the night. This broken town doesn't even have a decent inn. The tavern is dirty and smelly, and full of all sorts of people. After wandering around, your place looks like the only one that might actually be a home." She looked around the church, saw the fire and the food and drinks on the table, and wrinkled her nose. "Oh, living the good life, huh? Got drinks too?" "Drinks? Let me smell." Huajian closed his eyes and followed the scent to the table, looking intoxicated. "This is the smell of the frost storm." The bald man twitched his mouth. Unexpectedly, this half-elf not only had a good nose for women, but also for fine wine. Frostheart also stepped inside. She was much more graceful than Aya, just lightly brushing the snow off her cloak. Her emerald eyes calmly swept over the church, finally resting on Li Wei and Bran, especially lingering on Li Wei's face, which was flushed and clearly drunk. "Sorry to bother you," she said coldly but politely. "The town is crowded, and our team needs a place to rest for the night, sheltered from the wind. Could you help us? We are willing to pay." Li Wei and Bran looked at each other. Stay the night? The church did have some empty rooms. The neighboring apprentice dormitory could be squeezed into, or they could tidy up the workshop to make it livable. But letting these five seemingly difficult people stay? Li Wei felt a bit nervous, looking outside at the howling snowstorm, and then at Aya's determined stance of, "If you don't let us stay, I'll tear down your church," along with the cold-hearted but polite look in her eyes. Dare he refuse? F for convenience. Of course, it's convenient. Li Wei quickly nodded. He pointed behind the church. There's an empty room at the back, originally for apprentices. It's simple, but with some tidying up, it can be lived in. There's also some dry hay and old furs in the shed. If you don't mind, lead the way, Aya said decisively. Li Wei hurriedly signaled the somewhat stunned Bran to help with tidying, while he led Aya and the others toward the apprentice dormitory behind the church. The room was indeed simple, with a large bed of hay and a few old furs. Usually, Ian and Tom and the others could manage, but with 5 people, it was clearly not enough. "It's a bit small," Li Wei rubbed his hands awkwardly. "Better than sleeping in the snow," Aya said without complaint, choosing a spot against the wall and starting to remove her gear. The others also found places to settle down. Li Wei and Bran hurried to the shed to bring more hay and some clean old furs, laying them on the ground to make a few makeshift beds. "Please bear with it for one night. We'll figure something out tomorrow," Li Wei said with a smile. "Thank you," said the Heart of Frost calmly, walking to the window and gazing at the dark night sky and swirling snow, seemingly lost in thought. Back in the main hall, Bran had already tidied up the mess on the table. "Master Pastor, Bran lowered his voice, worried. "It's okay, just for one night." Li Wei waved his hand and sat back by the fire, pouring himself half a bowl of wine and sipping slowly, though his eyes looked a bit distant. Sometimes he was stunned by Odin's raven's arrival, sometimes overwhelmed with joy. He sighed, unsure whether it was because of the alcohol or something else. The night in Cold Forest Town seemed even more restless because of the unexpected guests. In the back room of the church, Aya's team whispered among themselves. "Captain, do we really have to stay here for a while? Besides that mine and the Frostwolf Guild, it doesn't seem like there's much profit in this place," Joshua whispered. "What do you know?" Aya glared at him. The young lord of the Velfu family personally came here, bringing the Ice Wolf Knights with him. Do you think it's for that simple iron ore? The water here is very deep. That bald priest isn't ordinary either. She glanced at Frostheart by the window. Plus, Sister Frost said she feels some strange magic energy nearby, especially to the east of the town. There might really be something good. Frostheart didn't turn around, just softly said, Huajian picked up the wine and gulped it down loudly. See, you don't understand. Soon, Sister Aya will be the bridesmaid for Sister Frost. Bang. Another playful slap. Dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. After tidying up Huajian, Aya made a decision. Let's stay here for now and observe. We can take on quests from the Frostwolf Guild and, in the meantime, figure out what's really going on in Hamlin Town. In the church's front hall, Li Wei finished his last sip of wine and felt his head getting fuzzy. He leaned back in a chair by the fire, lost in thought. Odin gave him confidence. The little wolf lord set the tone, and Hamlin Town had hope. Although there would still be trouble ahead, Frostwolf Guild was like a poisonous snake, and some mysterious, difficult players had moved into the town. But at least tonight, he could sleep a little more peacefully. He let out a big burp, and his eyelids grew heavier. In the days that followed, Hamlin Town seemed to be caught in a huge whirlpool, boiling with gold coins, magic, swords, and schemes. At the center of the whirlpool was the increasingly lively town and the nearby mine area, filled with magic crystal stones. The edges of the whirlpool stretched outward endlessly, stirring up the already tense situation around Frost City. Ever since Li Wei posted that crazy bounty on GG, the hunt for the Frostwolf Guild had spread like wildfire across the northern snowfields. At first, it was just scattered ambushes and sneak attacks. Some brave solo players or small teams, smelling blood, targeted lone members of the Frostwolf Guild like hungry wolves. 10 gold coins per head was too tempting for players who were generally poor in the early game. Soon, the scale of the hunts rapidly increased. Some larger, more organized player guilds or fixed teams, even those with past conflicts with the Frostwolf Guild, have joined this hunting feast. They are no longer satisfied with small, scattered attacks. Instead, they gather intelligence and plan coordinated raids on the Frostwolf Guild's resource points, transport teams, and even strongholds. Almost every day, new battle reports appear in the chat channels. Frostwolf Guild mining team ambushed in Icewind Valley, all wiped out, suspected to be the work of the North Wind's Wrath Guild. Coordinates, a 5-person patrol team from the Frostwolf Guild was ambushed by unknown players. 3 killed, 2 seriously injured and escaped. Equipment was said to be scattered everywhere. Breaking news. The Ur convoy escorted by Scarface was ambushed by at least 3 teams. They managed to fight them off, but suffered heavy losses. Vice President One-Eyed is dead. A bounty of 30 gold has been confirmed paid by an anonymous middleman. The Frostwolf Guild is now recruiting outsiders and mercenaries at high prices. But few respond, as everyone knows joining the Frostwolf now means wearing a gold badge on your head. The smell of blood and gold fills the vast area north of Coldwood City. The most dangerous part is that, in the current version of Divine Awakening, only level 60 healing professions can learn Resurrection. Most of the highest level players are only around level 25, having just completed their first class change. This means that dying now results in account deletion, character disappearance, and everything resetting to 0. This unbearable risk makes members of the Frostwolf Guild truly feel fear. Their previous arrogance, bullying the weak, monopolizing resources, quickly crumbled. Every outing is now filled with fear, worried that a deadly arrow or magic spell might come from behind a snow pile or the shadow of a tree. The death of a companion is no longer just a game mechanic of running back and resurrecting. It is a real, permanent loss. The psychological pressure is immense. Many members with weak willpower or those who joined just to take advantage are starting to waver, retreat, or secretly leave the guild, trying to erase their connection to avoid this disaster. However, the hunters' methods are more professional than they imagined. They not only post bounties, but also provide intelligence and information. The list, characteristics, and usual activity areas of the Frostwolf Guild members are very detailed. Even if someone leaves the guild, As long as they have been part of it and are recorded, they can still be targeted. For a time, everyone north of Windy City, including the Frostwolf Guild and its former members, felt uneasy. Inside the guild, morale was low and complaints were common. Scarface was overwhelmed, trying to deal with endless attacks while also calming or suppressing internal issues. The pressure was immense. Meanwhile, the source of this storm, Cold Forest Town, remained strangely calm. Lu Wei checked the latest battle reports daily through GG, feeling very pleased. Serves you right. Now you know what it feels like to be hurt, he often shouted into the air, as if Scarface was right in front of him. But he also knew he couldn't let his guard down. The Frostwolf Guild still had its roots, and Scarface was not a kind person. When pushed to the limit, who knew what crazy revenge he might take? Cold Forest Town had to stay alert. Fortunately, the Ice Wolf Knights of the Velo family still stationed outside the town. The advisory team left by Carol also started talking with Bran and others, discussing cooperation details and mining plans. Everything was moving forward slowly but steadily. Meanwhile, inside the church, another silent war was happening. It was Ian's relentless pursuit of magical knowledge. Ever since Lu Wei begged and pleaded, even kneeling and kowtowing, to convince the Aya team to let Ian follow them as a local guide and apprentice, Ian had begun her unique learning method. She didn't talk much, but under the guidance of the bald man, she followed the team like a shadow, keeping just the right distance. She wouldn't disturb their actions, but could clearly see and hear everything. When resting at the camp, she studied magic crystals, drew simple runes, or meditated to restore magic power. She held her book, reading magic, and compared notes. Sometimes, she would gather courage to point at a complex rune she couldn't understand and softly ask, "Master Mage, what does this mean?" At first, Cold Frostheart ignored her or just gave a cold glance, saying, "It's no use asking." But Ian always remembered Li Wei's instructions. Be as sticky as candy, as hard as dung. Never give up, never abandon. During battle, when Frostheart cast Ice Arrow, Ian watched her hand gestures, the movement of her lips, and the path of her magic gathering. After the fight, she sat on the sand and clumsily mimicked those gestures with a stick, silently reciting to herself. Frostheart used Magic Shield to block a sneaky cold arrow. Ian carefully observed the ripples on the shield and the rhythm of Frostheart's mental energy fluctuations. When Frostheart and her teammates discussed the ancient magic trap they found in a ruin, Ian listened closely. Although most of it was hard to understand, she tried to remember the key words and logical connections. Her silence and focus gradually caught Frostheart's attention, especially when Frostheart accidentally discovered that Ian could, from memory, draw a simple diagram of the magic flow path for Ice Arrow on a stone slab with charcoal. The drawing was rough, but the main points were mostly correct. For the first time, the usually cold and proud elf mage's green eyes showed clear surprise. "Did you draw it yourself?" Frostheart asked, picking up the stone slab and examining it carefully. Ian nodded, looking at her with his light gray eyes. "Did you only look at it once?" Frostheart pressed. Ian nodded again, softly adding, 3 times. "The first time, I didn't see the gestures clearly. The second time, I didn't hear the incantation properly. The third time, I tried to feel the flow of magic." Feel the flow of magic? Frostheart was surprised. An NPC without systematic training, just by observing and feeling, could imitate a skill? She began to reconsider this apprentice who had been forcibly assigned by the bald head. She deliberately performed a few more complex level 0 tricks in front of Ian, like Mage's Hand and illusory sound, slowing down the casting to observe his reaction. Ian's eyes lit up with amazement, fully focused, even unconsciously mimicking Frostheart's mental concentration state. After a few tries, Frostheart casually asked Ian some questions about element perception and basic magic theory. The questions were quite specific and basic, but they required real understanding and thinking, not just memorization. Ian's answer once again surprised her. Although his language was still a bit simple and his expression not very precise, Ian's understanding of magical elements and his grasp of the nature of magic had already touched on core ideas that most beginner magic apprentices would need a year or two to learn. Especially his description that magic is not a dead thing, but a flow of energy with certain frequencies and tendencies, was simple in words but pointed straight to the essence. This level of understanding could not be achieved just by reading a few beginner books. Your teacher, what else did he teach you? Han Shuangji Xian asked curiously. Ian shook his head. Boss, doesn't understand magic. These are from books, and also, I thought of them myself. Han Shuangji Xian fell silent. She looked into Ian's clear, eager gray eyes and, for the first time, felt a sense called talent in this NPC girl. In the following days, Han Shuangji Xian's attitude subtly changed. She no longer ignored Ian completely. Sometimes, during breaks or while traveling, she would correct a mistake in Ian's gestures or explain a few basic rune meanings. Her tone was still calm, but at least she was no longer completely rejecting him. Ian's learning speed suddenly increased dramatically, with immediate feedback and guidance from a high-level mage. Many questions that had puzzled her for a long time suddenly became clear. Her understanding of magic shifted from vague outlines to a clearer structure. The other members of the Aya team also noticed Ian's change and the softening of Elia's attitude. Frost's sister, are you taking on an NPC apprentice? Hua Jian teased. Han Shuangji Xian didn't deny it, only saying calmly, she has talent. It would be a pity to waste it. Saint Knight Lian also nodded. This girl is indeed special. Her eyes are calm, and she learns quickly, much better than the noisy apprentices in the guild. The bard Hua Jian even improvised a little tune, praising the genius mage of Silver Moon Forest and her young apprentice from Cold Forest Town. Ian didn't notice any of this. He was completely immersed in the joy of gaining knowledge. During the day, he followed the team. At night, he eagerly recorded what he had seen, learned, and felt during the day, and pondered over it repeatedly. Livy watched all this with happiness in his heart. Hee, my investment really has good eyes. He proudly stroked his bald head. Although the process was a bit stubborn, the result was satisfying. Ian, this rough gem, finally started to meet a craftsman who could shape her. Even just a temporary guidance could have a deep impact on her future path. Time quietly passed over a month in the cold northern wind and warm fires. The cooperation plan for the magic crystal or mine has been roughly agreed upon. Engineers and a few supervisors from the Velfo family have begun to move into the mining area. With the help of old miners like Bran, they are doing early exploration and preparations. Although official mining will take some time, the monthly fixed payments of cooperation deposits and support supplies have already made life in Cold Forest Town noticeably better. At least, the townspeople are no longer starving on black bread, and occasionally they see some meat. The hardened shell of numbness on their faces, worn down by hardship, has started to show tiny cracks. Lu Wei, the great contributor, can finally take a break from his relentless blacksmith work. In the shed behind the church, the fire still burns, and the sound of hammering continues, but the main character has changed. Lu Wei is now the foreman, holding a cup of poor-quality beer, squinting as he watches three sweating figures at the anvil. Wrist. Tom. Meow. How many times have I told you? Relax your wrist. I'm not asking you to wrestle with the iron. You might as well marry it. Gale? Control the heat. In forging, the most important thing is the heat, understand? Luke? Strike evenly. If it's thicker on one side and thinner on the other, it will be crooked. You crooked mouth. His voice is still rough and loud, and his scolding is still harsh, but he now sounds more composed. After this period of training and relatively good nutrition, the three young boys have shed much of their childish innocence. Their skin is darkened by the fire, and the muscles in their arms and shoulders are becoming more defined. Their eyes show not only respect for Lu Wei, but also a craftsman's focus and pride in their growth. They are now officially Lu Wei's apprentices, earning 50 copper coins a month. More importantly, Lu Wei told them that if they work hard now, they will be able to marry an elf wife in the future. Lying to children is something old Lu is quite good at. Boss, do you think this head is good enough? Tom held a piece of glowing hot iron in front of Levi, with a look of anticipation on his face. Levi glanced at it and nodded. All right, I think I can handle a bit more practice now. Yes, Tom replied excitedly. Watching his three apprentices improve made Levi feel quite happy. For NPCs, blacksmithing may not make a lot of money, but it's a real skill that can keep you from starving. As Cold Forest Town develops, it can't just rely on mining. All trades need skilled people. Besides blacksmithing, Levi also thought about the Aya team staying at the church, specifically the Holy Knight there. Reen is a typical human Holy Knight, friendly in personality, with the look of a classic hero in a story. He uses a large kite-shaped shield and a one-handed hammer, following a Holy Knight style. He's level 15, a solid secondary tank among early players. Levi noticed that Tom and the others were very jealous of Reen's shiny armor and impressive shield. They often went over to touch them and asked questions. One evening, Levi brought a half bottle of beer he had exploited from bailing and sat next to Reen, who was cleaning his shield. "Hey, brother, busy?" Levi asked with a smile. "Priest Levi," Reen nodded without stopping his work. "Shields need regular maintenance, especially after battles." Of course. You're quite particular about that." Levi handed him the bottle. "Want a sip? It's warm and nice." Reen hesitated but took a small sip, showing a gentle smile. "Since we're brothers, I won't refuse." "No need to be polite." Levi rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. "Look, brother, you see my 3 useless apprentices. They're really jealous of your skills. They're learning blacksmithing from me, and their craft is okay, but their bodies and fighting skills are way behind." He sighed with a worried look. "Our little broken village isn't very peaceful. We used to be bullied by the Frostwolf Guild. Things are better now, but who knows what might happen in the future. What if a killer player comes along and slays them all?" Reen nodded thoughtfully. During his time in Hanlon Town, he saw how poor and difficult life was there. He didn't dislike Li Wei, the bald priest who, though rough in manner, truly cared about the town. "The priest means. I was thinking, could I ask you, brother, to give them a little guidance when you have free time?" Li Wei said with a sincere smile. "You don't need to teach them any special skills. They probably can't learn those anyway. Just show them the basics, like how to use an axe properly and how to work together. Help them build some strength and learn how to protect themselves." He pointed at Tom and the other 2. "Look at them. They're strong, but they lack discipline. You're a paladin, someone who values protection and justice. Teaching them a bit of self-defense is a good deed. I promise they'll take it seriously and won't cause you trouble." Ryan looked at Li Wei's earnest face, then at the 3 boys whose eyes were full of hope. Even though they were NPCs, he didn't look down on them. Teaching others how to protect themselves was part of a paladin's oath. And since it was only basic training, it wouldn't be difficult. More importantly, the boys seemed honest and pure-hearted, not the kind to do bad things. "All right," Ryan said, lowering his shield and nodding. "If it's just basic physical training and weapon handling, I can teach them. But the training will be tough. Can they handle it?" "They can. Absolutely. If not, I'll make sure they do." Li Wei said happily, then shouted at the 3 boys, "What are you waiting for? Come here and thank Master Ryan." The 3 hurried over, about to kneel, but Ryan quickly stopped them. No need for that," Ryan said, a bit embarrassed. "It's just simple guidance. No need for such formality. From now on, after your work at the shed each afternoon, come find me. I'll start by teaching you basic strength training and how to hold and block with a shield or short weapon." "Thank you, Master Ryan." The 3 boys shouted together, their faces red with excitement. From then on, every afternoon, behind the church, along with the sound of hammering metal, there were also the shouts and heavy breathing of the boys training and Ryan's calm, patient voice giving instructions. Meanwhile, Li Wei sat nearby, sipping his ale, watching his students sweat and train, feeling quite pleased with himself. There are apprentices for blacksmithing and teachers for fighting as well. Ian is quickly learning from the Frostheart, making rapid progress. I heard he can barely cast a level 2 double cold arrow, and his understanding of magic is improving every day. The next generation in Cold Forest Town is growing strong and wild, faster than he expected. Everything seems to be heading in a good direction. Except for the Frostwolf Guild. Under the crazy bounty hunts by players and the silent approval, even secret support, from the Velford family, the once dominant Frostwolf Guild in the remote northern areas is collapsing very fast. Most of its core members are dead or have fled. Some have left the guild. The small mines and resource sites they controlled have already been taken over by other players or local groups. The guild chat is quiet and gloomy. Occasionally, there are messages filled with despair or blame. Scarface, the founder and soul of the guild, has disappeared without a trace. Some say he saw trouble coming and fled south with his stolen wealth. Others say he refused to accept defeat and is hiding, planning revenge. Some believe he was secretly killed by a mysterious expert, but no one has claimed a reward. Li Wei has been watching Scarface's movements through the GG Explosion channel. The bounty of 100 gold for his head has not been paid out yet, which keeps bothering him. He knows that someone as ruthless as Scarface wouldn't give up easily, especially since the anonymous bounty issuer, though everyone knows it's him, Li Wei, is the one behind it. Brother Bao, any news about Scarface? Li Wei asks GG Bao almost every day. GG Bao, no. Don't worry, buddy. That guy is slippery like a mudfish. His level isn't high, but he's very good at avoiding tracking. Be careful, little brother. These reckless types will do anything if pushed too far. Li Wei feels uneasy but can only stay alert. He has Bran arrange for the miners to patrol around the town in shifts, and he also warns Ian and Tom not to go out alone at night. But what was destined to happen eventually did. It was a moonless night, with dark clouds low in the sky, and wind and snow howling. Early in the town of Hamlin, everyone was already asleep. Only the campfire at the edge of the town, where the Ice Wolf Knights were stationed, flickered faintly in the snowstorm, like watchful eyes. Inside the church, the fireplace was almost out, but some warmth still remained. Li Wei was sleeping on a simple mat against the wall in the front hall, wrapped in a thick fur coat, with light snoring. Before sleeping, he had 2 drinks with Brandon, so he slept more deeply than usual. Tom and 2 others shared a small room nearby. After a long day of training, they were sleeping soundly. Ian was in a small, separate space Li Wei had made for her. She was focused on a simple magic circuit model on a stone slab, by the faint light of a candle. In the back room, Aya's team was already resting. Aya was sleeping near the door, a habit of hers as the tank. All was silent. Only the wind and snow hitting the windows made a soft whimper. In the early morning, the snowstorm seemed to lessen a little. A shadow, like a ghost, silently crossed the low, simple wooden fence of Hamlin Town, using the cover of night and wind. The shadow seemed familiar with the town's layout, carefully avoiding possible guard points, like melting snow, quietly moving toward the church in the center of town. He moved very quietly, almost leaving no footprints in the snow, only his single eye, glowing with hatred and madness in the dark, revealing his mood. Scarface. He hadn't left. He was hiding near Hamlin Town, planning to cause trouble for Li Wei. He wanted to make this bald troublemaker pay the worst price for ruining his life. He carried 2 bottles of makeshift firebombs made from beast fat and strong explosives, a poisoned dagger at his waist, and a sleeve with a hidden arrow. Though only level 23, his experience from years of fighting at the bottom gave him confidence that, with a surprise attack, he could take out the level 8 priest and a few NPCs in the church. As for the players staying there, Scarface had heard they were high level, especially the paladin and elf mage. But he chose this moment, betting they were in deep sleep and wouldn't react in time. As long as he moved fast, kill Li Wei first, create chaos, then throw the firebombs and escape in the confusion. In the world of killing and fleeing, that's how it always goes. He reached the back wall of the church, where there was a small vent used for ventilation. Usually, it was nailed shut with wooden S, but it had long since rotted and become loose. He had observed it before. Carefully, he pried open the wooden S with a dagger. His tall, thin body barely squeezed through and fell into a dark corner at the back of the church where clutter was stored. A strong smell of alcohol and old dust hit him. Scar-faced man held his breath, and his single eye quickly adjusted to the darkness as he looked around inside the church. The remaining embers of the fireplace gave a faint light. He saw the figure lying on the floor of the front hall, snoring in a curled-up position. The enemy was right in front of him. "Little brat, go meet the king of the underworld." Scar-faced man chuckled softly. 5 steps. 3 steps. 1 step. Just as he raised his dagger, ready to strike hard, clang, a deafening metal clash erupted suddenly inside the church, like a loud bell ringing. The sound did not come from Scar-faced man's direction, but from the backroom door. He saw that Aya, who should have been sleeping, had somehow already gotten up. She had heavily placed Ryan's large shield on the ground, making a loud warning noise. "I ask, Who gave you permission to come in? Aya said with a slight smile. At the same time, from other parts of the back room, Ryan, Frostheart, Assassin Joshua, and Bardwajiniwa all opened their eyes almost simultaneously. They turned over quickly, weapons in hand, moving swiftly with no sign of sleepiness. In the front hall, Liam's snoring also suddenly stopped. He lifted the fur blanket, sat up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and showed no panic at all. Instead, he looked like he was enjoying a good show. Scar-faced man's dagger froze midair, and his single eye was filled with disbelief and shock. He was caught. Oh, Scarface. Liam yawned lazily, staying up late and coming to visit and bringing weapons? That's not very polite, is it? Before he finished speaking, the small side door of the church was suddenly pushed open. Tom, Gale, and Luke, 3 young boys, rushed in, each holding a wooden training stick that Liam had given them. Though their faces were pale with nervousness, their eyes were fierce, blocking Scar-faced man's retreat. Ian also stepped out of the small room, holding a small piece of glowing magic crystal. His light gray eyes looked calmly at the Scar-faced man. In his other hand, a spell called Ice Arrow was slowly forming. The Scar-faced man was quickly surrounded in the center of the church. In front of him were Levi, who looked like he had just woken up, and 3 boys holding sticks. Behind them was Aya's well-armed team, much stronger in level. To the side was a strange girl who seemed to know some magic. Did you already know I was coming? The Scar-faced man asked hoarsely, full of anger and frustration. What if I did? Levi stood up, brushed some ash off his pants, and walked to the fire. He poked at the embers, making the fire brighter. The light showed his clever and sneaky smile. Brother Scarface, what's your temper? Don't I know? After losing so much and so many brothers, the guild is gone. Can you really stay silent and run away with your tail between your legs? Are you still Brother Scarface? He picked up a broken clay pot near the fire, poured himself half a bowl of hot water, and sipped it slowly. So I already talked with the heroine Aya and her team. Levi pointed to the ready team. These past few nights, we took turns watching, just waiting for you, our guest, to come. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so patient, coming after more than a month. The Scar-faced man's face twisted with anger and shame. His hand holding the dagger bulged with veins. He suddenly looked at Aya's team. How much did he pay you? Lien, standing with his sword, looked calm. Priest Levi is our employer. We took his protection job, and sneaking in at night to attack is not right. Oh, the girl in flashy pajamas showed interest. Brother Warrior, is your price so high that it reaches the sky? Aya, impatient, waved her sword. Stop talking with him. Scarface, your bounty is 100 gold. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Surrender now, or we'll make our move. The last hope in the scar-faced man's eyes disappeared. He knew he was doomed today. But instead of being captured and humiliated, a wild look appeared in his eyes. He suddenly threw his poisoned dagger at Levi, who was closest. At the same time, he quickly reached into his clothes, trying to take out a burning bottle. Watch out, Lien shouted, delivering an elbow strike. Mamba out. The dagger flew out suddenly. However, Scarface moved faster to take out a Molotov cocktail. He had already uncorked the bottle. At that moment, a slender but extremely swift figure appeared from the side, like a ghostly shadow. It was Assassin Joshua. He didn't even use a weapon. With lightning speed, he struck with a precise hand strike on Scarface's wrist as he was about to throw the bottle. A slight sound of bone breaking. Stay still. Scarface cried out in pain. The Molotov cocktail slipped from his hand and flew out, but Joshua caught it steadily. Scarface's last desperate attack was instantly broken apart. His wrist hurt badly, and he lost his weapon, completely trapped. Aya stepped forward and placed her sword against his neck. Be good. Scarface trembled all over. His proud ruthlessness and schemes looked so silly in front of such overwhelming strength and careful planning. Lu Wei then put down his water bowl and slowly walked over to the restrained Scarface. He bent down and carefully looked at Scarface's twisted face, which was distorted by failure and anger, staring at him for a long time. Ian, who knew the personality of the bald man well, sighed. Oh, here we go again. Sure enough, Lu Wei suddenly showed an exaggerated expression, and his voice became high-pitched and trembling. Brother Scarface, I was wrong. I really regret it. I shouldn't have opposed you. believed the rumors, or offered rewards for you and the Frostwolf Guild brothers. He spoke while trembling, even pretending to wipe non-existent tears. Look at me, just an 8th-level broken priest, with nothing much. How dare I oppose you, Brother Scarface? I was blinded by greed, fooled by gold coins. He moved closer, lowering his voice and sounding tearful. Brother Scarface, I'm really scared. I'm afraid of dying. Like Vice President One-Eyed, being cut down on the street, with no complete body left, just gone. If my game account is deleted, I'll have nothing left. I have an elderly mother to support, and, I haven't even married yet. He kept pretending to be sad, almost crying. Brother Scarface, I really regret playing Divine Awakening. I regret meeting you. Boo-hoo. This performance was very expressive and lively, perfectly showing the image of a coward who, after gaining success, faces a desperate situation and regrets deeply. If the setting had been different, Aya almost burst out laughing. Ryan and the others also struggled to hold back their smiles. Tom and the others watched in shock, unsure of what their leader was up to this time. Scarface was initially stunned by Levi's sudden confession, but then overwhelming shame and anger overwhelmed his reason. This fool. Even now, he's still teasing and insulting him. Levi, I curse your ancestors. Scarface's eyes nearly popped out as he shouted angrily, struggling to attack, but Aya's sword pressed tightly against his neck, stopping him from moving. The fear and regret on Levi's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a mocking smile. He straightened up, clapped his hands, as if that performance was just to brush off dust. See, you're in a hurry again. Levi's voice returned to its usual tone, full of obvious mockery. That's the difference. When you bully others, you like to see them beg for mercy. Now, the roles are reversed. He knelt down, looking directly into Scarface's bloodshot eyes, and said clearly, Too bad, begging won't help now. Because you're dealing with me, Lord Levi. I never give second chances to people like you. Levi stood up and nodded to Aya. Hero and Aya, thank you. Let's follow the bounty rules. The living are probably worth more than the dead, right? Aya grinned. Of course. The living can be handed over to the middleman, and we can squeeze more information out of them. No. Scarface let out a desperate, unwilling scream, but in the next moment, Joshua covered his mouth and nose with a cloth soaked in anesthetic. After struggling a few times, he gradually went limp and lost consciousness. The church became quiet again. Only the crackling of the fire and the slightly hurried breathing of everyone could be heard. Levi looked at Scarface and dragged to the corner and took a deep breath. The last sword hanging over his head finally fell. Although the process was a bit intense, he turned around and solemnly clasped his fists to Aya's team. Thanks a lot this time. The bounty and extra rewards. I will contact the middleman tomorrow. Not a single coin will be missing. Just a small matter. Aya waved her hand. It's a good chance to stretch our muscles. But that Scarface guy is really ruthless. He actually dared to come. Lane also put away his shield and looked at Levi with a different expression. Pastor Levi, did you expect him to come? Levi chuckled and rubbed his bald head. Guess so. People like him won't give up after losing. It's better to settle it early and be at ease. All right, everyone disperse and go back to sleep. Levi waved his hand. We have work tomorrow. The snowstorm seemed to grow more intense, pounding against the church windows. Inside the church, the fire was warm, and everyone felt at peace. The Frostwolf Guild was wiped out quickly and completely, like an avalanche. Their leader, the scar-faced man, was publicly executed in the square of Iron Wind City by the guards of the Velford family. He was charged with disturbing local peace, attacking legal mines and residents multiple times. This once notorious player guild in the remote northern regions became just a footnote in history and a cautionary tale in tavern stories among players. The excitement brought by the bounty gradually cooled down. Players either made a lot of money, lost everything, or just joined in for fun. When the biggest gold mine disappeared, the area around Cold Forest Town returned to normal. Most players involved in the bounty left like the tide receding, but some casual players chose to stay and settle in. Behind the blacksmith shop near the church, Tom, Gale, and Rook, 3 young boys, improved their forging skills every day. Their afternoon physical and basic combat training with Lane also helped them shed their childishness and their eyes grew more determined, like warriors. Ian's magic learning advanced rapidly, with occasional guidance from Frostheart, and driven by her own observation and terrifying talent. She could now reliably cast Fireball and Ice Arrow, even beginning to experiment with simple magic shaping of both spells. Aya's team stayed longer in Cold Forest Town than expected, partly because of the missions to hunt down remnants of the Frostwolf Guild and the Guard Lane, and partly because the team members seemed to gradually get used to the town's simple, even rough, pace of life. And certain people? That night, after the snow and wind stopped, a few cold stars appeared in the clear night sky. Inside the church, the fire burned brightly, casting a warm, orange glow over the empty space. Li Wei rarely set aside worries about the mines and future plans. He took out a stack of homemade, playing cards, made from thin, tanned animal skins. He had taught Tom and the others before, but their card skills were poor, so playing was boring. Tonight, he played with members of Aya's team, who were staying at the church. Aya was very interested and excited, shouting she wanted to play. To the end, Hua Jian, holding a pot of wine, looked eager and confident, like a seasoned gambler. Only Ryan and Joshua weren't interested, and Frostheart was completely uninterested. So, the game was set between Li Wei, Aya, and Hua Jian. They cleared a rough wooden table in the middle of the church, each sitting on one side. Ian, Ryan, Frostheart, and Joshua watched from nearby. Tom and his friends had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Li Wei was the dealer, quickly shuffling the rough-looking cards, making them rustle loudly. "Let's agree on the rules first," Li Wei said while dealing. "We're playing the simplest game, Fight for the Landlord. The first to play all their cards wins. The base bet is 5 gold coins. If you don't have money, you can even bark like a dog. Your choice. Sounds good. I'll be the landlord." Aya's eyes lit up. She knew that the bald man looked shabby, but was actually quite wealthy. Hua Jian chuckled. "Little brother, do you know I'm nicknamed the Coldwind Gambling Monster? Back then, Chun Deizai used 20 coins to win 37 million. Hua Jian can do the same. Gambling monster? Just don't lose so badly you start barking like a dog," Li Wei said, preparing to deal. "Wait, I want to check the cards." Hua Jian raised an eyebrow at Li Wei. The bald man didn't look honest, so Li Wei kept a close eye on him. "Come on, brother. I made these cards myself." "There's no problem," Li Wei said confidently, straightening his back. "Cheating is a dirty trick I wouldn't use." Everyone looked at Li Wei, and he felt his face turn a little red. "Who knows?" Joshua suddenly said calmly. Hua Jian quickly checked his cards and nodded at Aya. "No problem with the cards. I already said I don't cheat," the bald man said proudly, patting his chest. "Stop talking nonsense and deal the cards." Aya rolled her eyes. Li Wei quickly finished dealing, with the last 3 cards in his own hand. He was the landlord. When the cards arrived, Li Wei looked down and his heart started pounding unexpectedly. Good cards. Although not a perfect winning hand, there were many sequences, few single cards, and 2s. With this hand, as long as luck isn't too bad, he has a good chance to win. He calmly arranged his cards, glancing sideways at Aya and Hua Jian. Aya frowned, seeming unsure about her cards. Hua Jian looked very calm, hiding his true strength. "Haha, if you dare to bet against Lord Li, you'll regret it. Call for the landlord," Li Wei said without hesitation. "No to that," Aya said with a shrug. "I won't fight for it either," Hua Jian added with a shrug. Li Wei was secretly happy. He revealed his 3 bottom cards, N, A, K, and A10. Not a bomb, but perfectly connected to his sequence. His hand was now more organized. He quickly sorted his cards, holding 17 in total, feeling more confident than ever. "I'll go first." Li Wei cleared his throat, drew 5 cards, and slapped them on the table with a loud bang. Sequence. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pass. Aya shook her head after a quick glance. "Haven't decided," Hua Jian said calmly. Li Wei felt very confident. He drew another 5 cards, forming a bigger sequence. 7, 8, 9, 10J. Pass. Aya frowned even more. Pass again. Hua Jian remained relaxed. After playing 2 sequences, he was left with only 7 cards. His hand was excellent. 1, K, 2, 2, S, and 4 other cards that could form a small pair sequence. Victory was close. Li Wei's smile almost reached his ears. He could already imagine Aya and Hua Jian circling the table, barking like dogs, especially Aya's brave face mixed with a look of humiliation. He chuckled to himself. Now it's my turn. Aya suddenly spoke, interrupting Li Wei's daydream. She drew 4 cards and gently placed them on top of Li Wei's sequence. 4QS. Bomb, Aya said calmly, but a sly look flashed in her eyes. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. A bomb. No problem. He still had 4 A, S and 2 S in his hand. Not afraid at all. Well played. Li Weihao confidently slapped down 4 cards. I'm not talented, but I happen to have 4 aces. 4 aces. Besides the king bomb. That's the strongest possible hand. Li Wei challenged Aya. Want to try? If not, I'll just leave. Aya glanced at her cards and shrugged. I can't beat that. Li Wei was overjoyed and looked at Huajian Ijio Liquor. Huajian slowly sorted his cards, showing a strange smile. He looked at Li Wei's remaining 3 cards, then at his own, and very slowly drew 2 cards. A king bomb. The bald man's eyes widened in shock. King bomb, Huajian said with a smile, gently placing the 2 cards on the table. Wow, Li Wei almost jumped out of his chair. When did you get the king bomb? Huajian Ijio Liquor shrugged innocently. Just luck, pure luck. Li Wei stared at his last 3 cards. K2. No rush, stay calm. I don't believe your 17 cards can beat me. Guess what? Huajian played a plain, with only a few cards left. Next, I'll play a straight, and the game is over. Brother, are you paying or barking like a dog? Wait a minute. The bald man quickly thought of an excuse. I need to go to the bathroom. He was about to stand up, but Aya grabbed him. Don't rush. Finish this round first. Seeing his plan to sneak out and change cards being stopped by Aya, Li Wei felt anxious. They won't even let him go to the bathroom. He shifted uncomfortably on the hard wooden chair, and in that movement, his fingers quickly felt behind his back and pulled out the backup card hidden in his waistband. His speed and stealth were incredible, probably the fastest moment besides sneaking a peek or focusing on playing cards. He felt the rough texture of animal hide. Yes, he succeeded. Li Wei's confidence returned, and his initial panic disappeared. Instead, he forced himself to stay calm, thinking, I still have a backup. He sat up straight, trying to look relaxed and confident, even giving Huajian a slightly provocative smile. Brother, don't talk too big. I, Li Wei, have been exploring the divine realm for so many years. Have I never seen any scene? You think you can beat me with 17 cards in an instant? Haha. As he spoke, he subtly placed his hand holding the spare card under the table and on his lap, preparing to secretly swap out the useless K card without anyone noticing. Huajian raised an eyebrow but said nothing, just calmly watching him. The faint smile at the corner of her mouth made Li Wei feel a bit uneasy. Aya crossed her arms, her eyes scanning Li Wei's face like a spotlight, clearly not fully believing his story. Lane, watching nearby, shook his head slightly, seeming helpless about Li Wei's desperate attempt. Joshua still looked expressionless, but his eyes showed he was just watching the show. Han Shuangji's gaze fell on Li Wei's hand under the table, a hint of understanding flashing in her green eyes. Then she quickly returned to her cold expression. Ian sighed softly, lowering his head even more. This cheating trick was really clumsy. Li Wei felt the timing was right. Everyone's attention seemed focused on his conversation with Huajian. Now was the moment. He swiftly shoved the spare card from his knee into his hand and prepared to flick the K card into his sleeve. But just as his fingertips touched the spare card, snap, a hand with a metal bracelet suddenly descended from above and heavily slapped on his wrist, stopping him from changing the card. It was Aya. She had somehow stood up without him noticing, leaning half over the table with a cold smile that said, I knew it. Hey, bald head. Where are your hands going? Aya's voice was full of playful mockery and triumph. Trying to switch cards? In front of so many of us? You really think you're clever? Huh? Li Wei's wrist was struck hard, and the spare card, which he hadn't fully hidden, slipped from his fingers and fell with a thud onto the rough wooden table. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on that card. The card was face up. There were no numbers or suits. Only a line of crooked, charcoal-like writing in a common language, looking rough and cheap like a street advertisement. On-site service. professional drain unclogging, septic tank cleaning, fair prices, honest service. Contact, Old Limp. Address, 3rd room in the Muddy Alley, West District, Frost City. There was dead silence. The fireplace crackled. Inside the church, it was so quiet that you could hear the sound of a needle dropping on the floor. Li Wei's expression froze. Isn't this Zhang too? Aya kept holding his wrist, looked at the advertisement on the table, then at Li Wei's face, which looked like he had been struck by lightning, and her mouth started twitching uncontrollably with laughter. Hua Jian's wine pot stretched its neck, saw the words on the sign, paused briefly, then burst into loud, earth-shaking laughter. Ha ha! Door-to-door service? Unclogging drains? Cleaning septic tanks? Old. Ha ha. Bro, your backup sign is really something else. Ha ha. He laughed so hard that he leaned back, tears streaming down his face, pounding the table as he laughed. I told you there was something wrong with your sign. Turns out, there was a big problem. A huge problem. Ha ha. Ryan couldn't hold back either, turned his head, shoulders shaking with suppressed, muffled laughter. Joshua's mouth curled into a wild smile, and finally, he couldn't hold it anymore, letting out a chuckle. Even the usually cold Frost Heart's eyes widened suddenly at the words, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand, but her trembling shoulders and the almost overflowing laughter in her eyes betrayed her. Ian looked up, staring at the extremely inappropriate advertisement on the table, then at Li Wei's colorful face. His tense heart finally relaxed. Aya finally let go of Li Wei's wrist, clutching her stomach, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Baldy. Ha ha. You really are a genius. Using a backup card for poker is one thing, but bringing a small ad for drain cleaning? Ha ha. Are you afraid we'll win money and have nowhere to spend it? So you're already finding work for us? Ha ha. Li Wei sat stiffly in his chair, feeling all the blood rush to his head. His old face was burning hot, his ears buzzing, filled with Hua Jiani and Aya's reckless laughter. He stared at the glaring advertisement on the table, his mind completely blank. What the heck is going on? He clearly remembered that he had secretly made an extra, card from leftover pieces, just in case. When did this thing become like this? Could it be Tom and his 3 mischievous friends? No, they wouldn't dare or have the skill. Is it Ian? That girl has been acting secretive lately, always studying magic. But it doesn't seem right. Wait a minute. Livy suddenly remembered. A few days ago, the old man with a limp from the junk shop in Frost City did send someone to Cold Forest Town. He said the town was lively now and wanted to expand his business, looking for potential customers who might need troubleshooting services. He even gave him some rough flyers. Livy had casually stuffed them into his pocket, but later, they probably got mixed into the animal hide cards he was making. Things went wrong again. Livy wished he could just hide somewhere. Why? Why are you all laughing? The bald man puffed out his chest, trying to save some dignity, but his voice wavered with embarrassment. I'm just prepared. Diversifying. Do you understand? If we make money and get stuck on the way back, we'll need someone to help us, right? Ha? Diversify? Help with sewer work? Ha! Hua Jianigio laughed so hard he almost choked. Brother, your business ideas are way too broad. From mining and blacksmithing to playing cards, and now even housekeeping. Talent. Truly talented. Aya wiped tears of laughter from her eyes, gasping for breath. All right, bald guy, I'll give you this. We admit defeat. Ha ha. Not because of our card skills, but because of your deep planning and backup plans. Ha ha ha. Admit defeat. Livy was stunned, then suddenly cheered. Then, the gold coins. Gold coins? Forget it. Aya finally stopped laughing, pointing at the flyer on the table. You didn't even cheat properly, and now you want money. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. Fine, no gold coins. But you have to do 3 laps crawling like a dog, and you must recite the ad on your backup card while crawling. How about that? Fair, right? Livy's face instantly fell. Still have to recite the ad? Professional sewer cleaning, septic tank clearing, fair prices, honest service. Contact. Old Limp. Hua Jianigio had already cleared his throat and started imitating the voice in a strange way, causing another round of laughter. Looking at the circle of unfriendly looks around him, Li Wei knew today was set in stone. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. It's Since I've already lost face, a little more won't matter. Just treat it as promoting the old business. Maybe I can even get a commission. Fine. I accept. Li Wei suddenly slammed the table, stood up, looking as heroic as if he were about to face a trial. He bent down, supported himself with both hands, and started crawling around the wooden table. While crawling, he used a frustrated yet funny tone to recite the embarrassing advertisement. Woof. Professional drain cleaning. Woof woof. Septic tank clearing. Woof. Fair prices. Honest and trustworthy. Woof. Contact old. Address. Muddy Alley, Plainfolk District, Coldwind City. Woof woof woof. The scene, the voice, combined with the increasingly loud and almost church roof-shaking laughter of the crowd. As the old saying goes, there are no everlasting banquets. Moreover, Hanlon Town and its surroundings are in the beginner village area. Staying too long would slow down leveling. After the last of the Frostwolf Guild's escapees were dealt with, the mining area construction got back on track, and the security situation in Hanlon Town was fully stabilized. I knew it was time to leave. That morning, just as dawn broke, the snow from the night shimmered brightly in the rising sun. Aya's team packed up and gathered in the open space in front of the church. Li Wei, along with Bran, Ian, Tom, and others, had already been waiting there. Bran was holding a bulging leather bag filled with prepared dry food, jerky, and some local specialties from Hanlon Town. The atmosphere was a bit quiet, unlike the usual lively banter. Saint Knight Ryan was the first to step forward. He still wore his shiny armor, but his smile was gentler than usual. He approached the three teenagers, Tom, Gale, and Luke, and patted their sturdy shoulders one by one. Guys, I've already taught you the basics. Ryan's voice was steady and strong. Remember, strength comes from the belief in protecting others, and skills need constant practice. Keep at it, and I believe that with time, you will become excellent holy knights. The three teenagers had tears in their eyes. They all bowed deeply to Ryan. Thank you, Master Ryan. We won't let you down. Ryan nodded with satisfaction and then looked at Levi. Pastor Levi, thank you for your hospitality during this time. May the holy light. May Odin bless Hanlon Town. Safe travels, brother. Levi patted Ryan's arm firmly. Mountains are high, roads are long. See you again in the martial world. Meanwhile, Ian also approached the Heart of Frost. Two girls stood silently facing each other, each with a very different aura. One wore a simple rough cloth dress, black hair, gray eyes, small build but standing straight. The other wore a beautiful elven robe, silver hair, green eyes, elegant like a pine tree in snow. Ian took out a small cloth bag from her pocket. Inside was a charm she made. It had no special power, but was carefully crafted. Big sister, Ian's voice was soft but clear. Thank you. This, I give it to you. Be careful on the way. The Heart of Frost looked at the simple but clearly heartfelt charm. A gentle light flickered in her green eyes. She took the charm, touching the cold metal with her fingertips, then nodded. You have talent, the Heart of Frost said kindly for the first time. Keep working hard. The key to controlling magic is absolute focus and understanding the nature of the elements. Don't rush to increase power or level. She took a small leather scroll from her magic materials bag and handed it to Ian. This is a basic guide on ice magic control and shaping. I compiled it myself. It might help you. Ian's eyes lit up. She took it with both hands, as if holding a treasure, and nodded eagerly. I will study it carefully. Hua Jian was plucking at his lute, humming an improvised tune, roughly about, Hanlon Town is my hometown. The Swona sounds beautiful. He winked at Levi and Bran as a farewell. Assassin Joshua leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, glancing over Hanlon Town's simple streets and the busy, distant mining area. He nodded at Levi, saying hello. Finally, only Levi and Aya remained, standing in place, staring at each other. Aya carried the blue sword and shield taken from the scar-faced man, still looking heroic and impatient. She glared at Levi. What are you looking at? Baldy, we're leaving now. Nothing more to say. Levi touched his bald head and chuckled softly. Rare for him to be so straightforward. Lady Hero Aya. He fidgeted, his eyes a bit distracted. Thanks for everything these days. Without you, that scar-faced guy. Enough, enough, stop with the act. Aya waved her hand, interrupting his politeness. Pay for the job, do the work, that's fair. You paid. We did the job. All settled. She paused, looked at Li Wei, and her tone softened a little. But even though you're a bit sneaky, a little timid, and a bit low level, you do care about this broken town. Just try to cause less trouble and think more. Let's go. After saying that, she turned to lead her horse. Wait, Li Wei suddenly called out. Aya turned back, raising an eyebrow. Is there something else? Li Wei opened his mouth, but his gaze involuntarily drifted to Frostheart, who was whispering something to Ian nearby. The elf mage faced him, her morning light highlighting her perfect side profile and slender neck. Her silver hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her green eyes were focused and calm. Li Wei felt his throat go dry, and his heart inexplicably beat faster. He took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, then stepped around Aya and walked straight to Frostheart. Their conversation with Ian was interrupted, and they both looked at him. A hint of doubt flickered in her green eyes. Li Wei stood in front of her, feeling his face flush. His hands and feet didn't know where to go, and his usually eloquent mouth was tied in knots. Lady Mage, Li Wei stammered, avoiding her gaze. Are you leaving now? Frostheart looked at him calmly and nodded. Be careful on the way, Li Wei blurted out, feeling like he had to say something. Things are not peaceful now. Even though the Frostwolf Guild is gone, there are still snow thieves, wild animals. She replied softly, her tone flat. Li Wei scratched his head, feeling sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small object, a smooth pebble he had picked up a few days ago. Nothing special, just smooth. He carefully handed the stone over, forcing a stiff, somewhat pleading smile. Here. This is for you. On the road. When bored, can I play with this? The gift was so cheap it was almost insulting, and combined with his awkward, hesitant expression, the scene became quite strange. Aya couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter softly, idiot. Ian also slightly turned his head, a faint look of helplessness flashing in his light gray eyes. He was usually sharp, but whenever he saw the elf, he always looked like a fool. Frostheart looked at the ordinary pebble in Li Wei's hand, then at his blushing face and hopeful eyes. Deep inside her bright green eyes, it seemed like a tiny emotion flickered. She didn't take it, nor did she refuse immediately. After a few seconds of silence, just when Li Wei thought she would definitely walk away in disgust, Frostheart suddenly stretched out her slender, fair hand and gently pinched the pebble. It felt warm and smooth. Thank you. She held the stone in her palm, her voice still cold, but it seemed a little less distant. Li Wei was suddenly relieved, and his smile became much more natural. He kept waving his hands and said, No problem, no problem. If you like it, that's enough. Frostheart looked at Ian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, as if to Ian and someone else, My name is Wen Qingxian. After saying that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Li Wei watched her back, touched his bald head, and softly repeated her name. Aya, holding her horse, came over. As she passed by Li Wei, she elbowed him hard and whispered, You, a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Give it up. Li Wei winced in pain but didn't argue, only chuckled foolishly. Aya's team of 5 mounted their horses. Lien waved goodbye to everyone. Joshua, with his horse's belly, led the way out of town. Huajian turned her head and stuck up her at the bald man. Frostheart sat upright on her horse, looked back at Conlin town, then at the crowd waving in front of the church, including the bald man, and gently pulled on the reins. Aya looked at Li Wei one last time, snorted, and said, Let's go. See you again, bald guy. See you again. Li Wei waved vigorously. The sound of hooves echoed, stirring up a cloud of snow dust. The 5 figures quickly disappeared at the end of the southern official road, blending into the rising sun and the vast snowfield. Conlin town returned to silence. Sunlight shone on the snow, reflecting a dazzling light. Li Wei stood still, looking in the direction where they disappeared, and watched for a long time. Bran stepped forward and patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Pastor, it's time to go back. There's still work at the mine. Tom and the others gathered around. Although they felt reluctant, their eyes were firm. Ian walked over to Li Wei, looked at him with his light gray eyes, and softly said, Boss, they've left. Li Wei snapped out of his thoughts, rubbed his face, and shook off the strange feeling of sadness. Feeling emotions really is painful. It's good they left. He turned around and looked at the old, broken church behind him. Then he glanced at the busy mining area and town in the distance. He grinned, showing his familiar, shrewd smile. What should we eat today? He waved his hand. Everyone, stop standing around. Tom Gerlach, go start a fire at the workshop. Old Bob, keep an eye on the mine. Ian, you, keep studying your magic. Yes, boss. Everyone answered together and started working. A new day in Cold Forest Town officially began, filled with farewells and hopes. The fall of the Frostwolf Guild lifted the biggest shadow over Cold Forest Town. The Ice Wolf Knights of the Velfo family still stayed outside the town, but their daily patrols and guard duties had decreased a lot. Instead, more Velfo family engineers and managers, along with hired miners, began systematically extracting magic crystal stones from the mines. The residents of Cold Forest Town went from initial fear and unease to gradually getting used to it, and now they participated with almost religious dedication. According to the agreement with the Velfo family, most of the strong workers in town were recruited into the mines, doing familiar tasks like digging, transporting, and basic screening. The pay wasn't very high, but it was paid on time, enough to support a family and even save a little. Bran became a small to medium-sized foreman at the mine, responsible for coordinating the work between the miners and the Velfo technicians. The old miners, with their faces always glowing red, were busier and more tired, but they stood straight and looked full of energy and hope. The blacksmith shop behind the church also saw new changes. The Velfa family brought in a batch of better quality iron and coal to improve efficiency, along with a few more advanced forging tools. Li Wei happily accepted these supplies and made a small upgrade to his Hamlin Town blacksmith shop. 3 young boys, Tom, Gale, and Luke, became the main workers in the blacksmith shop. From initially only being able to make rough pickaxes, they now could independently craft some more complex farm tools and even create custom reinforcement parts and repair tools for the mine. Ian followed the mages of the Velfa family to learn magic skills. Li Wei was also busy himself. Every day, he woke up early without fail, bowed to his handsome face, cleaned the shrine, changed the offerings, and muttered to the Odin portrait. Then he would go into the workshop, either guiding the 3 boys or swinging his hammer to forge and shape metal. Fighting with the forge seemed to be his way of connecting deeply with this world, besides his faith. His experience points quietly increased with each day of hammering. Finally, on a snowy afternoon, Li Wei successfully repaired a delicate measuring tool that had almost broken from overuse. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Basic forging skill increased to level 5. Ding. Level increased to 10. Strength 1, Constitution 1. Gained 5 free attribute points. Unlocked regional channel, Northern Kingdom. Level up. Level 10. Li Wei put down his hammer and eagerly opened the chat section, selecting the regional channel, Northern Kingdom. Immediately, a large, noisy, information-rich, semi-transparent screen appeared before him, far bigger and more chaotic than the previous southern border of the Northern Kingdom channel. Scrolling text flooded down like a waterfall, with messages in various colors, fonts, and even mixed with abstract emojis, flashing rapidly and dazzling the eyes. This was the real big server chat channel. It covered all players within the entire Northern Kingdom. Li Wei steadied himself, filtering out most of the meaningless spam, ads, team invites, and arguments, focusing only on valuable information. Soon, a few highly popular discussion threads caught his attention. Brothers, the PvP system is now open. The faction PvP leaderboard has been updated, along with honor points and faction reputation. Currently, the 2 main battleground maps open are Dragon's Throat Gorge and Silvermoon Forest, both located in the south. Latest battle report. The main Orc Guild of the Dawn of Freedom, Ogram, defeated a mixed troop of the Holy Alliance at Watcher Fortress in Silvermoon Forest. Over 300 Eastern players died. It is said that the scene was bloody, with equipment dropping everywhere. The rewards for participating are really good. They include building the Free Nation, faction reputation, special equipment blueprints, and rare materials exchanged for merits. But it's very dangerous. No resurrection. Dying once means deleting your account, which puts a lot of mental pressure on players. This version is really harsh. It forces players to fight, Without fighting, there are no resources. Fighting risks losing your account. The game's balance seems broken. To the person above, this game is so intense that it's hard to escape. There's no real balance. Strong players must dominate weaker ones. Since the PvP system was updated, the war between the two big southern factions, the Holy Alliance and the Dawn of Freedom, has become very fierce. Even without a resurrection system, players still compete fiercely for resources, territory, reputation, and future advantages, which keeps many involved. Most importantly, the game allows players to create their own factions. If they conquer territory in the war zone for a while, it can become a vassal state of one of the two main factions. This makes the leading guilds very eager to fight. Meanwhile, Liyue has figured out the composition of the two alliances. The Eastern Holy Alliance is mainly made up of the Aurelia Empire, the Naval Union, and the Holy Light Church, which are led by humans, dwarves, and various half-human races. The Western Dawn of Freedom is an alliance of three major powers: the Helm Empire, the Elf Kingdom, and the City of Despair. The Helm Empire is mostly humans. The Elf Kingdom is, as the name suggests, an elven realm. The City of Despair is led by various minority races, such as undead, orcs, lizardmen, elementals, and a few winged races. Due to racial and cultural differences, these two alliances are constantly at war. Liyue watched nervously, secretly glad that Hamlin Town is in the northern border, temporarily away from the bloody battlefield. But then, another discussion made him furrow his brow. Brothers, latest news. The main storyline exclusive to the North is about to start. What? The North has a main storyline now. Weren't we supposed to be neutral as the Northern Kingdom? Neutral? No way. The tribes in the far north, the eternal winter barbarians, know this. They can't survive on the ice plains anymore and are coming south to fight for land. Yeongdong barbarians? Aren't they just monsters in the background? And what about the story? Do you understand the upcoming update? The battle for the nation. The Northern Kingdom was once part of the Aurelia Empire, but now it's independent. This time, the barbarians are moving south, probably to strengthen their control. Do you still want to stay idle, Freljord people? Wow. Does that mean we might have to fight too? Who should we help? Help who? The barbarians are monsters that attack anyone they see. It's probably a full-scale enemy event. The Northern Kingdom will likely set up defense missions, and the rewards won't be worse than those in the south. Is there any news from the capital, Deepwinter City? King Galathus is the strongest in the north, right? What does he say? He's in Deepwinter City. They've started mobilizing, and recruitment notices are posted everywhere. There are many ads for mercenaries and adventurers at the docks and in the slums, and the pay is good. Thanks for the info. I'm already on the battlefield. Coordinates are south of the Soul River. Currently, there are level 20 monsters. They're manageable. There's a level 60 friendly boss nearby, so it's safe for now. Come quickly. This is the main storyline exclusive to the northern border, the battle for the nation. The barbarians from Yeongdong are about to move south. The Northern Kingdom faces the threat of war. Libby's heart sank little by little. It was hard enough to establish a foothold in Cold Forest Town with the help of Odin and the Velford family. Things seemed hopeful, but now a bigger storm was brewing on the northern horizon. The barbarians are moving south. The only thing that made Livy feel somewhat safe was that Cold Forest Town is located on the southern border of the Northern Kingdom. For now, there's no need to worry about threats from the north. But if the barbarians break through the northern defenses or small groups infiltrate south, towns like Cold Forest would be the first to suffer. Livy muttered softly, feeling the joy of reaching level 10 vanish completely. This world just doesn't give people a moment of peace. He turned off the channel screen, annoyed, and scratched his bald head. In the workshop, Tom and the others were still focused on hammering the workpieces on the anvil, sparks flying everywhere. In the church, Ian was probably still studying her magic notes. Outside the town, the noise from the mining area was faintly heard. Everything seemed so peaceful. Livy walked to the workshop door, gazing at the gray sky and the endless snowfield in the distance. The north wind howled, carrying a colder chill than usual, as if warning of some bad omen. The battle for the nation, he muttered to himself. The tribes are coming. Odin, the leader, this time, it seems, is truly preparing for war. After the main storyline of the battle for the nation began, The happiest were the players from the Northern Kingdom who had nothing to do, and the most miserable were the native residents. For NPCs, there are no main quests or dungeons like players have. It's like a natural disaster or an earthquake. Have you ever hated the sky? Or hated the ground? As Northerners, fighting fiercely against the winter barbarian tribes is seen as natural and right in their minds. The last large-scale barbarian invasion from the south was decades ago, but the fear deeply ingrained in NPCs' hearts has not completely faded over time. However, the panic didn't last long, because the Velfo family responded faster than rumors suggested. On the third day after the battle for the nation, news started spreading among players. Sounds of a large army approaching came again from the direction of Linfeng City. Over 300 fully armed Velfo family infantry, led by dozens of Ice Wolf knights, moved like a steel dragon into Hamlin Town. They brought a lot of building materials, neatly cut large stones, sturdy logs, bundles of steel bars, large barrels of quick-setting mortar, and even a few large construction machines powered by beasts or simple magic crystals. Along with the soldiers, there were more engineers, craftsmen, and logistics staff. Their goal was clear: to build a defensive outpost around Hamlin Town, centered on the valuable magic crystal vein, strong enough to withstand medium-scale attacks. This matched the old man's plan. Sir Carol has given orders. The overall commander of this military project, a knight named Raymond from the Velfo family, level 55, announced firmly inside a temporary command tent to Levi, Bran, and several Velfo family stewards. Due to the changing situation in the north, to ensure the absolute safety and stable extraction of the magic crystal vein, we have decided to upgrade Hamlin Town to the eastern outpost of Linfeng City and immediately begin constructing permanent defenses. He walked over to a rough map of Hamlin Town and the surrounding area, hanging on the tent wall. Using his rough finger, he pointed heavily at several spots. First, build a stone and wood wall 2.5 zhang high with a 1 zhang thick base, expanding outward from the current town center. Place arrow towers at the 4 corners. Main entrances should have fortified gates and sluice gates. Second, at the entrance to the mining area and key mining tunnels, build reinforced watchtowers and defensive shelters, and dig hidden escape tunnels. Third, on the higher ground west of the town, build a 3-story stone watchtower and command post to ensure a clear view of the entire town and surrounding areas. Fourth, increase the garrison to 500 soldiers, including 200 regular infantry, 100 archers, 150 mine guards, and 50 Ice Wolf knights on duty. Also, recruit and train young men and women from Hamlin Town to form a militia to help with defense. The construction will take 3 months. It must be finished before heavy snow blocks the mountains and potential threats from barbarians become real. Raymond's voice was firm, like a hammer hitting an anvil, leaving no room for doubt. Bran was stunned, staring with wide eyes. 500 soldiers? The local population of Hamlin Town was only 200 or 300. For Hamlin Town, this was like a gift from heaven. No, like a mountain of gold falling from the sky. The Velfo family funded everything: money, people, supplies, and technology to arm Hamlin Town. Lu Wei secretly felt pleased. He could survive for another 3 months. But he thought a bit more. Expanding the village was good, but the costs were obvious. Hamlin Town would be fully integrated into the Velfo family's military system, with less independence. The town's planning, construction, and even daily management would be strictly overseen by Velfo military officers and officials. This landowner might soon be licking the boots of little Chef Caro. But at this moment, in the face of survival and safety, Lu Wei was willing to accept these costs. Who doesn't want to be supported and cared for? With the order given, Hamlin Town instantly turned into a busy, noisy construction site. The arrival of the troops brought order and plenty of manpower. Skilled craftsmen from Coldwood City directed the work, with Velfo family soldiers and the recruited young men and women of Hamlin Town serving as the best labor force. Large stones were unloaded from the trailer, and amid the sound of labor, they were stacked to form the foundation of the wall. Thick pine wood from the northern forest was processed into beams and fences, combined with stones to build the walls. The foundation for the arrow tower was being dug, and the site for the watchtower was finalized. Dust and snowflakes flew together, sweat mingling with the cold wind. The town of Hanlin was changing rapidly, almost visibly transforming. Li Wei, the so-called town guard priest and urbane discoverer, was also very busy. He needed to coordinate with Raymond and the managers of the Velo family, manage relations between the townspeople and the construction team, soothe any worries caused by the large-scale building, and handle various unexpected problems. At the same time, he kept an eye on his blacksmith shop. The Velo family's construction team needed a lot of tools, and Tom and the others worked almost non-stop day and night. Li Wei also had to step in sometimes to handle more technical tasks. The forge in the workshop burned constantly, and the sound of hammering was almost like background music. Ian's magic training environment was affected a bit, but she quickly found new ways. She was called by the family's mage to help with magical work related to mineral identification and material testing. This actually gave her more practical experience. That evening, Li Wei finally finished his busy work and, exhausted, returned to the church. A small open space in front of the church had been cleared and used to store some construction materials that weren't needed right now. By the fire, Ian sat quietly, holding a scroll of frost magic notes left by Wen Qingxian. Her light gray eyes reflected the firelight, focused and calm. Tom and the others were probably exhausted and had fallen asleep in the next room, snoring loudly. Li Wei sat heavily on a chair opposite Ian, exhaling a long, tired breath, feeling like his bones might fall apart. He looked at Ian, then out the window at the distant construction site, where the flickering torchlight and faint sounds could still be seen and heard. Suddenly, he asked, 0601, I really messed up. First, it was the Frostwolf Guild watching us, and now it's the Velo family. The good thing is, there's more meat, and it's safer. The bad thing is, we don't have control anymore. Isn't that pretty good? Ian instinctively mimicked Li Wei, touching the back of her head. What do you think, boss? He sighed. You really think you're clever, but I only have average intelligence. Ian was silent for a moment, nodded, and continued to look down at her notes. Li Wei watched the flickering flames, but his mind was a mess. Hanlin Town was changing, growing stronger but also becoming unfamiliar. The deep involvement of the Velo family, the huge value of the magic crystal veins, and the looming threat of the nation-building war. All of this pushed him, a guy who just wanted to relax and do nothing, into a position he never imagined. Ian is growing, but he still needs time. Tom and the other two boys are just playing their own development paths. And what about him? A level 10 Odin priest, with level 5 forging skills. It's been nearly 3 months since the game launched. Most players have already advanced to level 1, and the top players have reached level 40. He's far behind at level 10. In the past, Li Wei was content to be a casual player, but now, it seems the times have changed. 3 months have quietly passed. Half a year after the game, Divine Awakening started. When the last heavy door with the Ice Wolf emblem was embedded into the newly built Southern Gate Fortress, and the blue Ice Wolf banner of the Velo family, and the Roaring Bear banner of the Northern Kingdom rose side by side atop the newly completed town wall towers, the once short and messy town had disappeared. In its place was a military outpost called East Mine Outpost on the player map. The walls, reaching 2.5 meters high, looked like a giant gray-black serpent, enclosing the entire town, the main mine entrance, and some nearby s. The battlements were clearly defined, suitable for guards to patrol. At each corner, southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, stood iron-banded wooden arrow towers with wide-open views from the top, where soldiers and gleaming crossbows could be seen. The south gate had been expanded into a walled structure with a barbican. Inside and outside, heavy ironwood doors required a winch to open. The gatehouse was equipped with a portcullis and stone-throwing holes. All people and carts entering or leaving were carefully checked, maintaining order. Inside the town, the originally muddy and chaotic streets had been redesigned, widened, and paved with gravel. A patrol path was built along the inner side of the walls for quick soldier movements. The largest open space in the town center had become a gathering square and a storage area for supplies. The military camp, warehouse, workshop, and residences for the technicians of the Velo family are neatly arranged on the west side of the square. On the east side, the original residents of Hanlin Town are housed. Their old houses have been replaced with sturdy, warm stone and wood longhouses. The most eye-catching feature is the three-story stone watchtower rising at the northwest corner of the town. A large banner of the Ice Wolf flag flutters at the top, overlooking the entire town, the mining area, and the vast snowfields around. This tower is the command center and the highest point for the town's view. All 500 soldiers of the Velo family are now stationed here. Infantry, archers, and Ice Wolf Knights on duty each perform their roles in an orderly manner. The militia, made up of young men from Hamlin Town, has also started to form. Under the guidance of Velo officers, they are practicing basic formations and weapon handling. Although still inexperienced, their spirit and energy are very different from before. The Velo family has invested heavily, and their work is very efficient. Li Wei, the honorary village chief of Hamlin Town and the only religious leader, has been very busy these past 3 months, but he has gained a lot. The bald man has been working among Velo officers, stewards, and engineers. Using his talent for talking to both humans and spirits, he has made friends with several leaders. Bran has become a small leader in the mining logistics team, gaining respect day by day. Tom's 3 young boys, trained at the blacksmith shop, have improved rapidly. They can now independently maintain and produce some of Velo's regular weapons and tools, becoming Li Wei's reliable helpers. Ian's growth is even more astonishing. In a relatively peaceful environment, with occasional guidance from Velo's mage, and driven by her incredible talent, her magic skills have advanced rapidly. She has not only mastered the basic spells Li Wei bought, but also gained deeper insights from the frost magic notes left by Wen Qingxian. Now, she can cast powerful second-tier spells steadily, even more impressively than Wen Qingxian did at her peak. Normal mages need to recite spells and guide magic energy, but she can snap her fingers to cast spells, like a bug in the system. However, the most important project for the bald man, which he carefully planned and secretly worked on during these 3 months, is the big project. As the town expands and is replanned, Li Wei's old stone church, once on the edge of the town, has become somewhat awkward and too humble in appearance. He could naturally endure staying in the doghouse himself, but he couldn't bear to see Odin's statue suffer alongside him. Feeling helpless, he forced himself to enjoy a little bit of happiness. Li Wei noticed that the project was nearing completion and that there were still enough supplies. He found Elena, who was responsible for the logistics of the entire project. Grandpa Elena, Li Wei rubbed his hands, showing his usual flattering smile. Look at how grand our new town is. But our Lord Odin's shrine is still in the old, broken place. It doesn't quite match the new look of the town. Elena's icy blue eyes glanced at him without saying a word. Having spent over 3 months together, she had figured out that this bald man was full of bad ideas and couldn't come up with anything good. Li Wei continued to flatter him. Think about it. Now, our fellow townspeople from Hamlin Town, the military officers, and the Wilfo family are all living here. When there are more people, everyone's focus can drift. We need a place to bring everyone together, right? Our Lord Odin is the god of war and wisdom. He values discipline and unity. If we build a nice, impressive shrine for him, and everyone visits and listens to his teachings, won't that bring us all closer? It will boost morale, and everyone will be more motivated to work and defend the city. He secretly glanced at Elena's expression, seeing she still looked like a landlord's wife, and quickly added, "Plus, we won't need to trouble the engineers too much. We can gather some materials ourselves. Our blacksmiths and townspeople can figure out part of it. The rest can be paid for with the gold coins we earned from our recent cooperation, which we can deduct. The shrine doesn't need to be big, just near the town square, a small plot of land. The style can be simple, like the stone houses in the north, sturdy and nice-looking. Most importantly, we need to make a statue of Odin. It doesn't have to be gold or silver, just copper. That will look dignified. Mostly, he was trying to save money on the copper. Li Wei had previously promised to make a statue of Odin. Once he said it, he was determined to see it through. He was eager to make progress. The bald man patted his chest and assured him, "Rest assured, sir, this won't affect the main work at the mine. We'll handle everything ourselves. We won't trouble you. But we would like your help. If you could kindly approve and give us a note to the warehouse so they can set aside some scrap stones, wood, and copper for the statue." Elena listened silently, her fingers lightly tapping on the sword hilt at her waist. She understood that this bald man wanted to use the momentum of construction, along with public resources and his share, to build a temple and statues for his faith, aiming to increase influence. But this wasn't entirely a bad thing. As Li Wei said, a strong and united base would also benefit the Velfa family in controlling the mines. Originally, she planned to a statue of Lai Yuan. However, since the local troublemakers currently disliked the native winter god and instead worshipped the outsider one-eyed god, she gave up on that idea. Building a statue of Odin was also possible, as long as the scale and influence were controlled so as not to threaten the Velfu family's authority. All right, Elena finally nodded, her voice cold. The location is on the east side of the square, a plot of land the size of a standard house. Materials can be taken from leftover construction supplies at cost, deducted from your share. The design must not be overstepped or interfere with defenses. The statue must be made of copper. Oh, my grandmother. Thank you, grandfather. You're so wise. Li Wei exclaimed happily, repeatedly thanking her. With Elena's approval and the official order, things became much easier. Li Wei immediately took action. He nearly emptied most of the gold coins he had earned from the mine shares over the past few months in Cold Forest Town, then enlisted Bran and the townspeople to help, and spent a little money hiring the Velfa family's engineering team. They chose the site, leveled the foundation, transported stones and wood. The townspeople showed great enthusiasm for building a church of their own town. Li Wei personally participated in the design. Actually, there wasn't much design involved, just making it sturdy and impressive. The bald man didn't forget his roots and insisted on integrating the blacksmith shop into the new church building. Behind the main hall, separated by a thick stone wall, was an independent entrance and chimney. He said, "Blacksmithing is also a form of practice. Let the boss hear the sound of our laboring hammer." Within a month, while the main defensive work was nearing completion, a new church, more than 3 times larger than the original stone hut, quietly rose on the east side of the town square. Li Wei originally wanted to create a church in the style of a Viking longhouse, but he couldn't draw it well. The NPCs had no reference, so he had to settle for a local style instead. The new church is simple and sturdy, with a strong northern character. The materials are solid, and the structure is firm. On the front wall, there is a large space reserved for placing a statue. Outside the church, the most eye-catching feature is the statue made of bronze, which Li Wei poured his effort and almost all his savings into. The statue is almost 8 feet tall, cast entirely in bronze. Because the bronze isn't the best quality, the surface has some impurities and tiny holes from casting, but after careful polishing, it still shines with a heavy, cold, hard glow. The statue's pose is based on a rough sketch, but looks more majestic and divine. Odin wears simple armor. Li Wei insisted on adding it to make him look stronger. In his left hand, he holds a long spear called Gungnir, which is sharp at the tip like a spear. On his right shoulder, there is a flying crow, looking like a raven, though the details are not perfect. The face of the statue is strong and stern, with tightly closed lips and a high nose, giving a sense of authority. The most striking feature is the single eye. Li Wei almost begged and pleaded to get it, finally trading with Yuan, the family mage of the Vilford family, for a small, pure white magic crystal about the size of a pigeon's egg. This magic crystal, though only a level 4 gem, is pure and flawless, emitting a gentle, steady white glow. Inside, tiny light spots move around, making it more rare and valuable than common ice blue crystals. Li Wei carefully embedded the crystal into Odin's forehead, right where the single eye is. The moment the crystal was set in, the whole bronze statue seemed to change subtly. The soft white glow didn't dazzle but gave the statue a sense of divine life. The single eye seemed to emit a calm, majestic gaze, as if it was truly watching. The day the statue was completed was also the day the main defense project was finished, and the Vilford family held a simple celebration. Li Wei called it double happiness, celebrating both the new life of Hamlin Town and the deepening faith in Odin. That day, the weather cleared up. The dark gray clouds dispersed, revealing the blue winter sky of the north. The sunlight was still cold, but the light was excellent. On the newly built square, almost all the residents of Hamlin Town, most of the Velfo military on rest, and some curious spectators gathered. At one end of the square, a simple platform was set up, with Knight Commander Raymond, Captain Elena, and several managers of the Velo family standing on it. At the other end, a large Odin bronze statue was covered with a red cloth. The ceremony was simple and solemn. Raymond, representing the Velo family, announced that the eastern outpost mine town of Frostwind City was officially established, reaffirming their protection of the mines and their promise to the townspeople. After completing the official procedures, it was Li Wei's turn. He changed into his original priest's robe, and surprisingly, he wore a clean cloth hat on his bald head. He walked to the statue covered with red cloth, took a deep breath, turned around, and faced the crowd. Everyone, young and old, soldiers, and all the brave heroes passing by. Today, Hanlon Town is finally part of the official family. He waved his hand vigorously. This wall, this tower, this house. These were built by the elders of the Velo family with us. They are the foundation of our future lives. I, Li Wei, thank all the elders of Hanlon Town. He bowed deeply toward the platform. Then he straightened up, his eyes scanning faces that were either excited, confused, or curious, and he raised his voice. But we must remember, having walls and swords is not enough. We also need spirit, hope, and faith. He turned to point at the covered statue behind him. Hanlon Town has suffered poverty and hardship, been bullied. Odin, the god of war and wisdom, gave us inspiration, courage, and the chance to change our fate. Today, on the day our new home is completed, we also give Odin a new home. We set up a statue. Let Odin see that the people of Hanlon Town have not forgotten their roots. We are grateful, and we know the way forward. He took a deep breath and suddenly tore off the red cloth covering the statue. The dark bronze statue reflected a calm glow in the winter sunlight. Standing 8 feet tall, it exuded silent authority. The simplified yet powerful eternal spear, the crow spreading its wings on its shoulder, and especially the central embedded magic crystal stone, radiating a gentle milky white light, gave it a commanding presence. Sunlight shone on the magic crystal, causing a faint milky glow that seemed to come alive, as if the single eye was truly awakening and calmly watching everyone in the square. An indescribable aura quietly spread out from the statue's center. The crowd gasped and marveled in suppressed amazement. Even Raymond, Elena, and others on the high platform looked surprised. This bronze statue seemed a bit strange. Li Wei also felt confused. He knew the statue was well made, but he didn't expect the effect to be so powerful in the sunlight at the unveiling. He steadied himself and prepared to lead everyone in simple offerings and prayers, following the plan he had thought out. Suddenly, a loud, piercing crowing sound, as if breaking through the clouds, suddenly rang out over the square. Everyone looked up in shock. They saw a tiny black dot falling rapidly from the blue sky. It was a crow, larger than a normal crow by 2 times, its black feathers shiny and smooth, reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight. It flew gracefully and swiftly, giving off an extraordinary aura. Under the astonished, frightened, and awestruck gazes of many, this huge crow flew straight toward the newly unveiled Odin statue. It landed lightly and precisely on the shoulder of the statue, as if returning home. Then it tilted its head slightly, and with eyes that seemed full of endless wisdom and experience, it looked down at the silent crowd below. Finally, its gaze seemed to linger on the milky white magic crystal that served as the statue's single eye. Buzz. At the moment the crow landed, a gentle yet very clear ripple spread out from the Odin statue, like water ripples, quietly expanding across the entire square and even covering most of the newly built mining town. Everyone touched by this ripple, whether townspeople from Hanlon Town, soldiers from the Velo family, or even watching players, felt the strange power clearly at the same time. Their fatigue was eased, the coldness was dispelled, and even some old injuries and discomfort seemed to lighten a bit. Most noticeably, they felt a surge of energy and strength, very clear and intense. Wow, how did the power panel increase? My wound doesn't hurt much anymore. I feel full of strength all over. Low whispers of surprise and disbelief spread among the crowd. Li Wei also felt this amazing change. He only felt his body filled with unprecedented energy. He clenched his fist, and sensed that his strength had indeed increased a lot. He suddenly looked at the statue, at the real crow sitting quietly on his shoulder, and then at the glowing magic crystal with a single eye. A faint golden symbol, visible only to players, slowly appeared above the Odin statue. Item: Odin statue, Cold Forest Town. Level: None. Quality: Epic. Effects: 1. Divine protection. Centered on the statue, covering Cold Forest Town. All recognized townspeople and friendly units within the area have their maximum health permanently increased by 20%, and their strength attribute permanently increased by 10%. The effect lasts for 48 hours after leaving the area. 2. Odin's Watch. The area around the statue will be under the faint attention of the one-eyed god Odin. Description: built by devoted followers, carrying faint divine power and a pure magic crystal eye. It was consecrated by the divine messenger, Memory, and completed at the border of the northern realm. Epic quality: a permanent boost covering the entire town. 20% health, 10% strength. Li Wei's breath instantly stopped, his heart pounding wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. This effect is too incredible. For the residents of Cold Forest Town and the Velfu army stationed here long-term, this is a huge blessing. It means better survival ability and higher combat power. And all of this comes from this statue, from Lord Odin's blessing. The crow landed on the shoulder of the statue, scanning the crowd, finally resting its gaze on the magic crystal. That silent scene was like a brief and solemn coronation ceremony. On the square, everything was deathly silent. Only heavy breathing and the wind blowing the flags could be heard. Everyone, whether native or player, was immersed in a great shock. The soldiers of the Velfa family, feeling the surge of power within, looked at the statue with awe and disbelief. Raymond, the knight commander, and Captain Elena exchanged a look, each seeing deep excitement and a hint of seriousness in the other's eyes. The effect of this statue exceeded their expectations. It was no longer just a symbol of faith, but had real strategic value. In the Cold Forest Town player channel, everyone suddenly exploded with excitement. Wow, did you see that? The bronze statue. Epic quality. Area bonus. 20% health, 10% strength. A miracle. Absolutely a miracle. That crow. It must be Odin's bird. Isn't Odin supposed to be one of the weaker gods in faith? Why has only he shown his power since the game started? This effect is so bugged. It stays active within that range. Cold Forest Town is going to be unstoppable. No wonder the Vilfo family is so eager. This place has such good feng shui. It's got a magic crystal mine and an epic statue. Anyone want to team up and get the buff? Going to the goblin dungeon in the north with this buff would be amazing. Li Wei forcibly suppressed his excitement. He knew he had to say something now. He walked to the statue, looked up at the silent divine crow, which also looked down at him. The crow's gaze was calm, but seemed to hold countless unspoken words. Then, the divine crow gently spread its wings, let out a short call, and soared into the blue sky, quickly disappearing as if it had never been there. Li Wei withdrew his gaze, turned to the still shocked crowd, and, with all his strength, his voice trembling with excitement, said, "Cough, cough. Did everyone see that? Odin has shown his power. This statue standing here. From today on, it not only watches over us, but also protects us. It makes us stronger when we fight and helps us stay alive." The bald man thought hard for impressive words but finally gave up and simply said, "Trust Odin." After a brief silence, the square erupted with a wave of awe and a sense of belonging, with shouts like a mighty tide. "Odin!" Their voices merged into a flood that broke through the clouds, echoing between the newly built city walls and arrow towers, lasting for a long time. On the platform, Raymond and Elena watched the passionate scene below, their eyes complex as they looked at the mysterious, glowing bronze statue. Hanlon Town, a newly formed mining settlement, seemed to be infused with an uncontrollable spirit after the completion of a divine statue. Li Wei stood in the busy center, feeling the powerful energy inside him and the hot gazes around him. He kept waving his hands to signal, looking very much like an old spiritual healer. He knew that from this moment on, Hanlon Town truly had its own unique heart. The peaceful days did not last long. Less than half a month after the Odin statue was completed, bringing epic benefits and great fame to Hanlon Town. Bad news started to arrive one after another. First, in the player zone chat, discussions about the battle for the nation became more frequent and detailed. The frontline reports began flooding the chat. Viking Guild has launched a fierce attack for 4 days straight, completing the first clear of the Soar River dungeon. Killed level 45 Winter Barbarian Vanguard Kandao. Pride of our Northern Kingdom. Long Night Frozen Land dungeon opened. The front line is moving north, and the Frostwind Guild is preparing for the first kill. It seems the barbarian scouts are appearing more often. Large-scale southern invasions are likely happening this winter. All major guilds and NPC forces in the north are mobilizing. The weapons, armor, potions, and scrolls at the Ironhelm Fortress auction house have increased in price by at least 30%. Things are really chaotic in the north. Brothers, should we run or stay? If we run, should we head south to the territories of the two big alliances? They're fighting too. Players were fighting fiercely, and the war between the kingdom and the barbarians was becoming more intense. As the most important outpost and resource point in the eastern part of Leanfing City, Hanlon Town's atmosphere also grew tense suddenly. The military commander, Sir Raymond, issued a new order to fully activate the second-level combat readiness. Patrol shifts in areas were doubled, guard posts and arrow towers increased, militia training was intensified and extended, and all non-essential construction and mining activities were scaled back. The focus shifted to stockpiling defensive supplies and reinforcing fortifications. The Velfo family's workshop worked day and night, making arrows, repairing armor, and brewing simple medicines. The blacksmith's forge burned almost constantly, and Li Wei made a small profit. But the silver coins he earned couldn't ease his inner anxiety. Unlike the townspeople's fear of barbarians and war, Li Wei's anxiety stemmed from his own attribute panel. Level 10 experience. 125 out of 1100 since reaching level 10 and unlocking the Northern Kingdom channel. Li Wei has seen a bigger world. He feels a strong sense of danger about his low level. Level 10 is the lowest among players, a beginner level. Compared to high-level players and elite NPCs who are often at level 30, 40, or even have advanced to the second class, his level is very weak. In the small town of Hanlon, facing low-level enemies like Frostwolves and bandits, he could manage using Odin's power and his own cleverness. But now, he might face groups of fierce, high-level tribes like the Winter Barbarians. And there are player guilds and elite teams discussing eagerly in the channel, trying to earn achievements and gather resources in this nation-building war. Li Wei, a level 10 Odin priest, even with the help of epic statues and protection from the Velford family soldiers, wonders if he can survive when it comes to real fighting. He would be the first to run. Of course, only in truly desperate situations. No, I must level up. I must level up fast. Li Wei's heart feels anxious like a cat scratching. But how can he level up? Fighting monsters? Around Hanlon, there are occasional snow wolves, snow bears, bandits, and a frozen goblin nest. But going out alone to fight monsters is almost like risking death. Doing quests? The Velford family only offers daily tasks like building, patrolling, and gathering. The experience gained is small. Many quests also require combat skills and higher levels, which he lacks as a strength-based, pseudo-priest. Could he only wait and slowly gain experience by smelting iron and doing other life skills? That would take forever. Maybe by the time he's level 15, the barbarians will have already reached his door, and he'll still be a low-level blacksmith. In his anxiety, Li Wei's eyes involuntarily drifted toward the Velford family knights in town, who looked so impressive and high-level that they made his mouth water. Especially the commander, Sir Raymond, who is level 55, and his hundreds of fierce soldiers, all between levels 30 and 40. A bold, almost shameless idea suddenly grew in Li Wei's mind. What if he could rely on these high-level NPCs, latch onto their team, and have them take him along to fight monsters and do quests? He could stay behind, gaining experience by just tagging along and occasionally landing the final. Wouldn't that make his leveling speed shoot up like a rocket? He knew that when NPCs kill monsters, the experience players get is greatly reduced. But if they are in a team and Li Wei participates in the fight, even just by shouting or throwing a stone, he can still earn experience. Once this idea appeared, He couldn't stop thinking about it. But then, the question arose. Why should they agree? Knight Commander Raymond, a loyal officer of the Vilford family, responsible for guarding the mining town, why would he bring along a 10th level, bald priest who only knows how to forge iron and flatter people? 2. Train levels? And those elite soldiers, who are strict and proud, why would they listen to him and cooperate with his tagging along plan? Li Wei understood clearly that just relying on Odin's reputation and his small role as a partner was not enough. He needed a stronger, more practical connection. He remembered from his past life that relationships are often built through effort and nurturing, and he happened to have something valuable, something that could serve as a solid currency. Magic crystals. Most of these crystals are tightly controlled by the Vilford family, but as a partner and the discoverer of the mineral veins, Li Wei could receive a fixed share of the profits every month. More importantly, Ian is often called to assist the Vilford family's mages with or identification and initial magic energy processing. With Ian's high intelligence of 16, mental strength of 18, and keen perception of magical energy, it would be easy, very easy, to accidentally leave behind small, decent quality magic crystal fragments in his sleeve during identification, then, unintentionally, bring them back. Of course, this is very risky. If the family's mages or overseers discover it, the consequences could be severe. But Li Wei and Ian both knew this might be their only quick way to build capital and gain influence over key figures in the short term. Li Wei found Ian and honestly shared his plan and the risks involved. Ian paused for a moment, his light gray eyes looking at Levi. There was no surprise in his gaze, only calm calculation. Okay, he finally nodded. I will only miss a small part each time. We will do it in several sessions. I will be careful. With a steady source of extra magic crystals, the corrupt disciple Levi began his work of spreading corruption. Following the rule of catching the king first and corrupting Horus first, the bald man's first target was the highest commander, Knight Captain Raymond. Raymond was a typical northern soldier, serious, strict, and never smiling. He was very loyal to the Velford family and valued discipline and duty above everything else. At first, when Levi tried to get close with small gifts and friendly gestures, Raymond responded with harsh rejection and warnings. Priest Levi, do your duty. The army has rules. You can't take what isn't yours. Stop being so clever. Raymond's voice was as cold as his armor. Levi was disappointed, but not discouraged. Did Horus want to rebel against the emperor from the start? Did Kilimon want to meet Ivern on the first day? Was the Second Empire built in a day? No. The bald man changed his approach. He stopped giving direct gifts and started showing concern for the knight captain and soldiers' lives. He noticed Raymond had an old injury on his right shoulder from years of fighting and training. It would ache and hurt in cold weather. In his past life, Levi had learned a simple massage technique from a roadside master, claiming it was an ancient skill taught by Odin to relieve soldiers' fatigue. With a shameless attitude, he offered to help Raymond relax by massaging his shoulder, citing gratitude for Raymond's protection of Cold Forest Town. At first, Raymond refused firmly. But after Levi kept accidentally meeting him and showing concern every few days, and because the old injury was truly painful, Raymond reluctantly let Levi try after a night shift when the pain worsened. Unexpectedly, this attempt turned out to be quite effective. Levi's hands were strong, and although his technique was rough and not very precise, his firm pressure helped loosen Raymond's stiff muscles and relieve pain. For the first time, Raymond's tense face showed a slight sign of relaxation. There's some skill in this, he said quietly, moving his shoulder slightly. Li Wei took the opportunity to say, Captain, you work day and night to protect our town. These small things are what I should do. Feel free to call on me anytime. From then on, Li Wei would often visit Raymond's command post under the pretense of reporting on the mine or seeking advice on defense, while also offering some service. After massaging, he would also, unintentionally, leave behind tiny, carefully wrapped fragments of magic crystal stones, about the size of a rice grain, with the excuse that, I've heard this stuff can help relieve fatigue and promote recovery when kept nearby. I got it by chance, just a small token. Try it. If it doesn't work, just throw it away. The items were very small and seemed insignificant, but accumulated over time. At first, Raymond refused, but each time Li Wei left the items behind and left, with a humble yet persistent attitude. Gradually, Raymond noticed that these tiny crystal fragments, whether casually placed inside his armor or used in water, a made-up method by Li Wei, seemed to make a difference. His back pain eased, his legs felt less sore, and he even trained with more energy. Although the effect was slight, it was real. Raymond looked at Li Wei with eyes that were no longer just cold and official, but carried a faint, hard-to-notice complexity. He was pursued. He tried to escape, but everyone was destined to face their fate. Besides serving Raymond, Li Wei also didn't neglect his officers and soldiers. Using his identity as a town guard priest and collaborator, he often passed by during patrol shifts and soldier breaks, always with something in hand. Sometimes it was dried meat sausages to satisfy cravings. Sometimes it was small knives or tool parts made by Tom and others, slightly better than standard equipment, offered for free trial. Sometimes it was simply money, giving a few silver coins to soldiers with family difficulties or those craving drinks. We're all brothers, just a small token. He even used his half-hearted massage skills to become popular among soldiers, many of whom happily sought him out after training to relax their sore muscles. Li Wei welcomed everyone, chatting while massaging, listening to their complaints about tough training, missing home, bragging about past battles. Soon, he became familiar with many lower-ranked soldiers, even forming close bonds. Of course, all this was based on the premise of not violating military discipline and not affecting defense. Li Wei handled the situation very skillfully. The gifts he gave were of little value, and his actions mostly involved helping out and comforting the soldiers, making it hard for others to find fault with him. This steady, subtle approach was like water wearing down stone. Over a month and a half, amid the growing tension of preparing for battle and Li Wei's quiet infiltration, time quietly passed. Knight Raymond's attitude changed gradually, from initially refusing coldly to reluctantly accepting and occasionally asking Li Wei to report work. His attitude became more nuanced. A few squad leaders and team captains under him also received small favors from Li Wei. They liked this clever, helpful, and occasionally resourceful bald priest. While not breaking rules, they found it convenient to pass messages, or even during training, to casually show Li Wei some basic weapon techniques, an unspoken understanding. Even ordinary soldiers would smile and greet Li Wei, sharing harmless jokes. Li Wei quickly gained good relationships within the Fort Velf military. Ian played a big role in this. With her sharp mind and careful planning, she always managed to bring back just enough magic crystal fragments without attracting attention, becoming a key source of funds for Li Wei. Finally, one evening, after Li Wei finished his report, he didn't leave Raymond's command post immediately. Instead, he fidgeted nervously, wearing a hopeful smile, hesitating to speak. "Is there something else?" Raymond rubbed his forehead, feeling tired from the heavy defense duties these days. Knight Commander, Li Wei said cautiously, "I have a small, somewhat inconvenient request." "Go ahead." With the outside situation being unstable and the barbarians possibly attacking at any time, my current rank isn't enough. If fighting really breaks out, I might hold everyone back. Li Wei looked worried. "I was thinking, could the Knight Commander and the soldiers take me along during patrols or small missions? Just to see more of the world, get some experience? Even if I just stay in the back, help carry things, or keep watch." He pounded his chest to assure him, "I will follow orders strictly. I won't cause trouble. I just want to improve my skills so that in future battles, I can help fight off more enemies and repay the knights and soldiers for their protection." Raymond looked up, his icy blue eyes studying Levi. He understood Levi's little plan, to gain experience and level up. Normally, he would refuse outright. Taking a level 10 burden on a military mission? That was a joke. But over the past few months, Raymond had grown to see Levi differently. His thoughtfulness, enthusiasm, and those small but constant gestures of kindness made Raymond's impression of the bald priest more complex. He knew Levi was clever, but he was genuinely trying to maintain good relations with the mining town and the soldiers, helping solve small practical problems. Most importantly, the epic boost from the Odin statue was real and benefited all the soldiers, greatly increasing their fighting power. This divine favor, though from Odin, was also closely linked to Levi. In these unstable times, having a stronger partner and guardian priest might help stabilize Cold Forest Town's people and even protect the long-term interests of the mines. Raymond was silent for a long time, so long that Levi started to worry that it was hopeless. Finally, Raymond spoke slowly. His voice was still cold and firm, but with a subtle hint of looseness. Military matters are not to be taken lightly. I can take you out with us. Levi's eyes lit up. But, Raymond continued sharply, you must obey orders absolutely. Follow commands without question. No acting on your own. Do not interfere with military affairs. Your safety is your own responsibility. If you cause the mission to fail or someone gets hurt because of you, I understand. I swear in Odin's name. I will obey completely. I won't trouble the soldiers. Levi hurriedly swore, smiling happily. Captain, I think those goblins in the north of our town. Levi secretly slipped a bag of broken magic crystals to Raymond, might be bothering the soldiers' rest at night. Raymond nodded without looking at him, waving his hand. I will ask Lady Elena about it. Yes. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, my lord. Levi was overjoyed, bowing repeatedly as he left the command post. Outside, the cold evening wind brushed his face, but Levi felt a rush of heat through his body, so excited he wanted to shout to the sky. I made it. I've got support now. Starting tomorrow, he will be able to join the elite patrol team of the Velford family, whose average level is over 35, to explore the wild. At first, he might just follow along, but as long as he can participate, even if just helping out a little, his experience points will keep increasing rapidly. Plus, after getting familiar with these skilled soldiers, he might be able to take on higher-level quests, or even, if it's safe, ask them to help control some tough monsters so he can get the final hit. Lu Wei already imagined his level soaring and his stats skyrocketing. He patted his bald head, hummed a quirky tune, and quickly headed to the tavern. The new tavern in town is the busiest place besides the military camp and the square. It was originally planned to be a large warehouse, but Bailing, the dwarf, used his savings to buy and transform it into a place that offers lodging, food, and drinks. The tables and chairs are made of heavy, sturdy wood. Old weapons and animal skins hang on the walls. A large brick and metal fireplace takes up one wall, crackling with fire, warming the whole hall and dispelling the cold winter evening in the north. Right now, just before or after dinner, the tavern is lively and smoky. Near the fireplace, several tables are occupied by different-looking, sharp-eyed players. They talk quietly or argue loudly, with mugs of beer and hearty roasted meat in front of them. Their conversations mostly focus on the tense northern situation, good-paying quests, or exchanging rumors about the barbarians. A little farther away, soldiers from the Velford family sit. Most are on rest, taking off their heavy armor and wearing only leather shirts. They drink from large wooden cups, brag about past adventures, or complain about tough training and strict officers. The atmosphere there is rougher and noisier than with the players. Some local residents from Cold Forest Town, usually wealthier or small leaders like Baron, also come here to have a drink, listen to news from outside, and enjoy the lively, mixed atmosphere. When Lu Wei pushed open the door, a cold wind blew in, causing a few grumbles of discontent. But soon, after realizing it was him, the cheers and greetings started to come one after another. Hey, the bald guy is here, Pastor Li Wei. Sit over here, Brother Li Wei. How's the mine today? Most players nodded in greeting, their eyes filled with curiosity and interest. After the Odin statue incident, Li Wei, the guardian pastor of Cold Forest Town, had become somewhat famous among players. Everyone knew there was a special place here that could give epic buffs, and the man in front of them, who looked a bit like a shrewd businessman, seemed to be one of the key figures. The soldiers from Velford were even more enthusiastic, since Li Wei's recent small favors and massage services hadn't been given for nothing. Brother Li Wei, come have a drink. The latest military pay just came in. Old Li, my shoulders are still sore. Give me a quick massage later. The townspeople of Cold Forest Town greeted him with a mix of respect and friendliness, smiling as they spoke. Li Wei responded with a cheerful smile. His bald head reflected the firelight from the fireplace, making it look shiny. He skillfully moved through the noisy hall and headed straight for the figure behind the counter, who was busy wiping glasses. Brother Balin, business is booming. Huh. Li Wei patted the heavy wooden counter, causing a few glasses to jump. The dwarf behind the counter looked up. His thick brown beard almost covered most of his face, but his bright, round eyes shone with energy. His name was Balin Stonemer. He claimed his ancestors came from the Glory Bay in the south. Due to some insignificant matter, rumor has it he got drunk and braided the clan leader's beard. He ran away and ended up in the northern lands, settling in Cold Forest Town. He was the only dwarf in town, also the tavern owner, and one of the NPCs who gave out beginner quests. Li Wei, you clever bald guy. Balin's voice was deep and rough, with a typical dwarf's hearty tone and nasal quality, but his eyes showed no anger, only amusement. Coming here again to drink my ale? Or are you after that barrel of dwarf fire from the south in my cellar? Come on, brother, Li Wei said innocently. I'm here with good intentions. I heard you recently got a fine batch of strong liquor, so I came to support you. Balin burst out laughing, put down his wine glass, and reached under the counter to pull out a large wooden mug. He skillfully filled it from a big barrel behind him, with frothy beer, and set it down in front of Li Wei. Drink. No more talk. It's on me. Li Wei didn't hesitate. He picked up the mug and took a big sip. The cold beer, with a strong malt aroma and a slight bitterness, slid down his throat, bringing a warm feeling. Good drink. Balin, you really have a good thing here. Balin proudly stroked his beard and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Even though the tavern was noisy, his words were clear. I heard you came out of Knight Commander Raymond's place today, and you were all smiles. What's the good news? Tell me. Everyone around looked at him with curious, sneaky eyes. Li Wei chuckled and took another sip, wiping his mouth. Nothing special. The Knight Commander gave me a big shirt. Maybe next time I go on patrol, I'll get to see more. I've been thinking I should practice more. If we ever get into a fight, I might be able to help a bit. Balin blinked and showed a look like he understood. He patted Li Wei's shoulder hard, almost making him fall into the counter. Good. You should practice. Your Odin boss is in charge of fighting, and you're a priest. You can't always be just behind the scenes, forging metal, right? Though, you're pretty good at that too. He paused, smiling more kindly. But you, kid, you've got a lot of clever ideas. Last time, thanks to you, I almost lost my dwarf fire brew. He was talking about a small incident from a few days ago. That evening, Balin had drunk a bit too much. He staggered home, locking the tavern door behind him. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered he might have lost his key. He was so anxious, sweating all over. The key not only opened the tavern door, but also connected to his cellar, where he kept his precious drinks and some savings. He hurried back, only to find Li Wei standing at his door, one hand on the lock. Balin, my brother, you're finally back, Li Wei said anxiously. You left the key in the lock, and I saw it. I was worried someone might grab it, so I kept my hand on it. I've been holding it for a while. My hand's frozen now. Balin looked and saw that Li Wei's hand was tightly holding the lock, with the outline of the key faintly visible between his fingers. He was so touched he almost cried. He grabbed Li Wei's hand. Li Wei tried to pull it back with an ouch, and the key clattered to the ground. Good brother. You're so kind. Really, you're so kind. If it weren't for you, my tavern would be in danger. Don't leave tonight. Let's have a good drink together. Open the best dwarf fire in the cellar. Li Wei naturally couldn't refuse such kindness. Actually, the key was left in the lock by Balin himself, who forgot to take it out. Li Wei, passing by, casually took it. He wanted to see if he could secretly make a copy for easier future visits to the cellar. But before he could go far, he saw Balin rushing back anxiously. Just as it looked like he might get caught, Li Wei quickly thought of a plan, ran back, and put the key back in the lock, covering it with his hand. That's how the scene played out. This incident made Balin see Li Wei as a truly loyal and honest friend, and their friendship quickly grew stronger. Balin genuinely considered Li Wei as a half-brother. Although he sometimes thought Li Wei's smile looked a bit sneaky, he was a dwarf, and once he accepted someone as a brother, he was completely loyal. Just a small favor, Li Wei waved his hand, pretending it was nothing. Who's who? Just pour me another drink. All on me. Balin cheerfully refilled his cup. Li Wei and Balin chatted about town gossip, drank 2 large mugs of beer, and felt their fatigue fade away. Their spirits lifted, and their minds became more lively. He moved closer to the counter, rubbed his hands, and wore a friendly smile Balin knew well. He lowered his voice and said, "Old brother, I have one more thing. I'd like to ask for your help." Balin was wiping a tin cup, looked up, and his bright eyes sparkled. "What are you after now? Just so you know, the dwarf fire can be opened, but that flame breath cannot be touched. That's our treasure. The shop's secret weapon. No way. What do you think I am?" Li Wei looked hurt. "It's an important matter. You see, I'm about to go out with the soldiers for training. I need to be prepared, right? With my current level and strength. It's embarrassing. I was thinking, since you know so many people, could you help me find some small jobs? Like, cleaning up the town's outskirts from those sneaky bandits, snow wolves, or goblins." He gestured excitedly, eyes full of hope. "Nothing too hard. Just kill 10 or so goblins, cut off their ears, find some of their stolen junk, or chase away the surrounding snow wolves. Earn some experience, get a few silver coins, and spend them happily. Brother, you're the most well-informed person in Hamlin Town. You must have plenty of beginner tasks, right?" Baron stopped wiping the cup. His thick beard twitched slightly, as if he were holding back a laugh. He slowly set the cup down, leaned forward on the counter, and his bearded face almost touched Li Wei's. In his round eyes shone a teasing light that Li Wei couldn't quite understand. "Small job? Cleaning up goblins? 10 or 8 of them?" Baron's voice dropped lower, carrying the deep, muffled tone typical of dwarves. "Brother Li Wei, your sights are a bit too low." Li Wei froze. "Huh." Baron chuckled, glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then mysteriously pulled out a wrinkled, slightly scorched piece of beast hide from under the counter and slapped it down in front of Li Wei. On the hide, written in crooked common script and accompanied by a few terribly drawn sketches, were some details. Li Wei leaned closer and read, "Commission, eliminate the threat, target, Frost Goblin Shaman, Icebreaker Gluck, Elite, location, north of Hamlin Town, Ice Rift Valley Nest, description, recently, strange frost magic has gathered in the valley. A goblin shaman suspected of controlling ice spikes and cold mist has been sighted, posing a danger to travelers. This shaman is a rare mutated type. Defeating it will bring rich rewards and a special bonus from the Wilford family. Recommended level 25. Team. Note: the shaman is cunning and guarded by many frost goblins. Highly dangerous. Avoid unless well prepared." Li Wei's eyes widened as he stared at the hide, then looked up at Baron's bearded face, which clearly said, "You should be thanking me." The veins on Li Wei's forehead twitched twice. "Brother Baron." Li Wei's voice cracked in disbelief. He pointed at the hide, his hand trembling. You call this a small job? A frost goblin shaman. An elite monster. Recommended level 25 and above for a team. And it's a rare variant. This is basically the boss of a hard dungeon." He became more excited as he spoke, almost spitting on Baron's beard. "Gala didn't give me this kind of task. You should have given me a quest to hunt wild boars or goblin minions. Tell me the name, how many, and the location. Then I could come and get the reward, show you the special monster CG. Why did you just send me to kill an elite monster directly?" Baron was splattered with spit, but didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled happily and proudly flicked a rough, short finger at a piece of beast hide paper. "Brother, you're out of the loop." He leaned in closer, eyes squinting. "This is a rare quest. I usually don't give these to just anyone. I keep them for brothers with potential, courage, and someone I trust." He patted Li Wei's shoulder with his usual strength. "Look, now you're with Velford's army. Your level is a bit low, but you're not alone. The elite under Knight Commander Raymond are tough. When the time comes, follow the main force and let them lead the way. You stay behind, wait for the right moment, and give that shaman a good hit. Experience, loot, rewards. All yours. Many people would kill to get this chance. Only you, Li Wei. I like you, think you're clever, and I believe you'll have a bright future. That's why I brought out this hidden gem." Baron looked like he was saying, "You're making a big profit. What do you say? Pretty generous, right? Besides the bounty from the Velford family, there are some good items too. I can't say more now, but it's definitely better than killing 100 ordinary goblins." Li Wei felt both amused and annoyed, secretly cursing Baron 100 times. This dwarf clearly saw that he recently got close to Velford's troops and wanted to use him to deal with a tough problem that ordinary adventurers wouldn't touch. And he called it taking care of a brother. and a rare quest. Nice talk about good stuff, but it's just a pretty picture. The problem is, this picture is poisonous. That frost goblin shaman, just the name sounds dangerous. It can control ice spikes and freezing fog, with a bunch of minions around. Even with Velford's army helping, swords and magic are unpredictable. If an ice spike hits the wrong spot or he's trapped in the fog, his level 10 small body might just drop dead on the spot. Brother, Li Wei grimaced, trying to resist. This is too tough. I have bad teeth, I can't bite through it. Can we change it? For example, clearing the surrounding area of the mine of common goblins. 20 or 30 would be fine. Trade? Balan's face hardened, his beard bristling. He quickly grabbed back the animal hide paper, pretending to put it away. Bro, are you doubting my judgment? This task is highly watched. If it weren't for your good relationship with Velfo's people and the chance to mobilize some troops, I wouldn't be willing to give it to you. But if you don't want it, others do. The adventurers at the next table were just asking me yesterday if there are any high-paying missions. He glanced casually at the nearby tables of players. Li Wei saw this and felt anxious. The task might be risky, but Balan had a point. If he could use Velfo's army, the safety would be much higher. Plus, the reward was tempting. What if he found something valuable? Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. He clenched his teeth, grabbed Balan's hand as he tried to take back the animal hide paper, and forced a smile that was worse than crying. No, brother, I want it. Can I have it? Balan immediately changed his expression, smiling happily, and pushed the animal hide paper back into Li Wei's hand. That's more like it. That's the spirit of a big player. Don't worry, can I really trick you? This task is tough, but with your cleverness and Velfo's army, it's definitely doable. When you make your fortune, don't forget to invite me for a real dwarf fire. Li Wei clutched the crumpled animal hide paper, and the task panel instantly showed a new quest called Goblin Terminator. The reward was 200 gold coins. Pretty good. And it was worth it because there were some nice items. Besides a Goblin Slayer title, he also got a blue-level spear called Defender, level 30. Now, he not only had to leverage the army's experience, but also figure out how to persuade them to help fight the elite shaman. This path to level up was truly nerve-wracking, full of traps. All right, brother, I accept this quest, Li Wei said weakly, feeling like his ale no longer tasted good. Great, that's the spirit. Balan laughed heartily, pouring Li Wei another cup. Good luck, brother. Wishing you success and a full haul. Cheers. Li Wei raised his glass, watching the amber liquid swirl inside, as if he saw himself facing howling ice spikes and fierce goblin shamans. He tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Alcohol brings sorrow, turning into a silent sigh that only roars in the heart. This world. Even NPCs have learned to make false promises and shift blame. 5 days later, on a cold morning, the sky was always gray, with cold wind blowing tiny snowflakes across the cold forest town square. At this moment, the square was lively and bustling with people and steam. On the north side of the square, a simple wooden platform about 1 person tall had been built for the military parade. On the platform, 2 flags fluttered. One was the Roaring Bear flag of the Northern Kingdom, and the other was the Ice Wolf flag of the Velfo family. Below, the crowd was dense and noisy. At the front were 100 fully armed Velfo family soldiers. They stood in neat rows according to their squads, shining armor, and long spears like a forest. Many faces, young or weathered, showed confusion, but most had a calm and serious look as if ready for an important task. Behind the soldiers, the residents of Cold Forest Town rushed in, packed tightly together. Almost everyone who could move in the town was here. Since news of the barbarians' southward invasion spread, the whole town had been uneasy. Today, the soldiers seemed to be preparing for a big move. This made the townspeople both scared and secretly hopeful to see their protectors show strength. Outside the main crowd, some idle players stood around, arms crossed or whispering to each other, watching the scene with interest in the military action of the NPC forces. Such a big show. Are they going to attack first? They say goblin nests near the ice valley are causing trouble, harassing the mining transport. 100 soldiers to wipe out a goblin nest? What's going on? Did our clan break some rule? Why are we facing such trouble? No one knows what these NPCs are thinking every day. Someone must be guiding them behind the scenes. Look, someone is coming up on the platform. Under many watchful eyes, four figures stepped onto the parade platform. Leading the way was Elena Velfo, dressed in silver-gray half-plate armor, wearing a deep blue cloak with a cold, icy face. As the highest-ranking Velfo family member and captain of the Ice Wolf Knights Guard, she was naturally the final decision-maker for this operation. Following closely was Sir Raymond, a tall, strong man like a tower. He was the direct leader of this ground cleanup operation. The third person to step forward was Bran, the official leader of Hamlin Town. He wore his best old leather coat, with a nervous and excited look on his face. His steps were a bit shaky, but he had to stand here representing the townspeople. And the last person to come up, when the bald man, shining and wearing an ill-fitting spiked leather vest, staggered onto the platform. The crowd below burst into surprised and amused laughter. Huh, isn't that the bald priest, Li Wei? What's he doing? Wearing armor. Wow, this look. Even the best experts at home can't help him now. I heard he's been getting along well with the NPCs lately. Is he going to join the fight this time? A level 10 priest? Protected by a bunch of high-level NPCs to fight goblins? Wow, that's awesome. Some soldiers in the ranks also showed small signs of unrest. Many soldiers looked at Li Wei with strange expressions, full of teasing and sympathy. They had all received small favors or massages from Li Wei before. They didn't dislike this smooth-talking bald priest, but bringing him to the battlefield? That was no joke. Even Elena and Raymond on the stage looked a bit stiff. Elena's icy blue eyes showed a hint of helplessness, and Raymond's face twitched. Only Bran watched Li Wei's odd outfit and proud stance, feeling both worried and amused. He even felt a little proud. After all, Li Wei was one of their own. Li Wei seemed unaware of the crowd's reactions. He stood at the edge of the platform, first bowing awkwardly to Elena and Raymond, almost hitting his bald head with his hand, then nodding to Bran. Then he cleared his throat, took out a simple loudspeaker made from thin tin, which he had asked Tom to make yesterday. This was his magical device. He brought the tin horn to his mouth, took a deep breath, and with all his strength, shouted in his signature rough voice, "Silence, please." The sound, amplified through the rough metal megaphone, became very harsh and unpleasant, like a broken gong being struck loudly, instantly overpowering the noise below. Everyone was startled by this sudden loud voice, causing them to close their mouths instinctively and focus their eyes on the bald preacher. Li Wei was pleased with this effect. He puffed out his chest, holding the metal megaphone, and looked over the dark crowd below, especially the 100 elite soldiers, trying to look serious as if about to give a grand speech. He gathered his emotions, then suddenly raised the megaphone high, deliberately stretched his voice, and began his pre-battle speech, "Great wind, rise." The first words surprised everyone, including Elena and Raymond on the stage. What kind of tune is that? It sounds a bit strange. Li Wei ignored the confusion and continued shouting, his voice carrying far in the cold wind. "Clouds, fly high. How can brave warriors be found?" He paused on purpose, his eyes shining as he looked over the 100 soldiers, then suddenly pointed the metal megaphone northward, using all his strength, and roared with all his might, "Guard the 4 directions." After shouting these 3 lines, Li Wei felt a bit short of breath and took a deep breath. But below, there was an eerie silence. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, and the townspeople looked puzzled. Is this bald man reciting poetry? Or some strange battle song? Could it be a prayer from Odin's faith? Although no one understood the exact meaning, they could guess the phrase, "Guard the 4 directions." But what does this way of expression mean? The players were also trying not to laugh, their faces turning red. This was a real gamble. Li Wei wanted this effect. He wanted to be different. He wanted to leave a deep impression. He caught his breath, then raised the megaphone again. This time, his voice became firm and decisive, full of undeniable, fighting spirit. "Everyone keep your underwear dry. I know it's hard, but it's an order. I believe all brave heroes know this. North. Those blue-skinned little guys. Dirty, stupid, evil goblins." With each word, he waved his arm forcefully. They are stealing our mines, killing our livestock. How dare they harass our transport team? They think our cold forest town is easy to bully. They think our soldiers are just decorations. Let me tell them, Nonsense. Li Wei suddenly stomped his foot, causing the platform to shake. Today, the brave men of Cold Forest Town will make those blue-skinned troublemakers understand. He pointed north again, speaking slowly and forcefully, like a hammer hitting. Bro, Bull, Lin. We must eliminate. They must. His last words almost broke his voice, amplified through a metal horn, with a fierce, almost wild energy echoing across the square. We can't let them go. Think about it. When you leave the town with your wife, eating sausage and singing, suddenly you get robbed by bandits. By goblins. Everyone below, whether soldiers or townspeople, was stunned by his sudden, passionate shout. Especially that line, "We must eliminate the goblins," combined with his shiny bald head, funny armor, and fierce face that looked like he hated the goblins with all his heart, created a strange but inspiring sense of passion and humor. After a brief silence, the villagers, who didn't fully understand but felt the excitement, started to cheer loudly. Destroy them. Beat those blue-skinned pests. Long live the soldiers. At first, their shouts were messy, but soon they formed into a united cry. Destroy the goblins. Destroy the goblins. Some young soldiers in the ranks, caught up in the mood, clenched their weapons and looked sharper. Although they thought the bald preacher was a bit funny, his words hit their hearts. Fighting to protect the town, eliminate threats, and fight the enemies that threaten the safety of the mine. It's all right and proper. Even Raymond, watching the excited crowd and the soldiers' burning fighting spirit, kept a serious face, but a faint surprise and a tiny bit of approval flickered in his eyes. This guy? He really knows how to stir up people. His methods are a bit strange, but the effect is good. Elena still had a calm expression, but her icy blue eyes lingered on Levi for a moment. This bald priest always managed to do something surprising. Levi looked at the excited crowd below and felt very proud. Why was it that all those stubborn players kept laughing and leaning against the wall? It was really worth it to see their reactions. Although the players' reactions didn't meet expectations, the people of Hanlon Town were very supportive. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, Levi took the opportunity to let Elena and Grandpa say a few words, showing he was polite and not trying to steal the spotlight. But when he turned to look at Elena, he saw her with a fierce look of determination. It was as if her face was saying, "If you dare give me that broken thing, I swear I'll cut you on the spot." Levi awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and then looked at Raymond. The knight captain saw that Levi seemed upset and had to step forward bravely. Levi turned the metal horn toward Raymond and shouted with great respect and admiration, "Now, let us welcome the guardian of Hanlon Town, the fastest legend of Frost City, the fierce wolf of the Verfo family, Knight Raymond." He stretched out his voice, dramatically pointed at Raymond. "For everyone, give a speech and lead the brave warriors on the expedition." Raymond's lips twitched slightly. He stepped forward, standing at the front, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over the 100 soldiers below. He didn't use a loudspeaker, but his deep, powerful voice still clearly echoed across the square. Target: 15 miles north of the town, the goblin nest in the Ice Valley. Mission: eliminate all goblins, destroy the nest, scout the surrounding area, and look for signs of barbarian activity. Formation: 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Infantry Squads. The 1st Archery Squad. Follow me on the expedition. Other units, strictly defend the town. Move out. The commands were clear and concise, full of military efficiency and authority. Yes, the 100 soldiers responded in unison, their voices loud and firm. Raymond no longer spoke, asked Elena for approval, and then strode down from the command platform. Elena and Bran also followed. Li Wei quickly put away his metal horn, adjusted his uncomfortable leather armor vest, and put on a flattering smile. He happily followed Raymond and also left the stage. Below, the soldiers who were called out quickly formed ranks. Led by their squad leaders, they began to march in order toward the south gate. The townspeople automatically cleared the way, watching with respect and hope as they bid farewell to the departing team. The players excitedly discussed among themselves. Some even wanted to join the fun or look for loot, but many experienced players shook their heads and explained the game rules to the less experienced newcomers. Because there are many divine players, each area has 2 types of dungeons. First, public dungeons, which have fast monster rests and allow players to help each other. The downside is that if you run too slow, you might miss the monsters. Second, team dungeons, which are separate instances. The monsters residential only for that team, but there are no other players around, making it more dangerous. Also, team dungeons have a time limit. When time runs out, players are forced out. Soon, 100 elite soldiers, led personally by Raymond, formed a neat marching line and left the newly built southern gate of Hamlin Town. At the back of the line, a figure wearing a funny leather armor vest, a bald head sweating from excitement and nervousness, clutching a metal horn and trying hard to keep pace with the army, looked very eye-catching and inspiring. Ian, wearing a new cotton coat and a sheepskin hat, followed closely behind his leader, ignoring the teasing sounds from behind. Huh, that bald guy really went along. Yeah, let him have his fun. But that bald guy is kind of interesting. He actually managed to connect with an NPC. Maybe he's hiding his true strength? Look at his speech. Can a normal person say something like that? Wow. I didn't expect Li Wei to reach the realm of a half-sage. Just one step away from becoming a sage. Huh? Bro, are you joking? What's going on? Have you ever studied Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering? Zhuangzi said there are 3 levels of a person. The perfect person has no self, the divine person has no achievements, and the sage has no fame. That bald guy is a pure divine person. So isn't he a half-sage? Wow, that makes sense. Bro, you're really wise. Hee hee, I am not talented, just a 9-point intelligence. Amid the villagers' mixed gazes and the curious or teasing chatter of the players, the team responsible for clearing bandits and scouting disappeared beyond the town into the vast, snow-covered plains. Li Wei walked at the back of the group, feeling the solidness of the frozen ground beneath his feet, listening to the orderly footsteps ahead and the clinking of armor. His heart was pounding quickly, not out of fear, but from excitement and anticipation. Leveling up, getting stronger, rebirth in the game world, dominating as a bald priest starting from goblins. He clenched his fist around the one-handed hammer styled after the Vilfo design, then glanced at his stats, full of confidence. Name: Li Wei Croy race. Human gender: male class. Priest faith: one-eyed god. Odin level: 10 experience. 97/2100 attributes. Display panel: HP: 541, 45190. Strength: 38. Agility: 9. Constitution: 16, 14/2. Intelligence: 8. Perception: 13. Spirit: 8. Equipment: head: none. Upper body: damaged studded leather vest. Vilfo militia standard gear. Provides basic physical defense. Quality: green level. 15 effects. 80 HP. 2 Constitution. Lower body: thick coarse cloth pants. Durable and reliable. Quality: white level. 1 feet. Reinforced miner's boots to prevent toes from being crushed by falling metal. Quality: white level. 1 weapon. Northern style one-handed hammer. Common weapon in the Northern Kingdom Army. Quality: white level. 15 effects. 8 strength. 10 HP. Accessories: none. The cold wind howled as the team moved forward like a gray steel dragon, heading north toward the Ice Rift Valley. Silent and steady. As they left Cold Forest Town, Li Wei jogged up to Raymond, pulled out a crumpled piece of animal hide paper, and looked at the abstract sketches on it. He explained the directions to Raymond, familiar with this place. Raymond kept his eyes straight ahead, walking steadily. He nodded, thinking that since they were here to clear monsters, it didn't matter where they went. After about an hour of marching, they reached the place Li Wei mentioned. The knight commander leading the team raised his right fist, and the entire group immediately stopped. Li Wei was walking behind, almost bumping into a soldier's shield. He steadied himself, wiped his nose that had turned cold, and tiptoed forward to look ahead. In front, the terrain started to become rough. At the end of a snow-covered rocky, there was a dark cave constantly emitting white cold air. Around the cave entrance, there were some rough bones, animal pelts, and trash. A faint smell of decay and strange odors filled the air. This is the Goblin Nest in Ice Valley, a small dungeon marked on the player map for levels 15 to 20. This is it, Commander, Li Wei said with a grin. About 200 steps from the cave, in a relatively flat, wind-protected area, dozens of tents of various sizes were set up. Campfires flickered, shadows moved, and the sounds of chatter and activity could be faintly heard even through the snowstorm. It looked like at least 200 or 300 people had gathered there. Most of these people wore mismatched leather or cloth armor, holding weapons that looked poorly made. They gathered in small groups around the fires, some whispering, some cleaning their weapons, and some playing cards or gambling. Above their heads floated names and level tags. These were players. Most of them were between levels 10 and 20, clearly low-level players here to farm materials or explore the dungeon. When the Velfo army arrived, it was like a big stone thrown into a calm pond, instantly disturbing the camp's peaceful atmosphere. The lively camp suddenly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the suddenly appearing, fierce-looking NPC army with surprise and caution. Wow, what's going on? An NPC army? Is the Winter Frost barbarians attacking? Should we split the loot, boss? That armor. It's the emblem of the Velfo family. The noble private army from Wind City. What are they doing here? Are they also here to farm goblins? Don't joke. A proper army of over 100 level 30 soldiers. Farming a level 15 dungeon? That's like using a dragon-slaying sword to kill a chicken. Could it be a story quest? Players discussed excitedly, whispering to each other, and looked at the Wilford army with curiosity. Knight Commander Raymond glanced at the distant player camp, but paid no further attention. As long as these adventurers did not interfere with their plans, everything would be fine. First and second squads form battle lines, block the entrance, and clear the surroundings. Archer Squad, occupy the right flank high ground to provide long-range cover. Third Squad, follow me into the cave. The commands were clear and strong. Well-trained soldiers immediately moved, changing formations with a cold, deadly aura. Players watched as the army quickly organized, surrounding the entrance of the dungeon. Archers climbed onto the rocky S on the sides, stringing their bows, their cold glints aimed at the entrance, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, players in the southern border chat channel, some knowledgeable or confident they understood the situation, began to explain, "Brothers, don't panic. Look at the southern channel. The Wilford family found a magic crystal mine in the east and built a forward outpost called Cold Forest Town. The northern barbarians are coming south, right? They're using goblin nests threatening the mine to practice real combat, and also scout if there are any barbarian infiltrations further north. That makes sense. I knew it. This is just a normal military operation by NPC forces. Cold Forest Town? The one with the epic Odin statue. Exactly. No wonder they're spending so much, sending a proper army to clear the dungeon. Wait, isn't that Wu Ku in the crowd? Is he someone from Cold Forest Town, Li Wei? Who else would be hanging out with NPCs all day? It's that bald guy. The top player for Divine Blessing. He's already on the Divine Blessing leaderboard. I envy him. Having an NPC support is so cool. No need to fight monsters yourself. Li Wei had no time to check the chat channel. He was now tightly following Raymond and the third squad, his heart pounding like a drum. Ian silently followed beside him, his light gray eyes alertly watching the surroundings. Into the cave, Raymond ordered sharply, leading the way into the dark, cold entrance. The 30 elite infantry of the third squad followed closely, shields in front, spears behind, moving steadily. Li Wei quickly pulled Ian and huddled at the back of the team, slipping inside. Outside, the players watched the army march in one after another, then quickly disappear into the darkness of the cave, exchanging surprised looks. Did they go straight into the dungeon, not forming a team, not inviting others? Of course not. They're NPC troops entering a quest dimension, which doesn't connect with our player dungeon dimension. Then should we keep farming here? Yes. Maybe after they clear it, monster res will change, or there might be extra events. Let's wait and see. Inside the cave, it was colder and damper than outside. The air was thick with a foul smell and a strange sulfur-like scent. The walls were covered with slimy moss and frost, and the uneven stone ground was sometimes wet and slippery. Suddenly, a semi-transparent light blue interface appeared in front of Li Wei with tiny icy glow edges. Current dungeon, Ice Valley Goblin Cave, dungeon level, 10 to 25, recommended. Current team, 1/5, player, Li Wei, LV10 priest. The interface showed his avatar, a system-generated image of a bald, expressionless priest. Next to it, his level and class were displayed. In the lower right corner of his avatar was a smaller picture of Ian, with a level marked as 1 and a class labeled Mage. Li Wei guessed she was probably a Beast Master or Ranger pet, not a separate player character. No other player info was shown. The fully armed Velfer soldiers around, including the frontline Raymond Knight, weren't visible on this interface. However, Li Wei could clearly see a faint green glow surrounding them, which was likely the system's ally indicator. Wow, there really is a dungeon interface, Li Wei thought, feeling both curious and somewhat used to it. He looked over the interface and quickly found a difficulty adjustment option below the dungeon info. Difficulty selection: normal, default, suitable for starting out. Hard, increased monster strength, more enemies, special elite SS, higher challenge, and better rewards. Nightmare, unlocks at level 30 or above. Goblin Cave offers only normal and hard modes. Seeing the small text behind the hard option, monster attributes increased. More monsters, special elites S, richer rewards. Li Wei's heart unexpectedly beat a little faster. Attribute boosts? More monsters? Special elites? Does that mean more experience points too? Anyway, with Raymond and his elite soldiers, all averaging level 35 or higher, leading the way, safety was assured. They fight monsters, while he stays behind to gain experience. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the monsters, and the more experience he could earn. This was a great chance to make quick gains. Without much hesitation, Li Wei made a quick decision and selected hard. Selected dungeon difficulty. Hard, warning. In hard mode, monster strength and quantity are significantly increased. Please ensure your team is strong enough to handle it. Loading hard mode dungeon. The small text on the screen flickered briefly before disappearing. The light blue interface gradually faded away, but Li Wei could feel that something around him seemed different. The cave's lighting appeared darker and colder. The foul smell of blood and sulfur grew stronger. The faint rustling and sharp screeches heard from afar became a little clearer. Raymond, walking at the front, paused slightly, his brow furrowing beneath his helmet. He sensed that the atmosphere inside the cave was more alive than the intel suggested. Was it just his imagination? Or were there signs of barbarian infiltration? He didn't think much and calmly ordered, "Stay alert. Shield bearers in front. Move steadily. Watch your footing and overhead." Yes. The soldiers responded softly, tightening their formation. Li Wei stayed in the back, feeling excited inside but trying to keep a serious, tense expression. He tightly gripped his one-handed hammer and followed closely behind. Ian also seemed to notice something. She tilted her head slightly, her pale gray eyes shimmering faintly in the dim light, carefully sensing the flow of magical energy in the air. She felt that the ice elements were more active and chaotic than expected. Inside the cave, the light was extremely dim. Only a little daylight from the entrance and the soldiers' torches could illuminate a small area ahead. The team moved forward slowly and steadily in a standard search formation. The front shield bearer carefully explored the way with a large iron shield, while the spear wielder followed closely, ready to strike at any moment. After walking less than 50 steps, a sharp, noisy scream suddenly sounded from the darkness ahead. Jiela! Gulu! Soon after, 7 or 8 small frost goblins, wielding rough-bone clubs or stone axes, jumped out from side paths and behind rocks, screeching loudly. Their levels were generally around 16 to 18. Li Wei was startled and immediately pulled Ian back a step, protecting everyone behind him. However, the goblins looked frightening, but in front of the elite soldiers of Velford, whose average level was over 35, they seemed quite silly. Defend! The shield bearers at the front shouted in unison, lowering their large shields to the ground, forming a tight, impenetrable wall of iron. The goblins' attacks hit the iron shields with dull, bang-bang sounds, leaving no marks. Stab! Through the gaps in the shields, several sharp spears shot out like deadly snakes. Thud! Thud! Precise and deadly. Li Wei saw a long string of damage numbers appear on the goblins' bodies one after another. The 3 goblins at the front, even before they could scream, were pierced through their chests or throats by the spears, thrown into the air like torn sacks, hitting the rocks and splattering dark blue blood. The remaining goblins, frightened by this thunderous counterattack, screamed, and tried to retreat. "Advance forward, leave no survivors," Raymond ordered coldly. The shield wall parted, and several infantrymen wielding one-handed swords or battle axes charged out like fierce tigers. Swords and axes flashed, accompanied by the shrill screams of the goblins. Within seconds, the rest were cut down, twitching and dying. The fight lasted no more than 10 seconds, clean, swift, and deadly. Li Wei watched from behind, stunned, his heart pounding. This was a real army. Their efficiency was completely different from that of low-level rookie players running dungeons. What surprised him even more was that each time a goblin died, a message would appear at the bottom left of the screen. Your team has defeated Frost Goblin, LV-17. You gained 68 experience points, party experience reduction, level difference penalty. Your team has defeated Frost Goblin, LV-16. You gained 62 experience points, although each monster gave less experience due to level difference penalties, and the experience was reduced. He couldn't help but notice that the monster's levels were higher than his. And he hadn't done much at all. He just stood there watching. He could see his experience points jump visibly. This felt amazing. So satisfying. It was like enjoying the benefits of being a freeloader. Li Wei almost burst out laughing, quickly covering his mouth to avoid Raymond's displeasure. Ian stood beside him, seemingly also receiving experience notifications. His light gray eyes flickered with a faint glow. His level was rapidly increasing from level 1. After defeating the ambushing goblins, the team continued forward. The cave was deeper than expected, with many forks in the path. Raymond, clearly experienced in clearing such nests, ordered the team to proceed carefully. When they reached a fork, he sent 1 or 2 small groups to clear each side, making sure no corners were left unchecked. The battles were almost one-sided slaughter. Although the frost goblins had the advantage of terrain, sometimes attacking from above or from the side, setting traps, or throwing poisoned short spears, these tactics were useless against the well-organized Velfer soldiers with their strong individual skills. Shields blocked attacks, spears stabbed, axes chopped, and occasionally a soldier would accidentally step on a trap, losing only a few dozen health points. His comrades quickly protected him, and the priest in the back would promptly cast a simple, basic heal. Li Wei and Ian stayed close behind the team, like 2 curious followers. The bald man held his one-handed hammer, nervously looking around but never finding a chance to strike. The monsters were defeated before they could reach him. He kept receiving experience notifications, watching his experience bar slowly but steadily increase. Experience: 162/2100, experience. 225/2100, experience. 287/2100. Although the gains per kill weren't high, this method was much faster than him mining by himself. Hee, I must eat. Li Wei's expression at this moment closely resembled that of a sneaky bird or beast, with a mischievous smile. Ian remained very quiet. He didn't have the talent to show such human-like expressions, so he silently allocated free attribute points to himself. As they went deeper, the number of goblins they encountered increased. Sometimes, dozens would rush out at once, including a few larger ones wielding crude iron weapons, Frost Goblin warriors, LV-20-22. The fight started to get a little more intense. The soldiers still worked together skillfully, but occasionally goblins managed to break through the defenses, leaving shallow wounds on a soldier's arms or legs. The healer accompanying them frequently cast healing spells. Li Wei watched the goblin warriors, who were howling and rushing forward only to be quickly cut down. He thought to himself, they're just gaining experience safely, but is this the best way to get the most out of it? Maybe. He could try to join in. For example, wait until the soldiers weaken the monsters, then go in for the final? Would that give him more experience? Once this idea popped into his mind, he couldn't suppress it anymore. Finally, after clearing out about 15 or 16 goblins, only 2 injured goblin warriors remained, surrounded by 3 soldiers. Li Wei saw his chance. Those 2 goblin warriors had almost no health left and were staggering, barely holding their defenses. Li Wei took a deep breath, summoned his courage, let out a battle cry to apply some debuffs, and charged forward with his one-handed hammer. "Head! Fall back!" shouted a soldier who was attacking one of the goblins. But Li Wei had already reached close, spotted an opening in one of the goblin warriors, and with all his strength, swung his hammer at its head. 80. Here we go. Bang. The hammer hit the goblin warrior's battered iron shield solidly. Li Wei's 38 strength was fully utilized at that moment. Though his technique was rough, his brute force was impressive. The injured goblin warrior, already wounded, was knocked askew by the powerful, staggering backward. A nearby soldier quickly seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword into the goblin's chest. Your team has killed Frost Goblin Warrior, LV-21. You gain 105 experience points. The experience points were significantly higher than before. Li Wei was very happy. He wanted to repeat his successful attack on another goblin, but saw that the goblin warrior was cut down by soldiers with many swords. Li Wei panted, his hand trembling as he held his hammer. He felt both excited and scared. Unfortunately, he didn't deal much damage, so he didn't feel fully involved. Next time, don't act on your own. Raymond's cold voice came with a scolding. Stay behind and take care of yourself? Yes. Yes, I understand. Li Wei quickly nodded and stepped back, but he was very happy inside. After his first success, he was more confident. In the next fights, he didn't rush forward blindly. Instead, he stayed on the edge, looking for goblins that were almost dead, with only a little blood left. When the chance came, he would rush in to get the kill. He still failed a few times, sometimes missing out or getting scolded by soldiers, but his success rate was slowly improving. Experience. 392/2100 experience. For 68/2100 experience. 550/2100 his experience points were increasing faster. Ian watched Li Wei jumping around, trying to grab kills, and a small smile appeared on her face. She also tried, from a safe distance, to cast Frost Arrow at the restrained goblins. Her Frost Arrow was powerful. It often finished off goblins with low health or caused significant damage and slowed down full health goblins, giving soldiers better chances to kill. Her efficiency in getting kills was even higher than Li Wei's, and it was safer. The soldiers appreciated her support, as she provided effective long-range help. Ian Vesera Eldrin killed Frost Goblin, LV-18. You gained 55 experience points, shared with teammates. Li Wei watched Ian calmly cast her magic. He was exhausted from fighting and only managed to get a few kills. He felt both proud and a little jealous. Noble mage, doing whatever she wants. The team kept moving deeper into the cave. The tunnel extended downward, and the temperature dropped. Frost covered every inch of the rocks. Finally, after passing through a narrow passage, the area suddenly opened up into a large, circular natural cave that looked like an ice cavern. In the center of the cave, there was a small pond emitting cold air. Around the water pool, more bones, broken weapons, and crude debris are piled up. At this moment, the goblin gathering in the hall is much larger than before. Roughly, there are at least 50 or 60 goblins. Among them are many ordinary frost goblins and warriors, but what draws attention are 3 tall, strong goblins standing beside the water pool. They have dark blue skin, wear rough bone armor, and hold large wolf tooth clubs or axes. Elite Frost Goblin Chief guard LV-25, behind the water pool, on a rough throne made of beast bones and ice blocks, sits a goblin about dwarf-sized. It wears a twisted bone crown and holds a wooden staff topped with a cloudy, icy blue crystal. Elite Frost Goblin Shaman, Glacial Breaker Gruck, LV-28. Clearly, this is the core area of the goblin nest, their main hideout. Form ranks. Raymond's voice echoes in the hall, sounding metallic and firm. Archers, prioritize sniping the spellcasters. Infantry, advance steadily, split, and eliminate. A big battle is about to begin. Li Wei and Ian hide behind a protruding ice rock, watching the scene with a mix of nervousness and excitement. The Goblin Terminator quest on the top right corner of the task panel glows with gold, indicating the main target has appeared. The bald man thinks to himself, if they win, how much experience will he gain? His eyes are fixed on Gruck, sitting on the crude bone ice throne. His gaze is fiery, almost like it could shoot flames, even brighter than when he first saw Qingxuan's tall, straight elven legs. And the key point is, this little guy is a shaman. Based on his past gaming experience and what he's overheard players boast about recently, mini-bosses like chieftains or shamans in dungeons drop better loot than those big, brute monsters. The gear and materials they drop are usually high-value spell items or have unique effects. If he can loot this corpse, maybe he'll get some good stuff. Even if he can't use it himself, he can trade it or give it to Ian. Definitely a good deal. As for danger, with Raymond the Knight Commander and over 30 fierce, sharp soldiers, a level 28 goblin shaman is nothing. Li Wei has full confidence in Raymond's strength. While his mind was full of thoughts about looting corpses and breaking equipment, the battle had already begun. Raymond's orders were clear and cold. The archer team on the high ground took the lead, shooting sharp feathered arrows through the cold air of the hall with piercing screams, aiming at Gruck behind the goblin horde. As an elite monster, Gruck reacted quickly. It let out a loud roar and swung a wooden staff embedded with a cloudy crystal, instantly creating a faint blue frost shield in front of it. Puff, puff, puff. A series of white damage numbers indicating ineffective hits flashed on the shield. Most arrows hit the shield and were deflected or frozen. Only 2 or 3 managed to slightly, but the shield weakened their force by more than half, leaving only shallow cuts on the shaman chief's skin, which made it roar in anger. But the archer's attack was mainly to hold back. The real killing move was the infantry pushing forward. Shield wall. Advance. Raymond personally stood in the center of the formation, sword slanted in his hand. 30 Velfu infantry formed a tight shield wall, like a moving steel fortress. They marched in neat, heavy steps, crashing forward against the chaotic goblin horde. The frost goblins, who had been showing off in front of low-level players and relying on numbers and terrain advantage, panicked instantly when faced with this advancing iron wall. They squealed and wildly swung their weapons at the shields or tried to flank around. But the Velfa soldiers coordinated perfectly. Shields blocked attacks, spears forward, and flankers with axes and knives precisely cut down any enemies trying to bypass. Thud! The sounds of bones breaking and blades piercing flesh never stopped. Blue blood splattered everywhere, and the goblin bodies fell like harvested wheat. Seeing the minions bleed heavily, the 3 frost goblin chief guards tried to break through with their tough hides and elite status. They roared and swung massive wolf-tooth clubs and battle axes, smashing hard against the shield wall, producing dull thuds that numbed the shield bearer's arms and caused slight wobbling in the formation. Focus. Spearmen. Pierce. Raymond commanded calmly. Several armor-piercing spears, designed to target heavily armored or large targets, suddenly out from between the shields, accurately aiming at the guards' relatively vulnerable spots. At the same time, soldiers on the flank threw their unique flying axes of the Northern Kingdom, disrupting the enemy's vision and movements. Although the guards were tough and thick-skinned, they couldn't withstand the large number of enemies. Under the well-trained siege, they quickly sustained several deep wounds that reached the bone, and their movements slowed down. Livy and Ian hid behind the icy rocks, watching in amazement and feeling excited. Fight! Hit that dog's face hard. The bald man didn't forget to cheer them on. Velfer soldiers had advantages in strength, equipment, formation, and command. The goblin elite guards, which could make lower-level players struggle or even wipe out their teams, were just a little bigger than children in front of Velfer's army. Livy's eyes never left Grok. He saw Grok getting a bit impatient under the constant harassment from archers and the steady advance of infantry. Grok waved a wooden staff and muttered to itself. The cloudy ice-blue crystal inside started shining more brightly. "Watch out for magic," Raymond warned sharply. Suddenly, the shaman chief pointed with his staff, and sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, aiming at the bottom of the advancing shield formation. "This is a 3rd-level spell, Ice Spikes," Ian explained to Livy. At the same time, cold air gathered around Grok, forming more than 10 jagged ice cones, like shotgun pellets, shooting toward the soldiers. 2nd-level spell, Frost Shards. Ice Spikes. Frost Shards shot out simultaneously. These 2 area spells showed Grok's impressive magic control. Raise Shields. Defensive stance. The frontline shield bearers immediately drove their shields into the ground and curled up behind them. The soldiers in the back also raised their shields or looked for cover. The ice spikes hit the shields and ground, making cracking sounds, and cold air spread out. Most of the frost shards were blocked by shields, with some passing through gaps, leaving white marks or causing minor frostbite on the soldiers' armor. Livy glanced at the damage numbers popping up from the soldiers. It looked intimidating, but the damage was only 10 points. All of it was offset by the soldiers' blue armor. However, the formation was briefly thrown into chaos and slowed down. Just a few dozen goblins? Watch me wipe them out in one strike. Raymond seized the moment and suddenly leapt out from behind the shield wall. He shot forward like a fired cannonball, moving so fast that a residual shadow streaked through the air, heading straight for the shaman. Along the way, ordinary goblins tried to block him, but he easily cut them in half with a quick sword slash. The shaman's scarlet eyes flickered with fear. He hurriedly gathered frost to form a shield again and tried to cast his next spell. But Raymond was already close. He raised his heavy-looking greatsword high above his head. The sword hummed, as if gathering wind and thunder. "Whoa, it's a charging slash," Li Wei exclaimed, recognizing the warrior's special skill. With a mighty roar, Raymond swung his sword down like splitting mountains and rocks, smashing the frost shield that Grook had hurriedly raised. A sharp, glass-breaking sound rang out. The frost shield, strong enough to block arrows, shattered instantly into countless ice crystals under Raymond's full-force charge slash. A huge critical hit number burst out from Grook's body. 114,514. The sword kept moving downward without losing momentum. In Grook's desperate gaze, a golden sword light flashed across his neck. Thud! His head, wearing a twisted bone crown, flew high into the air. Murky blue blood gushed out from the severed neck like a fountain. The headless corpse wobbled, and the wooden staff in its hand clattered to the ground before collapsing completely. Your team has slain the Frost Goblin Shaman, Glacial Breaker Grook, LV-28 Elite Leader. You gained 1580 experience points. A large experience point notification popped up in front of Li Wei. Meanwhile, the 3 chieftain guards, who had been holding on desperately, lost their shaman support and saw their leader killed instantly. Their morale shattered completely, and they were soon slaughtered by the soldiers' relentless attacks. The remaining ordinary goblins, defeated and panicked, screamed and scattered in all directions. The soldiers chased and killed them one by one. After Raymond's thunderous boss kill, the battle quickly moved into cleanup mode. Li Wei's eyes never left the headless corpse from the moment it flew up. Experience points? Yes, that was important. But even more important was the corpse. Loot the body. Just as Raymond sheathed his sword, looked around the battlefield to make sure no major threats remained, and was about to speak. A bald figure wearing a comically spiked leather armor vest suddenly burst out from behind the icy rocks like a wild dog, moving faster than anyone could react. After several battles, I deserve this reward. Let me do it. Li Wei let out an excited, unclear shout as he scrambled across the messy battlefield, ignoring the blue blood and broken limbs on the ground. His target was the corpse of Grook. His eyes only saw the faint glow around the body, a sign only players could see, indicating the loot waiting to be picked up. Raymond watched Li Wei with a look of surprise, his mouth twitching slightly, and a vein pulsed on his forehead. The soldiers around also looked stunned, then showed a mix of annoyance and amusement. Where are the battles? And where is the reward? Captain Elena was not here, so Raymond was the highest commander. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scold Li Wei for rushing forward, and finally just shook his head slightly, turned away, and ordered in a deep voice, "Clean up the battlefield. Collect all valuable loot and pile it together. Check the depths of the cave for signs of barbarian activity or abnormalities." His silent approval, or rather helpless tolerance, made Li Wei even more reckless. Li Wei knelt suddenly, nearly slipping in the pool of blood. He precisely threw himself beside the shaman chieftain's body, trembling with excitement, and eagerly started, searching the corpse. "You have obtained murky frost core, high-quality material. You have obtained rough shaman bone staff, high-quality, staff, rough shaman bone staff quality, blue, high-quality, level, 20 effects, 5 intelligence, 3 spirit frost affinity. Unique increases frost spell effects by 15%. When casting frost spells, there is a 10% chance not to consume mana. Shaman's Legacy, unique passive. After killing an enemy, generate frost energy. For the next 5 minutes, your frost spells will carry a slight, frost chill, effect, reducing the target's movement speed by 10%, not stackable, but refreshes duration. This effect is halved against elite and higher enemies. You received Ice Crystal Amulet, Fine, Amulet, Level, 20 effects, Frost Resilience, Unique, 3 Constitution. When worn, there is a chance to automatically trigger the green Ice Crystal Shield, which absorbs a small amount of damage based on the wearer's constitution, lasting for 1 minute. It can only be triggered once every 30 minutes. Frost Resistance, Unique, slightly increases resistance to ice elements. When in cold environments, physical energy consumption decreases slightly, and resistance to frostbite and slowing effects is improved. You obtained Frost Resistance Potion Recipe, Fine Blueprint. You obtained 3 Cold Magic Shards, excellent material. You obtained 30 gold coins, 6 items, a fine quality staff, a fine amulet, a fine blueprint, plus core materials and gold. Yes, this is really a big gain. Lu Wei held back the urge to laugh out loud and quickly stuffed everything into his bag. Then, his gaze swept like a spotlight over the bodies of the 3 guards and several warriors nearby. I smell the scent of loot. Cough, cough. A soldier's deliberate cough came from beside him. Lu Wei stiffened, looked up, and met the eyes of several soldiers who looked at him with a half-smile. The meaning was clear. Baldy, enough is enough. You've already taken your share, and these leftovers should be shared with everyone, right? Lu Wei awkwardly smiled, rubbed his hands, and stood up, not daring to reach out again. But his eyes couldn't help but glance at the bodies. If only I could cut off their ears, that would be a lot of money. Raymond came over, looked at the shaman chief's body that Lu Wei had touched, then glanced at Lu Wei's bulging bag and the unhidden joy on his face, and his mouth twitched. Looks like you gained quite a lot. Raymond's tone was neutral, without any hint of emotion. Thanks to the Knight Commander. Your divine power is invincible, and you single-handedly took down that blue-skinned goblin leader. Lu Wei hurriedly flattered, his smile full of flattery. I'm just helping the Lord gather things. Gather things. Raymond was too lazy to argue with him and directly asked, did you find anything special? For example, traces that don't belong to goblins? Lu Wei was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Raymond was asking about signs of barbarian activity. He had been busy examining his equipment earlier and hadn't paid attention to these details. Still, he pretended to look around and shook his head, saying, Sir, I didn't see anything special, just some smelly goblin trash. Raymond nodded and didn't press further. He hadn't expected Lu Wei to find any professional clues anyway. Soon, the soldiers finished cleaning the battlefield. They gathered some mostly intact goblin weapons, a few coins looted from the corpses, and some useful materials like complete goblin fangs and bone sticks. These were part of the military rewards and spoils, to be handed in and distributed. At the same time, a few squads explored the last part of the cave to make sure there were no hidden enemies or secret passages. Lu Wei completed his task of eliminating the goblins and happily collected a little more. He hugged his ragged bag and joined Ian to count their real loot. Ian's level had risen to 10 during this scavenging trip, and her attributes had increased significantly. She showed clear interest in the rough shaman's bone staff and the frost resistance potion recipe. Lu Wei waved his hand and said, you can keep the staff for now. Study the recipe too. See if you can make that potion. Maybe we'll need it when we go to colder places. Ian nodded and took the bone staff. The staff was rough, and the cloudy ice blue crystal embedded at the top was not as pure as the magic crystals she had seen before. But the frost magic within still provided a good boost for her current level. As for the muddy frost core and icy magic fragment, Lu Wei temporarily stored them away. They were valuable materials, useful for enchanting, alchemy, or selling to other players. The ice crystal amulet was worn by Lu Wei directly. Finally, the amulet was no longer useless, and the system's teasing message about being a poor guy disappeared. Awesome. This trip was totally worth it. Lu Wei whispered excitedly to Ian. Following the boss really is the best way to get rich and level up fast. 0601, I've checked. If you look for someone to team up with in the group interface, this broken quest costs 5 gold coins each time, and it only gives experience. TSK. Ian softly responded with a, Although he didn't understand what Levi meant by the team-up interface, he looked at Levi's lively, bald head and showed a faint smile. The soldiers quickly cleaned up the battlefield in the Ice Valley cave and packed up the loot to take away. Raymond didn't stop for long and immediately ordered the team to move north, planning to clear the next small monster nest marked as a threat. The team set out again, moving toward the next target amid the darkening sky and cold northern wind. Levi followed behind, holding a bulging cloth bag in his arms, with a faint blush of excitement still on his face. He gained a lot of experience points and found good gear. This trip was a real win. He even thought that with Raymond and the others, he might level up to 15 after a few more such dungeons. During the march, feeling bored, he leaned next to Ian and watched her play with a new shamanic bone staff, starting to talk excitedly. 0601. Look, goblins, caves, dungeons, according to stories from my hometown. Just think of them as ballads. The stories usually follow a fixed pattern. Ian looked up with her light gray eyes, showing a hint of confusion, as if asking what stories and patterns meant. Levi didn't mind and gestured as he explained, think about it. The main team, like us, you and me, brave adventurers, storming into a dark monster lair, hacking through everything easily. Usually, at the deepest part of the nest, besides the boss, you find something else. He lowered his voice and made a mysterious face, like a trapped, delicate elf maiden, or a girl caught in a trap, chained up, her armor broken, revealing. Ahem, a girl knight in a tough situation. He smacked his lips and looked regretful. Too bad. That cave we just saw only had a stinky little blue dwarf and their junk. Missed out on Raymond's cool sword strike. Ian listened quietly. At first, she looked a bit confused, but when Levi mentioned, chained up, armor broken, she seemed to imagine a scene. Her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a very light blush. She quickly looked down, pretending to study the patterns on the staff more carefully, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Leeway didn't notice the girl's unusual behavior and was still shaking his head and sighing. Art comes from life, but life doesn't always follow the script. Oh, you're blushing? Ouch. Leeway wanted to tease the child he was carrying, but bumped into a soldier who suddenly stopped marching. Because not far ahead, another dark cave entrance appeared in view. The cave entrance was also scattered with bones, and there were skulls on stakes as warnings, but it didn't seem as cold as the Ice Rift cave. Raymond made a gesture, and the team prepared for battle again. This time, the monsters inside the cave were no longer frost goblins, but a weaker demon variant called cave-dwelling evil, with dark red skin, short horns on their heads, levels between 18 and 22, and quite a few in number, but their threat level was similar. The same process repeated. The Velford army moved efficiently like a killing machine, shield walls advancing, spears stabbing, axes chopping, and bows shooting. The level and equipment advantage made the fight almost certain to win. Leeway and Ian stayed at a safe distance, observing and looting. Leeway kept a close eye on the battlefield, looking for injured monsters to finish off, while his mind was still thinking about the cave story he had just heard. His gaze instinctively swept the dark corners deep inside the cave, as if hoping to find some unexpected surprise. Adventurer, sir. Boo-hoo. Thank you so much for coming. If it weren't for you. Boo-hoo. Leeway had started imagining a stranded female knight throwing herself into his arms. But, of course, reality was harsh. Right now, there was nothing but more squealing evil demons and their simple nests. As the battle neared its end, dozens of cave-dwelling evil demons lay scattered on the ground, dead. The soldiers began their routine of looting and searching. Leeway also managed to grab a few kills, gaining a small amount of experience. Just as he was about to check for a boss monster like last time, his gaze accidentally fell on a few live evil demons that the soldiers had tied with ropes and were still struggling and roaring. It seemed Raymond had ordered to keep a few alive, possibly for research or other purposes. Looking at the few red-skinned dwarfs tightly bound and struggling in vain, an unprecedented idea suddenly struck Li Wei like lightning. It was as if Yangming's enlightenment at Longchong had suddenly hit him hard in the head. Wait, capture alive? His eyes widened suddenly, and he stared intently at the captured monsters. What is the biggest resource in Hanlin Town? Magic crystal or? What is the biggest obstacle? People, especially reliable miners familiar with the caves. The Velfa family invested a lot of effort and resources, and almost all the town's strong workers are involved. But developing the mines and ensuring safety still require too many people. Tom and the others are getting better at blacksmithing, but their capacity is limited by materials and manpower, so they can't produce more weapons and armor. Li Wei has been thinking about how to expand production, sell more weapons and armor to the south, and earn more gold and resources. And these monsters that are stronger than ordinary humans, adapted to dark environments, tolerant of harsh working conditions, and very cheap to produce. Li Wei slapped his shiny bald head and blurted out, "I'm such a genius." Ian, standing nearby, was startled and looked at him with confusion. Li Wei didn't bother to explain. His heart was pounding, and a rough but very tempting plan quickly formed in his mind. Capture a batch of these low-level monsters, control them strictly with magic or physical means, and drive them into non-core tunnels for initial mining and transport. Free some of the miners in Hamlin Town to learn more advanced mining techniques, or go smithing, make more weapons, even sell some weapons to the fighting players or factions in the south for huge profits. This punishment, truly too harsh. Currently, Hamlin Town is protected by Velfa troops and blessed by Odin's statue, greatly increasing safety. Controlling a group of low-level monsters doesn't seem impossible. As for morality, conscience, Li Wei, who just crossed the bridge, didn't care about these trivial concerns. Moreover, these are hostile creatures. Capturing them as laborers is simply saving the people and making good use of waste. The sleeping beast inside him has awakened. Li Wei can also be a hero of justice. He became more excited the more he thought about it, as if he saw the cold forest town plantation and countless gold coins and resources waving to him. He knew he had to convince Raymond. Livy immediately took a deep breath, trying to look less excited, then happily ran over to Raymond, who was listening to the search report. "Captain Raymond, I have a small idea." Livy rubbed his hands, showing his most sincere and wise expression. Raymond glanced at him with a slight frown. "Speak, sir. Look at these captured creatures," Livy said, pointing to the chained cave monsters. "Killing them only gives a little experience and some junk materials. But they are strong, tough, and not afraid of darkness, and they can survive well in such places." He carefully washed Raymond's face and continued, "Our cold forest town's mines have always lacked workers, especially for heavy, dirty, and dangerous jobs. Imagine if we could tame them or control them with magic, then send them into the mines to dig and move stones." Livy spoke faster and his eyes shone. "This way, our miners can have more people free to mine magic crystals or learn new skills. Our blacksmiths can also hire more workers to make more weapons and armor. The north is unstable, and the south is fighting too. Weapons will sell well. Our cold forest town controls the mines, produces its own iron, and makes its own weapons. The profits, even capitalists would be impressed." He concluded, "This is like turning these monsters, which should be our enemies, into value for us. We eliminate threats and boost production at the same time. Two birds with one stone. Of course, this requires you and the mages of the Velford family to come up with a safe way to control them." At first, Raymond listened with no change in his expression, even thinking the bald man was dreaming again. But as he listened, especially when Livy mentioned releasing manpower, expanding weapon production, and responding to the northern and southern wars, his eyes flickered slightly. As a soldier, he cared more about practical benefits and strategic value. Livy's idea, though seemingly rebellious or even somewhat sacrilegious, made him think carefully. It might not be entirely impossible. The Velford family indeed has mages skilled in mental magic or contract magic. Controlling a group of low-intelligence, low-level monsters might be feasible with technology. The development of mineral veins in Cold Forest Town is indeed limited by manpower. If only there were a group of tireless, low-cost labor monsters. Of course, there are risks, such as losing control or backlash. But if managed properly and used only in non-core, strictly monitored areas. As for causing bad public opinion, that would need to be discussed with higher authorities. Perhaps this could unexpectedly become an advantage. He himself might not realize that after spending so much time with the bald man, His own ideas are becoming more rigid. Raymond remained silent, unconsciously tapping his finger on the sword hilt, clearly engaged in a fierce mental struggle. Lu Wei watched him nervously, feeling anxious. He knew his proposal was bold, even a bit crazy. If Raymond outright refused, he would have no way to change his mind. Trying is always worth it. Being a level 9 is definitely better than staying at home. Finally, Raymond spoke slowly, his voice deep. Do you understand the risks of doing this? Yes. Yes, I understand. Lu Wei quickly nodded. So, I suggest that adults and mages think of strict ways to control it. We can start with small experiments. Catch a few of the weakest ones. Use them in the outermost mining areas to test. If it works, we can expand gradually. If not, we can deal with them at any time. He looked eagerly at Raymond. Sir, this is a risk-free deal. If it succeeds, Cold Forest Town and the Velford family will benefit. If it fails, we only lose a few captured monsters. Raymond paused for a moment, then looked at the struggling cave goblins and at Lu Wei's hopeful face. Finally, he seemed to make a firm decision and said in a deep voice, this matter must be kept strictly secret. The experiment is limited to controllable areas in Cold Forest Town under my direct supervision. If any signs of losing control appear, eliminate them immediately. No hesitation. He turned to his assistant. Rowan, take these 5 back to town and give them to Mage Yuan for research. Yes, sir. The assistant looked surprised, but immediately followed the order. Lu Wei was overjoyed upon hearing this. It's a success. Although it's just an experiment, opening this door gives hope. Thank you, Knight Commander. Your wisdom is admirable. Lu Wei bowed repeatedly, his face beaming with a bright smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Raymond snorted, ignoring him, and turned to continue commanding the soldiers to thoroughly clear the caves and gather the spoils. Li Wei excitedly rubbed his hands, looking at the 5 battered and exhausted cave goblins, as if seeing 5 small, tireless mining machines walking around. A good brother costing 50 coins? That's nothing. All his valuable resources were bought for free. Hee goblins. Goblin. Maybe we can catch some other creatures in the future, he thought happily. The mining and blacksmithing industry in Hanlon Town is about to see a new tool revolution. Ian walked over to him, looking at the tied-up monsters and then at Li Wei's excited face. He asked softly, Boss, is this really okay? What's not okay about it? Li Wei waved his hand confidently. They want to kill us, but we didn't kill them. Instead, we gave them a job with food and shelter. That's kindness. That's education. That's good fortune. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Ian blinked, seeming a bit confused by this strange reasoning, but she didn't argue. She just thought that her boss's ideas were always so unexpected and practically cold in their realism. Soon, the cave was completely cleaned out. Li Wei's level rose to 19, and Ian went from level 1 to level 15. The team took the usual loot from the raid, along with the 5 special test subjects, prisoners, and headed back to Hamlin Town. The sunset cast a faint golden-red glow over the snowfield. The new walls and arrow towers of Hanlon Town were faintly visible on the horizon. The two separated from Raymond and most of the troops at the new Southern Gates fortification. The soldiers took the usual loot and the 5 tied-up, special prisoners, to the military camp for handover. Raymond just nodded at Li Wei, then hurried with his deputy Rowan and a few squad leaders toward the command post under the 3-story stone watchtower at the northwest corner of the town. Clearly, he needed to report the details of this operation to Captain Elena immediately, especially about the eccentric suggestion from the bald man. Li Wei watched them leave, suppressing the urge to rush to the military camp and check on his valuable resources. He took a deep breath of the cold air, then turned with Ian toward the town square's east side, where a new church belonging to Lord Odin stood. 3 months ago, this was just an empty lot. Now, a sturdy building made of heavy blue stones, with a solid wooden roof and iron-inlaid wooden doors, stood firmly in place. When the heavy iron-inlaid wooden door was pushed open, the interior space suddenly became bright and open. A hall large enough to hold nearly 100 people for simple gatherings came into view. The floor was made of rough, but even stone slabs. On both sides of the walls, there were brackets for torches, which were not lit at the moment, so the light was a bit dim. The most eye-catching feature was at the very front of the hall. In the center of the wall where the shrine used to be, there hung a piece of art that seemed out of place in this new building. It was a painting made with mineral pigments on rough linen cloth. The main subject of the picture was a blurry human figure, with disproportionate features, crooked lines, barely recognizable as wearing a cloak and holding a spear or perhaps a very straight stick. On its shoulders stood a dark, fuzzy shape that looked like a con. The most lifelike part was the face, a large, roughly drawn single eye occupying half of the face, staring blankly and vacantly forward. If those chaotic lines could be called eyes at all. This was the sacred image personally painted by Pastor Levi Crow, dedicated to the great god of war and wisdom, Odin. The previous portrait had long been burned by Levi himself. He believed that only by painting the handsome face of the chief himself could he show his devotion more sincerely. Compared to the majestic and sacred bronze statue outside, this painting was so abstract it was almost shocking, full of postmodern or, rather, amateurish wildness. Even the abstract Master Kandinsky would have to give Levi a cigarette and bow respectfully after seeing it. Levi was very pleased with his masterpiece. He looked at the statue on the wall, smacked his lips, nodded as if admiring a timeless masterpiece. "TSK, the old man's portrait still looks familiar," he muttered, walking up to the painting and symbolically dusting it off. Ian followed behind him, glancing over the empty hall and the shocking portrait on the wall. Her expression was unchanged. She was already used to it. Since she saw Levi one morning kneeling in front of the mirror, talking to himself and saying, "He's so handsome again. I really need to control you, Levi the Great." Her idea that the boss could do anything had become a fixed mental imprint. She quietly placed her belongings, mainly the newly acquired shamanic staff and a few notebooks, on a simple makeshift bookshelf made of wooden planks at the side of the hall. This was her usual study and standby corner. 0601. Li Wei turned his head and instructed Ian, "I'm going to check on the military camp. Keep an eye on the house. Don't let the fire in the stove go out. It's cold tonight. Tom and the other two boys are probably still busy at the workshop. When they return, tell them to rest for a while tomorrow." Ian nodded softly and replied, "Got it, boss." Li Wei then looked at the Odin portrait on the wall. He cleared his throat, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and began to mumble in a quiet voice only he could hear. "Lord Odin above, faithful Li Wei reporting. Today I went to war with the army. Thanks to the Lord's protection, I fought through chaos, 7 times in and out, blood staining the battlefield, intimidating all around. Mountains of corpses, sealing the wolf's lair, gaining some rewards. A faithful follower had a sudden idea that might help solve manpower problems and strengthen our cold forest branch. Though the methods are a bit unconventional, the heart is good. It's all for spreading the Lord's faith and the prosperity and stability of our town, right? Please continue to bless us, Lord, so that the monster miner's plan can succeed. I will build more golden statues for you. Copper statues, and expand our branch, so you can sit as the true ruler of the northern realm." The bald man muttered for several minutes, speaking about achievements, complaints, and mainly praying for the success of their business, mixed with personal interests and bargaining. It was more like a dream of saying those words than a proper prayer. After finishing, Li Wei opened his eyes, grinned at the dull, one-eyed portrait, as if completing an important daily task. Then he didn't delay any longer and turned to run outside the church, walking quickly. "May the Lord bless me. I'm going to check on our good rice." Watching Li Wei rush out like he was on fire, Ian gently shook his head. He walked to the fireplace, picked up the tongs, and poked the charcoal fire inside, making the warm glow spread more evenly across this somewhat empty and cold new home.